This is going to be Coach Talk, where I get to talk to a few of the most impactful coaches throughout CSGO. I've got Nip's Threat, Navi's Blade, and Liquid's Adren here with me. Now, Adren, I'm going to start with you as the furthest one away from me when it comes to this. Why did you end up leaving playing and come to coaching? What was it that drew you to coaching?
Well, it was actually Joker Steve that gave me the call. I took a break from Counter-Strike after 2016. One of my last events was the major at Columbus, and I took a break. I was obviously on Liquid at the time, so I had already a connection there. And I had just started streaming for a little bit and just taking my time away from Counter-Strike a bit, but I knew I really still wanted to be in Counter-Strike, and I didn't want to play. I didn't think I was, good enough at that level to want to be like tier 1. If I want to play, I want to be tier 1.
Yeah.
It's easy as that. And then when I got a call up from Joker Steve to be the coach, it was easy. I wanted to do it for sure.
And what about you, Blade? For you, right? You obviously made the decision at one point and said you wanted to go to coaching, or was it something where you just stopped playing and then the offer came up? How did it work?
After 1.6, I was playing CSGO also with Flipside. No, after 1.6, I was definitely a player, and I wasn't thinking about coaching at all. And I think that in most of my previous squads, like for example Flipside, I was playing coach. So we didn't have coach, so I needed to do everything, like looking for screams, managing the evolving process, everything. So it kind of easy, but you stand behind, not playing.
Not in front, yeah. And Fred, yours was quite different as well, because you kind of came out of esports for a while and then went back into it. So did you always want to go do it, or was it just because of the offer coming up?
Kind of both. Like, I quit in 2012, so I actually never played CSGO professionally. I decided at the end of 2012 that I wanted to study, and also I think everyone remembers the first iteration of CSGO, like, wasn't the best, so I sort of felt like, yeah, I'm gonna jump ship now. But I kept watching CS for 4 years, and I was actually doing a semester abroad in Japan, where I got a call from Heaton, who used to work for NAVI.
How's your Japanese?
It's very bad. Yeah, I didn't study that much when I was there, if I put it like that. Yeah, but anyway, so I was contacted by Heaton, because NIP, who had been like the biggest and best team for a very long time in CSGO, they were starting to struggle. And just like Adren and Blade, I used to IGL, and I used to IGL Forest, Get Right, and Exist in 1.6. And apparently they liked what I did, so they asked me to be their coach IGL at that time, because you could IGL and be coach at the same time back then.
And then obviously the rulings changed, right? And
yeah.
You left again for a bit and then came back in. So talk me through that process.
Yeah, so I think the entire coach thing has changed a lot. I mean, when I joined, I was literally like a player. Yeah. I was the IGL. I didn't have any management role whatsoever. Like, maybe I booked scrims. But that was sort of it, right? And when they made that change, I sort of realized that because I've always had this idea how I want to play the game, but I never had to translate it to anyone. And I really struggled with that in the beginning, and you get new players, and there's sort of there are egos involved, and then it becomes very, like, I struggled a lot with translating and I got very frustrated, right? So at the end of 2017, I decided that I wanted to go back into IT, which was my major, right?
And then you came back again, and now you're here again. So you keep going in and out.
Yeah, there's just something about CS that just draws me back. I just can't help it. Like, watching the tournaments, then I was contacted by NIP. I mean, they did contact me a few times over the years, but in 2019.
So wait, so you said no before you came back?
Yeah, well, I don't think it was like not an actual offer, but they sort of like just talked to each other, right? But at the end of 2019, I just felt like I just was so excited to go back. I watched so many tournaments, and I also felt like I learned a lot working a regular job, that I finally was like mature enough to not only just tell them what to do, but actually just try to teach them.
What do you guys think, and I'll start with you, Fred, on how the coaching rules should be? Because obviously this was such a drastic change. You were also involved in the time where you could talk all the time. So do you want to go back to that? What's the perfect middle ground for you?
Well, I think the most frustrating thing for me is it feels like Valve is sort of not making up their mind. I think it would be like more consistent. I would like it more if they would just say coaches are not allowed in the matches. Yeah, like, I would dislike that, but I think this like middle ground, especially at the major, was almost silly. because like you were just sitting there and you couldn't do anything. And there's only so much you can do in those 30 seconds anyway. So I either think they should embrace it and make us be able to talk and hype, or still like 95 or 99% of our work is during practice and before the tournament, right? So us being behind them is like, especially if we can't say anything, is like only for the cameras.
And Jen, what about you? How are you feeling about the new rules?
I mean, Valve has just consistently been neutering coaches, right? Like, we could talk all the time. I wasn't a coach back then, but sounds awesome. I mean, I wish we were at a point where like the coaches could talk and only freeze time. I think that'd be a really cool like thing for the coaches to be actually, if they're gonna be behind them, there should be a reason that we're being behind them, right? So I would love if it was a freeze time thing where we could talk every freeze time. I would really love that, but I mean, at this point, if you can't even clap behind them, it's kind of weird. So yeah, I don't know. At that point, like I think other esports are like the coaches aren't even behind the players, and they're just like they'll like phone them in, like, "Hey man, we need help." Like, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I would love to talk during freeze time at least.
Thing is, I don't understand the logic, right? If you look at other sports and stuff, they're on the sidelines and like you'll see them screaming and shouting on the players anyway, right? Would you prefer just to be able to have that vocal points where you can do it at any point, but not maybe the whole game, like you said, just freeze time plus some timeouts?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think you should be like screaming during the middle of a round, like "Go B!" Like you should like, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely tough.
Like, what about you? What do you make of these new coaching rules? Does it affect you as much as other coaches?
I think it's not about even the new rule. I think it's better to change the rule for freeze time calling, because it gives you more opportunities, and it makes the whole scene that CSGO more competitive, I think. It doesn't break anything and so on. Yeah.
You know, the weirdest thing about all of this, it's sometimes, especially with Valve, it feels like they think we could, if we had 10 seconds to talk, like we would make the biggest difference ever, right? I don't understand it. It's like I say, yeah, let's go B. It's like, oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, we were thinking about going A, and then we just win immediately. Like, no, it's like way more complicated than that, and it's like more nuanced, right?
Is there something that you could do to like band together as coaches? Is there like, because we should talk about the CSPPA as an example, right? But is there like something you good guys as a coaches can come together, all agree on one way for like all the coaches of top tier teams and try and put that forward? Is that an option?
Yeah, I guess. Because Valve actually, they, how to say it, neglected, I don't know what's this word, but they don't respect their job work, coaches' work, you know? Because the teams that are playing, there's a huge process behind, before the match.
Of course.
And there's already an impact. So if you have like huge impact, you need to respect that and not to ban coaches, like to cut their like opportunities, cut their influence. But you need to admit that they like the part of the game and part of the team.
Yeah, definitely. Well, on that note, I think it's very good. Hopefully, Valve will make a change and give the coaches what they want. I think the free time idea will certainly be great as well. This is a very informed and great discussion with some of the coaches. We'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with the best IGLs in CSGO. Beside me, Glaive. To my left, Apex. And of course, Tabson, hailing from all these different fantastic regions in Counter-Strike. And here we are to talk about what it means to be an IGL and where these guys come from, and just have an open and free-flowing conversation about that. Why don't I start with Glaive, okay? Yeah. 4 majors, New Jersey. We're gonna get to it, guys. Glaive, when we talk about history, because all the players here from different countries have different histories, we have to talk about influences. So who were your influences in Denmark, and also why are there so many?
Talking about in-game leaders in Denmark in the past, I played CS Source. I didn't play much, 1.6. Some of those that helped me the most or learned me the most, I think, was Hunden. That's one of them, and also Regin. Regin learned me a lot about the economy and being a true leader, both inside and outside the game. And Hunden, he learned me a lot about the tactical way of approaching Counter-Strike, and he's really exceptionally good at that.
Do you think you could have done it without them?
I think I could have done it without I could have done it with them, also without them, but then I needed someone else. I don't think I could have done it if I didn't have anyone at all. I mean, I did study a lot myself. I looked a lot of AVE in 1.6. I remember me being a child sitting in my dark room, watching 1.6 games, trying to understand how people were trying to in-game lead. And I especially looked at, I remember at AVE and also at Khan from Fnatic back then. So of course I had to do something myself, but those two guys, Hunden and Regin, were also a big part of helping me.
You guys have kind of the same story. Of course, Tabson, you played with Gob B, and that was a big influence for you. Was there anyone else in the German scene that you could reference as maybe a bit underrated or hasn't been talked about?
To be honest, there's not many in Germany. I used to play with Struxy. I don't know if people know him. He used to play Source as well. Yeah, exactly. I used to play with him. He was kind of my first really in-game leader, but I really looked always up to Gob B, obviously. He was the mastermind in Germany. And what he taught me was obviously being a team in-game leader, also outside of the game, being always really humble within your team, and also talk to your teammates really often, just listen to them, feel like them, and be like them, basically. And this is something that's really still within me. And obviously, like, unfortunately, there are not many left. Fortunately, I'm in these shoes now, and hopefully I do a great job at that. I think he's really proud of me. Obviously, I couldn't have done it without him. And yeah, that's where basically my influence. And I used to be a 1.6 player back in the days where I was a little child, just playing, trying to headshot everyone. And then I used to be an in-game leader. I was like, maybe I need to do it.
The one thing you guys all have in common, aggressive IGLs who are also entry fraggers in some aspects. And Apex, you're the weirdest one, man. Like, you're the guy who I never thought would ever become an IGL. But in this past year, you've really made it a brand for yourself and have done great and so many good results for Vitality. So did you see it within yourself, and what were some of your influences in France?
Well, obviously, it's different for me than the other guys. I've been in game leader for 2 years, and my work career I've been entry fragging. But the role of entry fragger is more about thinking about the team, because you sacrifice yourself a lot. So obviously, I had this mentality to be in game leader as well, because I was thinking more about my team than myself. I mean, I've done it for so many times. I was almost the only entry fragger in my teams. So I was like a piece of meat sometimes, just thrown on the bomb site for a long time. But yeah, and obviously for me in France, it's quite easy to have a strong in-game leaders. We had like so many back in the days on Source, obviously. We had Carwell, we had ASP, you had Maniac, the old G2 coach. We had Existence as well. So I had like so many people to look up to, but obviously the guy I played the most is Existence. He is the best in-game leader we had and captain we ever had in France. He was the best in-game leader on Source, without a doubt. Yeah. He's done so much for the scene, and I mean, everyone knows about him, everyone knows about his attitude, his mentality, and I mean, he was also a really good team captain. And that's something I really want to be as well, just to be close to my players, talking a lot to them and just being sure they're feeling comfortable with my callings and all the stuff. And I think it's really, really important to have this close relationship with your guys. And obviously after that, I played with Happy. Happy wasn't a strong captain, but he was a really nice caller. And also I learned from him is that obviously, if you remember well, we had only one playstyle, which was 4-1. But yeah, obviously, but back in the day it worked because obviously a team didn't study that much, etc. But he has his own view, but he made sure that we were feeling really comfortable with that and said, just trust me, it's the right thing, and blah, 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 and it always worked. So just, he made sure that we all followed his ideas, and that's something also really strong. You're really as in game leader, obviously we need our identity, the way we call, and it's just need to be followed by the players. So I had so many people to look up to, and that's really nice for me to have so many, and without them, obviously I wouldn't do that. And I have a special mention also for Xtaz, my coach, because he used to be an in-game leader on Source, but he was in the tier 2, French tier 2. And but he was like, he was iconic also. I played against him on some French lands, and he always done so well with the small player he had. So, I mean, he helped me a lot during that 2 last years.
So you talk about identity. I want to ask, okay, Tabson, would you say is maybe the most important quality, personality-wise, to be a good IGL?
For me personally, it's really to understand the players, what they say. You need to understand within seconds what they actually say. Because when it gets up to high pressure, people are screaming, people tend to stutter maybe a little bit, and it's really hard to maintain this kind of concentration. And obviously, yeah, I would say that's for me personally the most important thing, because if you lack these kind of things, you don't really understand the information which you gain. And if you make the bad call, then people maybe also start to not really disbelieve, but to maybe overthink situations which they should not. They should just talk about the situation, what happens, think about what they need to think about, and all this kind of stuff.
Right there, it brings up something that's maybe underrated, right? Because the natural answer would be like, oh, making a good game plan or calling the strat of the round. Do you have another kind of different perspective to just saying, here's the best call for this round, for what's the most important?
I think, like Tabson says, it's really important to understand the players inside the game, but I also think that it's really important to understand your players outside the game and be able to know how they're feeling, if they are comfortable in their roles. That's how you are going to make a really good strat or a good playbook in general on each map. That is to be able to know what kind of role should we put this player in. And if the strat isn't working, is it actually the strat, or do we have to change some roles around to make the strat work? So I think there's more into it than just inside the game. I think there's also something outside the game where you have to make every people comfortable, not only inside the game, but also outside the game. Yeah.
What's it like calling for a dead team, Apex?
What?
I mean, if let's say you were to make changes, but you have to play some tournaments. And everybody in their career, everyone in their career at some point has played on a team where, maybe the player is going to be removed or changed or something like that. Yeah, okay. So you got some experience. Apex, if you've done that in the past, what's the headspace you have to go to call in a tournament with a team that might not be together in a couple of months?
Well,
theoretically.
Well, the thing is, obviously, when you're with the team, there is pressure. There is all the things like I'm playing with young guys, really young guys, which is not easy sometimes. But right now, I feel they can show all their potential because there will not be any pressure on their shoulders. I'm talking mainly about Kyogen. I know he can do really good. I mean, we had a week of practice with the team last week, and he's done really, really well individually. And that's what I want for him, just like to not overthink about what's happening or that it's his job and that his pressure and he can be fired at any moment in his head. It's just him to just enjoy and just feel really comfortable. If I will have that team, I will recommend them to just feel really comfortable and just have fun and just enjoy the moment and just try many moves.
And you can really see that there is so much under the hood when it comes to being a good IGL and managing personalities, coming up with game plans, dealing with roster moves and everything like that. And that's why we're sat here with 4 of the best IGLs in Counter-Strike history to have a discussion about it. So I hope you really enjoyed that. And of course, stay tuned for more Blast content coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys.
Welcome, everybody. We're here with the Legends Talk. I'm sitting next to 3 legends of the game. They've been in it a long time. They've attended the majors. One of them has made every major. It's Apex, Olafmeister, and Fallen. Well, already, guys, thanks for joining me at the table. And really, this is just a quick opportunity to try and get some insight into what it is that has made you guys carry on for so long, let's say, for competing at the top of the scene for so long. So is there anything that you guys that just comes to mind immediately as to like what keeps you going, what keeps you competing? Is it still just the fire in the game?
Patient of the game. I mean, personally, that's the only game I play. I don't play other games at all.
Okay.
So I'm not like a video gamer overall. I just play Counter-Strike. So yeah, it's just the passion for the game itself. That's it.
Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I've been playing CS since the 1.5 version, 2003. So it's about 18 years now. It's a passion for getting better at the game, being able to beat others, improving yourself as well, working with teammates, all that.
It's the whole picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you need the passion today with all the travel as well, making it more difficult in the past couple of years if you didn't have the passion.
Yeah, back on the days, at least in Brazil, because we're far away from the regions that had the tournaments, when you had a tournament to go, it was like a blessing, right? Like finally, international tournament to go, paid expenses. But nowadays, the reality changed a lot. and we have to travel a lot, mainly during COVID now this year. So traveling is still very nice, but as I have done that for more than 50 times already, like, you know, like I've been traveling for at least 10 years already competing. It's different, but it's still nice though. I like traveling a lot, but it's different though.
It's different for sure. That's definitely something to say. What do you think, Olaf?
It's the same, the love for the game, but also love for competing. Whatever it is, I want to compete in, if it's CS, if it's anything else. If you don't win, you don't have fun, basically.
But not Valorant though.
What?
Not Valorant though.
I was gonna go a different way and say like lifting weights or something, right? Because we just play CS here. We don't play any other games.
Yeah, but also just the way you build a group. I mean, from scratch to something crazy. Just you start from the guys you know. Obviously, they are good players, but building on nothing to get like one of the best team in the world is something like so nice. Working every day, just the process to get from nowhere to something crazy. I mean, that's what I like the most.
It's tough to make a group to become the best. I think everyone here at the table basically at some point had the best team in the world, right? And you know, it's a little bit of a combination with finding the right pieces. Not only the right pieces, but they have to be on the right moments on their career as well. Not in terms of the way they're going to be playing, but also their heads, you know, like what they're going to think about the game, their mindset, the goal. So you have to achieve all those combinations together. And that's the magic, right? Everyone is trying to do it. There's more than 100 teams out there trying to really make this magic happen, and only a few can do it. And I mean, that's what everyone's trying to do.
Do you feel like you guys get seen as role models? Is that ever anything that crosses your mind as well? Considering you have that history in the game, considering you have that pedigree and you've been at the top, does it ever cross your mind that you have to act a certain way, different from when you were at the beginning? Or do you still see it as the same thing? You show up, you play, and you get it
maybe.
done?
I mean, for I don't know about Olaf, but for Fallen, I'm pretty sure it is, because I mean, when you're in game leader, you need to be like that. I mean, you need to show, I mean, your experience even more. Obviously, with Olaf, it's the same, but in game leader, I mean, I feel it's even more than I used to do. Just showing the young guys and the way you need to work and when you need to think and etc. I think you can help them so much. That's what I'm trying to do, at least. I mean, I have like 2 really young guys in my team that with like almost no experience, so I just try to help them in that sense.
Olaf, we're on this page of like everybody being on the same page, and that was the joke with your team back in the day, where it was just like it was the Fnatic hive mind. Like you guys didn't even need to talk; you were always doing the right thing at the right time.
I think it's the most important thing is also to have it in the game. Like we always had the same mindset in the game. Like we were thinking about the game in a very, very similar way, and everybody had so much like confidence in each other. Like we believed whatever the other teammate said, you believed it 100%. And when you win and you get even more confidence. So even when you do something wrong, you might win because you believe in it so much, you know, and everyone believes in it. Yeah, okay, just do what he says and we're gonna win. I think that's just very important.
That's so true, because I felt sometimes it was so wrong to play against Fnatic back in the days, because on Cobble you knew he was about to come on B-Long. You knew he was about to come, but still you
find a way to kill anyway.
Yeah, he will kill you anyway. And that was so boring.
There's a match. We're playing a finals, I guess. One of Katowice, maybe. Yeah. One of the finals guy came back.
Oh yeah.
We were actually doing good half, city half. I think one round he had a deagle, and he went for 2 headshots on B-Long. Even though we know he's gonna go there, you know, he still found a way to get it, and they came back in the match or something. I remember that.
Yeah. It was fun back then. It's tougher now. It's tougher now.
In terms of like highlights, peak highlights, because you guys have been in it. You've been in every major. You guys are multiple major champs. What's your highlight moment in your career so far?
I think the highlight was back in 2015 with the Fnatic era, and also winning a major and winning Player of the Year. 2015 was a very good year, and especially proud of the era. I think you don't really understand how hard that is to achieve until you have done it, and what kind of special team you need to do it. But yeah, that's what I'm most proud of.
I'm happy he didn't say Cologne 2015, because we lost to them in final. So, I mean, for me, it's also, I mean, I didn't win a couple of majors. I just won 1, but that's something, I mean, you really look up to every day when you play Counter-Strike. That's just what you want to be. That would be one highlight. And also another, I mean, being able to be good as in game leader is something I'm proud of. And I just want to do even better now. So it's just a new challenge, and it's really nice to have a new challenge when you're was 27. So it's always nice to have new challenges, and just really, I feel like even younger now.
For me, I think I have a couple highlights. First one is 2009 when I get a chance to play with the best Brazilian team at the time. I was about to go to the studies and they invited me to go to the team. That's when I went full CS again. And it was pretty nice because I made it to China, competed for my first time in World Cyber Games. It was pretty cool. And then after that, I think creating that CSGO team with LG, SK, FNX, Bolts, Phelps, all those variations, it was very special because I was working for CS for so long and it felt like in 2014-15, I was able to play the teams and get the final steps of my knowledge, what I need to know about the game. I was copying a lot of stuff from this guy here, copying a lot of stuff from other people, getting a good understanding how the game should be played. And then I found very key players different than me that had the same goals, same dreams, and were able to achieve greatness together, And I think the last highlight is really joining Team Liquid because I could carry over from all the Brazilian scene. I have a good chance in a very nice organization with playing with American players. So for me, that's pretty cool as well because it highlights a big amount of my career, Jim.
Well, that's going to be the next point here is what's the goal now going forward? That you've had the highlights, but what's the goal that keeps you competing right now?
Winning Blast Copenhagen is the goal.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
You too.
Well, we know that for Apex.
Go ahead.
Being the IGL, going forward.
No, yeah, for me, just what I'm dreaming is just winning a major again. I mean, it's been 6 years. It's been too long, and I just want to win a major again in next year, whatever my team is.
There you go. Why don't you say it again? I'll skip that one.
Yeah. We'll let that stay on the table.
Oh my god. Yeah, we'll let that stay on the table.
Do you have a
For
goal?
me, my goal is really. I know that I'm 30 right now, so I have a few years left on my career. I don't know how long. It could be 2 years, could be 3 years, 4 years, 1 year. I don't know. And at the very end of my career, I really want to have a little bit of the same feeling I had before, in a sense where I want to be playing, where I can experience the patience and the learning growth phase again. Even though I know I might not really learn everything and get to the same point I was before, I still want to live it because that's what I live for. I never really live for the trophies. Even though I want them, I live for the process. So
Yeah, the process.
this is my.
I agree.
This is my next goal.
The process.
There it is. Well, on that note, that's perfect. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me for the conversation. And that's going to be it from us here. And we'll see you next time.
Welcome everyone, I am Maniac today talking about AWP skills, and for that reason I am joined by three very talented gentlemen. To my left, of course, is Simple from Team NAVI. We have Cadian and Device, all of them very much better than me at the AWP, so I have an opportunity to ask them some questions. And I guess to start things off, I'm gonna ask you, Simple, when did you start or how did you start playing with the AWP?
I started in 2013.
Okay.
So I just, my first team was Hellraisers, like the professional team. And I was Hopper together with Markelov, and I never understand why he don't wanna continue to play with Op. So the team asked me to do that, and I was playing.
I mean, it makes no sense. Why would they ask Simple to play the op?
Yeah, Markelov.
Yeah. No, I mean,
at the time, yeah.
Look 8 years later, right? It was stupid by them.
I think that was a pretty good move, yeah. What about you? How did you get to it? How did you start with that?
I think I just always played with it, to be honest. I liked playing with it in Counter-Strike Source as well.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so, I mean, when I started to play Go, I mean, I played the two first professional teams I played in, I wasn't having that role, and it didn't go too well. So I figured maybe go back to my roots.
And you, Device?
My coach asked me to play Sonic, in 2016. It was always like shared, I think, between me, Kerrigan, and Cajun. And that sucked a little bit, so he just said maybe you should try open, and yeah.
It's also a role that comes with a lot of responsibility, so I guess I can ask you, Cadian, do you feel like playing with the AWP in Counter-Strike now, you have to perform maybe more than other players because you play that role?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think like being an average player, like when you play the AWP, it doesn't work anymore. Right. We've seen like other more supportive AWPers back in the days, and I mean, I probably have a little bit of a different task at times than these two because I also have to be the captain. So that's like some extra responsibilities to focus on. But I mean, if I'm not able to perform good with it and produce a lot of kills, I'm not gonna play the role. I think someone else should do it. So yeah, I think
today's Counter-Strike needs someone with AWP who can kill a lot of people.
Do you agree that it's a different role, it's like a unique role in how you have to think about Counter-Strike when you play with the sniper, or for you is it just the same?
It's more about decision making and timing and stuff like that when you're playing the AWP, and that's also a skill in Counter-Strike, right? That matters a lot. So,
for example, for me, like as AWP, you just need to hit your shot, as you said, but you don't know how enemy will go. Maybe he will just strafe to bait your shot. Maybe he just how to say that? Always different picks, and you just need to hit it. You just need to know what he's gonna do, in what timings. Maybe he will just rush because he has no time, or he knows that you're here because he heard you. Or
I mean, especially in Pro CS, like face it don't matter. You can go to an angle and they'll run into your shot. Yes. But Pro CS, they will smoke you, flash you. Someone is gonna jump for and they're off to peek. Like Simple said, they're gonna jiggle peek, wide strafe. They'll do a lot of things, and you even have to, like Simple said, consider when can I scope? Because if they hear it, they're not gonna give you.
Yeah, and sometimes you need to stay behind the wall because in case they flash, you just go on the right or the left, and yeah.
So if it's a little bit less dependent on mechanical skill, as we're saying now, I can ask you, like, what is the difference between a game where you feel everything and you end up with a crazy scoreline, a bunch of frags, and a game where you're struggling more? What is that difference then at the moment? If it's not the skill, what is going to make that difference where you just take over the game?
I think that if you're in flow, you always hit the right timing. Like, it's hard to explain because it's something that every CS player, if they have a bad game, they're like, how do I get into my flow without becoming like too eager and too aggressive? So I think that it's kind of a balance that everyone wants to find, right? Nobody really knows how you get into that state, but if you're playing a good game and you go watch it, I guarantee you that you make the right decision based on timing, not the right decision based on like mathematics, right? But you will just hit the timing every time and hit your shots. So it's a weird thing in CS that I think we spoke a lot about in Astralis, like how do we find that when we are losing?
The flow.
Yeah, and the feel of the game, which is when you're like when NAVI was playing the major, like there was always flow, like you were not really too pressured, so you were always playing on your own terms in some way. And I think that's the same with the AWP. You have to, if you get a bad start, you can't just become too aggressive or too eager. Like you have to just let the game come to you and kind of find the flow of the game.
Yeah, it's actually a really good question that I can then direct to you. When you start a game with the AWP, and maybe the first few rounds are a little bit complicated, right? What is your way to get back into it? Because you said it, you cannot not perform. So how is your way back into the game to find that flow that Device is talking about?
I think with the AWP, it's about creating opportunities as well. Like if you play, in my opinion, too passive, you'll have to be stuck with it in a retake or something as a CT, and that's not always nice. So for me, it's about like you need to search for as many opportunities, get as many shots as possible. It's like kind of also that you kind of need to calculate risk. Like, okay, I can get this shot, and either it's a kill or it's a miss, but I can get away.
Stay alive, yeah.
Yeah, or am I like fully committed in this position? And I think also something like Nikolai talked about is you don't always have to do what is mathematically correct. And it goes the same with the AK and stuff. Like sometimes you can do the stupid play, but you know it's gonna work because they won't expect it. Like if you just play the percentage, like Simple said, sometimes you have to stand behind the corner and wait for the flash because they know the AWP is there, so they're gonna flash. That's why you need to expect that and then peek after.
Okay, so I have the hardest question now for you guys because the community doesn't always agree. Simple. Do you think the AWP is overpowered?
I think it could be 5 bullets.
5 bullets?
Yeah, why not? That's, if you miss at least 1 or 2 shots, you get maximum 3 kills, and that's it. So yeah, but overall, I don't think it's overpowered like it was in 2014,
it's a bit
right?
more, a bit less now. What about you? You think it's overpowered now, or is it in a good place?
I mean, like, I don't think it's overpowered, but I think that people don't understand, like, reading into the statistics is pretty, like, you get better stats by being an AWPer. I think, like, the dynamic of the game is good as it is how it is, but I think that sometimes you rate players wrongly because of, it's a little bit easier, I would say, to get good statistics and save more, and it's just like the way you calculate stats, it makes it seem like the AWPs is just better, right?
Do you agree? OP, not OP, the AWP right now?
Yeah, I don't think it's OP. Maybe like Simple said back in 2014 with the higher movement speed, you could make some crazy peaks and always get away, and you had the C-set you could pull out. I think nowadays it's really balanced. And like Nikolai also said, like, yeah, maybe you get a little bit better statistics, but maybe you can look at the stats a bit different as well in the future. Like, obviously the guy who's attacking in football is also going to score more goals. It doesn't necessarily mean he's better than the midfield or whatever, but yeah.
So we agree that not OP, that is a fitting on him. Now, last question, guys. It's going to be an easy one, I think. I'm just kidding. Deathmatch between you guys, 10 minutes. Who wins?
Random.
Random?
Yeah. Who camps the most? And
Camps the most.
Plays with most sound.
Sound? You use sound when you deathmatch?
No, I don't.
No one does.
I use
You have to hear the bullets.
a little bit just to feel the
recoil.
Yeah, the sound of
You
every
can always
weapon.
see when an opponent on deathmatch play with sound.
Yeah.
You really dodged that one, but I'm gonna take it away. So, thank you very much, guys. That was a very, very good talk. I thank you all to join me to this debate about the AWP. I hope you guys had a good time, and it's Maniac signing off.
These iconic halls have laid dormant for over 700 days. Anticipation bubbles now to the surface as we accept that today the wait is over. So many moments and more to come, and that silence will be broken with a roar. Today, Copenhagen will once again return to its iconic arena, and Counter-Strike will be played the only way it truly should.
Copenhagen, can you let me hear you roar?
A storm has been brewing, hunger has been growing, and a feast of Counter-Strike is on the menu today. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, with all eyes on you, the adrenaline coursing through your veins, your teammates by your side, with your enemies in your sights. And as the player hears a cacophony of cheers as he clicks those heads, that iconic Copenhagen crowd will once again erupt in elation. Counter-Strike in the Royal Arena. Game on.
It's all been leading up to this very moment. 8 teams began the week in the Royal Arena, but now just 3 squads remain as the race to claim the crown has reached boiling point. The reigning monarchs of NAVI, the hometown heroes of Astralis, and the Frenchmen of Vitality still hold footing in this race. But today will determine whose class will be decorated with the victory flag of the Blast Premier Fall Finals. Of course, the crowd are waiting to get in, eagerly anticipating the Counter-Strike that is in store for us. And of course, I've got 2 very talented gentlemen also joining me up here on the desk. SPUNJ, Maniac to my right. Gentlemen, excited for today's action?
Very excited. I'm just wondering if I have enough energy in my tank to sustain all the Counter-Strike we're about to see today. We have some great games going. We have a great history to write and tell, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's already been 2 long days, right? You think about what we got out of these games, what we've seen from the crowd. It seems almost like the perfect storm at this moment for Astralis and their fans in this arena, because in the microcosm of this event, with the changes that team's had, it's almost like this is scripted, right? And obviously I'm joking. I know that you guys love to make some memes about that at home, but realistically, you look at how badly this could have gone for Astralis with a new roster coming in. It just continues to go from strength to strength, and I hope today we get more of that.
Yeah, we did see a lot of them going down yesterday, but I do want to pick up on the first game that we saw on the cards. Obviously, another Danish side taking on Team Liquid. It actually went way deeper than we could have anticipated. Liquid definitely gave Heroic a run for their money.
Very clearly, we didn't really give Liquid the time of day in this event. They came in here with that label of dead team walking, and man, they pushed Heroic on the brink of extinction. Cadian had to pull some quite antics towards the very end of that game to save his lineup. He didn't have a really good game, but as a team, I think they showed resilience, they showed strength, they showed the type of Counter-Strike that we didn't know they could play on LAN, and they did it. They beat Liquid. Unfortunately for them, down the road, it got a bit complicated.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Cadian himself was giving some respect to the side of Team Liquid as well. It's something that we were saying, Chad, you know, we've got to give it to Liquid. They have so many experienced players, 4 of which on that lineup, who are so experienced on these LAN stages, and they gave it up to Heroic.
Yeah, look, that story of the dead team, it was airing the dirty laundry, then they played some good Counter-Strike, they showed what those individuals have, but Cadian, the man on your screen right here, he was happy with the way he called, right? He made some big calls there on that Inferno game, down to the wire on the final map of play, and that's really what set Heroic up for success here. But I feel like the length of that series, how much they had to put into that series, it definitely came back to haunt them when we get towards the tail end of the day.
Yeah, they used an insane amount of energy, not only on the individual basis, of course, because a game like that will drain you, but also Cadian, just as an IGL, you know, as the leader of that team, having to figure out solutions in 2 very scrappy, close and tight maps towards the very end. I think as a team, it's a great learning experience. It's going to give them a lot of insight as to how a big game on the stage is actually being played out, and you can grab that, and that will make you feel better, that will make you a better player. But on that very day, I agree with Chad, I think the amount of energy they had to use was probably a bit too big for them.
Yeah, a huge amount of exertion coming into just their first game of the day. Of course, we saw them playing later on in the day as well, but not before we saw NAVI taking on Vitality. A bit of a rematch from what we saw at the PGL Major as well. Unfortunately, this time, NAVI were even more clinical with Vitality.
Yeah, and that's the thing. NAVI, after the Major, said, yeah, we could have played better Counter-Strike, which is absurd because they're the first team ever to win a Major without dropping a map. And they showed that they can play better Counter-Strike against the Vitality, who we know they also have their own dramas going on within that camp. But what's been coming out from their camp is the fact that, yeah, we've done the work, we know these changes are happening, it's not coming from the team, it's coming from the organization, and we're going to show that we still are one of the teams that can take it to NAVI. Well, yesterday, they didn't show that at all, and that sets us up in a bit of an awkward position for today, with them going up against Astralis, and then one of the 2 taking on NAVI later in the day here, because the French, unfortunately, if they are... I don't want to say resting on their laurels. Like when things are changing, right? They've already overperformed, in my opinion, considering the context.
Yeah. It feels like there was a lack of leitmotiv. When you saw that Vitality go up against NAVI, you talk about a match. I feel like that was a no match. I don't think there was an actual game going on. And just as much as I can respect all the behind-the-scenes changes coming, and I know it can impact a player's, I guess, investment in a game, I think we were all left a little bit disappointed by that game. We were hoping that Vitality would put up a fight, that they would use this, you know, no pressure, no strays type of environment to shine and really take it to NAVI. Unfortunately, they didn't. They were nothing but shadows of themselves. They looked like clowns and fools against NAVI, and now we are looking at professionals whose egos should really prompt them to react today.
Even the superstar Zywoo, right? We expect him to show up regardless, right? Unfortunately, that's what comes with being a superstar, right? We expect it, and he is the driving force of that team. He was the highest rated player, but that's not saying a lot when you lose 16-7, 16-6, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to be the same today. If Zywoo doesn't show up, then I don't know how Vitality are going to perform.
But then speaking of superstars on the other side of the server, of course, Simple didn't even really need to be showing up with those Simple-esque plays, because we're talking about how tight the team unit of NAVI have been looking as well. And there were so many moments for all of the players throughout that series to really show up.
Yeah, I can't really understand how Blade is mind-blowing that team in the fact that they don't slow down, right? Look, coming into this event, NAVI had all the reasons in the world to slow down and decelerate just a little bit, right? They had accomplished the IGS, they won the Major, you know, coming into 2022, they could have just took it easy just a little bit, but they absolutely don't. They don't, not 1 second, not 1 millimeter. They play the same time Counter-Strike they did when they won that crazy Major run. I think everyone is flying on all cylinders. I think the map pool is great. They're very serious. Every single interview we hear from Blade or from Simple, he's talking about how never underestimate an opponent. Every game is a game that's very important. We have to take it very seriously. I think that's how you create an era. That's when you never let the foot off the gas pedal.
Well, that thing that you're talking about right there, an era, if anybody, you can win a major, that's fine. You can win 2 majors, that's fine. You can win the Intel Grand Slam, that's all good, right? The thing is, the difference is, you have to now compare yourself to Astralis, the greatest team to ever do it. And they have set a very high benchmark. And if you're NAVI and you ever want to get to that level, you can't come into an event like this and slouch, right? You need to come in and win it. You need to make a statement, especially considering the context of everybody else, especially considering you have the best player in the world who seems like a guy who all he does is live and breathe Counter-Strike, right? So NAVI, it's great to see them keeping up that level of intensity. The question marks will be how long can that continue? Will anybody ever be able to solve them? But right now, they're looking unstoppable.
And that really echoes what James Banks was telling me when he was chatting to Blade post-major as well, literally after they just lift the trophy. Blade wasn't totally content with the fashion in which NAVI did it. Man, not dropping a map was not enough for him. He wasn't content with how they performed, particularly on that last map of the series, because it did get quite close. And I think that goes to show just the level of mentality and fortitude for NAVI going forward. Man, these guys are not done with developing yet.
Look, when you're the best team in the world, the only contrast you're looking at is that of yourself. The only person you want to be better is the one that you were yesterday. That's what NAVI have to do right now. It is not a joke, it's not poetry, it's actually what's happening. Everyone is looking at NAVI, trying to figure out how the hell they're playing Counter-Strike, how the hell is Simple doing, how is Bit being so great. They have to look at themselves and make sure that they stay on top of things. And you're talking about Astralis, chat, and we know they had to play that very game for a very long time in Counter-Strike, where they were setting trends that then people were picking up on.
I get a bit of a smirk on my face here, because I'm the type of guy who can't convince myself to get out of the bed in the morning and go to the gym, right? But these guys, after already achieving so much in such a short period of time, can want the feeling of winning. There's nothing better in the world. As a competitor, winning is the one thing that matters here, because losing feels much worse, I would say, than winning in certain contexts here, and you don't want to go from being the best to losing in an environment like this. So for them to be able to keep this going, keep this mental train that they're chugging along on up this hill, we don't know where the end for this hill is, right? It's just going to keep going for as long as it can, and that's the deal, right? When you're a competitor, we don't have seasons in Counter-Strike, right? We look at the majors as our pinnacle, we look at massive events like this. This could be the last arena event for a while. You know, I don't want to put the hoodoo voodoo on things. We don't know what the world is going to look like going forward. But realistically, seize these opportunities now, because we all know what the online era felt like, and it doesn't feel anywhere near as good as this.
No, it really doesn't. And circling things back around to our final game of the day yesterday, keeping things cyclical, Heroic had their debut again on that grand stage, this time against Astralis in a bit of a Danish derby. And man, even though things were close, I feel like we kind of have to talk about these scorelines a little bit in their context, because yeah, the first score looks like a close game, but we've got to talk about how streaky that was for both teams.
Yes, if for any reasons you missed on that game, well, let me tell you that in the first map, Heroic were up 15-10. They had 5 rounds, 5 occasions to close the first map, and then who knows, the rest would have been history now. I think this game, as Chad is mentioning, is the absolute illustration of what Counter-Strike can be in the big stage, in front of an audience, with the electricity that comes with it. Astralis were like a train just thrown on hyperspeed that no one and nothing could ever stop. And I was really blown away to see a team like Heroic, which I now quite honestly rate very highly in how they compose themselves online and what they've done at the major and whatnot. They looked like they were school kids, that they had no say in that game. And I can empathize with it, because I, in my career, had the very unfortunate event of playing against the crowd. I have played against VP in Poland, and I know what it is to see rounds after rounds after rounds against you, kill after kill after kill, and everyone is just screaming in your face, and you feel like suddenly you're not fighting against 5 people, you're fighting against 8,000. And it takes so much deep in your heart to actually be able to fight back. I believe NAVI is the only team right now who can resist that wave. Heroic were not able to. I don't know if Vitality will be able to.
It's kind of funny considering it is, you know, a Danish crowd, 2 Danish teams, but yeah, they were heavily on the favor of Astralis. I guess the history of the organizations as well. Astralis haven't been here for a little bit longer as well. That might be some reason they're going with them.
I'd say the 4 majors helps. You're in the news all the time. Also, you don't have the whole drama around you like Heroic have had. I know that both have dipped their toe into drama over time here, but Heroic's is much more recent. There's a lot more around that level of drama as well here. It was no surprise to me to see them getting booed. You know, see people at home and, oh, they're booing, what's this about? Look, I know that people sit there and they want this to be so pure and we clap for everybody and this is great, but this is a competition, right? If you're going to be labeled by, people maybe not even labeling you as the villain, but you're the team who's trying to take down their team, right? So regardless, that's what they can contribute. That is what a crowd can contribute. Those vibes, that energy, you're either going to step up to it and fight against it and silence them as well, or you're going to crumble in front of it. And I think Heroic, well, the contribution of that crowd with the fact they were already depleted, right there, as soon as you lose that game, as soon as you lose Mirage, there was no way they were going to be able to win Nuke, especially with the way that one started. Nuke, the pistol round, they don't even get a single kill as soon as they kick that map off.
I agree, and you know, Chad mentioned the term script at the beginning of that pre-show, right? It's not scripted, but I will say the Astralis we have seen and all of these conditions lining up together, the fact that Glaive has been a star AWPer for the likes of a best of 3, the fact that Lucky is being so solid, having these multi-kills, I feel like this is all coming together. I don't think we would have had the same Astralis if everyone was in the comfort of their home office or wherever the hell they would be. This is what happens. A few players in the Counter-Strike world become something bigger themselves when they play in front of an audience. And I think that's what we're seeing from Astralis, and that's why we're allowed to dream today for any ending that would not follow logic.
Yeah, I know if people go back and they watch our desk segment of this event, like maybe in 6 months' time when we see what really happens with this Astralis roster, they're going, what are these bloody clowns talking about? But the real moment with this is the moment itself, right? Is the fact that this is being facilitated by not only the crowd, mention it a lot, and everyone in a chat play type and crowd, but on top of that as well, you have the fact that there are rosters in flux, dead teams, new rosters, everything right now is giving us entertaining Counter-Strike. It's not the most structured, it's not the most rigid, you can't even do your homework on this team, but one thing that they do have going for them is the firepower, and that extra 5, that extra 10% that they might get boosted from being in this environment, you're seeing that, right? How many times are you going to see an individual like Lucky clutching like he does, right? Under this level of pressure, jumping with an AK and getting a headshot to finish a game. Like, what are we talking about here? Config deciding, I'm just going to AWP CT side vent on Nuke and get 3 kills and end it with a no-scope. This isn't regular people Counter-Strike. This isn't what, if you've only been watching us with the online era, no. This is the Counter-Strike that's biffy, it's brawly, it's exciting, it's momentum-based, it's different, and we're getting it here, and I'm glad we are, because it's showing everybody just how exciting this game can be when people actually go for clutches and don't save every second.
Yeah, no, I love that you bring up that point as well, because we do see a different style of play when we're coming back onto LAN as well, particularly with the big stages like this, and particularly when you've got a crowd as electric as this behind you as a team.
I think it leaves a space for the extraordinary, and that's what I like about this stage. That's what I like about this type of Counter-Strike. We're not on the online era. Everyone was playing by the book, by the numbers. If any decision wasn't making sense, people would be saving. We were missing out on a lot of excitement. Here, I think people are chancing it. Whenever a player is catching on fire, he thinks he can do it. We mentioned the clutches, the 1v2, the 1v3s. They'll take it because they know that as soon as they get that first kill, then suddenly the opponent's feeling the heat, feeling the pressure of what's happening, and that leaves a gap for a round that should never happen. And this is part of the LAN Counter-Strike, and this is something that players have to abuse and use because that's a weapon to be yielded.
Well, now that we've recapped our games yesterday, we do have to revisit our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys have been voting on Ogress's last Premier Twitter, and now we can crown our Champion Play of Day 4. I believe we have Grimithy kicking things off, though.
We have Grimithy in the big pit of Inferno as well, with that great spray control and the ace of that with the M4A1S. Fortunately, not enough for his team, but that was good for his stock as an individual.
Config coming up here is number 2, and this guy has just been lights out throughout the event here, 19 weeks off, and this is that play I was talking about, the AWP CT event. Apparently this is meta now. Makes it look way too easy with these unorthodox maneuvers, but that's him, the X Factor.
And the broken record of Simple being the play of the day, of course, with the quick work and the combat style AWP just the way you like it. You will see movement, you will see precision, a little bit of luck, because sometimes you need it when you have these crazy plays, but that's Simple in a nutshell.
You look at this, what's the similarity with all 3 of those plays?
An AWP?
It's on the CT side, and I didn't realize we were playing on a new patch of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
No, I thought this is just, we're only playing the CT sides here at this event, apparently. You take a look at some of the stat lines for this, it is absurd. Like, the T-halves for everybody are pretty rubbish. NAVI are the only team who isn't, and well, yeah, I wonder why. Everybody else, it's been CT sides that's gotten them across the line.
Well, we had some incredible moments and some awesome games yesterday, and being our last day here on the Royal Arena today promises to deliver even more.
Considering the situation, I would say, of course, you're gonna have less stress. Just enjoy the last ride with our friends all together. It's all about joy.
That's why I'm playing CSGO. It's playing in the arena.
I miss the old guys, of course, but now there is new guys in here, and they come with amazing energy, a new hope.
I mean, it feels awesome playing in this team, and I really like not being IGL anymore, not having to have that extra pressure on my shoulders. So I think it's just more comfortable now trying to play my own game and focus on fragging.
played is genius. I told before, like, he always puts same amount of preparation. We talk a lot, we discuss a lot, we understand that anyone can beat us. We understand that we can lose to ourselves only. Tomorrow we'll play even better because it's never enough for NAVI.
The pressure is certainly on for all three remaining teams here in the Royal Arena. We heard it there from Simple. He's not content with what they've showed thus far. He is going to show more and more and more and more. And damn, whoever's meeting NAVI in that grand final, they've got a tall task on their hands.
Look, Freya, NAVI lost the map here. It's already worse than the major.
Yeah.
It's not acceptable. They need to step up. There's got to be a reaction. You cannot lose a map.
What if they win the grand final 16-0, 16-0? How does that feel?
I would be ready to give them that joker for the first map.
All right, yeah.
I would agree to it.
I think that they could probably turn things around if that's going to be the case here. But there's no question that this is the team to beat. I feel that me saying that even sounds stupid. But the fact is, I don't think anybody here can stop NAVI. I definitely don't think Vitality can. They showed, well, they tried, and they showed that they weren't really up to the task.
No.
And I think that things are going to continue to get worse for them because how many more maps can you even try?
So here is the question, Chad. Because we are all in this arena right here. The desk is actually in the arena. So we had the opportunity to live through that Astralis heroic game, right? How much of our brain is just completely messed up by the atmosphere we saw when Astralis made that comeback as a heroic that could make us believe they can do it against NAVI? Are we far away from reality? Are we in a different world? Are we overestimating what this crowd could do to players? I don't think we are. I think there's a universe in which someone can just overperform by 20, 30, 50, 50%, 60% even, and then suddenly something happens. I feel like this is unique, this is electric. I'm not gonna say Astralis would have no chance. I don't think that would fit.
Look, let's put it this way. If NAVI were playing at 100% and this Astralis are playing at 100% and the crowd gives Astralis an extra 25%, they're still not going to beat NAVI, right? They're not going to do that. I can live in the world where Astralis are the team who should be able to get past Vitality. You think about the circumstances right now. Astralis are on an upward trend, while Vitality are fizzling out, right? They're going to still try, right? But they are fizzling out towards the tail end of the year. Would you be content with the top three if you're Vitality? Probably, right? Would you consider the circumstances? Probably. If you're Astralis, well, you're riding this wave. Just see where the bloody hell this one goes.
But mentioning about NAVI as an opponent, I want to take it back to something that Refresh said in an interview we had with him. It was relying on NAVI making those mistakes to be able to take them down. And that's the thing. I just haven't seen NAVI make those mistakes, in terms of, recency and in terms of frequency as well. They might make a few mistakes here and there, but the opportunities to capitalize on them, few and far between.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think that's what is so disheartening when you play against the NAVI of today is that they don't have any, what I like to call garbage rounds. They don't throw away any rounds. They're going to fight you in every single occasion. You can never let the foot off the gas pedal when you play against NAVI. That's a mistake that Vitality did against NAVI in the PGL quarterfinal. It was a very high-level game, but Vitality had a couple of rounds where they missed the mark. A couple of rounds decided in 10 to 15 seconds. One player doesn't communicate well, someone misses a kill, the timing is not exploited, you lose. I feel like this NAVI doesn't do it anymore. This NAVI plays close to perfection every single round. And even if they have rounds where someone is making a mistake, you have so many safety net right behind. So you have Simple, behind him is Electronic, behind him is Bit, behind him is Boomage, and behind him it's still Perfecto clutching. How deep does that go?
Yeah, no, there's so much depth to NAVI, and of course they are the team that cemented themselves in that grand final. That is going to be coming up later today where the world #1s are racing. But before that, we have got to find out who is taking them on, and it's a clash of the hometown heroes in Astralis taking on Vitality after this.
brand new chapter in the illustrious Astralis story. How can a team so consistently change so drastically without compromise to performance? Heroic, the coming-of-age story of Danish youngbloods, tenacious and ambitious. Is today the day the prince usurps the throne?
Oh, but they still go by! Lucky sprays away! Oh, he's not a 4K!
We're gonna be naming spots after him.
Two-man advantage.
They steal the MP9 and the FAMAS as well. Got to be real careful here, Down. You need to take more than a couple. Oh, and the bursts at the end!
Home soil is where the new look Danes have been blooming, but for Vitality, they will have to arrive with a sting in their tail. But for them, the story is a little bit more complicated. We've been hearing the rumors of roster shuffles circulating. We haven't had anything confirmed or denied thus far. But for Apex, he's been coming and saying, you know, they're playing just to have fun. But that game against NAVI yesterday, not much fun was had there, Maniac.
Yeah, this is where the story or the movie took a very dark turn for me. I'm gonna be honest. We started this event with the leitmotif, with the narrative that Vitality, with no pressure, having a good synergy in the group, they would embrace the end of the year and they would make the best out of every game they have, and thus they would be dangerous. That's what we saw at the beginning of Vitality. Remember, they were in the final winner bracket against NAVI, playing a good type of Counter-Strike. Zywu was at the top of the scoreboard, everyone was contributing, and then the NAVI game happens. And in the NAVI games, you see a lack of leitmotif, you see a lack of motivation, of his investment, of commitment, of willing to fight. They didn't have that. They abandoned. They gave up against NAVI. That's how I felt, and this is what I cannot see today. I don't want to see Vitality miss out on the opportunity to play potentially a last game on stage. I refuse to see that happen.
Yeah, using the Navi as context right there, I maybe I can agree a little.
It's the way they fought.
No, I'm with you there. I just feel like with Navi, if I'm them, right? I'm not saying you're going with a defeatist mentality, but what are you meant to do? Like, how are you meant to get past them? Some of the rounds that they won within that game were clutches, were like individuals pulling off the moments. So there were some of them firing on all cylinders, but you saw silly things like once we got to Nuke, they missed the squeaky door nade, right? And then at that point, well, their anti-eco falls apart. You go back to the other map they had of Inferno, or they win the pistol round, and then Boomich just decides, yeah, you guys aren't getting a single kill on your anti-eco here. We're just going to win the force buy. So, yeah, for Vitality, that's probably the reason they didn't have much fun, because they were playing Na'Vi, the biggest bully on the playground right now.
Yeah, and I think it kind of goes to say what you were saying, Matthew. It's the fashion in which that loss happened. Sure, we can't expect Vitality, who are a little bit shaky in terms of the roster's ability at the moment, to be going up and giving, you know, a huge fight to Na'Vi. But the fact that they just fell flat, and after experiencing them at the major as well and giving up a bit more of a fight there, it's kind of disappointing that kind of maybe didn't learn anything from that and couldn't really improve upon those results.
It is disappointing, and we're right to say it's disappointing. Listen, we know that roster is going to go through changes, or we think we know it's going to go through changes in 2022. We still have a couple of individuals that have to prove things on the big stage of Counter-Strike. mizuta is the one I want to start with, right? In the middle of 2021, he suddenly blossomed into some kind of second superstar for Vitality. We had a couple of events, the Playing of Cologne, the IEM Summer, where he was lights out. He was playing a very good brand of Counter-Strike. He was very confident, he was assertive, he had multi-kills. And then suddenly he had to do it in the most important moments we had of the year, and I, for one, think he missed the mark. IEM Cologne, the major, and what we have seen so far of mizuta has not been enough. Now, let me remind you, it would appear that he is going to stay in that roster for the future.
Yes.
That is what we're hearing. He's got a lot to prove. This man has been on the roster for a while. He's not a rookie anymore. He cannot hide. He's not Kyojin. He's been there for a while, and he has to do better. If he doesn't embrace this stage to showcase his talent, then why are you in this project? This is when you have to play, not IEM Summer, here.
No, I'm with you, I think this is the environment where you need to learn to flourish, and this is a better opportunity today because it's not against Na'Vi on the stage. It's against an Astralis that it is going to be a bit more scrimmy. So in that regard, maybe we'll get to see his individual prowess shine a little bit more, because even when Vitality were at their prim and proper best, I still think that they were one of the more lucid teams in approach to certain rounds. They had executes, they had strategies, but they were also like quite default heavy. They would use a bit of timing behind Apex. Teams trying to snake their way through bathrooms on overpasses. It's still a looser style of Counter-Strike. Hopefully today mizuta can kind of flip that around, because as you're mentioning, if he's going to be part of Vitality in the future, he can't be performing like this if they are going to be a contender for titles going forward.
And, you know, I was looking at the history of mizuta and Kyojin, right? And I just realized something that is bonkers. These two players combined have been on the biggest stage of Counter-Strike twice in their career, and twice they have played Na'Vi. We're talking about the PGA Major in Stockholm, and obviously that game that we had the pleasure to witness here. Now, I'm not even joking. A part of me is afraid that they are going to have a syndrome of learned helplessness, where they actually feel like there is nothing they can do. And you know what's coming next for them on the menu? 8,000 people against them with Astralis. Can you imagine for these young players? You know what this is? You go on the stage and you either play against the best team in the world in Counter-Strike, who has the best players out there, undebatable, or you play against the hometown favorite when no one wants you to win. No one wants you to gain any round. So for these two players, life on the stage has been nothing but a nightmare, and it would take so much mental strength if they can fight back and have a good performance today.
And that's a point that you brought up as well from personal experience on playing stages where the crowd has definitely been against you as well. It's a really hard thing to get over, particularly when you can feel the vibrations of everything going on around you, can see the crowd in front of you. That is no small feat to be going up against that.
It's exceptionally hard. It's exceptionally difficult to feel like you're fighting again, not against a team, but you're fighting against a crowd. And when we're a team that has a future together, you know, that's looking far ahead, will maybe try and come together and have solidarity and trying to help each other out. I'm afraid here that this actually relies on these individuals solely. I think each and every one of them has a responsibility to get out of their shell and freaking enjoy the moment. Yeah. Play the game. Chad mentioned it. We don't want to be voodoo for the next year. We don't know what Counter-Strike is going to look like next year. You have to enjoy these moments. You are playing on the stage. This is unique, right? You don't get that chances too often when you play Counter-Strike as a player, that you get to be on that stage. Take that chance, play your match. You can lose the game. I'm fine if you lose the game. I'm okay if Vitality lose the game. I'm okay with that. I just want them to play a game of Counter-Strike, give everything they have, and leave without regret. Because I know they had regret against NAVI. Whether or not they're the best in the world, of course, but they had regrets.
And this is kind of the extra painful thing as well, particularly when we're talking about Masuta, because, you know, he was kind of pitted as maybe the secondary star of this team as well, once upon a time, and coming onto these stages where it's just a lot more difficult for him to be performing, as we've seen historically. Do you see any flares of hope of, you know, him having a resurgence today, Chad?
I think in this environment is where you need to look towards Apex and Shox here to make up for what Masuta and Kyojin can't bring, just by the fact that they're not experienced. And if they were able to give him the buffer, right, if those two were able to do enough with Zywa, of course, then it wouldn't put so much pressure on him. But the fact that we're labeling him as the second star, he knows that as well in the team. He needs to function because everybody else's role, Shox, for example, is to close. Apex here is Apex is not meant to be the second best player in this team. No. He's not meant to be, but he is, right? I don't think there's too many questions about that. In-game leading and playing these very impactful positions on the map, on the CT side, on the T side. So the drama's right there. Is I just think they're lacking depth right now to buy that buffer for Masuta to get used to this environment. And unfortunately, it's too little too late now, because Matthew mentioned it. He summarized it very well. You're about to go into the belly of the beast here. Right, last time round, you were kind of the appetizer for the day, right? You were like, yeah, well, you've got Zywa versus Simple, but the crowd's like, we really just want to see Heroic versus Astralis. Well, we'll watch. You guys can do your thing, but it doesn't bother us too much. Now they're invested.
Well, speaking of Masuta, we are going to get a quick few words from him ahead of this crucial high-pressure series.
I've got Masuta with me here from Vitality. Now, you're not a man with too much experience on the stage, right, in front of the big crowd. How does it feel for you? Because obviously we look at the PGL Major, you go up against NAVI, here again up against NAVI. What's the feeling in the Masuta world?
The first feeling at the Major was amazing. It was my first crowd and I was feeling it so hard. And next day, even if we lost, I just said in my head, like, this is why I'm fighting now. Yeah. The feeling is so amazing. And I was like, okay, I want to do this every day, and every day, literally every day. It's goosebumps and enjoying the feeling.
So for you, it's a good thing, right? It's a positive thing. Because I was going to ask, because obviously it's been both times the NAVI, sadly both losses. You're not scared off by that?
No, of course I'm not scared about that. Like, it's just about thinking about how we play together, and that's it. We're just focusing on our games and how we can talk and make it better for the next rounds, etc., etc.
Now, you're going up against Astralis. It's going to be a rematch, but this time on the stage where they got the crowd on their side. How are you going to make that a big difference? How can you turn the crowd into Vitality fans? Because I know there's a small group of Vitality fans, but there's a lot of Danes in there.
It's going to be different for sure with the crowd and the atmosphere, but we'll make sure that to make them quiet, and that's the main objective and goal for us.
I love your confidence, man. But last time around, right, it was a very close game, and they seem to be improving quite a lot. So what do you guys think of Astralis right now? Do you think they're going to be tougher?
For sure. They have the crowd, they have the feeling, they're feeling it as well, and it's going to be tough for sure, and like hard games and ties, so I mean, it's going to be intense for sure, and I'm really looking forward to this game.
Well, I can see it on your face you're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing Masuta. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's great to hear that Masuta does at least have a positive mentality coming into this one. Yeah, not scared off by the 2 Na'Vi losses in front of a crowd, not scared off by the possibility of this rematch coming up against Astralis and their fellow Danes in the crowd.
Yes, a positive attitude is a good thing. Now, what I want to see for them is a hard skin, is a thick skin. That's what we need to see from Vitality, because it's about to get ugly. It's about to get very uncomfortable for them to play that game. But Apex, by their side, if there's something I cannot take away from Apex, is that he's a warrior. Like, let me tell you, he doesn't care about a crowd shouting at them. If anything, it feeds him off. He's crazy. Like, he just wants to shut everyone up and play his game. So I think he's going to be very instrumental, kind of leading his team into the right mindset now.
We have already seen Vitality taking on Astralis at this very competition, but maybe in a different context, let's say, Chad, because it was in the booth, backstage, no crowd in front of them as well. Vitality did manage to take them down there. Well, it was quite close.
They did. It was very close. And I think the context here, again, of Astralis being a new team, it probably shouldn't have been that close, right? But if we do want to dig in some of the particulars, it's what I said was the recipe for Vitality to even be competitive against NAVI is the same here. It's ZywOo having to perform very, very well, right? It's ZywOo having to put up this star level performance.
And I feel like for ZywOo, obviously, you don't need me to tell you he's a phenomenal player. I've been spending desks and desks and desks saying that, but these games have been played in studio environment and or players area environment.
Yeah.
Now, what we need for ZywOo, what he needs to go for, what's the next step for his career, is to be able to stand on the stage right here in front of 8,000 people and take over a game and do what Simple used to do when he didn't have the support cast that he has now. It's the fact that you are so strong, you are so talented, you have so much quality in your game that you as an individual can take over and you can win the freaking game. This is what ZywOo needs to do on the big stage against an audience. We haven't seen that yet from ZywOo, and it is the path that any superstar, any legend of the game has to go through eventually, winning game on your own.
But some people that we have seen taking over games, I do want to throw it over to the Astralis side of things, because surprisingly, Glaive, man, this man is on a mission, not content with being one of, if not the best game leader in the world. Now he's picking up the AWP and he's doing work with it.
Yeah, every day we learn something new about the direction of this Astralis roster, and I think they learn something new about themselves, right, and what they truly have as their potential here. Now, obviously, the all-ping conversation was the biggest because Lucky was brought in for that role specifically. Glaive even said in an interview earlier in the year that they didn't think they could be a top team without it, but Glaive's making it look like he can handle it now. Right, his opening kills have been fantastic. He's been able to find some real success with that AWP, and I think this game here versus Heroic, he was on a bit of a heater. He was instrumental in them getting across the line in overtime, right? There was back-to-back rounds. I think you're about to see some of them here where he was getting multi-kills with the AWP to silence the Danish Devils on the other side.
A part of me refuses to believe that he can do it again. Like, this performance was so strong, so unexpected, so incredible, that maybe to cope with it, just to have the cognitive dissonance in my brain, I just want to say, oh, you know what? That was just one game. That was a one-off. Surely he's not going to do it again. Because right now, sure, Cadian had a bit of a struggle in that game. He's going up against ZywOo. What do we do? What becomes our narrative if Glaive comes in today and has the exact same performance he had? How do we even explain that? Where do we start?
If they do against Vitality, yeah, sure. I don't think he'll be able to do it against NAVI, right? And I want to use a little bit of a personal anecdote here. Back in my team, I had two individuals who wanted to kind of be AWPers, right? I had Havoc and I had Yam. But they were both happier when they were secondary AWPers, because guess what? As a secondary AWPer, there's nowhere near as much pressure on you. You don't have to go out and find the fights. You use it more as a utility. You can be more flexible with it. You can be more flary with it. And right now, that's what I feel is with Astralis. There's no set regiment for this team. There's no tendencies to look into. They are playing right now loose Counter-Strike, and as soon as Glaive is able to be studied, that's where this becomes a whole different beast. He's very fortunate in this tournament. There's no tape, right? You literally just have this one event to look at his understanding of how he wants to use the AWP. Outside of that, this is going to get very difficult going forward. Keeping this up and replicating it now, it's going to come down to that flow state that they all like to talk about, right? Because if he's not in that, then how's he going to find the impact regardless? It's not something that he can lean back on. He can't go back to his C, D, bloody E games of AWPing. He doesn't even have an A game of AWPing just yet. He just is AWPing. Like, that's it, right? So even though I'm impressed, I'm still very skeptical.
Well, speaking of the talisman of the team, we are going to get a chance to get some thoughts from the mind of Glaive ahead of this series.
I've got Glaive with me from Astralis, and mate, this event seems to have been pretty special for you so far. You feeling it?
I'm feeling it totally. It has been a crazy experience already, and I'm just looking forward to this crazy Sunday because I know it will be epic.
Now, obviously, it's been a lot of up and downs, right, in recent times for Astralis. Could you imagine when you first came into this event being in this situation?
No, to be honest, I couldn't imagine this because I know that we've been working hard in practice, but we only had like 11 days coming into this tournament. So I'm really surprised that we're doing so well that we're actually doing. But I think
a lot of the talks we have been having has been helping us a lot, and yeah, I just feel like people are really on point individually, and it is helping our game a lot because we're not 100% there tactically yet, and that's not a secret.
Now, you right now coming into this event are the second highest rated entry fragger. You seem surprised, but I looked at it and I was like, okay, this is a new glaive. What's going on? Explain to me, mate.
Actually, I didn't even know that, but that's pretty crazy. I mean, of course, I'm really proud of that. But I'm just trying to bring my own game now. I'm bringing out the AWP a bit more, so I guess the CT side is where I guess they get the most openings, I would guess. Yeah. I'll try to do that more today, of course.
And let's be honest, you're not a natural AWPer, right, as a sense when it comes to it. How hard has it been for you to put into this? Because I know you'll put the work and you'll grind it out, but like, you actually yesterday were on fire.
Yeah, I've been trying to play a lot with the AWP. I've been trying to play a lot of deathmatch, and I've been trying to look a lot of on the other AWPers, some of the best ones. And I think I have a pretty good understanding of when I need to peak and where I need to peak. The only thing I'm missing is actually, I think, the reaction sometimes and being able to actually hit the shot. So I think with a little more deathmatch, hopefully I can be a bit better and a bit more consistent than I am right now. But I think it was the right decision of us to put Lucky on the rifle because I think he's a really good rifler as well. So I'm really happy for both of us, actually.
Yeah, he has been delivering in a big way with the rifle, but it's a Vitality rematch as your first game of the day. Last time around it was super close. How are you feeling now? Because obviously you've got more officials under your belt. Do you feel like it's going to be a different story? Because they looked pretty rough against NAVI last time.
I mean, Vitality is a great team, and they've been a great team for such a long time. It's you don't have to go far back till they took NAVI in 5 maps in a grand final. I think it was online, but still. I mean, they're a great team, and of course we want revenge, but we also know that we have to be realistic, and we know that they have been playing together for such a long time, and right now with their situation, they don't have much to lose. So but hopefully we will win.
And with this role switch up, we thought this might leave Lucky in a bit of a lurch, but thus far, he's been taken like a duck to water in terms of this new role.
He actually has been. Look, we had at the beginning of this conversation, we were talking about Kyojin and Misuta and how the stage is not really something they know, they're not familiar. Maybe we should give them time to grow into it. Hell no, Lucky didn't need that. Lucky actually put in a role that wasn't really his with the M4, has been one of the most influential anchor I've seen here, being able to multi-kills in situation with opponents left, right, front, and center. He's been clutching as well. We know the numbers are quite huge. Look at this. He's got actually the most amount of 1vx1. So what Lucky has been able to do in Astralis is what we ask of rookies to be able to do. Stand your ground, play your game, have an impact, make a difference.
Zero expectations, right? Zero expectations. Because I think as soon as you see glaive AWPing, you think this is a dead man walking. His time in Astralis, it's almost done and dusted. But you look at this. He did this in multiple games, right? With different rifles, really just being a thorn in the side. Great to see Lucky performing to this level. I'm a little bit weirded out with how calm he is, right? I wonder, is he a psychopath or something there? Because you're in this kind of environment and you're doing things you shouldn't be allowed to do. And he doesn't wince, right? He just keeps chewing his gum. He looks down the line. Yeah, boys, fist bump, whatever. He doesn't seem to be phased by that. And I'm sure on the inside, he is really feeling the moment and actually enjoying it. This is just the way he seems to display it, is by looking cool as a bloody cucumber.
Well, I think maybe we should give Lucky a chance to defend himself possibly from those claims by SPUNJ, as he caught up with James Banks ahead of this game.
I've got Astralis' Lucky Star with me here, and your rifling right now has looked really incredible. How are you feeling in the role?
Right now, I'm feeling very comfortable. I think we all do, actually. And we're playing on our intuition, and that's just something I really wanted to do for a long time. It's a little bit easier to do with the rifle than the AWP, so I feel like I have more freedom now, and that's very nice.
And you've definitely shut the haters up, because the community, obviously, they were like, oh, he's taken off his main role, he's taken off the AWP, you're delivering right now. But was this extra motivation to see you perform better? Like, did you go, okay, I'm going to prove him wrong?
I don't know if it was extra. People will always talk. There will always be some haters. But I knew I could do it. So, yeah, I just went in and did what I knew I could. So.
And you did it in style, mate. It's looking really good. Now, I also want to ask you, you look so comfortable and calm on the stage in front of the crowd. Does it bother you at all? Do you feed off it? How does it work for you? Because every time I see you on camera, you're just focused and you're killing.
Yeah, I feel like the crowd is helping me more than making me more nervous. I think it's very helpful that I'm feeling very comfortable in the team right now. I like every single person around me, and that helps me a lot. And yeah, I'm cool sometimes, but yeah, that's just how I am usually.
It's working really well for you. Now, it's a rematch today against Vitality. They won last time, but it was so close. Do you feel like you guys have improved quite a lot as a team, though, since that game?
Yeah, I feel like we have fixed some small mistakes we made that game that cost us the game in the last. So yeah, I feel like we're more in the zone now and we have more momentum, and yeah, it's going to be better now.
And in terms of preparing for Vitality, obviously they stumbled really hard against NAVI, right? Do you feel like this is going to be your time to shine, you guys to go to the grand final?
I definitely hope so. I mean, NAVI is NAVI, so yeah, we don't know if NAVI just destroyed them or Vitality played bad or mixed or something, but yeah, I feel like right now we have the momentum over Vitality, and I hope we can go to the final. It will be crazy.
It will be crazy. Congratulations, man, already. I'll see you later on.
We got to see the pick and bans rolling in on there. Obviously, Nuke coming up as the first one. Any surprises from this match?
No surprise. Most map Astralis have played here. We also saw Vitality not pick Mirage. That could have been a punish, but they went for Inferno, which is one of their strongest map. And towards the very end, shying away from Overpass, leaving Mirage open the door for a third map. That would be crazy.
Yeah, potentially going to be getting to that third map decided, but we're going to be starting off with Nuke. We are getting the teams ready to get on stage, so we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we are back, it's time to welcome Astralis and Vitality back into the Royal Arena.
Vitality. No shame in losing to an informed NAVI, but up next is the unpredictable and unprecedented new look Astralis.
Glaive falls down! What? A no-scope to the spine of Shush! Oh, a second! and they're going to hit themselves right into the brick. Oh! Hold on!
He can play it!
And Perfecto hiding behind that box, not yet on bomb side. Woo's got it!
Light work of not only FaZe Clan, but Heroic as well. Now Vitality find themselves in Astralis' sights.
The hometown heroes of Astralis are ready to take on Vitality. We have our map cemented and we have our crowd at the ready. So all there is left to do is to welcome two of our teams on the stage here in the Royal Arena.
Good afternoon, Royal Arena! I hope you had enough sleep. It is never too early to have that high energy. 2 p.m., okay? High energy. Are you guys feeling energetic today? And you over there, I see. Okay, we'll start slow. That's okay. But we have a beautiful stage, a packed arena, and it is the final day of the Blast Premier Fall Finals. And so without further ado, it is the time we've all been waiting for. You can't have a Counter-Strike match without Counter-Strike teams. Let's go! and gentlemen, Vitality and Astralis are in the building. Let me hear you one more time. Holy, holy. I'll be coming back to you, mister. First, I want to start with Shoxy. Dude, you won the first bloody major, 2014. Things have... Shut your mouths, you weirdos. Proper freaks. It's Counter-Strike. We cheer for the games, boys. None of this weird politics. Cheer for your team when they're winning, but enjoy the counter. Enjoy the fragging. Stop being freaks about it. Shox is hanging out with me. Now, you've been doing this a long time. And to see how far this game has come, to be walking out with people just starting their story, you must be feeling pretty damn, proud of how far this game has come.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of guys who are there, who are across my age, they will probably remember that when we were playing video games, where we were like maybe 13, 14, or 15, it was hard to just find friends who played the same thing, because everyone hated that, kinda. And everyone just today to see everyone sharing the same passion as we had when we were kids, it's just a magic.
You know Richard Papillon, if he was 13 in this crowd, he'd be wanting to get home and frag, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect. Now I have to talk a little bit about the bad boys on the other side of the stage. They have been looking insane and so quick. You've been doing your preparation. I'm sure it's not easy to prepare for a team that's probably got one demo, but how has it been? You think you can take these guys?
I think, we got a chance that on CS everything is possible, but definitely they have been showing some really good level. Plus they will have, of course, all the stadium with them. So they are really good when they can play, especially on the momentum. So we definitely gonna have to shut them down early if we want to do so.
A cheeky question just at the end. Have you helped your boys and have you given them enough experience on how to play against a crowd?
We tried to tell them, but honestly, they're gonna just have to live it and to face against it. And we're gonna just stay as a unite to do the best we can.
Machu was saying it, you don't get to do this every day. And that leaves me with their opponents. One more time, give it up for Glaive. You guys were riding such a big high yesterday. It was a very exciting game. There's so much history and story rooted in it. But your story's just beginning as this 5-man roster. Is the sky the limit? I mean, this looks so good, so quick. You must have a very good feeling of things to come.
I think we can definitely be a lot better than we are right now. I think we are when we're playing really good, of course, we are nearing our 100% because we have so much individual skill. But especially tactically, we can still do a lot better. And I'm looking forward to that a lot.
Absolutely. Now, just to roll it back a bit, this is a team that's been together for forever. 2016, you, Zonic, Zip, you created a whole legendary name. The reason everyone's wearing this jersey is because of what you guys got up to. And now everything's different. Zonic, steps away from the roster. How did you lose so many pieces and yet find all the right pieces to replace it? Is this a process you were a part of?
Yeah, you can ask over there why we lost them. But
Ooh la la en français.
But I think it's been in an insane journey with all the boys that has been in Astralis, and I'm so happy with everything we have been experienced together. And all of them are really close friends to mine. And yeah, of course, I'm happy with everything we have achieved, but this is a new Astralis, and I'm really happy that the new guys we brought in, they're doing such a good job, and that goes for all of them. So yeah, I'm just extremely happy right now.
You guys look fantastic. I know this is going to be one hell of a game. Zywoo on one side of the stage, Shoxy, Jesus, Apex, Kyojin and Masuta taking on the Great Danes. Let's get this party started.
Oh, what a fantastic energy. Don't you just love Machine? What a guy.
What a champ.
Yes.
Standing next to a couple of champs as well.
Oh,
Anders, this is such a fitting match that we're about to get underway here. Astralis versus Vitality, heavy hitters on both sides. Astralis the home team as well.
I can't believe it. We're so lucky. The atmosphere in the Royal Arena is just already outrageous. What a great beginning as well. You could sort of you feel the tension on the stage there. There's so much on the line, of course, here. Astralis versus Vitality. And I mean, we've got a little bit of time once again as they set up on the stage. They got to get everything ready. What a game this is going to be.
and just trials and tribulations on both sides. But I really love the point that Maniac made going into this match, and that they haven't had that much experience, a couple of these players, on the Vitality side of things. Their experience as far as playing on a stage is just getting utterly destroyed by NAVI. Not a whole lot to go off of, and now they're going right into the deep end here in a home turf advantage sort of scenario for Astralis, where almost everybody in this arena is cheering for Astralis.
Yeah, there's two ways that can go, right? You can either sort of be defeated by Astralis and the crowd, or you can try and defeat the crowd first and then, Astralis to follow. Very, very hard task to accomplish for Vitality, of course. But at the same time, we made this mistake earlier in the tournament, or some of us did, of underestimating a team that's maybe in a little bit of trouble, but that still have amazing players, right? Liquid turned out to be a very powerful team. And Vitality definitely should not be underestimated.
And what you guys can't see right now is that Arkarom is pumping him up. He's got a Danish flag on. Awesome. That's the atmosphere we need going into this match. Terrific, man. Terrific host. And huddle going on here from Vitality.
One of the best in the business, without a doubt. He has such an infectious energy, and that's what we need in here tonight. Oh man, Astralis Vitality. We're going to start on Nuke, of course, which, it should be a good map for both teams. Of course, Danish Counter-Strike has a long legacy of Nuke. I'm sure that if any team is going to be ready to play it, if any leader is going to be able to lead in this one, it'll be Glaive.
In particular, Glaive, just because there's always smoke walls up outside, Anders. Who's the best player in the world at hitting shots through smokes? It's Glaive. This is his playground. Yeah. He always does it. Every map, it feels like he's getting kills through smokes. So this guy is just a golden opportunity for him to shine, and he's been doing a terrific job. And we're getting the energy pumped up as well. Almost got a full house here. This is so sick.
I can't believe how many people have shown up this early. Yeah, it is absolutely terrific. What a great beginning here. And of course, for only the first best of 3 of the day, we still have a grand final in which NAVI are waiting to receive one of these two teams. And that'll be very, very difficult all on its own. So, yeah, it's a long road ahead of either one. Would not be surprised if we get to see all 3 maps in this one.
No, not at all, exactly. I think they're going to be very evenly matched. It's going to be a question of whether or not Vitality can withstand the pressure of playing not only against Astralis, but against the crowd. That's the big advantage that Astralis have, is that everything they do right, the whole place blows up. Everything that Vitality do right, it's going to be quiet. Almost as quiet as it is right now.
That's what they want, though. I mean, that's because as much as Astralis can feel the hype when the crowd is with them, they can feel the silence, too. Believe me, you can feel that on the stage.
Oh, you can feel it right now. Everybody jumping in here as well. This is sick.
Fantastic. I mean, I can't believe it. I hope you're jumping at home at the same time. Wake the neighbors up. Just whatever it takes.
You can feel it everywhere in here, man. It's so sick. That's awesome. All right, huddle on the side of Astralis now. And we're going to be getting good. Ever out a 5-minute window to get into the game. And so now they've set up. They're ready to go. We should have everybody on the server. We do. Everybody should be ready to get live with this match. So the countdown should begin at any moment.
Yeah, the huddles have been completed.
And it's a really good map pool as well.
It is.
I mean, this is essentially what we could hope for, because we are finishing on Inferno as well, which has just been always the legendary map for legendary best of 3s.
Oh, countdown is here. 15, 14.
Finishing on Inferno. Inferno second, Mirage third.
As long as it's in there, I'm happy. 8 seconds on that countdown. We're heading into it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Royal Arena. It is Astralis versus Vitality in a best of 3 to decide who goes to the grand final. Astralis starting on the T side, Vitality on the CT side. And we are live with the game. Already blowing up the squeak door and trying to put a bit of pressure on that, while the rest of them running towards the ramp room. But there is a giant stack here for Vitality. They know what is coming as well. And Shox is outside, looking for anything that he could find. It's Glaive. He's almost got him. What a great shot to begin with. That is the opening kill of the match. And he's back for more at the squeak door. They do go back from the ramp. They're going to try and see if they can overwhelm Cyber, and they will. Not a bad kill there for Config, but up behind Misuta. Oh, but it's a trap. Astralis, they shift gears. They bring it back. They go into the ramp instead. And now it's a 3-on-3. Kyojin will pick up the kill on Config. And this comes to a bit of a halt. There's still a minute left. Where are they going to go, Astralis? It looks like it's ramp against Apex.
And it is perfect as well. If they go together, this is exactly what needs to happen here. Sticking together as a group and try and run him down. Apex low on the utility, so he's not really going to have a whole lot to stop him with. And in the meantime, Astralis, they've shown that they can be clever like this, wrapping up Heaven onto the A site. Kyojin caught in the open, nowhere to hide. He has to fight his way out, and it's not enough. Zipnix takes him out of the fight.
Absolutely wild call for Astralis. Ramp, then back, then ramp again, then Heaven, then into the A bomb site. They have been trekking all over the map. Apex, though, important and a critical kill there to take down Sip. The bomb is planted, but only just... Oh, lucky! That's with a Glock as well, and he takes down Apex. And it leaves Shox on his own. He's going to tap the bomb. He has to force them into it. Doesn't have a kit. It's a 10-second defuse, so he has to be quick about that force. Nice headshot, but Playmif is there on the immediate follow-up. And Astralis, they win the pistol round. And that's always a good start.
Off to that terrific start. Lucky as well, man. He really deserves some credit. He's made that switch to the rifle. Apparently it was a group decision. It was made. Glaive is on that EWP. He's on that rifle. But the main thing is, not only is he excellent at the rifle, he has come through in the clutch so many times for Astralis at the major and here. The more we get to see this guy play, the more it seems like he's getting comfortable in the Astralis system. And he's had plenty of chances to show off here in the tournament.
You actually saw in that replay how lucky up on the high ground he had the bomb. He threw it down instead of jumping down himself, which is it's a split-second decision. And in the heat of the moment, if you make that mistake, you jump down, well, then it's a completely different retake for Vitality. Suddenly, Shox is just fighting people on the low part of the bomb site instead of up on the high ground. So really good little detail there. They have invested a couple of pistols into this round and some armor as well to follow it up. But so far, the shots are not really ringing through for Vitality. It's Astralis that get off to a decent start here in the second round. Shox, though, maybe with a chance. Oh, Config. He saw that coming. He read it. Ducked right under. All right. So most of the danger has gone away here. Astralis should be able to make this a round where they don't have too many casualties. Molotov and everything. Oh, he's really reading it well. Does run out of bullets, but his teammates are there with a 5-7, or the Mac 10, in fact. A little bit of danger of a Config, but he manages to stabilize. Cyber's now, landing another headshot. Oh, my God. He is back for the triple.
They got rid of him in the pistol round, and that is a bit like taking down the raid boss, right? You need to remove ZywOo. He is going to be key here for Vitality if they're going to get a win against Astralis.
No, he runs the other way. That's really shocking. If he would have stayed around Mini, he would have had a really good shot there with the AK that he's picked up, but what a scary moment. Here's another problem, because Simon was saving for the AWP. He didn't buy armor in this round, and that's a bit of an issue. He's going to go. He has no idea. He still thinks he's about to clear a B bomb site with a bomb inside of it, and by the time he realizes, he has to save, right? Again, he doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have any armor. Yeah, he's going to realize, I think, right about now that, damn, it was the wrong bomb site. So, very close call. Almost a triple kill for ZywOo. They got two of them, but they were really, really clean headshots. This is beautiful.
Another player getting more and more experience on this stage, you know, trying to factor in the audience reactions, factoring in how that plays into it. But there, I think, you know, once he starts hearing the applause go off, it's like, oh, yeah, okay. let's move on. Bomb goes off. The flames are here. You can feel them all throughout the arena. Yeah, ZywOo, that's exactly what you guys need to be thinking right now.
Careful now. Careful now.
That was, you know, coming into it. I mean, ZywOo, utter monster, obviously. But,
you know what happens if you poke monsters as well, you know? Got to be real careful.
Don't poke the bear.
Exactly, don't.
Might lose an arm.
Leave him alone.
But Astralis now, I mean, this is actually going to be a good round here for Astralis to just farm up. I mean, you have ZywOo with that AK, so it's going to be a question of just dodging him or negating him as quickly as possible so that you can just farm up on those pistols.
He actually bought armor, which, I mean, it's you can't really blame him for it with the AK. It's an interesting choice. He goes straight down. Glaive on point with the Galil. It's looking pretty good right now. Astralis certainly seem like they're fired up. 5 versus 3 in this round.
Glaive living up to it, man. Second highest rated player in the tournament so far with opening kills.
That's crazy.
Yet another round where he just steps out and finds the one player he's looking for on the side of Vitality. 3 quick kills for Astralis, shutting this round down. Now it's on Vitality. What do we have in store for us here as they have gone for the rounds of eco? Saved up that money. ZywOo has enough money for the AWP if he wants it. It's not going to happen, though, interestingly enough. Decisions.
You're going to have to wake up so early to catch Sip at all, ever. Like, I don't even know if it's possible, you know?
He is so good.
Just don't even go to sleep. Stay up all night, you know?
I think, you know, now that he knows this is his home, you know, Astralis is where he belongs. It's where he's going to play. I think this is we're starting to see the revitalization of Zip. He's motivated. He's back on land in front of the fans. This is what it's all about. ZywOo with some proactive play out in the yard, and he gets the second kill. Blame F and Config, the two heavy hitters for Astralis, already dead.
He didn't even really have much backup out there. Apex was behind the smoke wall to sort of throw flashbangs over to help him out, but that is, well, that's the terrifying mechanical skill of ZywOo on his own, and he takes down Blamef and Config. Really powerful start. And Glaive has at least got into a position here where he could do a lot of work, and that's the only thing they have to think about right now. Is maybe Glaive could get something done. Otherwise, this is probably a round that Vitality are going to be feeling really good about. Counting the seconds. Opening up the door, and he's going to find Apex out in the open. It's actually really good timing, but Apex with that M4A1, he's going to find the kill. And Lucky and Sip, 2 versus 5, and any damage to the economy, anything they can do to take more rifles away here, absolutely important. Lucky jumping down with a MAC-10. More jumps are coming in, and he'll find Apex. Now, awkwardly, got into a 2 versus 3. Should still be Vitality's round. They have this one very nicely locked up at the moment. Only 30 seconds. And once they start planting the bomb, that's the other problem. It's basically a 1 versus 3.
That's exactly it. That is what Vitality are waiting for right now. They're trying to put themselves in a position to pounce. When that bomb starts to get planted, can you get in here? And they're trying to find a way out of this Astralis. They know that they're caught in a box, but with 15 seconds left on the clock, they have to go for the bomb plant now. ZywOo's going to take a peek. Perfect decision from Vitality. They chose the correct spot. Otherwise, they're dead men. Zipnix with a headshot on Shoxy. And it's a 2-on-2.
This should never happen. Lucky! He's going to pick up the kill, and now it's ZywOo running in to save the round, and he will! Surviving on just 6 health with a quad kill at the end. They barely make it through that round. I mean, this is all on ZywOo in this one.
That's with Astralis making the correct decision. As to the bomb plant, they could have just gone down immediately, but they knew that they were vulnerable from there. They plant on the other side of the silo. It's still not enough, but it is still crazy that that is the level that Zipnix brings to the table. Zipnix and Lucky working together as a duo. Lucky's demonstrated that he can clutch, and then you've got the Minister of Clutch on the other side. The two of them together, last two alive. Anybody's, everybody's going to be worried about that.
Yeah, the Clutch Minister and his protege.
There it is.
You couldn't get a better
The
teacher.
assistant Clutch Minister, right?
Yeah. Wow. 3-1. But that is not a round that Vitality could really be celebrating. I know they were sort of high-fiving a little bit there, but that doesn't feel that great. You lost 4 rifles. You allowed the bomb to go down. They're still right against the edge here. If they lose this upcoming round, Vitality, Astralis are off to such a fantastic first half, so they must keep their focus. They got to make sure that they don't let this one go. They've got that AWP on ZywOo, and if you thought it was scary with the M4, well, you've seen nothing yet.
Oh, this is where he can step into that higher gear. And he can. This is the other the question mark that we had going into this, in terms of whether or not Glaive would try an AWP duel versus ZywOo. I mean, going toe-to-toe with ZywOo is no easy task. And we already have the smoke balls going up. Apex hoping to get lucky with the timing, not quite finding it. Who's on the other side, putting shots through? Gotta be dangerously dangerous. They're cutting it very close there if you're Apex.
Yeah, way too close, in fact. Oh, and Shoxy gets found. Through the smoke is Glaive to pick him up, and Misuta, he's feeling lonesome. He wants some backup down here, or not. He's gonna get a double with the FAMAS. That is very unlikely. That should never happen, but it did. And it brings it back into a 3-on-3 here. Excellent work for Misuta. He might have just saved the round here for his team.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Once again, Glaive, though, coming up with the goods. Opening kill for his team, deciding to accelerate. There's the shot from Apex. Drops Config. He's been having a stellar performance so far this tournament, but not this time. And yeah, that's the bomb dropped out in the yard. It couldn't be in a worse place for Astralis.
Sip is probably going to be the one making a play here. Hard for Lucky to do much outside without him. Ooh, nade in hand. That's dangerous, and Sip will find him. Perfect timing to take down Kyojin. They're covering the bomb. They're playing around the bomb Vitality, and that is not always a good idea. Sometimes you can get a little bit tunnel visioned on that bomb, and you forget about the rest of the map. There's still 30 seconds. ZywOo's shooting out the window. Always a good idea so that you don't tag them and they barely stay alive. Oh, nice shot. That's ZywOo finding it on Sip. Way on the other side. Hard to believe. Lucky with 20 seconds, 1 versus 2. And you said he's got some clutch in him himself. This is a tall order, though. He's going to smoke it off. He's expecting the AWP on the other side, but oh, he's so smart, Cyber. He's already on top with the USP, and he's going to win the round. Brilliant play, and a second round on the board for Vitality.
Really coming together nicely here. And I mean, that's the thing. If ZywOo stays alive late into the round, it's going to be so difficult for Astralis to deal with him. The rounds that have gone Astralis' way, they've managed to eliminate ZywOo fairly quickly, right? Pistol round, first to die. Yeah, follow-up, not quite the follow-up, but the one after that, you got Glaive picking him off first. It just feels like if you can take ZywOo out of the picture, then you have a real shot at shutting it down. But until then, you have to deal with ZywOo. He's too good.
Oh my God, improvised run boost. That is so cool. They've been practicing a little bit of parkour in the meantime. Astralis, that's so rare. That's the sort of thing I would expect if we were watching Brazilian Counter-Strike. You'd say, hey, yeah, of course they're going to be doing something wild like that. Not Astralis.
Not Astralis and not Glaive. So Glaive leaning into it, right? Making it look like, okay, he could have really caught them off guard with that, because I don't think that you're expecting that from Glaive.
No. Definitely not expecting it. Out in the open, that's very dangerous, Apex. He wanted to get to the other side. Oh, wow. That internal feeling, the intuition for when to pull the trigger, and somehow almost had it. They're going to be making their way, not outside, but with the bomb instead. Trying to see if they could find anything at all here. 4 on 5. Got to be really wary right now, because half the Astralis team is pushing towards that lobby, but Lamef is on a bit of a mission of his own. So, real scary moment here for Vitality. They're going to hunt him down. He's in trouble, ZywOo. He can't really escape, and he's going to be found at the end. Sip with the kill. Misuta all the way in the back here. Brilliant headshot. Brilliant follow-up, and what a triple! He's going to shut it all down and blow the roof of the Royal Arena. It's Blamef on his own. What a sequence. He just took them all down. How do you recover from that?
The five Vitality fans in the chat right now. We hear you.
Yeah.
1v2 from Blamef. I mean, 3 seconds left. It's just about saving that AK. There isn't a whole lot that he can hope to do. Misuta with a monster play.
That is so outrageous. They lose the round instantly. Even if he dies here, even if he gets the double and dies, they probably almost certainly still lose the round. But it's not just the double. It's not just the triple. He actually finds all 4 of them. Brilliant. 3-3, all tied up as we move into the 7th round. And that puts a, well, not just a dent, it actually destroys the Astralis economy here. They've got an AK and a Galil, trying to make a little bit of a play outside.
Last person you want to take an HE damage is Blamef. He's the one with the Kevlar. That's really going to slow him down. So we'll see with that AK if he's going to have any luck here, as Misuta's going to go for the peak. Nice flash setup, impeccable stuff, textbook stuff coming out here from Team Vitality on this CT side. They are looking very good indeed. And Misuta willing to hang around for more. They have a good read right now, Vitality, on what the economic situation must be for Astralis, and so they're willing to play a little bit more aggressively like this. Config gonna show him otherwise, though. That AK still in play. Misuta gonna come up with another kill. Brings it back, and there's Shoxy fighting in the yard.
That's the power of having that one slightly off-brand AK, is you can use suddenly, there's way more firepower on the other side than you were expecting. But they've handled themselves nicely here. It's a 2-on-4. Sip and Glaive, still 50 seconds. And once again, maybe on a bit of a mission. ZywOo, though, again, not easy to fool. He's got the right idea. He's got the right crosshair. 40 seconds on the clock now. Just waiting for it. Patience pays off, and it usually does. Gonna find the kill on Sip and leaves Glaive. 1 versus 4 here, and a chance now. Big chance for Vitality to bring it home and actually get that 4th round. Take the lead over Astralis in front of the home crowd, and they will. ZywOo with the double, and a 4-3 lead. ZywOo at 10-3 right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is all about dealing with ZywOo, I think, right now. Because, yes, okay, Misuta can have his moments. Don't get me wrong. You have the individual talent on Vitality. They can pop off. But ZywOo is going to just be that incredible threat that you have to deal with at all times. So long as he's alive, your odds of winning the round are very slim indeed. So Astralis right now, that's going to be what they're trying to focus on, how to find out where ZywOo's playing on and react to that, play around him. So another half buy coming up here for Astralis with no bomb plant. So it means that they're a little light on the cash. And well, ZywOo this time around, I mean, showing some variety in his setups as well. You really like to see this from an AWP player, not getting predictable.
I mean, it's one of you said they have to try and get rid of ZywOo or maybe dodge him. On Nuke, you really can't do that. I mean, this is one of the problems with Nuke. That junction that goes to heaven or ramp or outside, he can be anywhere he wants to be. Pretty good trade. Taking down Masuta. He was committed to that position. But it only gives them the ramp and a single rifle. They don't actually get a whole bomb site from that one kill.
The quick rotation down as well. This might be it. I think it's all going to be relying on Kyojin in a moment here. He's heard those footsteps as well. He knows that he's surrounded. Flash to help out from his teammate, hoping to give him a little bit of room to work with. Still trying to find some targets. Still trying to find some information from Vitality. I really like this. They're being proactive out on the map. Looking for anything they can work with here. Shoxy and Kyojin shutting down this A push. There's Lucky with the flank, but he's not going to hit the shot. All on Zip now in a 1v4. And it's not meant to be. 5 rounds on the board on the CT side. And Anders, right out the gates, Vitality are turning this place into a library.
Yeah, they are. That's what, I mean, again, we said it earlier. It goes both ways with the crowd. Could be a real source of energy, or the reverse, as we're feeling right now. 5-3, Vitality in the lead. They got Masuta, they got ZywOo, the main engines here. Go into the 9th round. We've got the AKs back on the side of Astralis. And he knows, he sees the opportunity. Gonna fall back down. Oh, quick trade. They're trying to see if they can maybe follow it up. No, Kyojin, he's gonna be able to fall back, so they can't continue the trade. Would have been really good if they could have made that a 2 versus 1, but they get some control out of the yard instead, which is still pretty good. And all right, they're going to be boosting him back up. I thought maybe they were going to go recheck and see if anyone is lobby. They don't know much about what's going on right now, Vitality.
No, that's the thing. If you give up yard, you can do that. Push back into lobby and find some control there. But it looks like Vitality are content to just sit and wait. And yeah, Shoxy spots him in the yard. There's a little bit of information gained already. We'll see what reaction this prompts from Vitality now. I think they're going to have an idea of what's coming. Oh, that timing. Masuta caught looking the wrong way by BlameF. That could not have gone better for the Dane.
Oh, that's actually super crazy because Shox spots the last 2 people, so they don't realize that the other 2 are already really deep in. So Shox might have called it out and said, well, they've only just made it down secret, but in fact, they were already way deeper, and that's probably why Masuta gets caught in the first place there. Kyojin and ZywOo, 2-on-3. Bomb is already planted. They don't have a ton of cash. They can do that, but they're going to back on out. They're going to give a 4th round to Astralis. They would rather keep the guns alive. I don't really blame them.
No, if they can keep these 2 guns, it's a full buy into the next round. If they lose them, a couple of these guys are fairly broke. So it is a good decision here by Vitality. Fine, fair enough. I mean, you've been doing a terrific job. 5 rounds in a row for Vitality. Each round looking stronger than the last as well. So I feel like Vitality are starting to come into their own here, and it's on Astralis to try and stop it. Oh, beautiful. Love this stage.
It's always worth waiting for the pyrotechnics. 10th round is coming up, and I mean, especially saving the AWP is great news. Yeah, this is the moment where I think Masuta has slight false information because of where Shox spotted them. And it's not Shox's fault, he can't really know it, but it is a huge difference knowing, did they just make it down secret, or have they been down secret for a good 5-10 seconds? And he probably thought it was the former. And
it's just adjusting. It's where they gambled on A, you know? Yeah. That's the thing. Vitality, they gambled on A. It turns out, nope, it's going to be B. Crap. Now you have to rotate, and that's the perfect timing for Astralis to hit. Wherever they are, they're catching them before they can get into position. So Vitality took a little bit of a gamble, and it didn't pan out. But now we get to see what kind of adjustments are going to be made here. If Astralis are going to try and pick up the pace again. It's been a few slow rounds where they've been kind of working it out on the map, but I would like to see a fast one thrown in there every now and again just to try and keep Vitality honest. If Vitality feel like they can hold on to grenades, right, not commit the anti-rush nades, if they can cut corners, that's something that you can take advantage of on Astralis' side.
And we haven't really seen Astralis try too many crazy vent dives or anything else like that. They're sort of blowing up the Squeak every round, which is probably a good idea. forces Vitality to commit at least a couple of Molotovs there to keep an eye on them. Oh, Config, he sees the opportunity, and he's going to take it. Dropping down to stop Apex in his tracks. That's a great beginning. That's just individual initiative there.
This angle, though, this angle from ZywOo is going to be nuts, and I like this play, the information play on the other side of things. Glaive just solo holding, though, gets spotted, sets it up for Zip. There's the bait and switch. In the meantime, I believe, yep, ZywOo's out hunting. He's going to find Lucky, gets another, no, shut down. BlameF takes his head off. Two-man advantage, and make that three. Zipnik's going to catch Shoxy looking the wrong way, and it's all on Masuda now. 1v4, what can he hope to do?
I really thought he was going to have that second kill there, ZywOo, but instead, it's Masutra on his own. He's going to find one, goes into a quick double. Surely not. Surely not. He's already low. They know where he is. They have a Molotov. They have everything they need. And now they've teamed up. Glaive goes down next to Masutra. What are you doing? He's finally going to be dropped, but that took way too much. Simple saved the round, but a strong reminder to Astralis here. They're not just playing ZywOo in this game.
I mean, they've got more firepower on the side of Vitality. If anything, ZywOo and Simple or Masuda are tied up. 12-12 each. Whereas on the other side, it's Zipnik's with 12. So right now, Zipnik's doing what he can for Astralis to keep them in this, and that has been doing a terrific job. Astralis are definitely a threat. They've tied it up 5-5, but that was a monster clutch to come through the way of Astralis. Had the Vitality won that, it would have put Astralis on the back foot. BlameF once again out and looking for a fight. No time wasted on his side, and Apex has learned to try and change up his position to a more passive one. Does not want to get dropped on again.
No, he wants to stay away from that. I can't really blame him. Absolutely critical round here for the side of the French. If they end up losing these rifles, they cannot repurchase them again. And Astralis have a huge shot at getting ahead. Nice little lurk outside. Apex not aware, and Lucky, what a spin. Takes down Shox as well. Ooh, two great openings out here.
No,
he's been such a revelation on the big stage, hasn't he, Lucky? No one could have seen this coming. ZywOo playing around hell. 5 versus 3. How do you possibly bring this back? I think you saw that. Yeah. Oh, nice return. Masutra he's feeling really crisp right now.
Oh, he is. And now Kyojin's got a gun to play with as well. It's still possible for Vitality to be a threat here. 40 seconds left on this clock. But with the bomb getting planted on the lower bomb side, it looks like Kyojin obviously hoping for some action upper. Not going to be the case. And the rest of Vitality now with these 3 rifles, they can back out of this situation and see if they can save him. Of course, you still have the lurks here from Astralis, so we'll see if they can actually make it out of dodge or not. By no means will it be easy.
Yeah, but
window here.
I mean, it's huge if they could do that, right? That's going to make them lethal in the next round as opposed to just a completely free round that might otherwise be the case. So
it might prompt a force buy out of them, actually.
Yeah.
To the point where, I mean, it's playing very risky Counter-Strike, though, if you go for that force, but they may be feeling it considering how hot Masuda and ZywOo are right now. Bomb goes off, we get a tan, and we get into the next round. Astralis in the lead once more, 6-5 in favor of Astralis on the T side of Nuke.
It's crazy to watch the Vitality scoreboard. Masutra at 13, ZywOo at 12, and then there's a massive drop-off down to 5, 5, and 3 on the rest, so... I mean, it's hard to know how to analyze that because it could also just mean that if some of the rest of Vitality start to really wake up and come alive here, they could be having such a great game right now. Already having Masutra and ZywOo at that level, but if it takes too long, then they might never actually get there.
I love this from Apex, though. Deciding enough is enough. He's tired of getting bullied out here playing passively. He wants to take the fight to him. Unfortunately, he gets caught in the middle of nowhere, trying to make a play happen, and it just doesn't come together. Apex is struggling right now.
Yeah, he is. And maybe trying to force the issue a little bit. I agree, it's a really cool idea. Oh, Glaive! He's going to get caught. He's had a bit of a rough time himself. He wanted to sneak in behind, and it's a cool idea. But just in time. Shox probably saving ZywOo's life in that moment. Masutra's down to check. They're not really sure where the rest of Astralis are at the moment. They called a bit of freeze on the side of the Danes. They want to see if Vitality are about to make a mistake and go and peek somewhere they shouldn't. They have time to make that kind of move.
50 seconds, and Blame still trying to create a little bit of room here. Config, I like this awareness from him. to go back and check, make sure that there's no peeks into lobby from Vitality. As Vitality are just kind of chilling out and waiting. Passive stuff from both teams. I mean, Vitality, obviously for them, they've gone with the strategy saying, we know you have to come to a bomb site eventually. If we just hold, eventually you're going to hit one of these two. And we just need to hit the shots when that chance comes up, which they're going to be getting them in a moment here. Shoxy now clearing lobby, getting a little bit of info, and there's some presence on the lower bomb site. Vitality are going to need to rotate down here. Bisuda caught looking the wrong way again. Man advantage for Astralis going into the bomb plant.
They even delayed the plant a little bit. They weren't sure if anyone else was going to show up. And they have a flanking Config who's low on health. Admittedly, he's going to try and catch them as they wanted to rotate away. They'd already given up on the round, and they're going to stick with that. So it will be another round for Astralis. They're going to make it 7-5. And Vitality kind of keeping themselves alive by saving these rifles, which is good news. But not forever. Eventually, you're going to have to take the fight to them. That would have been such a different fight if Sip hadn't been the one opening the door, but if instead they'd gone out from under Masuta, he could have probably at least taken 1 or 2 with him there. Great timing on that one. Oh, wow.
Talk about a rough experience right now. Still, it's worth mentioning for a few of these players on the Vitality side. Bomb goes off yet again, which is not what Vitality are looking for.
No.
The struggle is real right now for these guys, but getting the trial by fire for a few of these guys. In terms of playing in front of fans, it's been a rough passage for him, getting beaten up by NAVI and now playing against Astralis in front of a home crowd.
That sign said love to Lucky, but since yesterday summer, I've become real paranoid.
No, we don't trust the signs anymore. Yeah, there you go. That's the right idea. I think, what do you reckon? Like a map, maybe 2, with a lot of bomb plants? Maybe you'll be able to get some toasted marshmallows there.
So it's doable. We are living in a world now where the memes are bleeding into reality, so I guess we just have to accept it. 13th round, and we do have not a bad buy coming up from Vitality. Probably lacking some of the nades that they would have wanted. Long-range fight here. AK versus M4. But Apex thinking better of it, deciding it is not worth it to go down. He's going to come back for more, actually. I'd say that's risky. He runs out. He's into the open. He's all in. There's no backup here for him. He's going to get the 1 kill on Blame if they were not expecting it. That's actually a very smart move. And a nade chases Config a little bit further back. Actually, really well played from Apex.
ZywOo, only ZywOo will take this fight. What a bold move. You're thinking, why? You've got the man advantage now. But ZywOo, he is so confident in his ability to click heads. It's almost like Config senses it. Backs off. Nice little peek coming in, and ZywOo, he will collect his pound of flesh. Glaive out of the picture.
3 versus 5. They've really done a good job, Vitality, here in the round. And there is a good bank on the side of Astralis. Unfortunately for the French, they would have to win a couple of consecutive rounds here to really crack the economy. ZywOo goes down, and it brings it back into a 3-on-4. Good defense so far inside with Apex. He is a split second away if they want to go for it here. So they have the setup. They should be able to defend this. It's looking real good at the moment. Shox, he'll get the kill on Config. It was low. It's Sip to fight on his own, but Kyojin with the double spray down instead. And it lands Vitality another round. We are almost at the end of that first half. And it's not really possible to say who's winning it right now. It's just too close.
Well, if there's Vitality fans in here, you guys need to not have voices by the time this best of 3 is over with.
Yeah, you're screaming against another 8,000 or so people.
You need to be making some noise in here. By the end of this day, you guys should not have a voice left. So let's see. Kyojin with a nice hold. And we will get the tag timeout called. First one used by Astralis. So deciding to take a little bit of a breather here going into the 14th round. Money to buy on their side, so that's fine. They can try and figure out what it is that they want to do out here, considering Config just got bullied outside in the yard with the passive stuff. And we have yet to see a full-on aggressive play from Astralis, which leaves me wondering, is that something that they want to go for or not? We haven't seen a quick upper hit. We haven't seen a quick ramp hit.
I think one of the luxuries that they've had Astralis in some of these rounds they've been winning is just winning the yard fight. And in the last 2 rounds, you see the difference when the Vitality are doing it instead. The whole game becomes a bit different. So I'm sure if Astralis feel like they can keep doing it, if they can sort of re-aggress out there and defeat Apex and or ZywOo, maybe it's worth actually just keep doing that. But if you feel like it's turning the other way, if Apex is getting too much help, maybe you do switch it around. Oh, I like this here from the CT side. It's Masuta peeking up from the ramp. and going to be able to take down Sip. And instead of overly aggressive, he's like, yeah, I'm going to smoke it off and fall back. Definitely the right move.
That's where you give that French chef's kiss, you know? Perfect. Perfect. Doesn't overextend. There's Kyojin holding his own. Beautiful headshot from him. And now Misuda not caught looking the wrong way. And you know, he's not caught looking the wrong way, Anders. He's pretty good at hitting headshots.
Yeah.
This is just going the way of Vitality. One kill after another. We're left with Lucky in a 1v4.
He's been so on point, Misutra, and he might get another one here. Yep, he's going to find the last one. A triple. The multi-kills that have come up from Misutra in this half so far have been absolutely shocking. He is 16-11. He's outfragging everyone in the server. Who could have seen that coming?
Just continues to shine, man. Just continues to shine. And that's just, it shows the potential, because they've been saying this for a while, Vitality, right? That he's got it in him. It was just a mental thing, a mental issue where he felt like he didn't have the full trust in his abilities in the clutch moments. And they've been trying to tell him, just listen, go for it. If you're feeling it, take those fights. You have the skill. And here he is, putting it on the demonstration for everybody. This is awesome. But 15th round now, Astralis, no bomb plant means they're a little limited on their nades. Once again, back out into the yard. Early flash, though. Shoxy looking to create some plays here, and he is not going to win the duel. Blamef coming through for Astralis.
Oh, that actually looked really sloppy. That's a fight that you have to win. Apex will make up for it by taking down Blamef, but it looked like he had not just the time, but the support in the flashbang to actually win that fight initially. So maybe a little bit of a mistake there for Shox. 15th round, all on the line here in the 4-on-4. Lucky. Up against his nemesis on the other side, Misuta. They've both been very good. But so far, no matter how many people they throw at Misuta, it seems like he's able to handle it. So maybe you can't really both leave Saibu and Misuta alone is the problem, right? You have to fight one of them.
Astralis cheers come to an end. And we are about to get the execute with 40 seconds on the clock. Just showing some presence. They've been good at throwing these curveballs. The only thing is that there's still Apex down here, and he's ready to take this fight. Catches him, screws up that molly, and that blocks off the path for the rest of Astralis.
Yeah, he backed off. He wanted to avoid getting killed, but there's a bit of a refrag coming in. Config will get one. Lucky's going to get picked off, though. They are really trying to stay super dynamic at the end of these rounds. They are essentially attacking both bomb sites, and they can switch between them at any moment here. Misuta goes down. Absolutely critical shot ringing out from the back of the bomb site from Sip, and they are low on health. They're in a 2-on-2, but this should be Vitality's round to win. Turning around for the flashbang, they're going to catch Sip, and Config is on his own, and he can't get the job done. It's a double for Saibu, and it is 8 rounds on the board for Vitality at the end. Really, really good first half here for the side of the French. They should be excited about it. They managed to chill out the crowd a little bit. What a great start to this best of 3. We'll see how it goes in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
No, we don't have time. Go.
Okay, so we can move on it. Oh my god.
Okay. Wait. Oh, everyone died? Wait.
Okay, go. No!
No! How did you
I didn't move.
Yeah, man.
We can't make it.
What?
No!
Aye. Oh my god.
Oh man, don't let rest to cross.
I'm coming, bro. What am I doing? Man, I showed me.
No!
Yes!
Like you cannot move mouse as well?
No, I don't think so. What? Oh. It's bugged.
Now.
No! You!
Lol. No! Karma, bro. No!
It's okay, we have time. We have time, guys.
No, we don't have time. Go, 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 go. Nice, guys, nice. Oh. No!
I know, it's GG for me. You're not gonna make it.
No!
No!
That was so
GG.
fast.
No.
Okay,
we need 5 more minutes. Yes, I won.
You made it,
You
won.
Oh.
Nice. Go.
No, it's gonna go green. It's gonna go. I can't look up there. It's green. It's green.
Go, 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 go. Go.
No!
You stopped so fast.
So fast.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic day for Counter-Strike. We already got to a great start. It's 8-7 in favor of Vitality. At the end of the first half, we're on Nuke, and we need to find somebody who can challenge NAVI in the grand finals. That is what we are here for. Astralis, they started off real well, but Vitality maybe a little bit slow, but once they got started between Misutra and Saimu, they looked almost unstoppable. So what a match we've got going on.
And this is Vitality, a team that has had a bit of time to perfect their T-side nuke going into the mix. So this is not going to be Astralis flying by the seat of their pants looking for headshots and hoping that it all works out without a lot of crack. Vitality should be a different beast, and this should be a real challenge for Astralis to hold. Nice little shot to open things up on Zywoo, though. Long-range tank on him, but Glaive is going to start it off with a kill on Shoxy.
Yeah, careful here, because there's two P250s in play. One of them still on Zywoo there. It's still a good 2-for-1 trade. And with Zywoo almost dead, they are looking decent right now in the pistol. Zywoo, oh, nice setup. He needed another headshot right away. Misutra's in play, and he's going to find Sip, and suddenly it's a man advantage for Vitality with a bomb plant, no less.
Loads of info as well.
Turn it around. Yep, you're absolutely right. Zywoo trying to open the door, doesn't want to get stuck on the other side. He's back for more headshots. And it leaves Lucky on his own in a nearly unwinnable situation, and they get absolutely shut down. He's offering up, saying, take a look at this quad kill for Zywoo. What a brilliant start to the second half of Vitality.
That kid's reaction there is what Astralis feel like right now. Just like, wait, what just happened to us? We just got trucked. Sometimes kills in CS just feel utterly brutal. Just feel utterly brutal. And this is one of those where you just felt that in your stomach. Like, oh, there you go.
Wild, absolutely wild.
Where's the cheers now?
Oh, I love
it. Apex is too good.
I love him. What an amazing guy. All right, 17th round. Pyojin out here, slightly flashed. It doesn't really care. They're trying to see if they can overpower them, flash their way into a fight, and Vitality say, hell no. It's now Sip on his own with his USB in hand.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, that is funny.
Listen, if anybody's going to be able to counter the energy, you know, it's going to be Apex, right? He's going to be the one who's going to pop off every chance he gets. Another big round here for Vitality. They are comfortably into double digits now with a 3-round lead, 10-7. And now we get to see what Astralis are going to be capable of. Glaive going immediately for that AWP. We've seen him actually be pretty competent on this, but he is still talking about a pre-match interview with Banks. He's talking about how he's still, you know, he's doing his due diligence. He's doing his homework, watching the best offers to get a feel for how they want to play it, and also trying to get a feel for the timings that he needs to hit for his peaks on that CT side. But I don't expect him to be going for anything crazy here, not against the firepower that's on Vitality. I feel like he's going to try and play these angles and hold some lines.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially risky when you just pick up the AWP. You don't want to throw it away right away. So maybe start a little bit conservatively and see where you can go from there. Sip trying to hold the ramp. He does take a lot of damage for it. Vitality, they're going to claim part of the map here. They won't actually stick around for it. That's kind of interesting. They're like, all right, we don't get the fight that we need. We're going to start to back out instead. Shock's hoping for a mistake as well. He's going to be wrapping around. They're going to go for an A crunch. Yard and, well, putt as well. It's going to be a quick trade as Apex will take down Lucky, and now it's in favor of Vitality all of a sudden. 3 versus 4. The bomb is being planted, and Astralis, just like Vitality did in the first half, they have to back out. They have to save the guns. You can see the AI there telling you very good chance that Vitality win the round, and they will. 11-7 is going to be the scoreline. Ooh. Didn't even get to use that AWP.
Oh, and the 10 Vitality fans in the arena go wild. Another round in the books for Vitality. But you're right, Glaive, no chance. Unfortunately for him, not in the right place at the right time. Shoxy's out hunting, though. He knows what's up, and he's got the Galil, so it's fine for him to be out there. You know, you want to hold on to the AKs and the M4A1S. But if you donate a Galil, that's not the end of the world. So he's kind of hoping to see if he can catch anybody here. Not going to happen.
See if we can get the Astralis fans warmed up a little bit more again, because they have gone quiet. You can almost hear the silence, can't you, at the end of it? All right. They're still with us.
They're still with us. Even the Vitality fans are with us. He was tapping along too.
It's a good day right now, isn't it, for Counter-Strike? 4-round difference, 11-7 the scoreline. And Astralis, timeout to discuss how to do this, how to get it done. Oh man, in terms of kills, no one is actually catching up to Cyber and Misuta. It's so ridiculous. It's so top-heavy on their team, but in the server as a whole, they're just so far ahead right now.
Yeah. They definitely feel like they've got things under control. It's a good map for Vitality. They're going to be feeling confident on it, and the Astralis are trying to go back to the well. But again, you know, it feels like they're kind of, it's a reality. It's a reality is that this team, they're riding on firepower. If Config and Blame F and Lucky show up and start battering people, then it looks really good for Astralis. But if those guys aren't collecting all of the heads, then you start to struggle. And right now, single digits for Blame F, Config barely cracking the double digits. You know, nobody really putting on that god tier performance that we've seen so far in this tournament. And
right.
That's where Astralis, you know, it's like if it falls back on a more technical style of gameplay, Vitality are going to have the advantage up there because they've had more time to practice as a team together.
Without a doubt. Yeah, I think that's a really, really important point to remember. Even if Blame F and Config are amazing players, the team as a whole haven't had that time to hammer out all of the problems yet. So it definitely could be a bit of an issue. What an interesting boost that I think I've seen maybe once in the past. Very rare. Now, it could be dangerous because you can Molotov this corner from the other side, from Mini. So if you stuck around here too long, maybe it would be a bit of a disaster. But otherwise, how do you even see this coming?
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times this tournament already. Yeah, it's definitely making its way into the meta. This double boost, full commit into it, and it's going to set it up for Vitality to go for the wraps. It makes just spraying through, gunning them down. Kyojin out of the fight already.
There's the Molotov, yep. Good thing that they got out. Sip in the back, and he's going to win the fight against Misutra as well. Conflict with the Deagle in hand, feeling perhaps a bit uncomfortable, but no! He's going to find and execute Apex. Who had his back turn? I'm not really sure. Samu and Shox is a must-win round. It should be Astralis to pick up an 8th here. Very, very likely. They're going to be down below, trying to get the bomb. Oh, he cruises onto the bomb site, and he's alone, but... Oh, no! From beyond the grave, it's Shox to take down Config, and just like that, it's a 1 versus 1. I did not see that coming. He reached out with the flames and took him down, and now it's Sip walking in on the other side. Cyber is playing a massive off angle. It's very hard to know. Sip's going to be walking in, and a straight headshot, and an amazing clutch coming out. 2 versus 2. Vitality, they pick up a 12th round. That is heartbreaking for Astralis.
So close on that side of things for Astralis. It felt like they really managed to recover, especially with that weird little step there from Apex. Zywoo was unreal. Totally getting a read on where Glaive was going to be coming from. He was ready to peek that angle with that AK and just assassinates him. But a little bit of a weird execute onto that upper site from Vitality. It looked like Astralis were definitely prepared for it. And that ends up costing them, but they still get the round. 12-7. Vitality slowly but surely taking control of this second half.
He's 24-6.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
What's amazing is that Misuta's right there with him with 20 kills. Like that, I mean, this is fantastic for Vitality, the firepower that's on there.
Oh my God. What a time. I mean, we all knew coming into this game how good Cyber can be. This is just an absolute display of raw power. They're going to be down below again, 4-on-4. Apex with a really good opening on the bomb site. Glaive is going to be found as well. Misuta ready with more headshots. And the bomb being planted. It's a nice attempt there. They're actually going to bring them off the bomb. They stop the plant for it. And Config, he'll get Cyber right through. So, counts as a triple kill right now. Apex is going to fall through the smoke as well. And it's Misuta and Kyojin. 2-on-3 all of a sudden. Vitality, they had the round in the bag now. I'm not so sure is Lucky. He'll get the kill on one, and Kyojin will fall. And a huge round for Astralis. One, they were not favored to win, but they managed to pick it up anyway, 8-12. That's much needed.
Yeah, that's Apex just regretting that spray. I think getting a little ahead of himself there, hoping to get lucky. And he gets properly punished. This is a great return from BlameF with the punish. You see those tracers, that's why that M4A1S is so powerful. You go for that spray through the smoke, you cannot see it. But Apex with the spray with the AK, BlameF just zeroes in on him. Doesn't matter if he's behind a smoke. These pros, they're gonna know how to find that.
Absolutely wild. I mean,
12-8 now.
I still can't get over the idea that that's his 7th death in 20 rounds. I mean, he just can't be stopped.
Bonkers.
4-round gap. Astralis, they managed to slow the descent just a bit. Not back to their winning ways yet, but it's a good round to pick up nonetheless. They're first, by the way, in the second half.
I would take a lot of damage. Shoxy as well. So some good initial trades here by Astralis, giving them a bit of an advantage. And here we go. Kyojin ready for that lurk, though. Not going to win the follow-up. Config there to pack Lucky up. 1-for-1 trade. With how much damage Vitality have taken, this is not going to be easy for them to crack a bomb site, especially if BlameF feels like getting frisky out here in the yard. He's going to find a kill.
Oh, he's stuck, though. Good thing that Sip is there. Oh, they focus on Blame. They knew that he was stuck in there. They wanted to find him. And the rest of Astralis show up and use him as bait. Oh, wow. We got cosplayers here as well. Fantastic job, guys.
This will be the turning point here, I think, where Vitality are about to get tested. Lost a couple of rounds. The crowd is starting to get behind Astralis. Astralis are trailing, but with each round win that Astralis managed to pick up, the crowd is going to go crazy in here, and that's just going to put additional pressure on Vitality. It's a question of whether or not they're going to be able to withstand that pressure. This is a good time for a timeout.
It is a good time. This feels like one of those breaking moments where either Vitality overcome the pressure and they close out this map, they get Nuke on the board, or the crowd and Astralis really start to turn it around. They get everything fired up, and they somehow end up winning it anyway. It was just a 4-round lead, and now Astralis are back with way better economy and Vitality. They can put together a buy, but it is nowhere near as good as it could have been. 12-9 the scoreline as we head into the 22nd round. And let's just see. It's, yeah, still the Masutra and Saiwu show. Apex, Kyojin, Shox all have 10 kills.
They're getting kills. That's the important bit. At least they're like the supporting actors right now. It's still possible, actually, for Vitality, considering this buy. They are dangerous. Kyojin, though, going to get caught in an off-angle. Glaive. What an aggressive push from him. Kyojin expecting the hut push again, and that just caught him off guard.
Now, Glaive only finds a pistol there on Kyojin. So hopefully they don't read too much into that Astralis and start to get too overconfident, because there is more than that in play. Config, he just dodged a bullet. If he had stayed in that vent, he would have been dead. Shot in the side of the head, but now 3 versus 4 instead. BlameF is walking up behind, and oh, it takes a moment. Kind of fiddling around with the gun a bit there, but he finds Masutra at the end. And it's a 2-on-3 now. Apex inside. Shox wanted to try and see if he can close it out. The bomb is planted. And Apex, he's gonna try and make a full wrap around. I love this Apex. This is actually so sick. He could have get the job done here. If he doesn't get found, he could have gone to heaven and tried to stop them from defusing. But now instead, at least he gets that one. Very hard round to win. Near impossible for Apex. In fact, he tries to go for the wallbang shot. He gets one, but not the defuse. And it's Astralis to win the round. He thought that was it. Oh, man. He is so clever, Apex.
The comedy. Yeah, you just got to shake your head at that one, Apex. No reason to feel frustrated. There's no way for you to know. He had the info as to where they were, but to think, you know, obviously you think that you just killed the diffuser. It's such a tough break there. But what a close round between these two teams. Astralis and Vitality now just going head-to-head. And we're starting to see the subtleties been picked up, you know. Glaive making adjustments. He's realizing where Kyojin is holding from, so he's coming at him from a different angle, finds that pick to start things off. And the teams are learning. But that is going to force Vitality into a bit of a tight spot. Nearly have max loss bonus, so in the next round we will have that full buy, but they still go for the Soviet AK on Apex, so see if he can find a kill.
The only thing that could have made that 1 versus 2 cooler at the end is if the second to last Astralis player had moved into the shots to get himself killed intentionally to sell the idea. That would have been next level. BlameF goes down. Apex has had a couple of games this tournament so far where he has been the top fragger and has actually taken over everyone. So don't underestimate him. Just because he's the captain of the team doesn't mean he can't use a rifle here. 10-12 the scoreline. Vitality, they have that one AK and otherwise pistols across the board. So Astralis, even a man down, good chance to win the round.
Shoxy with the bomb right now. Yep, they're regrouping. Now that they've shown themselves to ZipMix, there's going to be a little bit of a guessing game going on here from Astralis. With 45 seconds left, they need to figure out what's going on. Glaive has got an angle, though. This is going to be nasty. If Apex decides to push through, that's the AK out of the fight for Vitality. It's a 4-on-4, and now Lucky gets to hold the line. Quick trades, though, coming through, but this is no way possible for Vitality. They keep fighting, though.
They get way closer than they should have been. Lucky unintentionally baiting Apex into that line. He didn't even know about it. His Shox is going to hit the ground. Double kill for Config. Man, if they don't have that line, Apex walks into Mini and he clears the bomb site with his team coming out. They win the round, if not for that stoppage on Apex. It's now 4 in a row for Astralis as they bring it back to 11-12.
Glaive just continuing to dominate. There it is. Crowd waking up here for Astralis. They're one round away from tying it up, and the pressure's really mounting on Vitality. Need to drop it, need to lock it right here. BlameF, very quick out into it, and we'll see if he gets punished. He gets spotted at least, so the element of surprise is gone for this Astralis setup.
Well, that's dangerous. If he gets tagged, he gets slowed down, and the bullets keep coming.
And he might have gotten caught by the second man out in the yard there. Shoxy could have helped out, and that could have been it. Instead now, at least they have that info. And BlameF, he's going to have to go for the hard decisions as to whether he backs off or he goes around for another peek.
They seem to be regrouping right now, Vitality. Chained under mines ever so slightly. Config goes down. It's Apex to start it off with. A brilliant beginning. And that was through the smoke, through the squeak door, all the way at the back of that vent. So, common angle to try and shoot at. Oh, he turns for the flash and Sip. He'll get one of them, but more are coming. He's only going to be able to get the double at the end. And they'll take that trade. Vitality, they're happy to do that. 3 versus 3 now. BlameF trying to cover everything. They're not aware. They don't know. And he'll pick up one kill. Goes for a second, and it's Saiwo to go down next. Shox on his own. 40 seconds here on the clock, and the bomb is lost to him. They're covering it on the other side, pushing forward. They're trying to take the fight. Glaive might have been too aggressive. He does some good damage, but Shox could win this round. 2 smokes on the other side that BlameF picked up. He has a Molotov as well. 24 seconds, and Shox, it's all on this. The grenade, not really touch him. He's still alive. There's a nice Molotov to slow him down. And we're at 15 seconds. BlameF, he could start to fall even further back if he really thinks he can. 10 seconds on the clock now. 1 versus 1. 8 seconds, and BlameF will find him. Brilliant triple, brilliant hold here for BlameF. And that ties up the scoreline, 12-12.
It's a huge save. It's a huge save from BlameF. Going from a bit of a spoiled round at the beginning, just playing patiently down in the lower site. The hero for his team. That double kill pretty much ends the round. Shoxy, just too many angles to worry about at that point. BlameF can be anywhere after those 2 smokes and the molly. Plenty of time for him to back off and reposition, so Shoxy just left wondering. But even without the bomb plant, we have enough money for Vitality to get a buy. So they do have some nades to work with here, and this time around, a little bit more of a presence. And see if this pans out. Astralis, aware that this could be an option, though, so Glaive not putting himself in a position to get caught easily.
5 in a row for the side of the Danes. The HE would be brilliant. Oh, he's going to do it as well. They need to get out of there. And actually, it falls a little bit too far, I think. That's interesting. Glaive outside, though. No nades needed for him. He's going to pick up a double. Apex and Saiwo practically dead already. Astralis, they're looking for a 6th round. They're right on the edge of getting it as well. Deep nade there. It's not going to catch anyone, but the M4 will. Triple on Glaive. And Saiwo and Kyojin, 2-on-5 right now. What has happened to Vitality? Where have they gone in the last 6 rounds? Astralis have just taken over the game once again, looking to win Nuke.
Well, I think the 6th man has joined the server. And that certainly helped things as well here for Astralis. This is where that oppressive weight is just going to be on Vitality's shoulders. The fact that everything they do right, nothing, you know. But every time Astralis do something right, whole place blows up. That weighs on you round after round.
You bet it
so
does.
difficult if you don't know how to deal with it, right? If you don't have that experience, which some of these players do not.
Nice Molotov back there. They don't mind the bomb plant. They just don't want to lose the 2-on-5. And the bomb won't really help the Vitality that much. Astralis, they're already nearby. It's a 5 versus 2 retake. They're going to get the opening kill there. And Kyojin, nice little tap. Still 3 players left. Vitality getting a bit more space here than maybe you would have expected already. They don't have many more nades. Saibu's going to be found. And Lucky will kick open the door with the MP9 and take down Kyojin. It is now Astralis back in the lead. They win 7 in a row to bring it to 13-12.
Nicely done, Glaive. This is what we're talking about. Mega passive out in the yard. Long range with that M4A1S. It's so brutal. And that is some sick play from the IGL on the Danish side of things. This leaves Vitality in a very awkward spot going forward. They do have enough, but again, it feels like they're just getting countered wherever they go right now. Astralis have got the edge. And there it is. Bit of an applause going into it as well. Smoke's going out into the yard early. Glaive, this time around, after the passive play, decides to change it up, and this could actually work very well. Apex looking for it, but he's not fast enough. Even with the Shoxy flash.
He had the perfect idea. He knew exactly what he was doing, and still it doesn't really pay out. Thinking about walking through the smoke. Sip. Careful now. Molotov down in front, and that will force them to slow it down. It's so hard to describe the change of energy in the arena from Vitality winning to Astralis winning. It's absolutely crazy. You have to be here to feel it. 4 versus 5, 26th round. And that opening kill that goes the way of Astralis is not good news for Vitality. They have that round loss bonus kicking off, but unless they get the bomb plant, they can't go for a full buy in the following round. So this could be a heartbreaking finish to nuke if you're on the side of Vitality here. They need the cash to keep fighting. Out in the yard, and Saibu, he is holding. Could be an interesting split down below. They have not a lot of time, but some of it still left. But Sip already out there. Just a bit of information, and that's fine. That's enough.
Considering this is going to be running really low on the clock now with this man advantage. And now GlameF playing from Glaive's spot. He's going to find the goods once again.
The bomb.
A kill for him. Bomb already backing off, though. And with 25 seconds left, they have yet to make it onto a bomb site. This is going to be so very difficult for Vitality as they just get caught one after the other. Shoxy trying to fight back, but they were nowhere near a bomb site. No chance at all to get that bomb planted. And this is where you start to see, in French you would say, divague. They're starting to drift a little bit, Vitality. They're not really looking like they have a game plan here in terms of like what works, what they can fall back on that works. It's great when Misuda and Zaiwu are popping off, but if you don't have those opening kills coming your way, what are you doing to create the opportunity? What are you doing to get onto a bomb site? And right now, we're kind of just seeing them floating around looking for kills, but not really with an intent in mind.
Yeah, drift too far, Semler. You're gonna hit the iceberg that is Astralis. We all know what happens.
We all know what happens then, yeah.
It's 14-12, 27th round. And again, Misutra and Saibu, I mean, they gave this map to Vitality. 27 kills, 24 kills on Misutra. But somehow that is not enough. How do you even explain that? You have 2 players that are practically both dropping 30 bombs in regulation, and somehow Astralis have managed to overtake them. They're up at 14 now. They're 2 rounds away from taking the map. And they have all the money in the world. Vitality do not. No bomb plant. It's going to be pistols to try and fight it with. This would be one of those miracle rounds. If they could pull this one off, Semler, I mean, that's where the comeback could start for Vitality.
It's impossible. I mean, it is possible, absolutely. We've seen how that goes usually. As they manage to make their way down, Zipnix is going to be aware of it. Zipnix with a double. But that's the bomb control now for Astralis, and it's just falling apart here in this round. Nicely done there by Shoxy. Long range with the Tech 9, but Lucky's going to catch him in the open, and that's a beautiful shot from him. Misuda.
Oh, learn from history. Leave him alone. Don't do it. He's have won so many multi-franks already. It is not a good idea. He has to pick up the bomb. He has to go for a bomb plant. Fighting him alone would be a terrible mistake. Just play centered around the bomb sites, and eventually he's going to show up.
Yep.
That, I mean, if Sip gets traded in that moment and it's just a 1-for-1 trade, they could do a lot in the round, Vitality. That double kill was huge. Off angle here, and he's going to find Lucky. Misuta, he is so dangerous. 40 seconds, he goes for the spray. Yep, get out and dodge. Don't do it. Don't fight him. It is not worth it. 35 seconds now. And he's patiently waiting. If he goes down below, it's instant death. But somehow, Spider senses a tingling. He realizes, and he goes for the bomb plant. He's out in the open, and he's caught by Glaive. A 15th round on the side of Astralis. You can feel how scared they are of Misuta right now. And for good reason.
Just not wanting to play, not wanting to throw the round away with any unnecessary duels. That's the name of the game here, is when you have the man advantage, keep that at all costs. You must maintain it so that you can trade, even if it gets down to it. Eventually, there's only one of him, 3 of you. Glaive getting caught, but still, you win the round. That's what matters most here for Astralis, and this is your map pick as well. The condom men made it in the building. Awesome.
Brilliant.
15-12, map point for Astralis on their map pick. Inferno coming up next after this, picked by Vitality.
Yeah, important detail that you mentioned. If you're on the side of Vitality, you should remember that. Think about that. This is Astralis picking the map, so don't get too down yet. Saimu, Geojin Shock's already tagged up in this round. Trying for some exotic wall bangs. It's Apex. He's tried to make this play work so many times, and this time he gets the job done. Taken down Lucky. Really, really impressive start. 4 versus 5 now. And a deep breath on the side of Astralis. Config is waiting for it, and he's going to get his just reward. Dropping Misuta. 4-on-4, but Apex, no! He had the perfect idea. He was going to backstab them and clear the bomb site, and instead it was held. Config's going to win that fight, and he now controls the bomb. That's a disaster for Vitality. That's something they have to recover. And they have to do it quickly as well. Glaive, he's repositioning. They'll never see this coming. It's Shock's going down next, and Saimu, he's been good for many clutches, but he's been found. He's down, he's out, and it's Astralis to win Nuke, 16-12. What a ridiculous comeback once again for Astralis.
Welcome everyone to Name That Skin by CS Money. I'm your host, Maniac, and today I have the pleasure of being joined by Rain and Plopsky. It's a little bit of a Scandinavian duel. We're going to show you parts of a skin, and you have to guess it as fast as possible. If you find first cues, 5 points. If you go down that road, you get less points. So you have to sometimes take a risk. If you buzz and you're wrong, you give a chance to your opponent to find the skin. Let's play Name That Skin. Let's get the first skin going on.
I have seen it. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, I've seen it as well, but I have no idea the name of this.
You want to go to the next cue? Come on, guys. You're losing points every time. No guess?
I have no idea what it is.
All right, let's show the entire skin. Maybe you have an idea.
I don't think it's going to help me.
Oh, we have a buzzer.
USP Born to Clutch?
No, it's not Born to Clutch. Listen, I feel generous. I don't want you to have 0 points. I'm going to give you multiple choice. Is it the Serum, the K-Man, or the Flashback?
The Flashback.
There we go. I had to help them, huh? 0.5 points.
Yes, I'm winning.
Let's roll the second skin. We have a little bit of blue going on.
Oh.
If you buzz now, you can have 5 points. If you fail, he will have a choice, but then you can buzz later, of course.
M4A1 Nightmares?
It is not. That was a good try.
M4A1 Icarus?
Ah, he does it!
Oh, really?
Yes! That is 5 points actually, because Ren had the one from before. Now we have to move on to skin number 3.
Oh. I have this one in my inventory, I just don't know what it's called.
No, then you have to know what it is. Let's give them another clue. It's beautiful greenish colors. Oh!
USP Monster Mash.
There we go, we have a winner, the Monster Mash.
How many points?
That's 4 points.
4 points,
Oof.
That's pretty legit.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
You basically only use 1 clue, so 4 points for Plopsky. Is coming back into the game. Let's roll the 4th one, let's go.
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider, he's got it, the reaction from Plopsky. That's a comeback you're making right now. He's got 9 points.
I still wouldn't know the name, I think.
You can still technically win, right?
I'm gonna
if you first clue the next one, you will win that one. Let's show the last one. Well, that's not an easy clue.
Up fade?
That is not the up fade.
AVP Containment Breach?
That is not the case. We are gonna have to move on to the next clue. What is that? That's a big clue, by the way.
Off the pop.
No, I cannot accept that. You can have free one now because you tried.
AVP Paul.
There we go, AVP Paul. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Klopski is obviously the champion. Thank you guys for watching this Name That Skin by CS Money.
Jeg er under.
Flash ramp. Ude. En mere nok. Ikke på endnu. 2. En mere.
Lyd.
To mere.
Jeg er under. Jeg er under. Kom under. Kører de under?
2 på jer. En mere.
En center. Center. Jeg er ramped.
Bliv der.
Kommer ret.
Ja,
kommer til dig, Lukas.
Du er alene.
Men ramt 60. Ramt 60. Ja! Hvor er du syg, Hvor er du syg, Bina. Du redder min røv lige nu. Det mener jeg, mand. Du er besøgsgodt, bror.
Vitality arrives with a sting in their step, but Astralis fumigate the hive. A 9-round CT string is what locks it in for the Great Danes, and that is where Vitality just go absent, Maniac. They might have been trying to break that defense from the side of Astralis, but they just couldn't do it in this final round.
Astralis were bending, but they did not break, and here is the issue. Here's the problem for the Vitality narrative. We painted a picture, we dropped some conclusions, some win conditions for Vitality. One was Zaiwu had to play a great game of Counter-Strike, he had to be a superstar, and the other one was he needed Misuta by his side. But here is the bad news. Both these conditions happened, and Vitality still lost.
Yeah, that right there is very concerning, right? They obviously started to cool down, but there was a point in the game where both of them hit 20 kills before any of their other teammates had even hit double digits, right? So they were doing a great job here. Actually, in the first half from Astralis, I was like, oh, they're getting T-side rounds. This is refreshing, right? So I thought that was pretty good in itself. But we walked back to the desk. I sat down, the scoreline 12-7 after that round. Matsu's right next to me. I go, it's over. But the fact that they turned it around from that 12-7 point to win the game 16-12 with the CT side again, right? And those rounds weren't all easy. There were some clutch scenarios. Now, it was the disadvantage in those clutch scenarios for Vitality, but they could have easily gone either way. Think about the Blame F round. He's down towards the lower side, gets all that lucky utility left on over. We also have the one where Apex almost wins that 1-on-3. So they were pressured, and they didn't falter, right? They didn't wince away. And we got some fans back here. I don't know if everyone at home can see this.
That's a good one. That's a good sign.
Yeah, look, we got, it's like having HLTV forums in the middle of the bloody show. So this is good fun. I like seeing that. But yeah, I think here for Vitality, that's a real problem. I know it wasn't their map choice. I think it's good signs that at least Masuta is playing well. So if this series does go the distance, he's here to play.
Yeah, and that was something that we heard from the pre-game interview with Banks as well. The fact that Masuta, you know, he is fired up to go. He is ready to take to this stage. You were kind of worried about potentially his first 2 stage debuts, really, being against NAVI. Now got a home crowd against him on the side of Astralis. But man, he did stand up the test, even though they didn't close out the map.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good performance from Misuta. That was what I was hoping to see from him. Remember, he's got a lot to prove. He's got a lot to defend. Maybe even his position in that roster. And honestly, he put his best foot forward. We have to say, like, that 4K in the context and the conditions we're in is absolutely beautiful. And then you could see he was just catching on fire. He was taking duels after duels after duels. The aim was crisp. The decisions were good. So on the side of Misuta, I'm not going to criticize really anything. I think he did put his best effort. The problem that I have, and it's something that Chad was just mentioning, once you get to that 12-7 point, you start to understand that any round where Vitality don't have a very clear opening, as in a 5v3 type scenario, Astralis are going to find a way to turn it around. It's individual decisions, it's timings, it's people understanding where to be and when to be, and it just becomes so annoying because they're out of no round.
Yeah, it was quite clear though that Apex was getting a couple of openings for them on that T side, but they would always respond once they lost yard. It was clear that Kyojin, they had a target on his back. Hey, you're the one dealing with lobby. We know that you're the rookie. We know that you are a weakness on Nuke. That is the truth of the matter. And they just pushed and pressured him a lot. Kyojin ended the game with 11 kills. That's pretty standard for Kyojin here, no offense. On a map like Nuke, it's not a map where he's too comfortable here, but you could see what the response was, right? Identifying what tendencies Vitality have, a lot easier for Astralis to do than for Vitality to do the other way around. Glaive again, though, we talked about those opening kills. He's still doing great in that department.
He keeps going. He keeps going. And it doesn't matter if he's had a poor start of the game. What it matters the most, you can see, he actually takes his own destiny into his own hands. He goes in there, he makes a difference. He's being proactive, he's being assertive, and this is what we need to see. It's a Glaive that takes risks. It's a Glaive that believes in his own understanding and knows when to find and when not. He was instrumental in that comeback. Look again here against Apex, winning that duel. Whether or not Apex knows he's here, doesn't matter. Glaive was an artisan of that comeback as well.
Yeah, no, huge stuff from Astralis to be coming back into this one. I mean, it kind of is just echoing what you were saying, the story of the CT sides here on LAN at the moment for Astralis. And I like that we get to see that mental fortitude coming back out of them to be closing this one out.
Well, the fact that they do it consistently, right? They didn't drop any rounds to close out that game. So that's what this is the snowbally nature that we're talking about here. You can just see going from strength to strength.
I like that vibe.
Yeah.
I like that vibe.
Oh, it's
like some guitar happening.
Hold up a second. Sorry, everybody. They're actually about to have a guitar battle.
Yeah, an actual rock battle live here. This is cool. This is very cool.
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to do our job, I guess. We don't get to enjoy that.
Much better than what we're doing. Never mind. We have to keep on track, I guess. But I do like a little bit of a riff sometimes.
Yeah, good vibes in here.
What were we even saying?
I mean, I think we were talking
Glaive,
about
I think, somewhere about Glaive.
Something about Glaive, something about his all things resilience.
I mean, obviously, if you watch the game against Heroic, you must have had some remnants of that game as well. Like, they hit a point where it feels like Astralis can do no wrong, and any 50-50 situation is going to go their way. And I guess it's the price of the stage, it's the price of the experience of some of these players where they don't falter. Doesn't matter if the score is against them, as long as they see a way to win the round, they'll do it anyway. So for Vitality, of course, it's a cold shower because they had a good start, they were in a good position, must be a little bit deflating. But you move on to Inferno, which is supposed to be your map.
Yeah, they have a real chance to win Inferno again. Now, one of the issues is it was the third map last time round, and now they've picked into it. Replicating that is going to be difficult to do because Astralis know where they can make the adjustments now. But if we are going to build the narrative, this one could go to a third. One of the positives for Vitality against Astralis is the fact that BlameF and Config, when they were on that complexity roster, really didn't play Inferno whatsoever. So that right there is maybe a bit of a weakness. We can dial in on what we saw Astralis doing. A lot of pressure over towards that A site will be on Config and Lucky because they do three-man B lean. Zip, Glaive, and Blame play B early. Depends on who's going to stay over there. But there are weaknesses right now that Vitality, once they've seen the CT setup of Astralis, they've already beaten the CT setup of Astralis, they know what they can come in here and do again starting on this T side.
And surely this is potentially looking good or even better for Vitality coming into their own map here. Inferno, we've seen them beat them already on this very map. The fact that Misuta is feeling confident already on this stage, that was a worry for us coming into the series.
Absolutely. As soon as Misuta hits that level, suddenly the chances of Vitality's win is much increased. That is 100% sure. Without direct onto Shox, I think Shox is a man that we have to mention on Inferno. I think he's influential, not only in kind of ordering what's happening on the A side, he's got that responsibility up there, but also finding the timings on the T side. Right? And in that game, I didn't feel the impact of Shox was that great. I think he was struggling to find an impact, he was struggling to find a way into the game, offering solutions to Apex. Remember, Shox is the parallel to BlameF. He's supposed to give options to his leader. He's supposed to be on the other side of the map and say, listen, Dan, there is a gap. Come back to me. It's going to be all right. And I feel like he was neutralized on Nuke, which can't happen on Inferno.
Well, before we do jump into the second map of this series, we do have a chance to catch up with the coach of Astralis after that victory.
Ave, you've won the first map, but I'm going to come back to the point where it was like 12-10. You guys were kind of maybe letting Vitality get away with it. What was the change? What was the call at that point?
I think at the start of CT, we didn't communicate properly. They had a pistol round where they went fast secret and it wasn't communicated that well. So we just took a timeout and said, guys, if we want to win this map, we need to communicate better, and that's what we did, and we ended up winning.
Communication is the key to success. Now you go on to Inferno, though, and obviously it's the pick of Vitality, a strong map for them, but they did have some woes on it yesterday against NAVI. How confident are you feeling?
We like Inferno, so yeah, we're confident. We mostly prepared for Nuke, but we also prepared on Inferno, so we're looking forward to it, and it's going to be a fun game.
And in terms of this crowd right now, they're all behind Astralis the whole way through. You guys still feeling it, still getting that momentum from it?
Yeah, it's such a pleasure playing in here. It's really loud and we like it. It's such a cool stage, and yeah, we're just having a lot of fun right now.
And how important is the potential 2-0 for you guys to conserve energy, right, and go through today at the grand final against NAVI?
Yeah, it's definitely a really important factor. If we win 2-0, I think we have much better chance going up against NAVI, but it's uphill against those guys. They're playing extremely well right now.
Well, good luck going into map 2, mate. Thank you very much.
Feeling confident going into their opponent's map pick. Chad already brought up some potential worries, though, for Astralis coming into this one. Are you echoing those same thoughts, Matthew?
Yeah, specifically on the T side. I think when you look at Astralis and the way they win most of these T sides, Config is going to be involved in the opening kills, and then BlameF is going to offer solutions. I'm not sure that they can do that same kind of impact on Inferno. I think that might be a way, and last time Vitality beat Astralis, it was off the back of a very strong defense, 10-2 scoreline, so that's the key for me.
Do you see this going the full distance, going to 3 maps, Chad?
I actually think right now we might see Vitality capitulate. Right? I didn't think that coming in here. I thought they might be able to put up a bit of a fight right now. But I think this momentum, it's shifted, and every single time this seems to happen with Astralis, they run with that momentum. Now, they can grab the pistol round, right, if they're able to just convert and keep it like they did yesterday, right, after with the Heroic, just kick things off. It might be enough just to stifle the French here. Lucky as well had a great performance last time around when they played this map, so if he can do that, and then Glaive and Zip, they can up their performance just a little bit, this could be a 2-0.
Well, it's last chance saloon for Vitality. They hope to keep their tournament live here at the full finals. It is their map pick coming into things, and they've already taken down Astralis once here on this at the tournament. We're going to see if they can do it again after this.
Hello everybody, welcome to episode 3 of the EPOS Audio Advantage. Today we're going to be running through a bunch of clips from the best Blast moments that have to focus in on communication. Up first and foremost, we have one of Simple's best Blast clips, his Ninja Diffuse.
Четвертый уходит.
Дым есть.
Тихо, я дал смог. А малый, типа мы все.
Я saving. Oh my god.
Мы взяли раунд.
The timing there as well for Simple to slip behind the sandbags, like I can understand why Complexity thought they had it cleared.
I think he calmed right when the defuse happened and he didn't even hear it.
I think it's, Simple's ability to visualize exactly where everybody from Complexity was. Simple had the big picture in his mind from start to finish, and, well, we know what happened.
One nice. Wait, I flashed twice, and I went default.
Yeah, do it. He's gone? He was gone?
Yeah.
Let's swing together.
He mollied me.
Nice!
Those clean Nexa comms.
He's got all the information he needs.
So perfect, yeah.
Sets up the play, tells Amanek what's happening, tells Amanek what to do. He gets the audio cue of the 2 players off of the side of staircase as well. This is the job of the IGL, right?
Yeah.
Creating a play from nothing.
Nexa knew where both of them were, instructed Amanek, and Amanek did the perfect thing and just made sure to be fast about everything he did.
Nice!
I will play it a lot.
I'm car.
I've opened smoke.
I'm anti-flash car.
2 smokes.
One is outside B still.
We have both guns, right?
Yeah,
I've done it. Blue has tunnels and 1 more smoke.
There's a lot of people chiming in, but they're all moving around forward with who they're killing.
Orchestrating and leading the troops in the front of it is Tabson making that decisive call. Even with all these layering voices, you do still need that one that is louder than the rest. The synchronized window smash.
So right there, they break the window outside the lobby and Breeze breaks control window at the same time, so he can pull the lurk off. Now, you hear the glass breaking on top of the roof, that's normal. You hear that every single round at some point or another.
Yep.
But if you don't know somebody has gotten downstairs, then you're not gonna expect it mentally.
He just tucks into the corner and waits a second, just to make sure, like, had anybody in ramp heard that, maybe they jump down, maybe they give him the kill. He sees that nothing is happening, there's no reaction, realizes for sure we've gotten away with this, walks up and gets his frags.
That is a classic audio trick in Counter-Strike.
Thank you guys for watching. This was EPOS Audio Advantage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Royal Arena, reserved for Counter-Strike Royalty. We are ready. Second map is coming up. It's on Inferno, and it is between Vitality and Astralis. Semler, how do you feel about this?
Fantastic, because the Vitality have shown us that they're not going to get rolled in this, Anders. That was Astralis' map pick on Nuke, and Vitality came close to taking it. Astralis were able to rally, but I don't think they're out of the woods yet. Inferno is definitely a map that Vitality can do some damage on, and I think that if they can get over the mental hurdle here, because clearly Masuda is here to play, Zywoo as well, they have all the tools necessary to take on Astralis, so I don't think that Astralis have got the job done just yet.
I definitely agree. If you think about how well Zywoo and Masuda played that first map, if they could get anyone else, we know Apex could do it. We know Shock could do it. We've seen good maps out of Kyojin as well. If they could just add a third player onto that duo at the beginning, yeah, they probably win Nuke and Inferno. This is their map pick. Things should be looking real good for them right now. It's still impressive to witness, though, how much the crowd can make a difference for the mentality of Astralis. You can see how, at that moment, when they're 4 rounds, what was it, 12-8?
Yep.
And they managed to bring it back. They win 7 or 8 rounds in a row to close out the map with absolutely shocking results. I didn't see it coming. It really looked like to me that they were completely broken. But they did it on the first one. Mirage would be the deciding map if we can get to be very fun to see as well.
Put up the order there, boys.
They did. I agree.
Inferno, you know the rules. Inferno's supposed to be the last map. Hopefully, Vitality. No, this isn't the last map. Ooh,
no,
maybe they're skipping one. I don't know. But that is Mirage is also a good map, but it's a map where Astralis are starting to come into their own. They're starting to figure out what it is that they need to do. BlameF and Config, obviously, getting that team up to speed. And it is still weird to see Astralis going for Mirage. That's not something you really expect, but they're making their adjustments on the fly here at Blast Live in Copenhagen. Now, Vitality, they're a team that I think there is enough experience on this roster between Apex and Shoxy to get this team rallied up. They know they've been in these kinds of situations in front of the fans before. Oh, and the stars are coming out.
I mean, we've already felt what it's like when the crowd goes quiet, when suddenly there's no one backing them up.
There it is.
Yeah, there are Astralis fans in the arena. That was
running risks, watching the signs a little bit too long there, lads. Traps. Traps. I'm also seeing a lot of SOS signals. Bring me a beer. I see that one over there on the other side of the arena. Somebody help that guy out.
Wow, you're right. You said we have the stars coming out. You're absolutely on. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful shot inside of the arena. The teams are setting up.
Morse code is what I'm saying, not SOS. Well, maybe SOS if they're the Vitality fans.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Morse code is more along the lines of what I'm thinking here.
Save our souls. Yeah, Astralis. They're just a guy short on the server right now. We're just missing one more person to get in here. I really am excited to see how this is going to be playing out.
There it is.
All right.
We found the original, the source. And we found a Vitality fan in the audience as well. There's like 10 of them in here.
Yeah, light up the arena as we get in to the final, or the second map. I just really want Inferno to be the final map, I guess, but it's only the second. Astralis and Vitality, they got everyone on the server. They're about to be ready with it. I believe Vitality are going to be on the T side to begin with. Astralis are going to be on the CT side. Looks delightful.
Oh, it's awesome. What a view. What a view. Every time. It's wonderful. It's amazing to see a packed house here in Copenhagen, but also some world-class Counter-Strike on the server between two of the best teams in the world. And I mean, Vitality really putting it all out there on the line. This is a chance to prove themselves, these players individually going into the mix, and now they're going up against Astralis on home turf. It's an excellent opportunity, and I think that Misuda has shown up so far today. Zaiwu, of course, has as well, and the rest of the Frenchmen looking to do some damage, but it's time to get into this match. Astralis looking to end it in 2 and earn a spot in the grand final.
You are exactly right. Vitality on the T side, Astralis on the CT side. Let's get this show back on the road as we head into Inferno. And they are ready. Grenading top. Oh, they were trying to catch Config, and he actually takes a fair bit of damage. That's a cool idea. The rest of them, they're going to come up into the A apartments. They run into Config again, and he wanted a bit of revenge. Not going to be able to, and they are speedy. Vitality, they're not slowing it down. Big opening. Kyojin will get the one. Config, he needed another headshot. Double for Kyo. Oh, he keeps going. A triple, a quad. What an absolutely stunning start to Inferno. Kyojin, I think, hardly mentioned his name on Nuke. Not on our lips at all. And he comes in with a bang on this one. Sip on his own. Kyojin would love that ace in front of the crowd. We talked about silencing them. That's what he's looking for right now. Sip, don't give it to him. Don't give him the satisfaction. He's looking the right way. A little bit of a flash maybe to set it up. Underhanding it through. He's trying. Sip is there. Oh, and it's so close. But he gets denied. They will win the round, of course. But you wanted that ace, didn't you, at the end?
Oh, yeah. And I'm glad that he went out and hunted for it. He could have played passively and waited for Zip to come to him, but I'm glad that he went out there and tried to make it happen, right? You only get one chance to get an ace in the pistol round on the stage here in Copenhagen this time.
This is so well done. These couple of kills, no one's really fighting back. But oh my god, the next
played
one.
it wonderfully. But this is really cool from Vitality. I like to see this quick pace that we're seeing on Astralis or on Inferno pistol rounds from these teams. A lot of teams looking to brawl on the CT side, and a lot of teams looking to just turn up the pace on the T side and really get active. Vitality, the name of the game in that pistol round was to just move forward and look for the fight, not back off. And I love to see that bravery going into this second map after they took a loss on the first map of this best of 3.
I agree. I mean, you have to shake it off, and going in and playing slow and a little bit timid and scared and, oh, you know, let's just try and see what happens. I love the idea that they just try instead, take the bull by the horns and go fight Astralis. That's got to be the mentality. There is a little bit of danger in this round, in fact. There's 4 smokes, and if Vitality play this one too slowly, they could actually end up in a lot of trouble due to the smokes. There's also obviously Deagles and then MP9, so Vitality can't get caught sleeping here. Good knockout against Lucky. They're going to keep finding the kills. MP9, it just doesn't have the stopping power, does it?
Not quite. Shoxy finds Glaive, and that was Zywoo also collecting a kill of his own. Everybody getting a piece of the action apart from Apex. But, you know, he got a lot of action on Nuke, so I don't think he's going to be worried too much. 2-0 lead for Vitality now on the T side. And this is going to be a hard eco coming up here for Astralis. They forced into that last round, so standard stuff. Vitality are going to be the ones looking to farm up at those MAC-10s, lead the charge, get in there, show no respect, and farm up some money.
They're going to set up a trap at B. One flash on Glaive.
Yep.
It's such an instant giveaway when you see it purchased and spawn. You know that there's going to be this kind of a setup. So unlikely to net them around, but it's worth going for it. $200 to buy that flashbang. Why would you not do it?
Well, Apex usually, I mean, most opening duel attempts on Nuke. And this is really one thing we're seeing with a lot of the in-game leaders these days is them kind of putting themselves out there to collect the information, looking for fights early. He wastes no time with that MAC-10, charges up, and just trying to maximize the ground that he can cover here to figure out exactly what's going on with Astralis. And I think Astralis have waited long enough as well. They're telling themselves, yeah, it's probably time to get out here. Shox and Zywoo, life is going to get real interesting.
Oh, okay. Going to find one of them. Apex, instead of checking the A-bomb site, which he would have found an empty site, he's going to be ramping around with the MAC-10. This is still a Vitality round, without a doubt. And now Apex has found them. Again, they do not have armor, so the MAC-10 chews them right up. A couple of interesting kills coming out here in favor of Astralis. It's not all bad.
Oh, no, certainly not. And if Zip can put himself in a position to catch a low-health player, Kyojin could be vulnerable here. So with that MAC-10, if he can get into a spot here, a bonus $600 would be very happy. He'd be very happy to get that indeed. But this is just, kind of putting those guns in an interesting position, in a position where you can't back off if a fight happens. I mean, I wonder about that for Vitality. It's a little bit awkward for Zywoo. Yeah,
Slightly boxed in, you're right. He really couldn't escape. And just to repeat what we were talking about yesterday slightly, but on a map like this one, even the MAC-10 could actually be a decent weapon on the CT side. It looks like Sip is challenging a little bit, but if you're on overpass, maybe the MAC-10, you just throw it away. You will anyway. But you could have justified, I think, keeping the MAC-10 even into the 4th round.
Had he hit one bullet on Shox, Shox would have died.
Oh, wow.
So that's what Shox was. That's what Zip was hoping for. Just tag him up, do anything. Chicken lives matter.
Yeah. Great juxtaposition.
Not on Inferno, they don't. Tasty snacks, all of them.
I didn't realize so many people cared so deeply about the chickens, but I'm seeing more and more of these events.
Soulless monsters. Now they all deserve to go up with the bomb.
Along with the fishies if you're at the B-bomb side. 4th round, AWP on Glaive. Making the jump past. All right, speed up on Banana. It's Zywoo to look for an opening, and he gets a perfect entry there. Sip is down and out. Dangerous moment, but well played on Zywoo. He made that look very easy. Usually, it doesn't go that way.
No, usually it's a little bit slower play here going into the first buy round, but Vitality pull a fast one on Astralis. Astralis were never expecting them to play that aggressive. A lot like the pistol round. Vitality really trying to set the pace early here and get rounds on the board. More importantly, affect that confidence. See if Astralis have got the confidence to take a few shots like that and still keep coming.
What are they doing? Look at the risk that's being pulled here for Astralis. It's not going to be paying off. Oh, he has to do everything entirely on his own. Config, an army coming at him. Oh, he tracks them. He sprays them. He gets the third in line as well. That is a godlike play. And now Apex and Cyber trying to bring it back. It's a miracle. He gets the one in pit as well. A quad now for Config. Impossible to defend on his own. And he gets so excited that he's just jumping around and finally going to be found. But they can't let this one go, Astralis. Config has given them the round and Blamer will end it. A miracle in the Royal Arena as Config defends a bomb site against the entire Vitality lineup.
We're going to get the replay here. His positioning is impeccable. Able to spot them as they drop. They're all expecting him to be playing in the pit itself, but Config off angle, and it works wonderfully. That is a 1 in 100 round, and that is just a perfect play there from Config. It's the level we expect to see from him. It's what Astralis need him to bring onto the server. There you go. Well done. And Astralis on the board already here. Vitality, that one stings. They know that that round should never have happened for Astralis.
Oh, it's going to sting so much more when they go look at the replay and realize that Astralis had 3 people in B. That is almost by definition a lost round.
Should have been, but then, hey, he got guys like Config. Beautiful CS from him, making the difference. Individual plays is still possible. That's the beauty of CS. It's the game that allows for magical moments like that.
I know, it's just so outrageous. If you took a screenshot of the moment of the minimap, you never ever pick Config to win that one. Obviously back from his recent wrist injury, not showing any signs that that is affecting him. I mean, I actually still cannot believe that that happened. Blamef up here, dangerous position, but a strong headshot. He's standing on his own. Sip with the initial flash assist, but 2-for-0 trade in favor of Astralis, and deep breath right now for Vitality. Winning the round is very hard, but there are secondary objectives like doing damage, getting the bomb plant down. Still a lot to be accomplished in this round. 30 seconds.
Interesting that they're going to go for it. Interesting that they're going to go for it. We've seen teams save in the past. I suppose if they're thinking if they can just get 1 kill here, that could turn it around. But with 20 seconds left and they're nowhere near the bomb site. Makes you wonder. Stepping in, 1 at a time, and Shoxy with the AWP backs off. He's going to be able to save that one. The reason why I was thinking that it's interesting that they're going to go for it is that they could have backed off. They all 3 of them had money for full sets of nades going into the next round. So they could have just saved their AKs, Kevlar, bought full nades, and then had 3 AKs to play with, or 2 AKs and an off.
Maybe especially in line to the fact that they had 30 seconds, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Very hard to pull off a comeback like that in the round.
In a 3v5, it's a tough one.
Pretty accurate ratio.
Oh yeah.
Biceps to Blamef ratio there.
Top fence. All right then. Okay. Let's get it. Now Shoxy holding on to the AWP, and it is going to be the force buy for Vitality. So we'll see what they can get in here. Double AK, AWP, couple of nades, and well, a dream at this point. Shoxy just hoping for somebody to get aggressive here in second mid, but it is not going to be the case. Instead, Kyojin is going to have a very interesting life in a moment. Nice! HE onto him.
Not bad. Sip almost caught. That's a very awkward fight. Probably lucky to be alive in that moment. Apex, yeah, he knows that he's got him trapped in there, but how do you find him? They had him out. There's the Molotov that they needed. Sip. He's just unkillable in this corner. He's taken up so much time. He's got a kill. And there's collateral damage. Apex was gunning instead for Sip, and it's Blamer who takes the bullet.
It's unreal that Apex gets that. He should be at a huge disadvantage spraying with an AK versus an M4A1S through the smoke. With the silencer, there's no tracers. Blamer should just be lighting him up.
Look at the proactive play here from Astralis. It's a 4-on-4. And Config goes to check middle. He actually seen the bomb as well. That's right in front of him in the middle. So very weird round right now. Lucky could be in trouble against a good flashbang coming in from the apartments. And even if they've seen the bomb, it still might not be enough here. I don't know what's happening now. Under about 30 seconds on the clock. They need to make a move right now, Vitality. They're slowing this down more than maybe I would have wanted them to. Lucky has a Molotov. He's going to get the kill on 1 and a good follow-up. Again, same position as the one that Config was in, and they're out of time. and more importantly, out of players here. 1 versus 3 for Shox. 15 seconds on the clock as he tries to get the flick, but it's not going to happen. Lucky will take him down, and Astralis, they will tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, they're struggling right now, Vitality, I think. Not quite finding, oh, just a congregation.
Was that Vitality?
Congregation of chickens. But right there, Lucky with the double. That off angle's really working wonders for him. And it feels like Vitality right now are looking a little listless. They're just lacking a little on the energy side. After the strong start, you know, just getting shut down by Config, that took all the wind out of their sails. And this is the true test here for Vitality, if they're going to be able to bounce back or not. Glaive, there's the shot. Nicely done. Hits the fadeaway on Shoxy. And, well, 4 players left here for Vitality, but not a whole lot to work with. No nades to make life easier. Just need to hope that they can hit some headshots with these Deegs. They're certainly capable of it. Glaive gonna go for another peek, finds one, looking for the next, and he's gonna get that. 3 kills for him before Config shows up to end the party. But a nice hold there from Glaive.
Again, feeling really bold, you could tell. They really were feeling like, all right, I'm gonna keep going, because he could justify, especially maybe after this one, he knows he's got the M4 behind him. He could just let go of it, but that's the power of, again, the momentum and the energy that's in this arena. It's 4-3. It's 4 in a row for Astralis. And you're right, that energy from winning the initial 3 rounds here for the side of Vitality, it's kind of gone missing a bit. We're not feeling it right now. Config, he's pushed up. He's out of his mind. He's just gonna find an open player, almost a kill, but on the other side, it's Glaive. They're trying to hunt him down. The Molotov is there, and they slow it down. They have to get back to the bomb side, and Config, he's managed to get back here, in fact. Didn't get the initial kill that he wanted. Apex tapping away, beautiful headshot, and an even better follow-up, but now again, it's Config on the spray. He's got a couple of bullets left, but not enough. Kyojin will take him down, and it is a 2-on-2, and a chance for Vitality to win a 4th round.
Fresh smoke blocking them off as well, so that's not gonna help things here for Astralis. Limiting their options, and it's about a pincer move onto this bomb site now from the 2 of them, hoping that they can catch somebody in the open here. BlameF playing on the edge. Glaive has got his back, and they're going to be trying to work together. But so long as that bomb remains there in the open, there's no reason for anybody on Vitality to peek. They can play the bomb, and it just works perfectly. Zywoo's going to find the headshot on Glaive, and now BlameF, there's no chance. Kyojin catches him looking the wrong way.
Well done. That is
impeccable stuff from Vitality. If they can get the fundamentals down like that, Astralis are going to be hard-pressed.
I mean, Apex, the fact that he gets this double is amazing, but he does another thing in this round that's great. Because of Config pushing up, they realize there's a really brief window of timing where if they push the bomb site, there's not going to be 4 people. There's going to be probably 1 or 2 on the bomb site, but Config is so deep into second mid. There's a very, very snappy call coming out from Vitality. It's hard to do, but they managed to get the job done. So not only making the call Apex, but obviously also getting that double. Huge round.
A good time to call a timeout as well. Now that you've actually shifted a little bit of that momentum back your way with the aggression, managing to actually get and push through whatever was holding you back. It's all on the mental game here for Vitality. They have more than enough firepower to go toe-to-toe with Astralis. It's just 100% mental. They need to know that they can do it, and that a couple of these rounds will go against them, and the crowd will certainly go against them. But all that needs to be faded out, and just they need to focus on it round after round here, grinding these games. But full buy on both sides. Masuda a little light, but that's all right. Zywoo surviving at least the initial bombardment.
They boosted up in middle. I don't think I've seen this before. Absolutely crazy, and it's gonna backfire. But the nade, the late nade, again reaching out from beyond the grave to take down Masuda. That's actually very, very fortunate. Zywoo, he knows. Trying to get the jumping shot. Glaive, ice cold on the other side. He's going to get the leg shot, and he cannot back off in time. Is close to being a defense there for Glaive, but not enough. And now it's a 3-on-4. Vitality, they may be able to get on the 5 rounds here. They need to stop this Astralis momentum.
They need to break this Astralis economy. Lucky gonna have something to say about that. Drops the bomb in mid. That throws a wrench in things. But with 50 seconds left on this clock, there's a lot of time to work with. Bringing it back. Apex and Kyojin hanging on by a thread.
they had the bomb site. I mean, they were actually 2 people on the bomb site and even flashed. Lucky, trusting his instincts, out of bullets, pulls out the USB instead, and he'll get that triple at the end to take down Apex. Oh, man. That looked like a Vitality round. 4 versus 3. They got 2 people on the B bomb site, but they couldn't get the bomb there. Oh, that's wild.
Yep, Shox. A little bit of frustration there. But need to bide your time. It's still T-side Inferno. Even though this is definitely a map and a half that plays closer than it did once upon a time, it's not as CT-sided as it was. It's still early days here, and you still got 4 rounds on that T side, and you got Kojin, who's still fired up with the pistols. He can still hit the headshots, so trust in the teammates here, Vitality. Need to believe that they can do this. It is definitely not over yet.
Smart play from Lucky to bring that AWP back from the middle, but cool shot from Kyojin. Can we get another one? He's thinking about it. Certainly setting up for it. Blamef, though, deep in that angle. He's going to get a big double. And it will equalize the score as Apex will pick up the kill on Blamef. 3-on-3 now. Some decisions to be made now for Astralis, and it looks like they're going to bring Lucky over. Config sneaking out. Spots out Shox, and he is never short on confidence. Going to go for the fight, even against the Deagle. And now it's a 2-on-3. They have some time here, Vitality. They're going to swing for it. That's a cool idea, but eventually they're going to be found. And one more round on the side of Astralis. 6-4 in their favor as we go into the 11th round. Right now, Config is on 14-7.
One of those star performances that have actually led Astralis this deep into the tournament. Wouldn't have made it this far if it weren't for Config putting on god-tier performances. And so glad to see that he's here on Inferno and that he is comfortable on the map. Essentially doing the majority of the heavy lifting. He's also gotten quite a few opportunities to do so as well. So fair enough. You know, if they decide to go towards B a little bit more often, he might not be as happy as he is right now, but still. Good work on Config, and I'm very curious to see if this is going to be the round that Vitality decide enough with the pointy lettered bomb side. It's time to move on over to the other one. Nice attempt there by Glaive. Hard shot to hit. Not gonna find it.
Oh, Saibu is so bold. Preemptively distinguishes the Molotov, goes for the fight. What a brilliant play. Instead of falling back behind the smoke, he actually sees the second Molotov coming. He just smokes it off before it even lands and gets the headshot. That is so well done. And it's going to be a 4-on-5 now. They need more of those openings, though. They need to shut down Astralis. They're blocking each other, but Lucky! Oh, no! They lined up for him. And it's a huge double. Astralis back in the lead.
Leaves them in an impossible situation. Sit next to Molly to start to buy a little bit of time, and it's actually working. They're having difficulty getting over the boxes. And this is buying time for the quick rotation through the smoke. He takes down Zywoo, and nothing can go right for Vitality now. 2 players remain, Apex and Shoxy, and they're trying to get that bomb planted, but they are just, they're getting whittled down by this hail of bullets. Config steps in and gets a double. 7-4. Astralis looking indomitable on this CT side.
Oh, no. I mean, just a series of unfortunate events. It starts here, but then the shot through the smoke, the fact that they could never get the bomb down, a round that collapses right in front of Vitality.
Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, frustration. Clearly evident. This is a tag timeout getting called. And I think it's a good time to do it as well here because it's just starting to slip a little bit on the side of Vitality. These 4 rounds now is where you need to start turning it around, and without the bomb plant, it puts you in a bit of an awkward spot. So better to try and pump the brakes a little bit, take a breather here, let Extaz have a moment to talk with the team. And hopefully you got players like Shoxy and Apex who are also there to try and lend a hand, right? Because if Shoxy's the one face palming, that's got to get you worried a little bit if you're a Vitality fan.
I agree. They're not the look that they're going for right now. And Misutra, I mean, 2 kills on him, 3 kills on Shoxy. They do need some of those players to step it up a bit more. 7-4 is, it's actually recoverable, right? Vitality are not done with this first half yet. They can still have a big impact. But I think they need to get up to sort of around 6 rounds. Then they could feel a bit more comfortable, I believe. So find a way to get there. Saiwoo's got that one AK-47, and otherwise it's pistols on the side of Vitality. All right, Apex, big start. Taking down Blamer. Flavor a little bit early with the shot, but he's got a bodyguard here in Lucky, who's already found 2 kills, saving a couple of bullets, but not going to stop Cyber. He jumps around the corner. He's too eager, and Config on the other side. Oh!
Brutal.
An absolutely savage shot coming up from Kyojin.
He's completely wrecked.
Now the bomb plant is in. He's up against Sip, though. Out of all the players that you would not want to play a 1 versus 1 against, Sip is way on top of that list. Kyojin down in the pit. He's got the right idea. He's already got one of them. He just needs one more headshot. Sip, he's thinking about it. Sneaking slowly through. That bomb is ticking at the same time. There is a kit on Sip, but what a find from Kyojin. A fantastic 1 versus 2. And another round for Vitality.
The Deegs in play, man. Give this guy pistols. In the pistol round and the follow-up, one of the eco rounds. This round here with the Deagle, Kyojin just doing so much work. We're going to get a replay here. Instant death for Config. That was sick. Again, you get some of those kills in CS. That's the beauty of this game. You get some of those kills, you feel it in your stomach. It's just visceral. Boom.
Yeah.
Drop them.
Sit down. 7-5 as we move into the 13th round. That was a bit of a lifeline here for Vitality, as things were starting to slip out of their control. Now they're right back in the mix. Even better, if they win this round, Sumner, there's no money on Astralis. This could be a pivotal round.
So Vitality need to realize that they are not out of this first half yet. It's gone against them a few rounds in a row now, and you know that obviously stings. They're still in this mix, and some sick damage getting dealt there to Glaive. That's a good start to the round here for Vitality. Gonna force him to try and change up now. And in the meantime, developing control on the other side of the map. Nice little flash around half wall. This is the setup, though, that they were looking for, Astralis. Exactly what they were hoping for with that flash from Zip.
Oh, Config, it's real awkward behind that pillar. And he's going to be found. But yeah, you're right. Lucky, though. He's hearing it. Sees head out, and Apex. Oh, no. Oh, the bomb. It even goes into the boiler room. They have time to come back, but you didn't want to stop in that moment. You wanted to keep going. And Glaive thinking about it. Are they going to go for the boost? No, not quite. Oh, drive-by kill. Lucky taking down Masuta, and it's all on shots now. 1 versus 2. 1 versus 3, in fact. Has to try and find his way out. 30 seconds. He tricks Lucky into that one. He's got the experience for it. But that AWP is on the other side. And Shocks, he'll fake it once. Goes back for more. A second headshot rings through. He's looking for the quad kill. He's out in the open, but he cannot take down Sip. Astralis barely make it through that round.
Once again, these rounds, these clutches, they just can't have a clutch go their way, it seems like, Vitality. Kyojin with the one before it, but this is, they needed to chain a couple of rounds together here, Vitality. They needed to pick up some steam. And so Shoxy doing the best that he can, just wasn't enough. A little bit of frustration there on the side of Vitality, and another quick timeout getting called as well. And I really like this, because that's such a tense moment. Adrenaline is pumping. Having an extra 30 seconds to try and take a breather is an excellent idea. But a bomb plant means that Vitality have a bye, or at least it's not going to be the prettiest one. But they can go for some rifles, and it's going to be a threat.
He'll have to do the job.
I mean, 14th round, right? They only have a couple more rounds, right? So either you put it all on the table on this round, or you go for some weird half buy.
I think this is fine. I think they could do a lot of damage with this. Loss bonus is certainly there, in case it goes south. Oh, wow. What a Molotov. Glaive nearly burning to a crisp at the top of Banana. But Config and Lucky, they're on no mission. And at this range, the MP9 can do real damage. Lucky, oh, but what a backstab. A double kill for Masuta. Wonderful work here.
Is that a breakdown in the setup of lack of trust there from Config, that Lucky was going to be able to hold that? Because he was the one who was supposed to be watching where Masuta came from.
I agree. Yeah, it feels like it.
A little bit of a moment there where Config kind of wishes he had that one back. Not Astralis now. They're down a man, and it's not looking good.
That was Masuta's 3rd and 4th kill, and we always return to this point, even if you're having the worst game of your life. If you can hang in and keep fighting, and suddenly you can have that one pivotal impact in the game. Masuta might have just found that with the double. Huge round so far. Blameth is at the back. He has another smoke, and at 45 seconds, if he can hold on to it for 10 more seconds and then put it down, That's going to buy time for Glaive to get back as well. So there is a chance. MP9, though, is a little bit of an issue. Smoke not quite blocking them off enough. They're going to get here in time. Flash to set it up. They're trying to get through. Vitality, he actually wins the fight. They don't have a Molotov to get rid of him. Now he has a teammate here to help him out. Glaive, no, through the smoke. Takes down Apex, and he's trying for more. They have to get back and get the bomb. It's on Saivu as well. Shocks, he's angling for the kill. Sip is coming in from Banana. He's thinking about it, Glaive. He knows it's all on this, and he almost pulled the trigger. But Shocks is going to be too quick, and now it's on Sip. This should be another round for Vitality. That elusive 6th round that they've been trying for a long time. There's no real chance here for Sip. He's trying with the nade, but they don't have low enough health to do anything. He's got a kit at least. Up on the box and shot from both sides. A great round from Vitality. 6 on the board, and Misuta made it all possible.
Interesting. Shock selects not to save the AWP either. Definitely could have picked that up, but not going to find it. Double AK instead. They'll have a couple of AKs to go around, but yeah, this is just Glaive. Impeccable timing. He is a wizard when it comes to just getting people through the smoke. It's outrageous how often he's able to pull that off. And so through the shot, through the smoke, making it interesting. But still, Vitality hitting that window with things going wrong on the A site. They feel like they have an opening on B, and they just managed to take advantage of it.
Oh, wait. Oh, hold the phone down the middle. What? It's a double for Glaive with the deagle. How does that happen? I don't think he could see any of the people that he was shooting at. They just lined up inside of the smoke, and Vitality, they're answering back. Great return here. They don't just immediately crumble.
No, what did I tell you? Glaive shooting through smoke. Just always the thing. Always what you have to worry about. Meanwhile, Zipnik's on the other side here, hoping this is the 15th round. There's no backing up now. Vitality looking for the 7th round of this first half, and now they get the press forward. Zip is not going to be able to get too much done here. Glaive gets a tag, but not a kill.
Surely he can't do it again. This is bordering on criminal. He's going to be flashed through, but that flashbang did nearly nothing. And lucky, he's going to fall last 8-7. What a great couple of rounds at the end here for Vitality. Strong finish to the half. They must continue. They must keep fighting in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Royal Arena Week. That's right. We've got the Blastfall final airing just this week. Today on Media Day, it's been very hectic, but to make it even crazier, we've got a very special show match brought to you by El Gigantin, and Maniac and I both have a fantasy roster that you guys have drafted. Let's bring the players on and let's get this thing started.
Bring my stars. Bring my stars.
Yeah, you're gonna need them.
Who is going to carry us?
You're gonna need them. Okay?
I mean, it's gonna be 4v5 for you in your team. Obviously, you're playing. So tell me, what's gonna be?
How dare you talk about simple like that? Unbelievable. Let's get to it.
What? I'll go first, follow guys.
Nice.
I go. I bet. Dude.
Nice try, dude. Nice try, man.
Wait, what's going on here? Wait. Go, get up.
I think they're all behind this one. Okay, relax. What the? Go sick. Nice.
Flashing now.
Flashing.
Blind and flashing you back.
Yeah, three guys. Woo! Nice. Hey, go! Behind us. Dead.
Trust me, man.
I trust.
That's one here too. Let's go! I think we have a good thing going on.
Yeah, this is a strat.
Oh my god.
Nice. Yeah, probably more. This is your game.
Nice, guys. Insane.
We have the strat.
Up in the smoke, bro. Up in the smoke. You may not.
Maybe through the way. Oh, that's
Oh, one more, what's this one?
So that was a great game. T
Yes.
side, very hard to figure out this map. But yeah, it was a good experience. We figured out what we had to do, and
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Yeah, really well done. You figured out the map.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's Astralis versus Vitality, second map, second half. Vitality now going to be on the CT side. Astralis are on the T side. And I've got to say, I'm impressed by the French team. They were under a lot of stress in that first half, but they actually got up to 7 rounds.
Managed to show some grit, some determination, and all off the back of a couple of massive rounds coming in from Kyojin. So good on him. He's been a little bit quiet, but he's waking up. And now already into the pistol round. Astralis looking for a straightforward approach here onto B.
Putting some pressure onto Misuta, and too much pressure it turns out. Play will get one, Config on the follow-up. Saimu trying to be that one-man army. And we'll take down Sip to begin with, but this should be a clean bomb plant coming through here on the Danish side. They're thinking about it. Oh, Sharks! That is a nice find. Would have been more just if it would have been Glade that he had found, but he'll take the kill at any rate. And now, oh no, he wanted to be clever about it. The Config was a step ahead, and Lucky running and gunning and getting the Goosh as well. It's Sharks to fall. And Kyojin, 1 versus 3. Very, very important round here, especially for Vitality. They desperately need it. You could feel the pressure here. How do you even do this? How do you find these shots? Dancing around that fountain at the center, but now they've gone missing. I think that was his one chance. He needed to get that headshot. Now it should be impossible. He's walking into a huge crossfire, trying to get the flicks absolutely everywhere, and Config will take him down. Quad kill again. He's up to 22.
Yeah, he is truly on a years-long redemption arc, Config. Always had the talent, but definitely a little bit too much success early on, perhaps, that led to him dropping off, and it's just been a journey back to the top for him. But now he is here on Astralis, finally on the main stage and utterly dominating everybody in front of him. He is bringing that star-level performance. And it's great to see.
You're right to point it out. He did have all the success. He was a huge name at the beginning. Had to take some beatings. Oh,
had to take some beatings, some mental beatings along the way. Needed guidance from veterans as well, just trying to get his head straight. And eventually, he managed to get back into it. That's the beauty of Config. It's just truly amazing to see him here competing under the Astralis banner.
All right, yep. Good play from Saimu. Instead of running for the Molotov, quick to pull out the smoke and extinguish it. So they get the early kill on Blamef, but Vitality have used a lot of their nades to make sure that they could get back from all that action. So they only have the one smoke left on Apex.
Oh man, though, holding close. It is going to be Sharks with that MP9. Let's see, lines him up. Only one, but that sets it up for Zywoo. Double headshot, make that 3. Beautiful round. Zywoo coming up with the digs, and Vitality, that is what they're all about. This map, so many key rounds coming through because of the fighter. Well, the 50 cal.
This is absolutely out of this world. What a statement to make. Again, a reminder to the Danes who they're playing against.
Yeah.
Do not underestimate him. He could do that again for many, many rounds.
I was going to say is that, there's just it's crazy that Config, after this years-long journey to get to Astralis, and he finally oh yeah, this is great, shatters his wrist. Like, oh, wow.
I know.
And then still makes a perfect recovery, and we have him here on the stage. So it's just, keeping you on your toes, keeping you on your toes. Don't take anything for granted. Misuta, there it is. The 2 kills go in the way of Vitality. And Apex gonna collect another one. Beautiful work from him. So what a nice hold here. And this was a forced buyout of Astralis as well. So Vitality should get a chance to breathe in the next round, and that's terrific for them. They're gonna look so good. It's a chance for them to build. But again, Anders, are they going to be able to withstand the pressure in the coming rounds? Because we saw this at the beginning of the first half. They look strong, they look good. 4 rounds on the board, 5 rounds on the board, and then Astralis start to do the damage. Astralis start to do work.
Well played. No, you're absolutely right. We can even just recall the first map where Vitality were ahead a full 12-8 at one point on Nuke, and the pressure got to them. Astralis started to wake up once again, so I'm sure they're going to keep their focus. They really, really want to get to that third map. It's on Mirage. I'm crossing my fingers for it because this has been a best of 3 that's been worth remembering so far. 19th round is coming up, and we're all tied 9-9.
Well, let's see how this one pans out, because this is a hard eco coming in from Astralis, which is expected. Not getting those bomb plants has certainly hurt them, and so they're going to take a little bit of a beating here. Shoxy with the MAC-10, returning the borrowed bullets. Triple kill for him, and BlameF going to come around the corner. Finally. Gets a little bit of revenge for his fallen mates.
I actually like that from Shox. Get in there, get a little bit of confidence, even if they only have Glocks. It doesn't really matter. You're still going to be excited about getting a couple of kills there. And BlameF, and they're going to find him. He's boxed.
He'll have mountains of cash going into the next round. Vitality are going to be filthy rich, and that's the main thing here for this team, is that now they need to focus on maintaining that economy going forward. They're going to have all the nades necessary to deal with it. Australia, BlameF just going to make it a little bit more expensive here. So that's unfortunate that Apex actually taking a hit.
Okay.
There we go.
Trying. 9-10. Vitality are back in the lead, and they have the money to sustain it. They've got a bit of a bank. This is starting to look real interesting. They've only won the 1 round here on the second half, Astralis.
Rip.
Yeah, that's actually a decent reminder. NAVI are waiting in the grand final, so you are going to have to be well prepared for that. A team that has been impossible to stop. They just can't be taken down.
They look indomitable, and they have the correct mindset as well. Blade constantly says this, where he's just like, we don't underestimate anybody. We don't take it for granted. We always give maximum respect, and that's how we keep winning. And that's exactly it. Don't get complacent. Don't rest on your laurels. Especially if you're looking to start an era. You need to win everything. And winning both of the LAN events of this year,
oh, yeah.
That would be a way to do it.
Yeah, it'd be a perfect setup, wouldn't it?
That would be a way to do it.
Here we go. Damage onto Config and Glaive. And for that damage, though, Astralis get that banana control. But actually, they may have to give it up already. Counter smokes are coming out from the side of Vitality. They're ready to reclaim it. The bomb is quite far back. 20th round. Suter pressing his luck, trying to take the fight. He is very lucky to be alive in that moment. 35 seconds now on the clock, and Astralis need to go, but Shox, he's putting down a bit of a roadblock here. Going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Not quite good enough, especially given the time that's left here. 3 versus 4. They are in trouble in this round, Astralis.
And this sets it up wonderfully because Vitality have not felt enough pressure to have to rotate an extra man off to take any risks. And so the defense here on B is going to be brutal. 14 seconds left. Zywoo showing that he's here, and there's the first shot on the Lucky. Sets it up for Misuda. The 1-2 combination punch. Config not done with the fight, but impossible for him to win this round now. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds. Even if he gets the kill, he has no time to plant the bomb. 11th round on the board for Vitality. Whoa, making it expensive though. Apex getting a bit ahead of himself.
This is absolutely ridiculous. He gets a quad kill, even losing the round. He's up to 27-14 right now. He's overtaken even Zywoo at this point. And the drop down from Config, the next in line, is Lucky at 13 kills. Think of what a massive dip that is to the rest of the Astralis team.
What is it, like, recognize, like?
Yeah.
So I was like, I know how that is. Just take him down. Ooh, big HE. There it is. The bombardment catching Glaive. But BlameF with that MAC-10 was quick up to the top of Banana. Misuda holding his own. No, Misuda with the triple before they finally lay him low. Config now in a 1v3. And he has an AK and an aid to work with.
That is actually such an expert play from Misuda. Another quad kill for him. Again, he had a very, very slow start on Inferno. But the fact that he's able, he doesn't just go for the full-on spray transfer. He just keeps it really cool, and he just taps on to the next people that are coming in. That is really hard to do. Config now, 1 versus 3. And at least this time he has the bomb and the time, unlike the last round. How do you win a round like this one? Sneaking through. Shocks, I think, keeping appropriate distance rather than trying to stop the bomb plant. He's at least, yeah, out here looking for him by the well. Did you see it? Yes, he does. Oh, the eyes on Config. That is, I don't even know how you do that. Gonna find the kill on Shocks, and it's a 1 versus 2. Yojin and Cyber, and the fact that Shocks is back there means he's feeling pretty safe about CT spawn. Gonna go for the bomb plant now. Oh. There should be no way to win this round. I mean, already in the 1 versus 3, the fact that it's even got the bomb down is crazy. But now the pressure is on Vitality. If they lose this round, they might well lose the map and the whole game. Config's moved out. CT spawn. He's actually happy about that smoke. He's just hiding inside of it. They sneak through on the other side. Oh, nice catch from Saibu. Trying to find that off. He wanted to get them at probably a very unlikely timing before they tap the bomb. But Saibu is lightning fast. Well done.
Yeah. And Saibu, one detail, you notice that he swaps the AWP for that M4. Just so that, you know, he can't, it's not going to be like one shot and a miss, you know, holding a smoke. He's like, nope, I'm going for the rifle. And if you try and push through, that's what's going to happen. So there was a window of timing there for Config, and I think he knows that he hesitated because he could have pushed through a split second earlier, and that would have caught him in the back. But not this time, not this time. 12-9. Vitality still showing that they've got some fight, and they still have money in the bank as well, which is just amazing for them on this CT side of Inferno. It's making life so much better. So have a nice trip back home. And bon voyage, you know?
Gotta be careful calling that early, don't you? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, this is still Vitality we're talking about. And this is still Vitality's map pick. Inferno, solid map for Vitality. And we've got Mirage next, where it's still a little up in the air in terms of what we can expect from Astralis on that map. They're still figuring it out themselves.
9-12. Oh, I'm hearing the Vitality singing now. That's amazing. You guys are doing a good job. 22nd round here. Vitality officially catching fire as they have won 5 in a row. Managed to put a bit of a break to Astralis. Some hard-fought rounds here on the side of the French, but got to give it to them. They've managed to secure a decent lead right now. They're not far away from getting that 3rd map.
Some tremendous grenades chasing Vitality back to their bomb site. A lot of damage taken. That's never fun. We saw that flash setup, and that can go from Masuda here in a moment. It's all about timing. There it is. Decides to get out ahead of it. Lucky holding the angle. Throws it completely out of whack. Apex decides to force the issue. Be bomb side open. But unfortunately for them, Astralis, the bomb is dropped all the way back in their spawn, so they can't really pounce.
No, weirdly, how does that not work for Misuta and Apex? That was the timing between those two events is amazing. I actually thought that was going to be a knockout, but
I think that Astralis at that point think there must be a 3rd person on this bomb site. That's why they don't accelerate. Because why are they just heating themselves out there that way? So, you know, BlameF still holding very diligently.
Let's see. Sip has a flash for the corner. If they really wanted to, they could knock out Shocks on this position. Thinking about it. Oh, they didn't line up. Yep, it's a team kill. But it's better than the double that Shocks would have maybe otherwise had. It is worth it at that moment. Saibu, I don't know, 1 in 100 chance here to try and get the shot through. Misses the first time. He has to get one here before the bomb is down, or they're not going to have a chance. You get the Kyojin. He's not even moving yet. There's, right over the shoulder. But yeah, back out. It's not a good idea to lose these rifles. They put an end to the streak, Astralis. They're up to 10 rounds. Oh, man. This is what happened, remember, on Nuke. They had that 12-9, 12-8 lead, and then Astralis kicked it into a different gear and came back and won the map.
This is all been, I mean, you're just hoping right now that the rest of Astralis are going to start waking up and chiming in, because this is all Config right now for Astralis. They don't have this many rounds on the board if not for him. So it'd be great for the rest of the team to start showing up to help that guy out. And it's a question of whether or not Vitality, yeah, they're going to fall in that same trap. That is the meta these days for teams to chain a series of rounds together and then get reverse swept in a way. And so now only 2 rounds separating these teams. That's not a huge margin for error, Vitality. Yeah, this was a beautiful hold from Lucky.
Yeah, the fact that he's backtracking while that's going on is wild. BlameF doing whatever it takes to get the job done, you know?
No hesitation. Merciless. But a full buy on both sides now. That AWP again here from ZywOo. Let's see if he decides to get frisky in mid. It's looking like he wants to. Yep, we're going to get the boost across. Nobody there for him, though. That's unfortunate. Would have been a 6 shot. But that wasn't spotted either by Astralis. So they don't really have any early warning here as to the setup for Vitality. We haven't seen this setup yet from Vitality either. So, or at least Astralis haven't. So there is a chance that this could work.
Double setup on the quad side, almost a triple. I'm always very skeptical of this kind of a setup because a couple of good flashes could really ruin it. Even if you're playing anti-flash like they are right now. Shots, he ducks down. Oh, it's a good spray. He's only going to get the one. ZywOo will back up, but if he misses a shot here, he could be dead. A little bit of trouble. Kyojin, he's good for 1 kill and 1 kill only.
Good enough.
2 versus 3. Still a minute on the clock. But yeah, that might have been enough of a defense.
They let ZywOo get back to pit, and then ZywOo from pit. That's going to be really hard to deal with, especially when you don't have any nades left, which is the case for Astralis. No mollies, no smokes, no nothing. So it's looking like they instead want to try and set up for the buddy system here, Astralis. It's a question of whether or not they're going to get caught off guard. Vitality, they have so many grenades to work with. Misuda going to be caught in the open, though, and Misuda holds his own. Double kill for him, locks it down.
So smart, so smart. Again, he had something like 4 or 5 kills, I think, in the first half entirely. He's up to 12 now. He has really started to step it up in a big way. And speaking of which, I mean, you look at the scoreboard now, that means bottom of the scoreboard is SIP on 8 kills, which is incredibly rare. 10 to 13. Vitality take one more step in the right direction. They're not that far away from Mirage. They've almost got it. There we go. All the way over. He's back for more, but
Glaive had him that time.
He saw him flying past and is able to adjust in time.
Beautiful work. Rinse, repeat. This time the punish is through. Astralis. Clearly, they've got an idea of what's going on there with Vitality on that early peak. That was beautiful. And now they have everything they really need. Although, as I say that, man, the bomb. What? Lucky. He has to get that kill or it's all thrown out of whack for Astralis.
How do you even win that fight with a Mac 10 at range?
You're lucky.
I suppose so. All around the corner we go. They set up the flash, but it is 1 millisecond off. They needed to be a bit earlier, and they were not. Kyojin, his feet are on fire, and the bullet in his face will end him. Misuta, 1 versus 5 now, and he can't even make it across the map. An 11th round for Astralis, and that is pretty devastating for Vitality. They have a bit of a bank, but
no loss bonus. No loss bonus to help him out with, and so, yeah, he's just ready for that peak glaive. That is brilliant. The whole reason why you're holding that angle, it's beautiful. And a bit of the chant now kicking off for Astralis. That feels good for the fans in the arena. Not so much for Misuda and the rest of Vitality. But they do have money, as you say, Anders, and they could still go for some aggressive options. I'm curious to see if we actually just get the rundown into mid. Really just try and look for that fight, or if ZywOo's feeling that or not. Bomb goes up, we get a tan. And it's 2 rounds again, separating these two teams. Yeah, and it is a tactical timeout getting called.
Yeah, time to really, really bring this one home if you're on the side of Vitality. 3 rounds away. It's not that much. They don't need to do a lot here. No.
Why do you have the sign then? Why do you want to show up on camera?
Yeah, the camera with the crossover. He said no pictures, you know. He's actually some next level chess.
He's like cell phoning himself.
Listen, I thought it was clever. Good job on him. 13 to 11. 25th round, and they do have enough for the AWP on ZywOo. Yeah, they could. I mean, especially with Kyojin on that MP9, you could justify running that in front with the sniper in the back and enough nades to follow it with. I mean, it's something that Astralis did, and they could do some real damage with it. Apex, ZywOo and Misutra instead going to be playing Banana at the moment. Boosted up to look over, and Molotov is not really touching them, so I like this idea. Blameth, he's in a little bit of danger right now, but he'll dodge that, force them back with a grenade. And that's banana control for Astralis.
Very early into the round as well. So now it makes you think that they want to try and create a little bit of room on the other side, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Zipnik's thinking about it. He's going to get some support here from the rest of his team as well. Apex is trying to keep a presence here for Vitality, just hoping to spot something. This is very passive stuff from Vitality. They do not look like a team to me that want to be out taking fights. Instead, they're waiting for the fight to come to them, and that's just going to prompt berserkers like Config to come and ruin their day.
Yeah, you want to be careful you don't give him too much space. I do like this from Apex. He was the forward player on the map to try and get some information. I think it's a really smart idea for him to play that corner as much as he can. Nice Molotov timing. This is a problem now because there's a lot of nades left on Vitality. Actually, an insane amount of grenades left given the fact that we're under 40 seconds. I think Astralis, they haven't lost a round yet, but they are close to losing it just to the nades. And I don't think they know it yet either, which is a big issue here. 25 seconds. They're going to start to make their way through, but they need to hit this bomb site right now. The final nades are out on the side of Vitality. Astralis, they might have left themselves no time at all to win the round. It's Apex getting the 1 kill on Config, but inside of the bomb site, Shox and Kyojin are still there, down in the pit at range. Oh, and Apex through the smoke. It's looking good. They're out of time. Blameth trying to get the bomb plant down, but it will be a 14th round for Vitality. They just could not bring it home. Nice triple on Apex, and a very, very impressive round for Vitality, holding on to all those nades.
It's amazing. Yeah, he himself can't believe it that he survived that whole round that way. Was always thinking that he was going to be at risk of getting caught, but he played it so well. Apex constantly looking for the information, gets the kill, falls back. The smoke is almost there to help him, and then he just wraps on the perfect timing. Experience, the veteran, really stepping into the fore here. And he even saves that AWP for his teammate Zaiwu. So Vitality, man, that is a breath of fresh air for them. They desperately needed a performance like that. 14-11. And on the flip side of that, you know, Astralis, a little bit of hesitation when it comes to the clinch. Not quite knowing how to play it when it's down to the wire like that. They need to just go. The snap needs to happen.
Well, and I think partly they wanted...
That was Astralis last round. Yes. Okay, what do we do?
I think what they wanted to do in that last round was actually go B. But once they got there, the nades were going down, and they were like, oh, we actually can't do it. So they were sort of forced to improvise back to the A bomb site. It didn't really work out the way that they wanted. 26th round here. AKs across the board. No one really has any real good economy at the moment, so it all counts right now. Zaiwu, he's back for more. There's a lot of people out there, but he'll snipe away the kill on Glaive. Lucky with a bit of a return. All right. Oh, great Molotov. That should have been a kill, surely.
Oh, he doesn't spot him. That's unreal. Does Apex go for this peak, though? This would be just the most insane play. What a timing for that flash grenade. Blameth, this is the advantage of that IGL brain. Doesn't need to do the calling, but he definitely has an idea of some timings there.
Yeah, they knew that Vitality would want to go check what was happening at top banana, especially after all the Molotovs. That kind of baited them into that straight flashbang. Kyojin, Shox, and Zaiwu left 3 versus 4. Still very winnable for them, especially with Zaiwu alive at the bomb site. He's got 26 kills right now, Zaiwu. Not quite at Config, because he's clocking in at 31, which is absolutely impressive. But, oh, look at the peak down the middle. They know. They see it coming. This is so smart right now for Vitality. Amazing information play. Zaiwu has to stay alive, though. He must live back here to buy the time, and a nice flick. Take down Config. Shox is through. What a spray! And it's a triple to end it. Apex. Yeah, your bruise did not affect him. He does not care. 15-11, 27th round.
Best stick. That's what they just got in the face. Shox just gave him one. That's amazing. What a triple from Shoxy. Pure class. Map point for Vitality. Apex's reaction says it all.
He's actually a treasure, isn't he?
He is. But you just had, like, there's strong arguments for just having an Apex stream at all these tournaments. Yeah. I'd have it up.
Record everything. 15-11, ladies and gentlemen. It is Vitality one single round away. And Astralis, they want to do it all right now. It's going to be a good trade. And they've actually found... Oh, but it doesn't matter. There's a gap in the smoke. And Zaiwu is lightning fast. I can't believe they keep jumping past. I mean, that's just asking to die, isn't it? Apex going to be boosted up, but he can't stop the bomb plant. Hold on. Oh, nice.
ZywOo can. Or at least he's going to stop you from getting back. Beautiful.
He is so lethal. No more nades either on the side of Astralis. It is looking good right now for the French. They want that third map on Mirage. Bomb is planted, sure. Molotov, if it goes to Glaive, he is in trouble. He goes all the way at the back though, so he's got a little bit of space here. Sip on the crossfire, he'll pick up one. Shox is there, and he's out of bullets! And they have enough time for it. What a spectacular fight here for Vitality as they bring it to a third map on Mirage. It goes the distance. What a fantastic game we're witnessing here.
This is everything we could hope for, that Vitality would put up a fight, that they would not get swept, and that we would see them taking it to a third map here. Glorious stuff, and we'll be back with more.
Yeah, you're gonna get wrecked.
Good luck, you'll need it.
Oh my god.
We got it.
It's coming in.
Yeah.
I'm bigger than you, man.
Crossing. Yeah. Oh! Again. Go on. Die. No.
Run. I'm trying to run. Fast. I cannot run faster. It's not FIFA, bro.
Come on. Oh, come on.
Nice.
Oh!
We have a good goalkeeper, guys.
Wait, it's me. No! Oh! Hey!
It's terrible, man.
We got the...
I'm terrible. It feels like I'm drunk.
Come on. Take it. Shoot. Oh! No! Oh!
Let's go, boys! Run faster. I'm too big.
Yeah.
I'm too fat. I can't run faster.
Back on.
How's this compared to FIFA?
I mean, we cannot do. We cannot do like technique moves.
Are you inside?
No.
Oh! Hey! Oh! No!
What? Go! Come on!
Yeah. Perfect goalkeeping. I got this.
The sense is too high for me.
Perfect. The sense is too low.
I have no sense.
Have you been playing this all your life?
Yeah. I love this.
Me too. Hey! I see you.
Feels like Denmark against France. Come on. What? Actually, the goalkeeper right now.
Okay, you're the goalkeeper. Oh, yeah. Oh, clean sheet. Last one.
Yeah, you cannot do anything.
We got it. Yeah. Ronaldo off Fredberg. Fredberg. And Jesus.
It's over.
That's a win.
5-1.
That's a win for us.
Let's do normal football now.
Okay, let's do this. You're going to lose at that as well.
I mean, you're Danish. You can't win.
Vitality are not going down easy. They put up a fight and haul things back on Inferno, and that leaves us knocking on the door of that third and final map of Mirage. And this is exactly what we wanted to see, Chad. We didn't want to see Vitality just laying down, getting run over after that defeat on Nuke. I like the resilience we've seen from them, and this truly is a series now.
Yeah, and ZywOo's continuing that form, right? This is what you need, the superstar level ZywOo. This is the same last time they met, just the other day, right within the group stage. ZywOo doing exactly this. So for me, we already knew the T-side side was going to be rough here for Astralis. The problem is they didn't get enough on that CT side where they have the pleasure of starting off. And I think if you win the pistol in the second half and you can't convert because ZywOo gets 4 bloody kills with the Deagle, you're already in a world of hurt.
Yeah, that had to be a win condition, right? Prior to this matchup, Vitality were one of the worst teams in the first few rounds of the event. We're talking about only about 50% of conversion when they won the pistol, 0% actually after losing the pistol. So as Chad is alluding to, this was already a difference maker. Finally, a Vitality that is not starting with the backs against the wall, that have the economy for them, the momentum for them, and ZywOo as well. That does play a role.
And this is what we wanted to see from ZywOo as well. We know he has the power to pull off those star performances, but we were discussing it, you know, post this online era, the only big stage matches he's had to show off against have been against NAVI, and it hasn't been easy for him to get into that.
Yeah, and you're seeing it not just from ZywOo, but from a couple of other members on the team as well. Masuda in map number 1, Shocks this time round, but ZywOo here has to be the man doing the lion's share of work. And now I know that there's probably a French/British in-game leader who, you know, would say we're setting him up once upon a time. But regardless of being set up or not, ZywOo is one of the best players in the world, right? And he has to perform like that. It's a very, very high bar that he's set himself, unfortunately, and we hold him to that every single game.
We absolutely do. Look, ZywOo has played on stages prior to this tragedy that the world was going through, right? ZywOo had stages, talk about Epicenter, Cologne, whatnot, where he was shining. But the difference is now he's been back-to-back the best player in the world. And that comes with a lot of demands and responsibility on your shoulder. And now that Counter-Strike is going back to where it belongs, in full arena, then we ask of this guy on the screen to do it again. And this was the first match that I have seen from ZywOo where he holds his ground. He makes an impact round after round after round, entry kill, moving, rotations. That's what a superstar is supposed to do for you. Just push you into the third map.
Well, somebody else with a lot of responsibility on the side of Vitality, the in-game leader Apex, and he gave Banks a few words after that map victory.
Starting with Nuke, we were just talking about their Apex. You were up 12-10, it looked like you had that in the bag. What went wrong from your perspective?
I think it was 12-8 actually, so it's even worse.
I'm not making it easy for you.
I mean, yeah, we didn't have the right calls, and yeah, we were a bit scary as T-side, to be honest. We were scary to rush and trust all the calls, so we couldn't trade good enough, and that was a big disaster, to be honest. So yeah, that's what happened on Nuke.
And then this Inferno, right? Okay, you've got the win here, but you still don't seem that satisfied because you said what you think the score should have been?
Wait, not that close. Not that close. I mean, T-side Inferno, we had such a great read from their city side, and we couldn't trade them. Once I remember we did a abs pop in 5v4. Config was alone and it's triple. I mean, that shouldn't happen, never. And that's how CS is. It's live, but I mean, yeah, we lost too many runs, too many crucial ones in that situation, but it's fine.
Now, how do you clean things up for the final map and to make sure you get this win to face NAVI again?
Well, at least our city side on Inferno was better, to be honest. I mean, we won the second round with ZywOo popping up with Deagle. Well, we really needed ZywOo in this situation. I mean, yesterday was tough for him, but today it was really good. So if he keeps going on Mirage, I think we can win.
And I know you're flirting with the crowd. You love going against them, don't you?
Of course, it's always a pleasure. I mean, I tried to make them loud, but they were not like answering to me, so that's pretty fucked up.
Well, let's see if they do go into the third. Good luck, mate.
Thanks.
I love that from Apex. They're always happy to play with the crowd, even when they are facing off against him. Something you wanted to pick up there, though, from what Apex was saying about the Astralis side.
Yeah, about the round. So I think his sentiment is it was too close for, well, it wasn't too close for comfort, but it should have been a bigger blowout than it was. And some of the rounds he's talking about here is like Config when he was playing over towards the hay cart on the A site and they jump out. He's playing a bit of a, it's not an unorthodox position, but you're expecting bike or direct under that balcony. Lucky did the same thing to them. Lucky had that round as well. He postured top mid, gets that pot shot on Shocks. The bomb goes down. He pushes down mid. They were catching this Vitality team in limbo, but that's the thing. It's like with this CT side of Astralis, and it's the constant narrative for this team throughout. You don't know what they're going to do, right? They're doing crazy stuff all the time. So those rounds are going to happen. I think that manufactures a closer scoreline.
Yeah, and the problem is it's also the ghost of the first map. When you see Config having that triple kill that he's talking about on balcony, when you see Lucky finding his shot, your Vitality and you have map one in the back of your head where some rounds that you were in a good position actually didn't go your way, and suddenly your confidence just started to be tripping out. And so I'm actually very happy to see Vitality stay in control, honestly. We can even talk about their CT side. We can talk about how they closed it. Actually, round 26 is a very good example of what I wanted to see from Vitality, staying in control even through hard times. It starts with ZywOo. Beautiful shot. Misuda's going to be traded by Lucky, and then after that, we'll see, again, the proactivity coming out of Vitality. It's going to be Apex just slightly hedging his bet, making it closer. He gets spotted. Good information being found by Lucky. We'll have a flash coming over from Blame, and that's going to be an easy kill. But what I like from that moment on is that Vitality don't fall prey to panic. They stay in control. They actually rotate back to the B side, and now they have the stack. First frag from ZywOo. Shox goes to the smoke, and that's an easy, clean spray. Also, we have to say off the back of Kyojin's information play, he peeks throughout middle, doesn't see anyone, sends the rotation. That is Vitality mid-round that can actually cope with Astralis, which we hadn't seen on map 1.
And I like that we get to see that particularly from Shox as well. We know him as a veteran of the CSGO scene as well. And the fact that he can still be bringing in those proactive plays when the team need to, I really like that.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we discussed before we got into this. He needs to provide that buffer for the youngsters because Kyojin had a couple of nice shots. Masuda in map number 1 here, he was a little bit missing in comparison, but not necessary. Those guys need this buffer, so Shox can't be missing. He can't just come in and win the odd clutch. He needs to be able to do plays like this.
And there's a conversation about the position and the roles he plays, right? In Counter-Strike, not all roles are equal in terms of like the frags input you're supposed to have and the opportunities you have, the space you have. Shox is in a very privileged position in this Vitality structure, and he needs to deliver. This is exactly what we need to see from him. When Shox goes missing for Vitality, there's a very important piece of the puzzle that is just not doing the job. So this is the Shox they need. Not always triple kill, but be on top of things, having right rotations and right ideas.
And moving on, it's going to be that third and final decider map, and it is going to come down to Mirage. A bit of a new map in the mix for Astralis. We've seen them playing it a couple of times.
100% win rate.
Yeah.
100% win rate for Astralis on Mirage.
Chad, what happened with Counter-Strike? We're looking at Vitality Astralis going on Mirage for a third. It was the map that the French Counter-Strike would never touch for years, and Astralis had it as a perma veto, and that's a sign of evolution of time. Now we actually are squaring it on Mirage between Vitality and Astralis.
Yeah, 2021, right? Things are getting a little bit weird here. But what we've been able to learn, right, because we have to put ourselves in the position of Vitality, right? What have they been able to learn about Astralis on this map? Well, it is a knife for sides, and if they do get to start on this CT side, one of the things that I think Heroic did quite successfully was lock down that mid corridor, right? You know, we were able to stop the default heavy of Config Blame, and it was Glaive as that third man towards mid, and then you'd see Lucky and Zip left clutching either at the A bomb site or the B bomb site in 2v3, 2v4 situations. If you're able to manufacture that as Vitality, you can put a stop to the already troublesome T sides of Astralis.
Yeah, and you're talking about middle. I'll flip the script, talk about the CT side of Astralis. Same thing again. We're going to see Blame F, we're going to see Config being put to contribution a lot towards the middle part of the map. Would it be from flashes coming in from the A side, a Config swings through the smoke connector, or Blame F jumping down underground and going and trying to make the difference? So if you're Vitality, I think you concentrate a lot of effort onto that middle area, and if you don't, you have to study how Lucky was playing. Lucky doesn't have a lot of experience. I guarantee you he has a couple of positions he likes to play. I don't think there's a lot of limbo.
Yeah, we've seen a few of them already.
Exactly. We've seen patterns, we've seen protocols from Lucky. I don't know that he has already the space to change that too much. So if you Extaz, you Apex, you try and figure out how he wants to play the game. You abuse him a couple of times with key rounds, and then you play through mid.
And I love that proactivity that we've seen. We've saw in previous teams from Blame F and Config as well on this map and Mirage. It makes sense why, you know, them coming over to Astralis, this would now be in the mix. But who are you favoring coming into this third and final decider map? Who do you think is going to be making it in that matchup against NAVI?
The thing is, like, Astralis shouldn't have won half the games they have. And the problem is, like, now even I've been converted because of what we've seen here. But if you ask me as just the full-on analytical Chad with everything that we know about both teams, Vitality should win this game. They should win this game. Now, if I have to pick and choose, Glaive is going up against ZywOo on form in mid-AWP battles on both sides. That's a massive problem. Cadian was missing for Heroic. He did show up last night when they needed him to, but it wasn't enough to get them across the line, and ZywOo is already here. So this is the tallest test so far for Glaive, and I don't know if he's going to be able to hit it.
ZywOo shows up. ZywOo shows up. That's possible for Vitality. I'll go for them.
Well, we're going to be seeing how it goes down on our third and final decider map. It all comes down to Mirage to determine who goes straight through to the 4 grand finals and faces up against NAVI. It's all coming up with Anders and Semmers in just a few, and you don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final map. We're headed into Mirage in this best of 3. It's already been spectacular, and now we're going to go on to the final battleground. It's Vitality versus Astralis. Can't believe it's come to this summit. How lucky we are. What a great game.
We were blessed right now, Anders. We get a third map between these two magnificent teams. Astralis here with all of their fans in their home arena. It's just amazing that we've made it the distance. Vitality showing some true heart on Inferno. It looked a little grim for a moment there, but they fought back, and they really have earned this third map in this best of 3. Whereas Astralis, I mean, you got to give it to Config. The man is an utter beast. The question is whether we're going to see that again here on this third map.
I mean, and actually, I would say Mirage is one of the maps that Config plays really well too.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to happen. But now that you bring it up, it's kind of ridiculous. He was the only pillar that was holding them onto Inferno. And given the fact that there's a real chance that Vitality could have just as well won Nuke, this could have been a 2 the other way. So it's not like Astralis are coming into this third map, you know, all bravado, thinking, oh, this is sick, like we're totally here and doing it. Right now, they actually have to prove that they can stand up to the ridiculous firepower of Saibu, and not just with Config. It has to be more than that.
No, that's exactly it. And well, we will see. I mean, BlameF, this is also his home turf, right? So you expect to see that 1-2 combination punch between him and Config and him really doing the damage and really trying to get the other team up to speed. The rest of the team, Lucky, I think, isn't going to have as much ground to cover, but Glaive and Zip, this has been the thing, right? Them trying to catch up on the meta. How is this played now? How are we competitive on this map? We're not going to have to wait long to find out.
Here we go. Headed into it. Third and final map. Astralis, they're going to be starting on the T side. Vitality on the CT side. And, oh, already with a tech pause? It is a classic now, isn't it?
Really?
Right as they start.
Well, okay then.
I think it's just a single individual as opposed to any kind of server-related activity, so should be fine.
We had this the first day. Yeah. The opening day here in the arena. It's almost like it's meant to be.
Yeah, it's just how it is. But as we always say, better to have these now than in the middle of a round or in the middle of, you know, in the last 5 rounds or something like that. So get them out the way, and then we should be good to get back onto track here.
This is all about being on LAN. The true test of the mental focus here for these players, because obviously, just like us, just like you guys, they're getting geared up, they're getting hyped to go, and all of a sudden, comes to a screeching halt.
True.
And they just have to sit there. Not even allowed to talk during technical timeouts.
Yo, trying to sort out a couple of these. I think it was Glaive that had a bit of an issue, but I think it's already been resolved.
Okay,
Great
then.
job to the admins, as always.
Let's
we appreciate it.
Yeah, huge shout out to everybody here at Blast. What a tremendously fantastic event that they've put on so far.
Truly has been. Have you noticed, but those Vitality fans down in front are getting more and more hype. I actually think it's super impressive. Imagine how to sort of outshout the rest of the arena. They're actually doing a pretty good job of it. Here we go. Astralis starting with a bit of an attack towards the A-bomb site. Apex trying to get the instant headshot, but not connecting with the bullet. That's an awkward Molotov, but it forces them forward. And they trade. Oh, Saiwu, what a delicious headshot. He's angling for more, and he will get it too. Glaive is out of it. What a fantastic beginning and a quad kill. Saiwu, he cannot be stopped.
Apex's reactions, man. Can we just watch those every round, please? Thank you. Yes, that is it, man. Look at this. I mean, there's nothing more to it. Astralis, I really admire it. A quick strategy, no time wasted, straight in there. It's brave to call this kind of strat on a pistol round to just go and look for the fight. But then you run into this beast. Saiwu just utterly annihilates them one at a time. So clean. It's not spray and pray. Just one taps. The spiritual successor? Okay.
Apex, Apex looks like someone who has a friend smurfing for him in a game, and he's like, he's doing all the trash talking while his friend is hitting all the headshots. It's so outrageous. Oh, but it is entertaining. And Saiwu is back for more. Got to be a bit careful here. Even the Glocks can do some damage with the headshots, but he's cleaning it up, no problem. Nice triple on him, and BlameF and Sip lost the bomb and everything else. Going to be a quick second round here for Vitality.
It's looking real good for him, at least. Now, Apex is mega aggressive as well. There isn't a whole lot that Astralis can hope to do to recover this situation, apart from maybe, just catching, you slow it down and you hope that you catch him looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Still a danger. Surprise, surprise. We've lost BlameF in the meantime, and it's all on this pool here, and Yasuda eventually finds the headshot. Crisp, clean, getting it done, and Zaiwu with the bold play. I like to see that, you know, just the aggression again. On the side of Vitality this time. Yeah. They know it's a Nico round on their side. Just go in and smash them. Don't show them any respect. You've got the rifles. You've got the Spirit firepower. Just keep that pressure up on Astralis. Really try and make it as difficult as possible for them to perform in this round that they were saving for.
And coming out of a map win, you know, Astralis, or a map loss for Astralis' point of view, you know, they're already feeling, you know, less energetic than they otherwise would have been. So why not use that at the beginning? Why not try and make it even worse for them? Flashed out through the smoke, out through the middle. Sambu wanted to hit a straight headshot there. Good nade on top. Almost completely blows up Blamef. But in the B bomb side, it's Misutra and Shox trying to hold on. They're only going to get the wall. A lineup. That is beautiful. Shox. And he's back for more. He's got 2 bullets left and he will make the escape. And Apex will show up to finish what Shox started with a brilliant grenade. It's going to be Apex to close almost around here. Simon with the final kill. He always gets his. And it's a 3rd one for Vitality. Shox absolutely saving that bomb site.
Just, oh, it's just so perfect.
Yep.
With the A1S as well. I mean, it's just such a tight spray pattern. If they line up like that, you're just going to murk them. There's not a hope. That's good. Not thirsty.
Just stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. One way or another. Deegs and Kevlar across the board, though, for Astralis. And this is kind of expected, considering they didn't get the bomb planted. So they're just looking to be a little bit of a threat here. And Vitality continuing to play aggressive on their side of things, which I really like to see here. This is Apex at his finest. He's got Zaiwu watching from above. And we got the Astralis chant kicking off now.
Yeah, trying to get them fired up once again. Maybe will one of those Deagle shots into existence.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the guy who was popping off with the Deeg on Inferno is Kyojin, and he's on the wrong team, so...
Yeah.
Oh, but there we go. Config. He just snuffs Kyojin. I cursed him.
You did. Samla. Gotta respect that power. Oh, that's Sip this time. He'll take down Shox. Still a winnable round for Vitality, but you need to be a bit careful here. You lose one more, and suddenly that's not so clear anymore. Misuta, always reliable, it feels like. Always good. Cyber of all people. He'll get caught by Sip. And now it's a very awkward 2 versus 4. And the bomb is in T-spawn. Apex, he wants to go look for a fight. And oh, he sprays. He nearly has it. One more bullet would have got it unlucky. Now it's all on Misuta, 1 versus 3. He has to check the whole map. And Glaive is already there to catch him. Puts it down at 46 health. Bomb, 25 seconds, is being picked up by Lucky. And Misuta, I don't know. I mean, if he could get the kill on Lucky as he crosses into the bomb site, he might just win the round right there, but he's thinking about it. Walking back into the middle, 14 seconds, and there's the default bomb plant that they needed. Very hard for Misuta to try and win. Almost impossible. Sits in the jungle, ready and waiting, and yep, now he's been revealed. They know where he is. He's waiting for the peek, but it's not coming. He needs that headshot. Misuta, you're running out of time right now. He's got a kit and a smoke pod. He has to run onto the site, try and see if he can win the fight, and then leave Sip alone. There's a nice spray. There's a nice follow-up. What a impressive clutch coming in. Misuta, quad kill, and Apex, yeah, listening to the sound of that silence as Vitality get the 4 rounds.
And they couldn't really have played that any better, Astralis, to be fair. They set it up to really try and catch him out in the open. It seems like maybe they were just a little off timing on who was going to take the fight. Zip trying to swing to help his teammate. And Lucky just a split second too late. It's so hard to get that coordination down.
Fantastic. I absolutely love it.
There you go. Turn this place into a library. That's what's going on here, man.
Yeah.
You can hear a pin drop.
It's like, can I get some more booze in here?
What do you have to say about that?
That is, I can't, it's hard to explain how difficult it is for Misuta to win that fight. He had such a good understanding of what's going on. He actually is really impressive in this map so far, and in the last 2 as well. He's had himself a fantastic game. And Astralis yet to find a round on Mirage.
Fresh smoke going down into the window as well. So now you see Apex trying to draw some attention to himself here, trying to set his teammate up. A little bit of a 1-2 combination. they are, once again, I mean, Astralis going through the motions right now, hoping that Vitality are going to get impatient. That's the name of the game for them. If they can get a punish, that would be fantastic. Yep, there's the missed shot, missed opportunity. Beautiful flash setup here. ZywOo looking out for his teammate. BlameF needs to get this kill, and he does.
Oh, nice crouch spray through, and he's looking for just one more headshot there, but he's going to be found. The trade is even better for Apex. The timing is perfect, and that's going to get them the one-man advantage here. But a catch from Lucky. Apex trying to wander back onto the bomb site. He gets found. 2-on-2 now. Glaive is making his way fast as he can down onto that A ramp. Lucky is holding the CT spawn, so very good chance here for a bomb plant, and they have 2 Molotovs left on the side of Astralis, so they could do some real trickery with those as well. One of them going to be to jungle, yeah, making sure that they're not getting peeked at the same time. Masuta swings for it, but this time Lucky is a bit quicker with that AK, and now it's on Shox. 1 versus 2, trying to get the click in there, but now he's been found out. He has some grenades of his own. He could spend them time here. Yeah, try and get it done. But oh, Glaive with the AK, with the AWP instead. And Astralis will pick up the first round on Mirage.
And that was looking so good, but that is going to be the linchpin going into this half is control of mid, and how are you going to go about it for Vitality? They decide to go for a later fight into it. Astralis had the bodies there in mid as well to take it, and so a lot of this, I mean, mid portion of the map is what's important on Mirage. Is it opens up the access to connector, it opens up the access to the B bomb site through short and underpass, and so you know this is where the fight's going to go down. It looked like Vitality were going to come out ahead, but again, if it gets down to a 2v2, credit to BlameF. That lurk from underpass, that is one of his favorite spots on any map. BlameF and underpass, and he comes up with 2 kills, and I think that's what cracks it all open for Astralis.
Yeah, I don't think they would have had a chance without that, so you're right. Really well done.
There he is on your screen. Monster.
I was actually fairly sure that Masuta would have won that fight against Lucky, because again, I just feel like Masuta's been so impressive that it looked to me like he was going to swing and take that. It's back to that same duo that they had on, well, on all the maps pretty much, but especially on Nuke. ZywOo and Masuta are back up in action. 8 and 7 kills. Quick boost from Shox. Oh, but Glaive, he's much quicker. Already in position. And he will take down Shox. So that was the one lone AWP in play, and it does nothing so far.
Shot from Glaive again, just kind of chilling out, waiting. And once again, it's going to be Astralis, you know, going through the motions. After that initial pick, they get a control of mid. This is going to give them access into connector. You can see how they slowly expand their control on this map. Bomb is still making its way over. Masuta, though, going to be able to catch config out. That's a big deal.
Yeah, they steal back the AWP. Oh, I don't know what Sai was looking at, but he's going to be found. Apex, once the AK almost gets caught, but that's just a USP. And that's Kyojin from inside of the bomb site. Astralis, this was your chance. This is the big holiday that you could have had in this round where you just cruise through. And now you've given them rifles to work with, and this is trouble. Apex will take down Lucky, and Glaive is on his own. 1 versus 2. He's got 40 seconds, but he's expecting and hoping for someone to show up through that murder hole. Not going to be the case. Make the jump down. Now down to 30 seconds, and already finding a bit of a challenge inside of the bomb site. I think he must have heard that as well. That's a lot of damage. And a headshot. Oh, this would be spectacular if Glaive could pick it up, but Masuta's already there with the AWP. Can he do it? Oh, he uses the Deagle instead. What a clutch out of him. And he's doing everything, Masuta. M4A1, AWP, and Deagle. He's a master of all of it, it seems.
It's Nuke all over again, Anders, right now. It's Masuta and ZywOo sitting at the top of the pack for Vitality. And Apex is up there as well. I mean, Vitality right now, they are hitting shots. They're clearly comfortable. And I feel like their team play is also dialed in as well. I mean, there was that gap. That's where it all kind of like started to unravel a little bit, where I think Apex was a split second late on his rotation. And that's how ZywOo gets shot in the head, because he thinks the teammate is watching his flank for him. So there was that gap, that little moment. But from there on out, it feels like it's just Vitality controlling the situation so well.
Speed is the key now for Astralis. They really want that second round. Does it get trade to begin with? And Apex, actually, he took a lot of damage there. Grenade to the feet of Shox. He's trying to buy some time with a smoke, but he will be found eventually. 3 versus 2, and they're going to exit the B-bomb side, run to middle. It's an interesting rotation that's coming in here, and Glaive again.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, holding it.
What a call. What a call from Astralis.
But Glaive has to be careful. Real careful. Oh, he's thinking about it too. I don't think he sees Apex. He doesn't know. He did see the back of him, but without even realizing, that's a disaster. Config inside of the A bomb site. Ready and waiting in Apex. He's going to find the timing anyway. Great kill. And it leaves Config on his own. Whoa, and he's not quick enough. Cyber will take him down. Apex for the triple. And Vitality 6-1 in their favor. It's a brilliant start.
That is still just what a call. Vitality getting a little bit overconfident with the rotation there. Very quick rotation to be. And that leaves a chance for Astralis to thread the needle and get a bomb planted. So Astralis can actually continue to put the pressure on Vitality here. Apex, man. Okay, I can't repeat what he said, but it's pretty good. I can't repeat what he said, but it's pretty good.
We'll get it later. Don't worry. Oh, man. He's so fired up. It's so wonderful to see. 6-1. 8th round is coming up. Astralis, big chance to win some of these rounds, but also some slip-ups. And unlike earlier, when it was just Misutra and Saibu, they've got Apex now following. They've got that trio that they've been looking for a long time now. Vitality are looking lethal once again.
They're looking terrific right now. This is a team that's looking like they've definitely got what it takes to close it out. Now it's a matter of maintaining the mental capacity. And if they feel like, hey, they're doing this to shut down the crowd as well, right? That's a good motivation. ZG to top mid, doing a bit of damage. Not too much. And now we'll get into the standoff as once again Astralis looking to just get that presence in mid going. Dude, Apex, so bold.
Yeah, he's
what a
feeling
mad lad.
You could tell he is really fired up. Don't underestimate him. He is such a good player. Smoke goes away. He's flashed it again. That is so bold. And Config was ready to receive him, but that just reeks of confidence. Now, you know what? We did the one attempt, didn't really work. Let's do it again. Let's try and see if we can do a little bit of a double pump in the middle. We got punished for it this time, but you still kind of love to see it.
Astralis were ready for it. Those positions that they hold, right, that they're holding, it's just in case a flash comes over, they're going to be ready to deal with any kind of push for info. So Vitality, they've kind of walked into that one. Still not the end of days, though, because if they accurately call where this is going, and it feels like they've got a read, BlameF is going to do what he can over here. But this could still pan out nicely for Vitality. Masuda and Shox ready to say hello, and 35 seconds on the clock. Astralis have yet to commit.
That's a bit worrisome. The weakest point right now, without a doubt, is Kyojin alone at the bomb site. He's going to be fouled by Glaive.
Instant.
It's not a bad opening. At 23 seconds. I think Vitality probably just saved the guns here. Rather than fight 5 versus 3, I don't think it's worth it. Shox, he's not realizing, but yep. Config is right on top. And now they definitely do save. So a second round for Astralis. It's a real slow beginning to the map. There's no denying it.
No. And there we go. A bit of a round of applause for Astralis as the bomb is ramping up. And, well, they can still catch him out here. They can take these guns off of Vitality. That would be good for Astralis, but they don't want to give too much away. It's not like they have stacks of cash.
No, you're right. You got to be real careful you don't donate too many rifles to the other side either. Oh, nice tag there, and it's going to be the follow-up BlameF with the double. All right. Celebrations. But it is really only one step in this direction. They need so much more right now, Astralis. They've managed to do some economic damage, which I think maybe that's the real point of celebration here, is the fact that Vitality are out of cash.
Strapped. If they could have held on to those guns, that would have made a big difference. Astralis know it as well. And we'll get them just poking around here in mid, seeing what's going to come of it. Shoxy hoping for some shots through mid with that B250, hoping to get lucky. And a little bit of a stack, a gamble stack coming out here from Vitality. So fair enough. Astralis have no reason to rush things, though. They know that they have the superior firepower.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that's fine. I wish they would have had the one flashbang Vitality. But going slow against Eagles can sometimes backfire. You want to be careful about that. I think Kyojin must have spotted them there, but not a chance to let go of a bullet yet. Okay, they're going to be stacking the other side instead now. Very interesting. I mean, Sai was close enough by. They could have 4 people here pretty fast on the side of Vitality. And in the middle, Astralis hanging around for a long time. 50 seconds on the clock as they start to make their way to the A-bomb site. Kyojin, Eagle hand. Oh, and he misses the opportunity. Oh, but he gets it right back again. Very well done. Config gonna catch a rotation, shocks us out of it. And dangerous peek there. Kyojin, he has got that AK in hand, and Config is now walking up behind him. Oh, this is a big play. They're so focused on the bomb side, and they're flashed as well. They want to go for a huge 3-man swing, and Config shooting him in the back, and that's a round for Astralis. Not bad. They survive 3-6.
Golf clap. Yeah, there you go. That's right. But you saw, still the golf clap polite. A little bit of a, that was a nice round of Astralis. Well done. Good job, old chaps.
Yeah, very, very sophisticated, civilized.
Indeed.
6-3.
Now it's the buy round, though. This is the big one here. This is the make or break round, I feel like, for Vitality. If they are not able to lock it down here, Astralis, they run the risk of letting Astralis tie things up in this half. A little change of pace here from Glaive, and that catches Zaiwu unawares. Not expecting him to be pushed down onto short that quickly. Very sick call there from Glaive.
Man, that really was lightning fast, wasn't it? Good opening frag in the round.
Well, it's conditioning coming into the play there. They've been doing a lot of slow stuff, Astralis, so it's a great round to just speed it up, throw it out there, and see if you can catch them. Playmap gonna catch Apex. Kyojin there to try and trade it back, though. Takes Config out of the picture. Yeah, but he is alone on this site.
You're absolutely right. He's on his own. He has to do this without any backup from a teammate. He's doing wonderful work right now, but lucky, they'll come in and close him down. Oh! That is a flick and a half from Glaive. Difficult angle to shoot at, but now he's gonna have to do it again. Misuta walking in. Glaive, he can't miss it. He can't even get the shot off. It's Misuta instead. 1 versus 2, a massive double. And Vitality at 7-3. Again, Misuta, top of the board. He is 13-5. I think he's completely blown my mind in this best of 3.
He's showing us once again why Vitality put the faith in him. They brought him onto the roster. They said repeatedly that it's just a matter, it's a mental block for him. They keep telling him, listen, if you feel like you can make a play, go for it. Take those risks, take those duels. You've got the firepower. We see it in the scrims. Now bring that in the officials. And it's taken a little bit of time to get him comfortable into that position where he feels like he can go for it. And we're seeing it now. It seems like Misuta's really coming into his own on this roster.
Whatever Apex has was also
translating. Yeah, transmitting it elsewhere.
7-3, 11th round. Still got that AWP in play on Zaiwu. But yeah, I mean, it's one thing to say, play with more confidence and try and do it, but I mean, to find that confidence on a stage like this in front of a somewhat hostile crowd is actually just completely mind-blowing. 11th round here. And Astralis, they need way more than 3 rounds in this first half. It is not enough right now.
We need a whole lot more than that as the chant is going off. But now we're back into the slow play, the slow pace here from Astralis. So you throw 1 round out there real quick just to see if you can shake things up, and then you're back into what has been working for you so far. Fair enough. Going back to the well. And after all of this patient play, we may actually eventually get that execute.
It's interesting to see Vitality not really playing too aggressively anywhere now. And they haven't really done that too much. I mean, a little bit in B hallways, a little bit in middle, but nowhere near as much as they maybe could if they wanted to. So
a lot of faith in Zaiwu. He's just alone.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're just trusting in this default setup. They know that it can work, so they don't want to mess around with it either. 40 seconds. Astralis are not really getting anything for this time either. They're not putting a lot of pressure. They're not forcing Vitality into doing anything they didn't want to do. 30 seconds now. And the Danes are being very, very slow. I think too slow in this round, but Config, he'll find the one opening there. Still a 3-man setup at the bomb side, and Apex He comes barreling through, takes down Config, Shocks and Kyojin to hold the site, and Glaive is on his own. 15 seconds, and there should be no way. He just doesn't have the time for it. He cruises on there, but Kyojin takes him down. Great triple, and a great defense for Vitality. Oh, they're taking big steps right now to meet NAVI in that grand final.
Oh, they're looking better and better, Anders. Kyojin playing with some confidence here as well. Last time around, he kind of got shut down here in Shadow, just insta-gibbed. This time he decides to take the initiative and look for the fight before Glaive can come to him, and I really like that. Not letting it get decided, you instead taking the initiative to get it done. So Vitality, man, terrific stuff. 8 rounds on the board, and I think you're right. This is where Astralis, you know, it may be too many cooks in the kitchen, where you're still, I mean, I imagine it's still Glaive who's the one calling the shots, but maybe Blame, you know, Blame is trying to chime in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see them play it that slow without even getting, because sometimes if you play it slow, at least you're getting a little bit of map control, you're getting some read on where they are, you're forcing out some nades, but they were really frozen in time in the middle for a real long time, and that is an issue. 8-3 right now, 12th round is coming up, and Vitality, this is spectacular.
Really putting on a show for us here. Tight rounds, and yet they still keep getting it done. And wow, Astralis right back into it. Rinse and repeat. Although this time around, they are going to be looking to try and accelerate a little bit faster. By the looks of things, this is a different setup.
Yeah, they're going to be quick this time.
Haven't seen this one before.
Looks like we might see a bit of window play as well. Kyojin and Apex, I mean, if they can block off Saibu and go for it, it's going to be a 3 or 4 way crunch onto the bomb site. And what an opening. Sip to take down Kyojin. Trouble inside of the bomb site. Apex alone on an island. And Sip will find him and take him down. Misutra and Shocks, it's an instant save call. If there was going to be a comeback here for Astralis, this is how it has to start.
Now's the time. Now is the time. You only have a couple rounds left in this half, and if you let Vitality get into double digits in the first half, you're going to have a long journey ahead of you on the CT side, where Vitality are going to be the ones who get to set up the plays, get to determine the pace. It's going to be very difficult to handle. So Astralis, they need a few more rounds in this first half. They're about to pick up another one, though. And there we go. Finally, you know, we need to see more variety and pace, I think, on this T side right now, because Astralis, right, they tried to go back to the slow play, thinking, well, that worked at the beginning of this half. Maybe we can do that again. And clearly it didn't. So I'm glad to see that they have a few more plays left in the playbook. Again, they've only been practicing with this roster for, what, 11 days coming into this? That's not a whole lot of time to develop a roster and get all of the maps prepped.
The other immediate problem, I think, with playing slow the way that they've been doing is that also buys time for Saibu, Misutra, and Apex to sort of take those consecutive fights, and because they're so good at winning them right now, you're not putting enough pressure on them to make a mistake. I mean, in this round, you could see Apex getting swarmed and overwhelmed. Do you think that's... If you're new to the game, that might look like Apex being uniquely frustrated, but it's just default Apex.
It's just default Apex, yes.
He's not freaking out.
And his teammates as well are just like, yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we know.
We know. We're not even. They're not even getting concerned with it.
Shocks, aggressive angle, and it pays off. That's a good start. Config here, gotta be careful. That AWP is in there somewhere, and they know. They don't want to give it away either. Dangerous. Bit of a peek here. Config, usually not afraid of anything, but I've got to say, that's probably pushing it a little bit too far. Nice find in the middle. Saibu gonna pick up Glaive. 3 versus 5 right now. And Astralis, I mean, they barely get to celebrate at all.
That's a filthy off angle from Zaiwu. Just being way out there. Glaive never expected that. To pull that off in a round like this, that is a bold move, and it works. It bears fruit here. There's Config, though, catching Apex out in the open. Kyojin and Zaiwu, however, are still here, and that has not prompted a rotation just yet out of Vitality. They're looking to get ahead of this. Zaiwu, that's the kill that he needed, and Blameth, instant headshot.
Vitality, I mean, this is a round that's already won. You've got 2 kills. There's almost no time left. They've let Astralis back into the round for no reason at all. Kyojin goes to the spray, but Simple hit the headshot. Now it shocks Misuta here. Vitality, not like this. They had a chance to close them completely out of this half, and now I'm not so sure anymore. There's a bit of a peek coming out, but Shocks lucky to be alive. And Misuta, FAMAS in hand, trying to retake here from the connector. I don't know what he could even do right now. He's checking everything. He's really paranoid about this. And so much time is already off the clock, even if the bomb is only just planted here. I think they're out of time. Oh no, a missed shot as well. A fumble and a stumble for Vitality. And Astralis should consider themselves lucky to get into this round at all. 5-8 is going to be the scoreline. I can't believe it.
What a shame. Can he get into a position where he can say he can get that AWP back? He's going to make the jump. No, he misses the jump.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, Misuta. He misses the jump in the window. That would have got the op back at least. Now, well, they only have the AK. That's a shame. But this kill here from BlameF is outrageous. ZywOo felt like he had the drop on him. And this was such great teamwork between Shoxy and Misuta. Misuta trying to bait the reaction from BlameF, really trying to force BlameF to make a move so that he can walk into Shoxy, and then Shoxy misses the shot.
There's
yeah,
a
there we
failed
go.
jump.
Thank you very much for that. Could have been just enough to describe it, but no, you had to show Misuta's shame on stream.
Okay.
Well, there we go. Okay.
They may not have a lot to fight with, but Misuta, he wants some revenge. He got to save that AK, and he wants to use it right away. Sipping Glaive, but Misuta's already rotated over. He's already reading this. Oh, and Shox is there with the Deagle again. Everything is hard right now on the side of Astralis. They're getting nothing for free right now. If they want to get up to 6 or 7 rounds, they are going to have to take it from Vitality because they're holding on tight at the moment. Another 3-on-5. The last one, Vitality should have clearly won. This time, if they let go of this one, though, I mean, that's going to be upsetting to the overall mentality of Vitality for sure.
Not to be born. Cannot let that happen. Kyojin, a bit of a moment here for him. He's only got the USP, so it's really not that great. What he can do is stay alive. Yep, what he can do is stay alive to set up for his teammate. Nicely done. Misuta eventually finds that kill. Sells himself dearly.
Lucky, he's got no idea. He just has no way to know. ZywOo coming in, it's all on Glaive. 1 versus 3, getting shot in the back, and now they're coming in from the other side, and they'll find him. Huge victory again on the side of Vitality with the 1 AK, that beginning from Misuta, and now they are way ahead. 15th round is coming up. This is, I mean, mechanically, and again, his read of the game, he already rotated over here. He was already good for it. 17 kills and 6 deaths on the side of Misuta.
Just can't get that picture out of my head there. If you ever needed a clearer example of, you know, the boys imitating the men. There you go, right there. Head in the hands. It's a bit of a rough one here for Astralis, but they still got a chance. 5-9. I mean, if they can get a 6th round on the board here on this T side, it's still good, and they are going to go right back to the well. I love this. We have not seen this yet from Astralis. This is an excellent call to make right now.
Okay, push out onto the bomb site. Again, it's a round with some speed behind it. Nice shot. That's absolutely absurd. Taking down Kyojin, and Sip is there to clear it out. ZywOo drops next spot. Apex is hiding in the back, and he's only good for the 1 kill. Oh! Was that a headshot? Shox taking down Config. They get the bomb plant down, but there's a chance for a comeback into this round here. Misuta, he's still here. Tries to clear the wave. It all is on this one. Molotov throws it up there, and now it's all on Misuta. If he had Molotov the low ground, they would have won the round maybe, but lucky instead. A triple and a 9-6 finish at the end of it. Wow, what a first half. The second one, it's coming right up after this.
No! I went for it.
Fast.
I'm gonna veto the one thing anyway that he's not, so I could just start. And I'll veto the op.
I would remove AK. So the first one who got 5 rounds, right?
Let's go.
Please don't go easy on me.
Yeah, you go easy on me.
I just woke up, I don't wanna lose.
Me
anyway.
too.
to know trajectory of these boxes. Is it live? No?
Yeah, it's live.
Oh, it's live. I didn't expect that.
You can laugh at me for that instead. Okay. Wait, how many like rounds per half? 4? Damn, literally the same thing I did to you first round.
That's not a lot of rounds. Yeah. These boxes are so scary.
Yeah, they are. I just run every time I hear them.
Close.
Yeah.
No.
Come back. Starting now. From 2 to 4.
Welcome back once again. Second half is coming up. We are on the final map. Someone is going to have to go up and face NAVI in the grand finals. And right now we don't know if it's going to be Astralis or Vitality, but it is leaning the way of the French at the moment. They have silenced the home crowd. They've managed to shut it down. They have a 3-round lead, and they are looking terrifying at the moment. So let's just see if they can finish what they started here. It's going to be the straight rush towards the bomb site. Troublers coming, Sip and Config. They're on their own, defending a big opening. Masuta and Apex, 2-for-1 trade. That's the start they need. Glaive, smooth kill to get that one, but it's too much. Too many on the bomb site, and Lucky is on his own.
And now they know where he is as well, so they can set up post plant. The smoke goes down. He doesn't have a prayer here. What can you do? You're walking into the Triangle of Doom. Bomb is planted. The smoke is cleared. He's got a little bit of an angle to work with, so that's nice, but it's still caught in a triangle.
And they're playing it really well. Vitality not giving him much to work with here. And Lucky, he's looking, he's like, please, someone peek me. Anything to make it a 1 versus 2. Shocks with the final one. And the pistol, it goes to Vitality. Stunning work right now.
Do we have Masuda again? Can we check that? Because, oh, there it is. Full on. Naf fly.
Hell yeah, that's a shot.
But Masuda just deleted Config. And that's with Zipnik's trying to shoot him in the back. He still manages to just insta-goosh Config. So what an entry from Masuda. Just chucked himself in there. What a hero. His team needed that. Double digits now for Vitality on this T side.
He really is playing the game of his life right now. Throughout this whole best of 3, I admit, he went missing for a while on Inferno, but even then, he actually came back, which in some ways is even more impressive. It's even more difficult to have a slow and a bad start to a map and then come back and do it again. And then on a third map, he's fully awake, fully ready. Good USP kill. A little bit of an aggressive move from Astralis. Vitality, slow it down. Apex, I don't know, probably could have waited a little bit longer, but they get the bomb plant down. And they should have no trouble winning this round. Oh, yes! ZywOo stabbing Glaive in the back!
And it makes sense for ZywOo. It makes sense for ZywOo because he wants that AWP. So go for that bonus money. That is sick. Knife kill gets you the most money possible. So that just makes a whole lot of sense for ZywOo. No disrespect. Just about the economy there.
And maybe a little disrespect as well. Why not?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe just
Oh, man. Lucky and Blamef. 2 versus 3. They Would love to have saved some AKs instead of Khalils, I guess, but that is just a small detail. The bomb is going to go up, and it will be an 11-6 lead. Vitality now 5 rounds away. They have almost done it. Yeah, look at this. Backs up. Don't turn your back. He's having too much of a good time. They need to wipe that smile off his face somehow. 18th round.
And that is fine as far as the Astralis are concerned. They did a good damage. And now they actually have a couple of rifles, so they have more nades to work with in this round, which is mega. Can even drop some nades around, take advantage of that bonus economy. So really solid there from Astralis. That was a great eco round. And now that sets them up here, where they have way more to work with than they would have otherwise. Vitality, though, different style already that we're seeing from them. Rather than out there looking for it, they're waiting to see if Astralis are going to be the ones pushing aggressively here.
Go quick, really hard at the A-bomb side. Oh, but Glaive stopping Misuta before he can catch his teammate. It's going to be a bit of a trade as well. Apex only good for the 1 kill. 3 versus 4. Hyojin and Shox, they never really got into play in the middle. Were they thinking about going back the whole time? I feel like if they wanted to crunch the A-bomb site, those 2 players needed to be further down the middle. So maybe they just wanted to hit the bomb site, maybe trade the kills, maybe get a 1 versus 1, a 1-for-1 trade, and then fall back.
It's very weird because they still have nades, so it may not. It's not like that doesn't make sense. They could back off. They didn't commit the bomb either, so there's still a chance. But this flank coming in now is going to be brutal. We'll see how they deal with it, because now, you know, Lucky's able to communicate this over to his teammates. They still know that one guy is mid, and it is going to be very difficult now for Vitality.
Yeah, they should really never be winning this round. 3 versus 4. Oops. A bit of a failed nade. Sip standing up right into the AK, and Cyber comes in with a kill. And just like that, it's a 2-on-3. 14 seconds. They're going to get the bomb plant. That is hard to explain, isn't it? They somehow steal the round back. Astralis not ready, and Kyojin with a headshot. An absolutely miraculous comeback for Vitality. That might be the round that breaks Astralis back.
Shoxy Jesus, the return. That headshot, man, that just floors me. You get the second one too, but man, without that entry, you're just getting chewed up, Vitality. But just like that, they have 3 alive. They're going to be able to back out of here, hold on to their guns. BlameF hoping to catch an exit, but that's just not going to happen. Vitality going to get up onto 12 rounds.
And worse still, the money is not there for Astralis. It also, I mean, it even started with that fumbled grenade that made you think, oh, wow, they're really screwing this one up. And not the case. 17 on Apex, 18 on Misuta, 15 on Cyber. That is the trio right now that is winning this map and winning this game against Astralis. 12-6. They have doubled the round score of Astralis.
Let's go! Let's fucking go, boys!
Yes, he is so fired up. 19th round is coming your way. And Astralis have an AK and a scout and some deagles. Maybe 1 ticket back into this, but BlameF waiting for a flash, getting caught. They nearly lined up. There's a team kill. I don't think it's going to make a big difference here. 4 versus 3.
No, this is Vitality sticking together. That's the whole point of them sticking together like this. It's that if a pistol comes whipping around a corner like that, they're going to have enough firepower to deal with it, and they won't get overwhelmed. Now you can even manage Apex's gun if you wanted to. You have a little bit of time to work with here now that Astralis have shot their shot. Although that is a very nice party favor to find. AK to work with here for Glaive. And because Vitality, that's the one drawback, is because they were grouped up, now they have to worry about flanks. So the one little moment, you know, where they're wondering, did they push A, did they push ramp, you know, is this something like what's happening now? You know, is this something that happened earlier? Do we have to worry about this?
Giving them some time to sweat here. Just to sort of let it sink in. Still 40 seconds, so plenty of time for Vitality to actually make up their minds. But you have to imagine on the side of Astralis, this is excruciating. It's like, can we at least get through the rounds where we don't have a real chance to fight back? But no, everything. They're lingering right now. Stewing in what looks like an upcoming loss here. Glaive will go down right through the smoke. Some late justice being dished out from Cyber. And Sipnix out there by the market. Didn't get the scout shot that he needed, and it's not a lot, but you may have to save what you have here.
Oh, brutal flash as well. Nicely done, Zyro.
Stopping them from picking up the AK.
That's it. You know, just use that gun as bait. You know where they're going to want to go. You know that they want to recover it, and so just camp it and wait for them to walk into the open. And now Zyro gets another freebie. 2-tap on Zion Zip. You know, just letting them know.
Quad kill.
I don't think anybody here is going to call you, bud. Not going to happen.
But they might, but it's going to be. It's not going to be nice messages. I guarantee it.
Not the calls you want to be getting. Not from these fans.
Oh, this is such an impressive lead right now. 13-6. They could have got wiped out by that Eagle, but it didn't turn out that way. Double up now. Astralis desperate now to get back into the game. Whatever it takes, they need to turn this around, and it's going to have to be right now.
This is the brutal thing, Anders, is that it can work both ways. And that's something that needs to keep being repeated, is that the home crowd advantage is a thing, but it can also weigh you down. Because when it turns into a church in here, dead, quiet, nothing, you know, when you're losing rounds and there isn't a peep, that's also weighing on you if you're Astralis right now.
It truly is. Oh, man. 20th round. Let's just see. Again, Vitality being very, very slow and careful. I actually think Astralis would probably love some fast brawl rounds where they could, because that gets everyone fired up. Your adrenaline gets back up and running. This is excruciating if you're losing the game this hard. You know, you talk about the silence and sort of the dead atmosphere.
It's oppressive.
That goes on for so long, right? Slow rounds, letting them simmer in it. Shocks, though. He will go down. Good defense. Lucky. Not bad on the double kill. Yojin out in the open with no backup. He's going to go down. Apex will fall. It's a good double for Config. And they get a 7th round.
There you go. There you go. Some life from the fans here. Astralis needed that one. One of those feel-good rounds where everything works, everything lines up, and felt like Vitality kind of trickled into this bomb site one at a time, and that definitely did not help anything.
No, it didn't. But that's the first round that Astralis pick up in the second half at all. So it's a brief respite from the punishment that they've been receiving. It's not enough. They need way more. They need to pull this into a string of rounds. There's no evidence that they could do that right now. They're going to have to show us. And one thing you could say, everyone on Astralis has sort of shown up here, right? There's no one that's just horribly lacking behind. They're all playing pretty decently. But we started this talking about Config. We started it talking about BlameF as being two really good players on this map. They need to show that right now. They are running out of time. 13-7. 6-round gap. BlameF, quick jump down, setting up for the one-way. Trying to play around it. They know it's coming, but oh, nice find from Shox. Again, that smoke down there has become so common that everyone knows what it is.
Yeah, when you see that smoke now, you're on high alert. Shoxy is checking that angle. You can see him swinging wide. He wants to get as much ground covered as possible. You definitely are on high alert if you see that smoke. It's not something you're taking lightly. Good to see Shoxy hit that shot. Survives with only 3 health, though, so he's got to be careful going forward. Oh, missed opportunity.
Lucky. Oh, all right. That's a pretty fun kill right there. But they need more than just that. 2 versus 3. This Config will get the shot there, but it doesn't matter. Apex and Shox, they will close out the round. And Shox surviving on 3 health for the triple. They get to 14. They just do not stop. And the money, they could put together a buy right here, Astralis. What a desperate situation for them. They need to find a way out. 1 round in the second half so far.
It's actually unreal. Considering the performance here from Vitality. Rumor mill is definitely running hard on these guys, but to see them doing so well. BlameF trying to take a fight. Nicely done. Traded immediately. A quick change of pace coming in from Vitality. Apex finding the opening. Brilliant work from him, and he gets the info. Now they know where BlameF is playing from. If they wanted to punish, they could. But they elect not to and slow it down. They still have quite a few grenades to work with here on the side of Vitality.
trying to change the pace like we talked about earlier, which could have maybe worked out right then. But also we mentioned probably something that Astralis are feeling up to. Take those brutal fights and get the adrenaline back up and running.
It really is amazing, you know, considering that our analysts going into this match, you know, and it's a valid point that Masuda, you know, they don't really have that much experience on LAN. Their experience on LAN is getting blasted in the face by NAVI repeatedly, right? And then you're going up against Astralis, where home team, you know, it's not going to be great either. You're not going to have many cheers from the fans. And yet, Masuda's just a monster, stepping up in a huge way. Even Kyojin has his rounds with the Deeg and everything else. I mean, like, these guys right now are doing work. It's amazing to see.
I'm beyond impressed with Masuda, no doubt. I knew Cyber was going to be good. Knew Apex was going to have at least a map. I didn't see it coming with Masuda. Blamef, though. They'll find a kill. Masuda, speak of the devil, back and taking down Sip. And the bomb is planted here. Config and Blamef, they need to win this round. They need to keep them off of series point in a 2-1-2. They have a smoke to put on the bomb, so maybe that is a way to do it. Config is swapped out for the AK instead. Cyber playing back here, and he's so lightning fast. He'll take down Blamef. Config on his own, trying to find it, but he is right on top of him. And Config, he can't get the job done. It's a double instead, as Cyber will get that 15th round for his team.
Got to do a close shot on this one to find the fans in the audience for Vitality. There aren't many of them, so definitely got to get a close shot on that. But what a round. Zywoo is so quick. He saw that coming from a mile away and just locks it down. Vitality showing true poise here on Mirage. It looked like there was a window of opportunity for Astralis to get back into it, to start trying to get some rounds to go back their way. But this second half, man, they gave him one round and then they just shut him down.
They're going to try and do the same thing right here. The chance for Vitality to play Navi. Great opening. Cyber and Masuda both now. It's a 3-2 versus 5. Oh, not a library, not a church, but a graveyard as they take them out. And now we'll have Vitality playing Navi in the grand finals. The crowd was not enough.
Some applause, and definitely a lot of cheering fans in the front row there. The Vitality fans going crazy. They were definitely some hype ones. And well, now they're going to get a chance at a rematch in the same event, Anders. And I don't think it's going to go the same. I don't think it's going to be as easy for Navi this time. Vitality are going to be poised to give them a fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've already been shocked by them once. And you're right. Now they get a second swing. And they need to bring this same trio. Masuda, Zywoo, and Apex.
Right, credit to these teams, and I'm glad that we're seeing, fist bumps here.
Of course.
Handshakes all around. Nothing but respect between these teams, but
no doubt.
Credit to Astralis as well for making it this deep into the tournament with this new roster.
I didn't think
it really bodes well for the future. Config is an absolute monster, but he's also there bolstered by the rest of his team. Blamef, everybody had their moments. Lucky really coming into his own in the clutch with that rifle. I mean, we'll see what the future is there, but so far I think that Astralis can be pleased to get this third place finish.
He's dancing on the stage. I love Apex. I've said it many times. What a fantastic guy. Down on the stage, we have Alex ready with the interview.
Amazing stuff. Thank you, Royal Arena, and thank you, of course, to Anders and Semler. That's the last time we'll be seeing them. Give it up for Vitality and Anders and Semler. Oh, yes, indeed. Bro, a 3-map affair. You guys have got a long history, not only against Astralis, but also NAVI. You've managed to secure another head-to-head, Vitality versus NAVI. What's your read of the situation?
Actually, I mean, we are really happy to make it to the final. I think it's definitely a good result. Now, I won't even talk about the win or the lose. I mean, yesterday was definitely a really bad day for us. Today seems a bit better. So hopefully we can at least put a fight and show some good Counter-Strike in front of everyone today.
Yeah, you're absolutely already starting strong. Let's talk a little bit about the fact that Astralis played so damn good this tournament. Were you expecting this team, with such little practice, to perform as well as they did, to push you, to even beat you as well as they did?
Honestly, we didn't know what to expect from them because we didn't play them that much in practice. So we definitely had no idea about their level. but they definitely showed to everyone that they're here to compete.
Yeah.
And it's been only 2 or 3 weeks all together, so for sure in the future they're gonna be strong.
A team for you to fear in the future.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard Papillon. Thank you, Shocks. And the party is only just beginning. Because now we need to get the veto started. Shocks, if you could come on back and get Apex as well. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Blade and Boomich from NAVI! So, this is the series. Oh, and of course, our very helpful admin team. So the big question start is, of course, top seed, A or B, Boomich?
Of course, Team B.
Team B, all right. That does mean the first pick will be Vitality. They're talking it through. Gentlemen, you ready to rock and roll? And so the first pick, Apex, I'm going to need to hear what you're thinking.
First ban from us?
Yep.
What a question! Ban Ancient.
Ancient, okay, no Ancient today, okay, and NAVI. What are you playing? What are you not playing?
We're ban Vertigo.
What a surprise! No one saw it coming. No one saw it coming. So, we've got our bans. It does mean we need to know our first pick. Can I have a little drum roll, please, from the crowd here? What are you thinking?
Our first pick?
Yeah.
You need to remove. You need to remove Vertigo from them. That's right. It's
Yep.
Vertigo.
He's done his research.
Well, we're gonna pick Mirage.
Mirage? Mirage for Vitality, okay.
We have to try at some point. New maps.
Can you keep it exciting? Okay, and Boomich, what is your response? Mirage for Vitality?
We pick City side.
Okay, CT side. Does that mean we get another pick out of these guys?
Yeah, and pick Nuke.
Nuke?
Yeah.
Thought as much, okay. Next map on the board. Mirage, Nuke, Apex, all eyes on you. I'll let you talk it through.
We're gonna ban Overpass.
Overpass. No overpass, lads. You know what that leaves you with? What are you thinking? I think the Vitality boys have got NAVI thinking, scratching their heads. You ready?
Yeah, we're removing Dust 2. Play
No,
Inferno.
you play Inferno. Inferno. Are you telling me Inferno third map decider grand final? Woo-wee! Oh, that's certainly something to get the conversation started. Curveballs before a single bullet is fired. Vitality NAVI locked in, a grudge match from the major, and world number 1 and 2 clashing live in Copenhagen tonight.
Vitality have done it, breaking the hearts of Astralis and the home crowd in the process. We do get that rematch versus NAVI in the grand final of the Blast Premier Fall Finals 2021. I like what we saw from Vitality there. We will be touching upon the map veto very shortly, but I first of all want to talk about what we just saw going down on that third and final decider map of Mirage versus Astralis.
I didn't think they had it in them. I didn't think Vitality had it in them to react from that first map and close that series against the crowd, the fashion and the way they did it. That was commending on Mirage. There was very little to no doubt on the camp of Vitality. Of course, Zywo, we're going to mention him quite a lot, but they had multiple individuals popping off. The calls were great. I think Apex was one step ahead of Glaive, and I am absolutely flabbergasted of that performance from Vitality.
Yeah, we got what we wanted from Zywo, thank bloody God, but we called out Masuda. We wanted to see some more, and he stepped up massively on Mirage right here. 3 impactful rounds, make it 4 with that saved AK, that that one tap towards the A ramp that they ended up winning with the pistols just around it, and they really just swatted away any attempts that Astralis had here. So it's good to see them step up in that fashion. It actually was really good Counter-Strike once they got to that third map. They were looking confident. You're seeing them warm into things. And when you look at the overall for the series itself, you got Zayu at the top, Masuda number 2, Shox number 3. There you go. That's what we're talking about, and that's what you wanted to see coming into this. So we got what we needed, and now we get the setup again for a rematch of the upper bracket final. So all makes sense in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I love the confidence we saw coming out of Masuda there as well. It was a question, as Chad just posed, that we didn't really know what he was going to be delivering on these grand stages. We saw him kind of faltering up a little bit in some of the previous big stage matches that he has been. Not here, not against Astralis.
I mean, I had little to no faith as to what Masuda was going to be able to do on that big stage. I had the impression, I was under the impression that he would crumble under the pressure of the event. He would not rise and stand up to the occasion. And he proved me wrong. I think he probably proved a big part of the community wrong, right? He was one of the most influential players we had on that stage. Of course, Zayu did what Zayu did. Chad is absolutely right on that one. But if you think about the impact that what Masuda was able to do, it is very impressive. We're talking multi-kills, we're talking saving them in rounds they had no business winning, being commanding. Obviously, that USP round is one we have to talk about yet. But this man right there, he stepped up. He made a name for himself.
Yeah, 1v3, a 1v1, and a 1v2, as well as that saved AK, right? That right there says impact, and that's all that was from Masuda. So that is a great sign. But overall with the series, this is the recipe for success every time for this roster here, is Zayu going plus 30. That's in the KD column, right? He went plus 38 this time. I think last time they played just the other day it was plus 31. When they played before that, it was plus 36 or something. So this is great. He's getting to farm his stats right here, but this is huge. And this is how he kicked it off, right? He blocked that smoke, gets the gap in it, and just hit some crispy shots with that USP. Astralis were just greeting them with his head right there.
The standards for Zayu is extremely high, right? He is in that simple category where to have us content and satisfied with what he's doing, he needs to reach the atmosphere. But he did it. He did it in this game. He was the Zayu that is supposed to be a superstar. He was the Zayu that can turn any round on its tail if given the opportunity. He had all the timings right. You could see it right here. The amount of easy kill he had, that is a sign of Zayu dialed in. Zayu doesn't even operate only on pure aim. He mind games his opponent. He's one step ahead. He's in the matrix. And that was the Zayu that I wanted to see, that we were hoping to see on a big stage.
Well, the third piece of that superstar puzzle on this particular map was undoubtedly Apex coming into this one. And luckily enough, we do have a few words for him, courtesy of Max.
Vitality and Apex have done it. They've made their way to the grand final to face NAVI again. But before we get to that, mate, that crowd, you know, you really putting them to sleep.
Yeah, they were pretty quiet on Mirage. That's what we were looking for. And yeah, that happened. That was great from us.
And in terms of this Mirage, right, you guys, CT side, locking it down, and then after it just seemed like you had the full momentum and everything was in your favor. Also, it seems like the young guys, they're not bothered by the crowd booing them or anything. Are you impressed?
Well, obviously, I mean, it's been tough for us the last two games on stage. I was against the best team in the world, against NAVI. So we lost twice, but I mean, the last time was really harsh, to be honest. So we just wanted, we told them that all the crowd were against us. Let's play with it. Let's just make them quiet. That's what happened, and yeah, I'm proud of them. I mean, again, a first final on LAN for us, and that's really important, so I'm just proud of them.
And you've made it to this final. You're going to be going up against NAVI again, and last time around you said it was the worst game ever. Yeah. Do you think having this little boost in with this first Astralis game, now going into NAVI, is going to help?
Well, we did our job, actually. The top two here is a fantastic result regarding everything. So we're gonna play without pressure, just having fun, like a lot of fun. Because the last game, even though we lost, we didn't have fun because, I mean, we were pretty scared, but this time we'll not be scared. Whatever what happened in winning or losing both maps, or we're just gonna have fun and just enjoy the moment because it's gonna be the last crowd of 2021, and we don't know when it's gonna happen again with COVID situation, etc. So we'll just enjoy as much as possible, even though we play a full best of 3 already.
So I'm gonna expect a lot of madness and crazy plays.
Of course, man, of course. I mean, you know, playing against them again, I mean, it's the 6th time in this year. It's really nice to play against them. I mean, I like playing the favorites, the best team, and yeah, we're gonna give our best though.
I look forward to seeing it. Dan, go get yourself ready.
Thanks.
Very excited to see that grand final be kicking off very shortly. Dan's definitely right about one thing, though. He definitely silenced this home crowd by eliminating Astralis from the competition.
I told you he is a warrior, and it fuels him. Honestly, honest to God, it fuels Apex when everyone is shouting at him, against him. If you give him a couple of key rounds, a couple of clutches, he's going to feed off all that energy, and he's going to throw it right back at you. Now, he probably became public enemy #1 for a little bit here in Copenhagen, but that is something that's great because his teammate can look up to him, and they can identify with that. They can go on that path of war that was needed to beat Astralis.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest here for a second. I don't have a problem booing them while the game is on and doing all that, right? Trying to get in the head of the opponent for the home team. But like when Shox is there for an interview or once they've won, have some respect. Like actually be a Counter-Strike fan. I'm glad that he sent half of the crowd home with that win because we're about to have Simple vs ZywOo again, and I only want Counter-Strike fans in the building for that. I don't want these plastic fans around, right? I have no issue being nationalistic. I have no dramas with that whatsoever. But have some respect. Like, let's talk about this. These guys dedicate their life to this. They're coming out to entertain you, and you're going to boo them. The good thing is we already have your money. I hope there's a line for your bloody parking ticket. Have fun at home. Enjoy your Sunday night, because we're going to enjoy ours.
Well said, Chad. Well said indeed. And with that, unfortunately for Astralis, does mean that they are eliminated. Continuing the Copenhagen curse, I guess, because they've made it to literally every single event here in the Royal Arena, never able to lift the trophy. The highest they've placed is second back in 2017, I believe.
Yeah, the curse continues now. The context obviously a little bit different this time around. They came here with a brand new roster. We knew there was going to be limits to the map pool. We knew there was going to be limit to the strat book, but we thought with momentum, with good starts, and with a crowd, something crazy could happen. Something magical could happen. A little bit what happened against Heroic, right? But the problem in that game specifically is that Vitality had all the good starts, and that has to be step one. If you want to stop some kind of a challenger from the home crowd, you need to have a really good start. You need to put them in their places straight from the get-go, and that's what Vitality did.
Well, before Astralis do depart the building, we do have a few words from Config after that series.
I've got Config with me from Astralis as they do fall finally to Vitality, but it was quite the dream run scenario for you guys. And given, what, 11 days practice, are you that disappointed?
Not really disappointed, more disappointed in the way we lost. We're really happy with the result, getting third as our first tournament with 11 days of practice. So we're actually happy, but it's a tough loss because I felt like we could have won Inferno.
And when it came to Inferno, right, you were up at that point. What do you think was missing when they started to come back into it?
I think we took some slow map control, and I think they countered us and read us like a book on T side and stacked the right sides and stuff. So it was just a hard game. They're a really good team, even though people say they're dead. They're still really strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, they can definitely still fight, and even on this Mirage, right? And Mirage obviously being this new map for what Astralis is known for, but what you and Blame F bring to the table. Do you think it's just now to a point where it was a bit more easy for them to read what was going on, or what do you put it down to?
I just think they were really good CT side, and on T side they just shot us out the server. We didn't get a chance to start on our CT side. I think we had like pretty bad money the entire time, so we were scared to do plays and stuff. So yeah, I think they were just better today.
And overall, how would you just kind of look at your tournament experience here, right? For the first time in the Astralis jersey and that amazing crowd cheering you guys on.
I think it was amazing. I think all the fans are insane. I love you guys, and I also love the atmosphere in here, and Blast is just a great tournament. I think they should get the next major.
Good shout out there as well. And lastly, right, obviously we talked about the 11 days of practice, but I'm guessing the T sides are not fully refined. The map pool's not there quite yet. So I guess the sky's the limit for you guys.
I hope, James. We still have a lot to work on. We still have a lot to work on our T side especially, and I think that's what we're going to do for the next tournaments upcoming.
Well, we look forward to seeing it, Config. I'll see you next time, man.
See you.
Look after yourself.
A valiant effort from Astralis. Unfortunately, they do not go the full distance. It will be Vitality meeting NAVI in our grand final, but not before we get our show match underway, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some more fun and games going down here in the Royal Arena. We're going to kick it to a quick break, but when we are back, make sure to join us for our standoff. things are shaping up here in the Royal Arena as we're soon ready to get our grand final underway. But not before we get into some fun and games, whilst Vitality have a well-deserved breather. So we're gonna get our show match rather underway. We're gonna throw it on over to the stage with Alex and the players.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now, as you might understand, Vitality just played a full best of 3, and we're going to give them an hour to regenerate before that grand final. Simple Zywoo, baby. But before we even talk about that, we have got an extra special treat for you. We're hanging out on the stage with some special individuals. There's a distinct presence at the front of the stage. For some reason, the entire Danish crowd is magnetized towards a couple of individuals. I guess I'll introduce them. We have Device. We have none other than the newest ninja in Tag. And that is just one side of the stage. They've got mics on their face, and of course, we've got the beautiful, heroic Testis is here, everybody! Renee Madsen. Was that good? Was that okay? Hey, I'm learning. And I've said your name a couple of times, but we've got Casper, Katie, and more! This is going to be fun. What's the situation here, lads? So what? You've got 2v2. Yeah. Cadian's forgotten his password. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back now.
Oh, you're back? Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
We're set. We're set.
I mean, the pressure didn't get less from the crowd behind me being like, you don't remember your password? Damn.
2v2? Yeah. But it is just password with a capital P, in case anyone was wondering. Password, capital P. It does look like you're getting everyone logged in. Looking like the warm-up is on.
I'm ready, yeah, whatever.
René doesn't
Det er ikke samme config-kælder, eller hvad?
Nej. Det er helt svært at stå op.
Men de står sådan lidt lavere.
My Danish is real. Should we do a Danish death segment? What do I say, guys? Help me out here.
Yeah.
Tusind tak. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. Any other ones? The hugugeflu?
What?
The dessert?
Dessert?
What?
Rødgrød med fløde.
Rød med fløde.
Høl.
Rød.
Høl.
Med fløde.
Med fløde.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
No. It sounds like Sims. Amazing. Okay, we've got the Hugo Maflu. We're just waiting for them to get into the server. And just while I'm asking, let's just take a quick poll. Who thinks NAVI is going to be lifting the trophy a little later on today? Yeah. Okay. And who thinks Vitality are going to be lifting the trophy today? I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And we are moments away. In fact, Testis is just, you've got to load up yet. So the little green men are on your screen. That's it.
This is not my normal thing.
Okay, we're freestyling it here today.
Yay!
You've been feeling at home in that NIP jersey, Tag?
What?
You've been feeling at home in this this jersey?
For sure. People are taking really good care of me here as well.
Yeah, I bet, especially walking around the Copenhagen halls, it's been nice as well.
Well, what do you think, Alex? Maybe we should give some applause for the Danish crowd for staying, even though it's not a Danish final?
You know what, Cadian? I think that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, would you? Do you want to do something that Alex taught me?
Which?
It takes 5 seconds. It's quite fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just move to the front of the stage. Now, I think the crowd has been well trained. We've been doing this for like 3 days now, and I'm not as good as the Portuguese fella, but let's have a go. So you put your arms out like this. And I'll follow your lead, bro, but I think you know how it works.
I've tried this once, so and I know that the best thing is to do it more slow than you think, right?
Absolutely, and you just give us a 1, 2, 3. For example, 1, 2, 3! Look at that. You want to have a go?
1, 2, 3!
Oh, damn.
1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3!
Wow! That is something. That is something right special. I know you're jealous, Device. You want to have a go?
Sorry, what?
You want to have a go?
Oh, I'm not good at this.
Oh, I know you've got one in you.
I'm not good at this.
Yeah, sure. He's got one in him. Come on, give it up for Device. He's playing with us tonight. So really easy. we count to 3 and we clap. People do that in kindergarten, bro.
I can't count, man.
Okay. I reckon we got this. All right, here we go. You ready?
You start.
Arms out. I'll give you an example.
Okay, yeah.
It's all you, baby.
Sure.
1, 2, 3. Woo!
1, 2, 3. Woo! 1, 2, 3. Woo! 1, 2, 3. Woo! Let's go. You do it?
Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Woo! 1, 2, 3. Woo! 1, 2, 3. Woo! Woo! Woo!
I can do it.
What's up, babe?
I have one thing that I want to do.
Yeah?
For my main man, Tessus. And it's because I have some different like chants for my team.
Oh, you do?
Which I do when we play.
Is that when I see your veins popping and spit?
I mean, I get scared when I see the photos afterwards.
Yeah, okay.
But I have this one thing which I would like the crowd to help me with, because when we play on the Terrier side, we have Tessus going completely ham.
Yeah.
And do you know the Will Griggs on fire? Your defense. Do you know that one?
Yeah, your defense is terrible. I mean, I'm not going to nail it.
So if the crowd can follow me, it goes like this. Tessus on fire. Your defense is terrified. Tessus on fire.
Your defense is terrified. Tessus on fire. Your defense is terrified. Tessus on fire. Your defense is...
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Let me hear you, Royal Arena.
La 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 la.
It's a one-man show, bro. It's a one-man show. Respect.
Just remember it for the next time when this guy's playing in the arena.
I will keep that one in mind as well. Tessus on fire. I bet that gets you hyped up, Renee.
Yeah.
That gets the juices flowing?
No, I have too much adrenaline now.
Yeah?
Too much, yeah.
How much adrenaline when you're coming up at that stage? I haven't done it. Is it something else when your head pokes out and there's just 8,000 people just staring at you?
Yeah, when we walked down yesterday, like versus Astralis, like, it was crazy. My legs is just shaking.
Dude, I'm sitting there holding a microphone. I'm like, don't shake. Be cool, man, be cool. But it does look like we're having some technical issues here. So I'm straight up freestyling an entire thing. I can talk about who's going to win the final, apparently. We can have that conversation. Actually, I'll start over here with Mr. Reeds. Hello, handsome.
What's up?
Well, just because Steam's misbehaving, we've got some extra time.
Okay.
We're doing a straight-up impromptu interview. You cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Ask me anything.
Rock and roll. So, the boys from NAVI, right? This has been a team that's been like slowly built. The final piece has been found. Do you think that there is an era coming, or do you genuinely think there's a good few names that will be able to contend with NAVI soon?
Yeah, of course. I think there's an era coming. I think they're like, it's hard for teams to play them because they're so structured and so good. And you gotta give kudos to Simple as well. Simple is crazy, right?
Yeah.
So definitely need the other teams to step up if we want to touch them, and hopefully everyone is working towards that.
Absolutely. And what's so hard for me to comprehend is, when you're watching their demos, when you're looking for a way in against NAVI, is it one of those things where you don't immediately have an answer when you're watching the way these boys are playing?
I don't know. I think it's actually the same with when we played in Astralis. We were dominant. I think that you just do everything so well. I think that it's hard to break it down because it's basics, but they do it so well and they just win all the rounds they have to. So it's hard. I think it's hard. It's so hard to play them. They have Bit, Electronic, they have Simple, Perfecto, and Boomage. They're all good players.
Every time you list a player, you're like, exactly. In NAVI are scary, and we'll see him on the grand final stage. I appreciate you helping me tread water on this beautiful stage. It does look like we're having some issues with Steam. We're going to be getting this one going as soon as we can. We'll get to see that little 2v2 action. I'm sure you're excited for it. God bless you. God bless you. For now, though, we head over to the analyst desk before we get this show match started.
Thank you very much, Alex. Cheeky Steam. Going down on us.
But we're
Always
singing
the best
now.
moments.
We're singing. We're working out. I think the combination is pretty good.
I mean, healthy.
I was trying to get my G's on. Let's go.
Mentally and physically ready for this grand final. Do you want to show us some moves?
Steam
Chad?
status. All right, I'm having a look here.
We have Investigator right here, Detective Chad on the case.
We had Professor Chad, now we have Detective Chad. Any more hats you want to wear?
We got Dr. Matthew.
You actually.
Yeah, but that one really brings the atmosphere down. Like, when you have issues, we can talk about it in the green room. Settle out whatever was not working well in our childhood.
I'd be ready to do one live on air. We could break me down and everyone can see just how mental I really am.
How long of a pre-show do we have for that?
I don't know if we have
How
enough
long do we have for that?
Well, it depends on how long we have these Steam issues, right? I think right now we're getting a nice little lull, and I think maybe the longer this takes, the better for Vitality, if we're going to be honest here, because they get a moment to catch their breath before they have to take on NAVI again. But maybe something that I don't want to say slept on, but we were using it to bolster the chances for Astralis, is now something that we can use in the same regard for Vitality here. Now, this team, this will be the last time this 5-man roster, unless the management decides to change their mind, will have an opportunity to play together on a stage.
On a stage.
And now, all of the drama that we were talking about in the sense of yesterday, they didn't quite show up, they didn't get it done the way they should, they weren't feeling the game, they weren't in the game against NAVI. Well, now they've been in the game against Astralis, against the crowd, they definitely have the mojo flowing, and this is it, right? If you're going to stand there, if I'm Apex or if I'm Xtaz the coach and I'm in the circle with the boys, I'm looking at everybody in the eye and I'm saying, this is it, right? Because the 2 more events for the rest of the year aren't going to be in this environment, and this is where the most exciting Counter-Strike of the year has been played, right? In terms of clutches, in terms of really aggressive heads-up CS.
And that's what I was hoping for. Honestly, that's what I was hoping for. I bumped into Xtaz, the coach, this morning in the hotel, and we talked a little bit about the NAVI game, right? And he felt a little bit dejected about it. He felt like the boys didn't really try so hard, as in they lacked motivation and investment to try and come back into this game. And what we both wanted was them to actually seize the moment. Seize the moment. Seize that opportunity. You're going to play together in front of the crowd on that big stage. You can still, mark your history just a little bit. Give it a fight. Give it a go. And now it actually turned out great. They have a great memory to share. They beat Astralis. They move on to NAVI. It's a whole different world. It's basically 3 maps separating them from a trophy. They haven't won a single trophy in 2021. And now they find themselves in this weird situation where, sure, they will go their separate way, would appear, but they could go out with a bang.
Yeah.
A trophy on LAN.
I mean, a huge achievement for them taking down Astralis in this fashion as well, in front of their home crowd. But I think it just begs the question for me, the question of stamina. Man, this is going to be a long slog for the guys of Vitality, and it's up against an opponent they have had no success against thus far.
Yeah, the last 2 best-of-3s paint a pretty rough picture in the head-to-head. But one thing that's a positive, I think, is the fact that ZywOo just played to that level. But if you want to now build that picture, it's ZywOo versus Bit, Simple, and Electronic, who are all right now in the top 5 of the event. Simple's number 1, he's taken that with the performance he just had. Bit 2, Simple 3, Electronic 4. So when you have those heavy hitters in the server, how many is ZywOo meant to deal with?
The problem is the consistency, Chad. That's the issue, right? We're painting the picture, we're talking about NAVI, their performance. We've already reached a point where we have 3 players who will deliver, period. That's where we are right now. This is the lay of the land for NAVI. Simple is going to do what Simple does. Electronic always shows up in big games. And then suddenly Bit has just entered that very exclusive category of players after Cologne, the Major, and now here he's delivering. So on the side of Vitality, you're almost looking for a mathematical impossibility, right? You're looking for everything, every stars, no joke for Astralis, aligning in the sky for Vitality to make it work. You need Shocks hitting his prime, you need Misuta having the same kind of game he had, and you need ZywOo to not drop a single notch.
Pound for pound, I think it's very clear who the favorites are firepower-wise, and that's before we start looking at the accolades here, right? And we've just had the veto go down. We even know what maps we're going to be taking this one on. So the nuke streak is going to continue here for NAVI if they're able to pick that one up as well. So going into their home turf, you heard Apex say it, in case you guys missed the live video we did on stage, we got to try something, right? They keep just picking different maps. I think it was Dust 2 over at the Major. This time round, they've gone in the upper bracket final, they went for Inferno. Now they're trying Mirage, throwing everything in the kitchen sink their way. I'm surprised they didn't go, hold up a second, let's just not ban Ancient. We'll play Ancient, why not?
I was looking at all the maps they played in 2021. These are 15 maps, right? And no, we have Mirage, we have Nuke, we have Inferno. Inferno's the only map that Vitality was ever able to take off of NAVI. All the new games were NAVI's way. The Mirage played twice over the year, always in terms of NAVI. So if you're Vitality, yeah, I agree with Apex. You know what? Hell, why not even try and go and play Mirage? Maybe they don't expect it. Maybe the prep hasn't been that great. Try to throw a curveball.
And I think that's a really good point, because we haven't seen them playing Mirage since that EPL best-of-5 grand final. It hasn't appeared in the last 2 times as teams have faced. And that was, you know, a few months ago now that we saw that going down. So maybe we can talk about some possible improvements coming from Mirage.
The problem with that is I just think about the Inferno game in that same best-of-5 final, and they won that map there, and this time around they got absolutely destroyed. So if we're going to use that, maybe it goes the same way. I don't know.
Hear me out. I am Cologne. Mirage was the 3rd map. Okay. NAVI wins it 16-10, destroying Vitality's dream. Now, EPL Grand Final, Mirage is the 5th map. Last map again, 16-14. So Apex, what he did, he pulled the trick on that one. He said, Mirage is not going to be the map that I lose at the end. I'm going to lose it first. What you going to do now?
Get 2-0'd?
Yeah, and I mean, maybe, because then we do have Nuke waiting. And I love that Na'Vi have been a little bit tactical with who they've brought Nuke in to face. They didn't bring it up against Heroic. I think we heard from Boomage, potentially a little bit worried about that being the only team that could potentially end that streak. But as we can see on the screen, appearing a lot every single time that Na'Vi have faced Vitality, and they've managed to take it.
Well, this is the thing right now with the context of this is probably the last chance they'll get to play against Na'Vi in this environment, well, definitely in this environment. I think IEM Winter coming up next week, they're not going to get an opportunity to play against Na'Vi because Na'Vi aren't there. So when you look at it in this, with Nuke in play, maybe try something a little bit different. And I know that seems crazy, but I don't know, gamble stack to help Kyojin topside a little bit more. Maybe if you want, try something completely fruity and put him over towards ramp. I know I'm sounding outside the box.
No,
here,
you're right.
I think try something different.
No, you're onto something, Chad. That's exactly how I would approach it if I was the coach of Vitality. If I had a talk with the boys, I'd say, listen, don't try and play your game. Just screw that. Screw that. Try and be all in some of your moves. Gamble a little bit away. Be more aggressive. Be in Navi's faces, right? You know how Navi wants to play Nuke. Navi's been playing a lot recently. They've won it all the time. We know the playbook. Just leave your known territory. Go to uncharted ways of playing Counter-Strike. Try to be in Simple's way. Try to be in Electronic's mind. Don't play the game. Don't play the game by the rules. Why would you?
And I don't want to be reaching here, but I think this is kind of the perfect storm for that to happen because we've heard it from the horse's mouth himself. I mean, Apex is saying, we're just playing to have fun at this event. We've seen them getting out with some of those more aggressive plays as well. From what we know from the rumors that are circulating, this roster are going to be going their separate ways, at least some of them on the side of Vitality. So surely this is the opportunity that you just throw everything you've got. I mean, try some new crazy stuff.
Yeah, and if the narrative is correct here, it was the management of Vitality that made this decision to split this team up. So if you are the crew and you believe that this project really could have been one of the best teams in the world, or the best team in the world, the team to topple Na'Vi, this would be a great time to show them, right? A bit of a FU on the way out the door type situation. So if they're able to pull something off here, great. But the win conditions we've outlined for Vitality are the same every single time, and they're going to remain the same, right? The positive light is when we said about Masuda, we need to get it again, right? What we wanted from Zywoo, we got exactly as we wanted it. Apex in that series wasn't needed in the same way that but if he can play to that peak level that he has, where he can be a disruptive force, then I'm not so worried about the Shocks and the Kyojins. Obviously, they'll still need to contribute right here, but it's those three I'm turning my attention to at least give them a chance. If they're online, there's a chance this can be close.
And then in terms of like the meta game of what's happening, obviously the first element would be the start of each house. We have to hammer that point home. The fact that Vitality cannot just get reset after winning the pistol round. That was the case when they faced here in the winner bracket final. They never had any good start in that game. Zywoo couldn't get his set on AWP because they didn't have the money. So you need Vitality to reproduce what they've just done against Astralis. Great starts to game. And then the other thing is they need to be resilient, Chad. If Navi have a good start, if Navi go 4, 5, 6 round against them, you need Vitality to be resilient. They cannot give up the way they have done it in the final bracket. Otherwise, we won't have a grand final.
We're outside of the box right now, and you mentioned that first point of not losing the second round. Maybe just don't win the pistols, right? Maybe lose the pistols so you don't have to worry about losing the second. That could be one way to deal with it.
I mean, we know how the economy works right now. I'm trying to ballpark right now.
This is the thing.
What if you try and lose the pistol, but you have the best strategy possible? What if you don't even invest in the pistol?
Exactly.
See,
Fully
you don't
go
invest
on the
in the pistol, and then you reset them with the bonus -1. There we go. We just
I think maybe we've done a little bit too much theory.
Too long of a segment.
Up here.
Too long of a day.
Throw it back over to the stage. So I believe we do have the show match ready to get underway.
Alrighty then. Looks like we've got an answer. Instead of the two
Pressed.
Hey man, you good?
We've turned it into a one-on-one seminar.
I thought I ignored you.
And I mean, I believe they go through just a series of weapons here, right? And starting off with the Deagle. Let's see if they can actually find anything here. It is first to 7 points, I believe, in 3 different rounds. So Tessa's looking for the opening. Oh, it's not Tessa. It's
Exactly. It's a fake.
Wow.
It's a trap.
Quickly. That's how quick my brain is, I guess.
Oh,
Cadian.
All right, there you go. I like how Cadian's already set himself up as well with the out, where he's like, well, I was playing with Tessa's settings after all. So, you know, just...
We call that excuses.
We call that excuses, yeah.
We don't care.
Oh, get him.
Killed by the
Get
box.
him. Cadian knows the rules. Cadian knows how these maps work.
Those boxes are dangerous. Haven't seen any surfing yet. That's obviously, I think that's one of the coolest parts of this map. It's a classic map now. Oh, okay. I was just, for a minute, I was like, are they going to fight or is it going to be high fives? All right.
Cadian always brings the bands. He's got a strategy clearly involved here, Cadian. He knows what's up. He's got ideas in terms of how he wants to play this map. Curious to see who's going to go for the surf first.
Many shots to the Deagle. Cadian not loving it. Device ice cold on the other side.
See, the thing is, Device is over there like, yeah, you can play with your boxes, Cadian. That's fine. I'll just get headshots.
Yeah, exactly. Cadian's trying to throw all these weird loops at him and trying to make it complicated. Device is all about the business right now. Okay, he's got so many chances.
Okay,
Cadian.
totally not stressing out right now.
Yeah, mention those settings again. All right. There are grenades right there that they could pick up if they wanted to be clever about it. Okay.
See, the thing is, Cadian, it has to be perfect or he's not happy. He's not satisfied. You know, that's why the head shake there at the end just wasn't good enough. Only headshots. Or dropping boxes.
That's what I'm thinking.
Headshots or dropping boxes on him.
Or surf. You can surf your way into any kill, then don't worry good with it.
Dude, I thought you summoned it there for a second. Thought he was going to go for the surfer on the side. Okay, then.
Deagles like I am, so.
At what point does Device like do a switcheroo with S-Attack and S-Attack steps in?
Yeah, they could.
He's standing close enough, S-Attack. He could kind of step in for a quick second.
Looking to catch the surf, maybe. They could have one guy with the keyboard, one of the mouse. They could both play. Okay. Good night.
How do you say sit down in Danish?
Sit down.
Oh, there you go. Device just letting Cadian know. Enough of those shenanigans.
I mean, it's currently Cadian in the lead, 4-3. I believe he just has to get 7. And then they'll be swapping out for different weapons instead.
Oh, you know, there's a bit of pressure here in this match, Anders. I'm pretty sure that I heard Cadian saying before he went into it that there's bragging rights on the line, you know, potentially for years.
And it could be a while before you get a chance to get some revenge. So you don't want to spend, you know, all the way until 2022 to try and see if you can recover your pride here. No,
not at all. 4-4. Oh, there we go.
Is that it? And it's a firm what are we playing for?
I think it's 7. They're asking a big thing. I want to say it's 7. Cadian is trying to win on 5, but admins say no. Okay.
First to 7.
He's had some unanswered Deagle shots here. I feel like Cadian is not even really answering back at the moment.
Both of them whipping right now. This is getting tense. Cadian, he senses victory closing in, trying to get clever.
Careful. Shoot the windows under him. Just shoot the windows instead. He's going to fall down, but... Nice. Wow. All right.
Ramping up that pressure, Cadian.
The way these two are playing, I feel like I could play in this show match. So they're missing a lot of Deagle shots right now.
I'm pretty sure you can get down there quick from here.
Yeah, jump the fence. Maybe. I don't want to rule it out.
For a second there, I thought the box was about to crush him. The cube, the blast cube.
Yeah, don't want to have that fall on you at all. 6-4. Cadian, one more headshot and he's good to go. Just needs to find it. Then I believe they're going to be playing either with the AK or the AWP. Nice. Okay. Chance there. Again, you got to be careful about running around on the glass here because you can be dropped down if the opponent shoots the glass from under you.
Gets him in the open.
So worried. So worried. I'm sure there'll be many excuses afterwards. Oh,
there it is.
That's only the first round. All right.
Sick.
Friends.
So this is where it's like ultimate, you know, because Cadian, he has a history in these show matches where, you know, last time it didn't end well for him. Still living that one down, of course.
No, that's I don't know. I think it ended well in the sense that, you know, he's got a lot of conversation around him since then. Always brought up, you know. It's added to the legacy. I thought it was great.
He's not going to let that happen again. No. He had to take Device out of the picture here. He set himself up with the appropriate excuses going into it, though. You know, not my settings, not my mouse, but still got the job done.
Strong reminder that we should have flown Giuliano into play. That would have been a really.
That would have been
come up and tap Device on the back and said, "Get out."
That would have been the next level. All of a sudden, it's like WWE or something. What is that? Is that Giuliano's music? And then she comes out of nowhere.
That's reminder to do that next time. Next time we'll get her in and play instead. I think
Cadian would just run off that stage. He's not doing it again.
So now let's see, is it AKs or AWPs now? It sounds like AKs.
Name of the game here. Meantime, the two finalists are setting up as well. Should be. We have the grand finals coming up after this, everybody. Just so you know, Navi Vitality grand finals, the fall finals.
Delicious, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's going to be amazing. And the players are getting set up now, so we should be looking good there. Now, what's the call here? All right, AK's in play now.
Yeah. Oh, I think Tessus didn't know they were live.
Yeah, just letting them know.
That's a classic. Are we live?
Yeah. Keep them guessing.
Okay. S-Tag so far favoring the spray, even at medium range. I mean, if you're good at that spray, you can get away with it. Okay, back to the tapping a little bit. First to 7 is the rules, no matter what Cadian says. Okay.
No matter what Cadian says. Just don't listen to Cadian. That's probably the better play, the better move. They're doing a good job catching up, though. NIP, 6-7 on the total score line. See if S-Attack can get some work done here.
Nice shot. All right.
Just like that.
Cadian has given up on Tessus completely. He's doing autograms in the background.
Doing his thing.
And you take care of business.
So he had us chant that, you know, everybody's terrified of Tessus. Tessus, you know, he put a little bit of pressure on Tessus there.
He did. Show matches is getting to him.
A bit of a tough time here as S-Attack is now getting the chance to shine himself.
Is Device doing some backseat gaming here? He's like...
Oh, I like that idea. That's sick. That's a sick play. HE's on top.
Yeah, that's right. Get multiple boxes down. Okay.
All right, Tessus.
No spray this time for him.
Tied back up, 8-8. So it goes across the board here, across 3 rounds.
Oh, nice. It's coming through. 5-1.
S-Attack is just beasting right now.
Device is impressed.
First to 7 again, remember. Thing is, I'm pretty sure up next we have Ops, right? So I'm pretty sure that'll be Device's time to shine.
Device versus Cadian again. Should be, right?
Again, you know, it's not Cadian's setup. Or is it?
Or is it?
It's all mind games, actually. Top bans from Cadian right out the gate. Oh, there we go. Got him.
Boxed to death. Hard way to go. All right. Standing still this time. Doesn't want to do it. Oh, he's finding him. Oh, that's a nice recovery. When you're out in the open like that, hard way to get back. Okay. 6-3, 10th round. Just need one more kill in here, but maybe Tessus could make the full comeback. Oh my God, it's not gonna happen. 7-3, second round, and it goes to NIP.
Goes to NIP, and they take the lead in the total score as well.
With one point.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Pressure
points
is
at the end of the win.
mounting, and now it's gonna be Cadian versus Device with the AWP. That's gonna be spicy.
Perfect time to get some surfing, and if you ask me, close the distance.
That's the thing. You can destroy almost everything on this map as well, like the walls and everything.
He's so dead, isn't he? Fantastic.
Nej, vi 2 mod hinanden. Vinderen spiller. Okay. Ja. Vi gør det også, du.
They're discussing, figuring out
Papir.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Surely not.
Sten, saks, papir.
Oh, I think that means Cadian wins.
Nej, kom her.
Vi ender på dem, så gør vi det bagefter.
Sten, saks, papir.
Ja.
Sten, saks, papir.
Oh, all right.
Okay, that's it.
Cadian sucks at rock, paper, scissors.
Mind games. Oh, okay, same thing here.
Rematch. Hvem vandt?
Han vandt.
Oh, Device wants that rematch. Device wants that rematch.
They really want to. All right, they're trying to switch it up, but no.
Yeah,
it looks like it's going to be... maybe they will. No.
Device, like, S-Attack just looks so comfortable.
He actually does.
It's like, yes, I live for show matches.
How do you feel about standing up and playing? It's a concept.
It's just a terrible idea.
I couldn't get used to it myself, but
Imagine
maybe there's
playing
something to be said for
CS
it.
that way. No, would not happen. You can say, yeah, Tessa's, he's already, he's changing up that angle, trying to get over.
What if you could have a desk and you're standing on like a Stairmaster, so you're kind of like walking all the time when you're playing?
I like how we somehow wound up without the AWP players on the off-round. How did this happen?
Maybe that'll make it more exciting.
Oh, okay then. Well, tying it up, 11-11. Good chance here for the opportunistic fans.
There should be double points for anyone that knows scopes. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, yes. More points the farther away it is as well.
Oh yeah, that actually tanked. That did way more damage than I thought. It's pretty quick actually. That AWP trying to see if he can finish the round by wallbanging. Oh, just really. Suddenly you could feel the tension. They were just having fun earlier, but now they want to try and win. He wants to win anything, it doesn't matter.
Dude, it's still a mystery to me how Cadian has a voice after every day of playing, you know, just like how that happens.
I think the secret is he yells like that all the time, even when they're playing online, it doesn't matter.
Iron vocal cords.
His neighbors just used to it.
Dude, I was thinking about that actually. Imagine if you had a pro in the apartment next door. It would just be a nightmare. If it was Cadian, it would just be a nightmare. You just never sleep again.
Worse than living next to a train station.
That's it. Oh, nice shot.
Okay.
Yeah, that's attack. Yeah, I like this. Well, you got one of the best ops coaching you right now, so we expect big things.
Yeah, couldn't get a better teacher right there. So, first to 7, remember. 5 more points on either side. Again, NIP right now. They are around a 1-point lead, really. No, you want to.
Other way.
It's because they know that if they do go for the surf and they fall off the ledge, they're going to be in the next blast highlight reel for the future. So they just don't.
Nobody
want
wants
to
that.
They're like, please no.
Oh, there it is. Oh, the fast one. Oh, old nip jerseys as well. Okay, then. Oh, you get to hold on to the flash for the next round?
I think you do, yeah.
That is sick. Yes, attack. Oh.
Hell yes.
All right. Cadian kind of regretting. Dude, Cadian, you can still jump in here. I think you can just go for the tactical, you know, like in from the bench. Tactical substitute. Or maybe Tessus doesn't need that help. 2 points trailing behind.
Okay. 4-3. Tessus is making a comeback here. Cadian is watching over his shoulder as well. He's hopefully going to give him some tips all of his own.
Oh, now we're going for Pixel Peaks. Get out of here.
I say, what is this? This is geeky stuff that's coming out.
Peak nerd.
You can go and play this map yourselves, by the way, if you go onto the workshop. So you can practice Tessus. Good job.
We're all tied up. 4-4. Need to do better than this, though. Tessus has got to lock it down.
Oh, God.
There it is.
It is my boy.
The shiftiness.
What a way to win a round.
We're all tied up. 15-15. Let's go. Bragging rights. Remember, bragging rights forever. If you win this.
Way more important in many ways. Oh, he is close to getting tagged by that box.
Play.
Let him know. Pop shot is there and a follow-up. 6-4. He's bringing it back. I'm going to
match point.
Tag and device. Bring it back.
Bring in device. Bring in Cadian. Let's go.
No scope, no scope.
If they get one more here from Tessus, they're going to be up 2 points. They'll win the show match. And again, like you said, bragging rights forever and ever.
Amazed.
Or at least until the next show match.
Amazed neither of them have shot out the boxes just yet. They want to get it done. Oh, there it is.
That's close. That's real close. Tessus, he's scoped up. He can't. Oh, wait a minute. Where did the bullet go? It's test tag. They'll bring it back. They can still win.
Solid.
Still win.
No, this is it now. Okay. Box is attempted there. Tessus, no shame. And oh, this is going the distance, Anders. This is it. All the pressure.
No scope.
Call it for the no scopes. Call it for the no scopes.
They can tie it up, though. If Heroic get this one, it means no one's won it. Oh, yeah. No scope that one. It's going to be surely difficult. Don't die into the boxes with the no scopes. Yeah, they've made an agreement. Trying to no scope. They should get a teammate to hold their finger on the center of the monitor. Just so that you got a bit. Oh, at distance. Well done. I think the team with the no scopes has got to win at the end there. 17-17. All right.
17, all tied up. They did it.
Good times all around. Well, that was the setup. Getting everyone ready for the grand finals, of course. That will be happening next. It is NAVI versus Vitality right here at Blast. So stay tuned, and we will be right back with the grand final.
It looked like no one was going to stop this Astralis hype train. The sixth man guiding them to the grand finals, but Vitality defied the odds and silenced the crowd as they find themselves head-to-head with NAVI once more.
Misuta all the way in the back here. Brilliant headshot, brilliant follow-up, and what a triple! He's gonna shut it all down!
It falls on to Perfecto, they peek, 1-2, and here comes Zaiwu! Perfecto got it all!
Most consider them untouchable, and for most, a grand final appearance is something to be celebrated, but for NAVI, it's just another Sunday.
This is the moment we have all been waiting for. The current kings of Counter-Strike, a fueled Arsenal on their side and hungry to sweep up yet another crown. On the other side of the server, a sweet taste and opportunity for revenge for the side of Vitality, already facing up against NAVI once in the tournament. They have the opportunity to take them down on the grandest of stages here in the Royal Arena. The culmination of the Blast 4 finals is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited to get into this one, Matthew. This is going to be a banger of a grand final.
It's going to be amazing, and it's actually quite insane when you think about these two names, that it's the first grand final on LAN that these cores are about to play. The first grand final on LAN. Here we have it. Simple versus Zaiwu. On one hand, a team that is trying to finish a little bit a la The Last Dance in 2021, trying to get the best out of it. And on the other, NAVI, who's trying to create and further an era. Quite simply, they're trying to further, chat said it, there is no little trophy, there's no little victory. You have to win all of them, every single one of them, play at 100%. That's what we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, no pressure or anything like that, right? So I think opportunity is a great word, right? When you look at it on the side of things for Vitality, this is just, there's a chance. It's a free crack. It's a free crack at the Kings, right? Go for it. Doesn't matter what happens after this, really. So give it your all that prep, all the hard work for the year. Let's see if you can use Zaiwu peaking right now to your advantage and have the rest of the team grow and rise to this occasion to take it to NAVI, because there's absolutely no doubt in the world, if you're just tuning in for the first time, if you're not a Counter-Strike fan who's tuning in every day of the week, NAVI are the best team in the world right now. They have not lost the LAN, right? And we have to go back to 2020, right, where we had the first
long time ago.
Yeah, but they won that one, and then this year they've won both Cologne and now the Major. The Major, the big one, the pinnacle of this. But when you look at what they've done, when you look at how they've come out of, I will say the shadow of Gambit at the start of the year.
Yeah, that's
Gambit was
right.
the best team in the world. They've grabbed that and they're running with this, and now they're doing it in the true level playing field of Counter-Strike, Arena Counter-Strike.
The beautiful voiceover Alex said it, untouchable.
Yeah.
And actually it is literally true. In the last month, NAVI have won 16 out of 17 maps. Only Heroic has been able to take a map away from them.
And it's just, the talent is all across the board from coast to coast. That's what's crazy. We talk about ZywOo and Vitality. He's at the top of the scoreboard with 1.39 rating currently, which is amazing. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful number. The second on the team is Apex at 1.00. That's a massive difference. Now you look over to NAVI and you have 3 players above 1.29. 3 players close to 130 rating. You basically have 3 ZywOos against a ZywOo, or probably even better than that with Simple, like I don't know, a greater version of that one. The talent on NAVI is mind-blowing right now. It's something that shouldn't even be legal for them.
Stacked, right? And then you get into the map pool. Where are the weaknesses? Well, they don't play Vertigo, so yeah, we don't have to worry about that. It's not even in the map pool here, but Nuke, what is it, 20 in a row right now? So for them, you look to Nuke, the fact that that map right there is theirs no matter what seems to happen. They're able to fend off their opponents, even if they're having a bit of a rough game, they're able to stop them in their tracks here. They always have an answer. And you were talking about this before, Matthew. You're like, okay, you get through Simple, you get through Electronic, you get through Beer, all right, then Boomich is there being disruptive, then you got to get through Perfecto's clutches. But then if that's all going wrong, they just take a timeout, Blade chips in, and they tend to win the next round as well. So the depth is all across the board here, and it's great to see this team really come together and flourish like this.
And it's so exhausting to play against NAVI because they do not give you any round. And I want the people at home to understand what this means. Most teams, 99.9% of every team in Counter-Strike in a series will have round that they don't exactly play the best. Maybe someone makes a mistake, maybe a timing is a little bit miscalculated, maybe a smoke isn't respected, and the opponent team is just being gifted that round, and it's amazing, high five all across. I feel like NAVI doesn't do this anymore. You have to fight tooth and nail for every single round, and the amount of energy you have to put in, the second you take your focus away from what's happening in front of you, you could lose it. Vitality paid the heavy price of that against NAVI, losing these anti-eco rounds, losing to Deagles. That is the toll that NAVI takes on you. You have to be at 200% every single round of the game if you want a chance.
Yeah, a huge amount of exertion for any of the teams that faced up against NAVI. Throwing it back to that game we saw earlier on in the tournament, Vitality versus NAVI, we didn't even need that crazy Simple show to be showing off, and they still took Vitality down incredibly convincingly.
Yeah, there was a team effort, right? So it wasn't the carry performance as Simple necessary there, and this is the change in NAVI. It used to be Simple's the best player, and he has to carry Zeus or an Edward with him to even make him seem competitive. But now he has that fully functioning team behind them, all that depth. And Simple, I know in the interviews, he's like, yeah, it's about the team, it's about the team. At this point, I actually truly believe it now, because in the beginning, I was like, come on now, Simple, you know, but now I believe that it is Simple and the team. It's NAVI, and he is luckily to be the best player on this squad. So I love to get to see when the chips are down and he steps up, but I don't even know if that'll be on the cards today.
Well, you mentioned a Simple interview. We are going to get another one, courtesy of Banks, ahead of this grand final.
I've got Simple from NAVI with me here, and Simple, I want to start by looking at today for you guys. You're waiting for the grand final.
Yeah.
What kind of things do you do as a team to make sure you're ready and staying energized before a game like this?
We just practice as much as possible. Of course, we had our game plan. We go through all of that. But at the end, we just save our energy, because 2 teams that played for this spot, they already played 3 maps, so their energy might be on a bit low point. So we just try to focus on our game and our individual practice before this game, because they already warm up.
Yeah, they're going to be warmed up and ready. But in terms of this game, if you were to make a prediction, obviously I know you're already playing Vitality, did you think it was going to be Vitality, or did you maybe expect Astralis?
I mean, for me it was 50-50, but I wanted to play Astralis only because of crowd. Yeah. Only I already had this secret, some words, you know, to say if someone say boo, you know.
Oh, okay. But damn, right we're not going to get to see it.
Yeah, right now seems like I'm gonna play with crowd on same side. You're lucky, guys.
Do you prefer the crowd to be on your side, mate?
It's okay, yeah, it's nice, but sometimes it's needed to play against, you know, just another experience, and it's fun, of course, yeah.
Now, last time around, you beat Vitality. It was pretty convincing, very easy in my eyes, and even Apex saying himself that was like a real off day for them. They weren't feeling it. Do you expect them to come in stronger this time?
Of course, yeah, like they beat Astralis, it's final, it's still like just 1 best of 3, anything can happen, and they're like maybe more used to play on stage already, because I had more maps. So yeah, we always like respect our opponents, because as I said, like I think we can lose to ourselves, and just we'll try to not let them play their own game.
And do you think because they've made it to the grand final and obviously the changes that are coming for their team, that they can be playing a different style than what you can prepare for, maybe with the less pressure factor?
No, I think like we don't think about that only because we don't want to lose, you know. So if you think like they're gonna do some changes after this tournament, or like they don't care because it's their last tournament and they have no pressure. Like we don't care. We know that they want to win as much as we want, so we just try to deny that.
Full focus, man. That's what we want to see. Good luck.
Thank you.
The CSGO GOAT not going to be phased by anything Vitality throws their way, and so he should be, because you're looking at some of these numbers. It's unbelievable.
I mean, you're a viewer, you're watching these numbers, you have to realize that this is not normal. Like something is not normal with these numbers. Like above 1.3 is already a surreal rating when it comes to Counter-Strike, and this is the bottom of the pit for Simple and the maps he plays. But look, I just want to divert the conversation on a little bit of Simple outside the server, because we know he is the most gifted individuals we have on the server. There's no doubt about it. He's made it quite clear. But when they were playing these first few games and they were in the players area, I had the pleasure to watch NAVI play, and you can feel the impact he's having as the rounds are progressing. The way he communicates, the way he gives information, the way he, I don't want to say lead, but micromanages a few situations for his team. You can see that Simple sets the tone to how good of a Counter-Strike they have to play. I think that's what Simple has been able to do now in NAVI. In the past, we talked a little bit about maybe being toxic, maybe being emotional, being a negative influence. I feel like right now, Simple sets a standard that is extremely high to be on his team. A little bit on Michael Jordan. If you're an ABA fan, you want to play with Michael Jordan, you have to give your absolute everything to the game. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be on the court with him. This is Simple. That's what he does. You want to be his teammate. He wants to be the best. You better be ready to work to be the best.
Yeah, I think that's a bang on point there. And if you're not going to hang around, you're not going to hang with him, or you're not going to at least show that you're going to put in the effort, I don't think you'd be staying around on NAVI for too long, right? And with all this, what we're building up for NAVI, for the viewer at home, they're probably thinking, well, there is another team in this funnel, and there definitely is, right? But the thing is, you're going up against the best team in the world, and you have to understand the context around all of this. There's a reason we talk about Simple. There's a reason we talk about the depth of the team throughout that, the system, everything that they've been able to achieve, is they are the favorites going into this, in case you've all missed the memo. And the thing right now, for a Vitality, they have pieces that can make this close. They have ZywOo, who could ascend. He could ascend to a new level of Counter-Strike that we haven't seen him perform at. It is possible. It is very possible that these individuals... Look, oh my God. Look, okay? Right here, it is the one-man band who needs to perform to this level and have the rest of the team just chip on in. It is not like an Electronic and a bit on his side, right? That's not there for ZywOo, and he's a fantastic player. He is amazing, but is he good enough to take on all the NAVI? Yeah. That's the question.
Can you imagine what's on his shoulder right now? Can you imagine what it is to be an individual that talented, that good at the game, that the very minimum we're expecting from you, it's to be extraordinary? That is the minimum. This is where we're setting the bar for ZywOo in order for us to have a grand final that we can celebrate and appreciate. You have to hit your absolute best, which is one of the very, very best players in the world, just to make it competitive. That is how much pressure ZywOo has on his shoulders right now.
But we talk about characteristics of players, and maybe to play devil's advocate there a little bit. Do you think ZywOo actually feels that pressure as a person? Because every time we speak to him, he's smiling away. He doesn't really seem to be reacting down in those booths too much when they're losing those rounds, even when they're winning those rounds sometimes. It seems like him as a character, kind of, I don't know, I kind of frame him differently to Simple.
I don't know if he feels the pressure, but he has to understand that he needs to perform to that level. Yeah. He would understand that. He knows that it is him versus this team, and then his teammates can chip on it. He's not going into that going, well, if I have a bad game, someone else is going to get us across the line. Yeah. He's going in knowing that he has to perform to that level. Now, he performs that level often, more often than not. So for him, that's probably why it's not saying there's pressure for him, but to ascend to a new level, to take this an extra step, is what we're asking of him right now. And that maybe is something that is weighing on his mind, is, well, how much do I have to do?
Yeah, we're getting a little bit philosophical here, but I agree with you to an extent. I think ZywOo doesn't perceive the same kind of pressure we are building up for him right now, and it's probably one of the characteristics as to why he is so good, because he doesn't really feel it. But I feel like the next step for him would actually to acknowledge that pressure and use it to even become better when it matters the most. I feel like that's the next step. It's probably where Simple is ahead of that road. Again, been playing the game for way longer, when he actually feeds off the importance and the gravitas of what's going on to even reach to a higher level. ZywOo doesn't really care. He just plays Counter-Strike. He ever so happens to be a genius at the game, which makes it easier. But what if he had that extra +1 level, that +5%, when he realized, damn, this is the grand final. I'm going up against Simple. We are writing a legend here. I want to be the best. I'm going to show him I'm the best. Maybe this is the extra 5% that goes with his evolution as a player.
You remember the ZywOo part of his coming out party, right, where he would grab an AWP when the team was down in the dumps, run up banana and just kill everybody, right? I think that is the type of Counter-Strike that Vitality will need, not just from the ZywOo, but from the rest of the team here to make this one a possibility. And when you sum all that up, NAVI are already sniffing that out. You could tell from Simple's interview with James, right? The fact that, oh, they have nothing to lose in this environment. Well, what that translates to is we're expecting something outside of the box. And the fact that NAVI are doing that, they do like their prep. They're still going to look into the tendencies. But this is where, if you're Vitality, you get to play mind games with this, right? The tendencies that you traditionally have, you can do whatever you want with those. And how deep, how smart can XTAZ and Apex be about this? Well, first of all, you got to make sure that you can go toe-to-toe with the firepower on screen.
Look, Chad, I think you're right. I think if you're Vitality, you want to throw a couple of curveball in these rounds. You want to push NAVI in an uncomfortable territory. But my issue is, NAVI a year ago probably had a couple of issues with handling chaotic situations. They could get erratic. We could hear to some communications didn't really make sense. We could see frustration. I feel like this NAVI right now, with the pieces they have and the calm they have, they actually are able to handle these situations. You'll see them just freeze situations. If there is no clear path of action on how to win it, they just take the extra 10 or 15 seconds, they regroup, regather, and hit the shots. That is actually deadly frightening to see, that they don't fall into the panic mode, or it's extremely rare to see them activate that mode.
Yeah, I mean, one of the pieces of that puzzle to really be building them up, we've got to talk about him. It is Bit coming into this hugely, hugely impressive from that young blood on the side of NAVI, coming onto these land stages, Chad. I'm just looking exponential in terms of some of his results.
Yeah, I just have like a look. I got his stats page up in front of me right now, and it's impressive for where he's come from, right? Yeah. There's no other way to look at this kid right here. He's a prodigy. He's somebody here who I think at one point he will have a game in his career where he doesn't show up in the way that we have known to love right now. And if that happens now, okay, there's a key for Vitality. Imagine that, you know, Bit for whatever reason. Maybe he can't have his little talisman on stage with him, or this, that, or the other. Maybe something goes wrong. Maybe this kid who looks like a robot shows that he isn't, and that is a door opening, right? Because if it does now just fall back to electronic and simple, does Boomich have enough? Does Perfecto have enough? And look, there's no reason to prophesize that other than it hasn't happened yet. It has to happen eventually. And I'm not banking on that in this moment right here, but if you do start to see that creep on in and he starts to wince in the moment, maybe, just maybe, things could be looking better for Vitality. I don't know.
Well, a lot of questions, and hopefully it is time to get some answers now, ladies and gentlemen. The grand final that we have all been waiting for, and the culmination of the Blast Premier Full Finals. It's Vitality and NAVI to take to the stage.
Okay, Copenhagen, for one last time, it's grand finals. Are you ready? I'll ask you again, are you ready? We got the world's best player against the world number 2. Can you offer any more? Let me hear you. Oh my God, I am excited. And these walk-ins, these players are never going to get to do exactly that again, feeling like superheroes as they rise from the stage to your smiles and cheers. I can't wait, and I'm sure they can't either. You want to get this grand final started? I guess that's a no. You want to get this grand finals started? All right, let's get this party started.
Dedication, preparation, a culmination of a combined effort. For every team, a final will represent something different. For some, it's the start of a new era. For others, it could be the last time they chase that dream together. The countless hours, the sleepless nights, this is what it's all about. This is why you fight. You fight for yourself, you fight for your teammates, your brothers in arms. This is where dreams are realized. Sink or swim. Let the battle begin.
I love those intros. These 10 players treated like the rock stars they are, and now I get to speak to just a couple of words from both of them. we'll start off with Mr. Madisclair, Apex. You've been having some fun with this crowd. You've been playing games with them. You're going to put on a show and make sure everyone has the most fun on this final. You have got, you know, the devil of Counter-Strike right on the other side of this stage.
Yes, that was nice to make them quiet last game, to be honest. But this time it's gonna get another level if you want to beat NAVI. What we showed today wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Yesterday even worse. So yeah, let's give our best and do our best, that's it.
You guys know playing NAVI all too well. You know, we've seen it Pro League. In this month alone, 2 best of 3s. We never see that third map. How could you possibly convince us that today is any different?
Well, to be honest, we have really nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the big favorite without a doubt. So yeah, enjoying the moment and let's see what happens.
And you agree that you're the best at Counter-Strike when you're having fun?
What?
Do you agree that to be the best at Counter-Strike, you have to be enjoying yourself? You're going to be having fun today?
Of course, that's how it is, always. And yeah, we have maybe a % to win today, and let's see.
Let's see indeed. Now I turn my attention to our major champions. Give it up for NAVI. Undefeated at the major, you flex. We have the GOAT, and he's got his crown on his head. Give it up for the greatest of all time, Simple! I say it with conviction. The major was your big goal. You picked it up, and now, straight away, another grand final. I mean, is this just another Sunday for you? Another Sunday, just another grand final? Is this just going to be the same story for the rest of next year?
I hope so. It's just another final because people like to forget good stuff really fast, you know. That's why we're trying our best every time, and yeah. So yeah, just let's hope to show a great CS for all of you guys.
And something we learned from Astralis is when you are the best, the hardest part of being that top dog is staying on top. People constantly analyzing your demos. I'm sure your nuke demo is probably the most downloaded. How do you keep it fresh without losing what made you so good in the first place?
We just have good people in our organization that help us to like change our game style every time. That's why how it works. Like you cannot do everything by alone. So
it's a team effort.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're really enjoying this team.
Yeah. These guys are insane.
They are insane, and it's going to be even more insane watching them play. Give it up for your grand finalists!
And so here we are, one final time, one final best of 3 in the Royal Arena with the Danish crowd ready to cheer for either NAVI and Vitality. Yeah, their favorite team's not here, but the best in the world certainly are. Vitality, NAVI.
NAVI of #1 and #2, and it couldn't be more exciting. And now that NAVI and Vitality have already played each other, I can't help but feel like this will be a little bit closer.
I would hope. I would hope, because the last time we got that showing just yesterday, man, it was the one-sided affair from NAVI, looking like the better team and above and beyond. And just really untouchable, right? And I think no matter who was walking into this grand finals, they weren't dealing with a NAVI who's already starting to maybe fumble off of the back of a major win. We're talking about the major champions who look like they are still holding the exact same form.
Yeah, there are no questions about form right now. Even individually, they have them beat 1-1, and you could see that in that interview with Apex, the humility coming across. We're gonna have fun, we're gonna see what happens. But lest we forget, they have the tools to bring it close. We remember Pro League finals. You see the map pool, it's very familiar to them. And they're the ones to take in Mirage as the first map in this veto. And you can't help but wonder what they have in store for us. And we've seen Kyojin play without pressure, and he looks better. And we see ZywOo is in his form, at his peak. And we know that CS, okay, we gotta make sure this happens. Oh my goodness gracious.
Not already.
Oh,
Simple.
so much more because it's, anyone? Oh.
Someone, please.
Bit, can you, oh my, Ellie, do it.
He thought about not doing it. That was the most savage part.
Bro, get away from him.
Everyone left him hanging. He had him on the edge of the. Oh, come on. How are you going to do this?
ZywOo!
Oh, please. Oh! Hey! What a guy. The clutch from ZywOo. Another clutch from ZywOo.
Yeah.
When the clutch is going to end.
Look at that. Look at that.
And listen, this game is. It leans into individualism if you are at the top, right? And that's why we spend so much time talking about Simple and ZywOo, and that's because that X factor, Kerrigan talked about on HLTV, confirmed this morning. Without that X factor on top of your game plan, on top of the structure and the coach and everything else, if you don't have that, you can't win the big games. And ZywOo is that big match player. He's not a question on LAN. He's not a question ever right now. And he will put on a show. I mean, there's nothing in the stats for us to believe otherwise, even if his team lags slightly behind. There will be amazing rounds and maybe a team imbued with that spirit from those rounds. And some self-confidence found.
I think it's that spirit of the stadium CS. That's what these guys have been missing for quite some time. It's what they're getting back to. It's what they're getting used to. And for inexperienced players like on the side of Vitality, it's what they need to adapt to. It's not an easy job going from the online realm into these sorts of stadiums with this level of pressure, with these many eyeballs falling on you at the front of this stage. They don't know when the next time comes. This is it.
Yeah, we saw the emotions from Apex while he was playing, okay? Forget about what he says in the interview. That's pretend. We know he wants it every single round. And you know that Simple acknowledges it as well. Interview with Banks before the match starts. And he knows that Vitality are going to come for it every single round. And the most interesting part is there is always that threat to the nuke streak. This is Navi looking for 21-0 on nuke.
21. Trying to really throw themselves up there, really to the top. But you know what that sound means? I want you guys to think about how much Counter-Strike you have watched from the comfort of your home. 2 years you waited to be in these seats. One more time, make some noise!
Let's go! Show them, Denmark!
And for one of these two teams, it is literally one more time.
Yes.
One more match. One more chance to chip away at that Navi crown.
It starts on Mirage.
And it starts right now.
Let's go! This place is still rammed.
And ready to get riled. Vitality, it's all in, huh? Gonna keep things simple. Gonna keep things clean. An attack into the A-bomb site that for the time being has Boomich's name on top of it. The P2000 and Simple. Headshots aplenty. Full house on the A site. Well, I hope that's not a sign of all the things to come. Cookie cutter clean from Navi to start things off on Mirage.
Yeah, the full house between the two of them. Some insane shots. And of course, we have to start off with a top frag in the first round from Simple. Instantly into the pause called. The situation last time where it wasn't even Simple who farmed them the most. It was Electronic.
Yes.
You know, it's a bit hasn't had a bad match in about 10. Not even. The last time he had a negative rating, he still went 24-23.
I'm waiting for it. There's gonna come a day.
He will not have a bad game.
No.
Ever.
There will come a day.
No, Bit will never play badly ever again.
I don't know.
It is known.
It is incredible that he has just kept this ridiculous consistency from LAN through online, major, Doesn't matter. Doesn't seem phased, not a bit.
Who's joining FaZe?
Not bit.
Okay.
He is locked in with NAVI. And we are as well. Right back into the game, thank you. Admin's on the case, quick and easy, but not easy for Vitality in this second one. It is 4 Glocks P250. Damn, man, they don't even have a flashbang to work with, so it'll just be a dry run to the top of middle. Simple, just gonna clear them. Are you kidding? 4 kills immediate. I mean, yeah, okay, it's just these little pistols.
All right, let's break some records.
But he's still the best to do it.
Let's go. Let's break some records.
Just a laser beam.
They just hit him with the assist. They knew he was in window. All right, we're starting off like that.
Game begins. Not a single kill for Vitality in those first 2 rounds, but now that they've got AKs aplenty, the time has come.
Yeah, that's a problem.
You'd hope. Smoke to the top of middle. A response in utility here from Electronic. He takes the task of the window. How dare he play window with that MP9? The 1 SMG in the mix. Simple's changed positions. Vitality, let's start to get the read on the default they'll play tonight.
Yeah, we're deep up into it. And the rotations can be freed up. Vitality waits. Some smokes come cascading across the A site. Response will come in. Right side smokes here.
But a mid walk. So obviously connector going to be a key piece to this. Split. Molotov down and Simple. Perfect position from the get-go. Oh, Shocks in the 1v1, but both of the players fall. Simple's got him, and that's the bomb on top of it inside of the Palace. ZywOo will answer with a cat kill, and there is still time to recover because the kills do fall the other direction.
Oh, but the bomb is down inside of apartment. Simple guarding it. Electronic rotating in, but he only has this MP9. They'll attempt the approach. There's nothing more unnerving than this situation.
He's just taking on the role. Nobody from his team needs to help him out, he thought. But suddenly it's the man advantage back. Now it's low HP and a deep nade, but ZywOo, oh, he dodges around the default, takes to the top of it, in fact.
With the time to get the incendiary down, they're trying to put pressure on Ticket. They can plant now inside of the smoke if they'd like to. Perfecto.
Oh, another.
The flash.
From downtown, that deep nade, perfect. It looked like Vitality were piecing that together, but Navi, they still had the nades they needed. First one off of the mark, but the deep one in from middle.
As soon as someone's vulnerable like that, in that position, it's just about putting that pressure on, whether you're going to attack or not. So that's where the utility comes in, throwing it from safety and CT spawn. Of course, the round starts off right here with Simple killing 2 deep inside of Palace, and that's what wins it, right? As soon as Vitality have to dedicate 20, 30 seconds to trying to get that back this bomb, it allows Navi to get back into the game. And it still could have been around that Vitality one, but instead, just a nice 2v3 with some optimal nades.
Quicker pace from Shocks towards top mid. That is the limitation of the Tech 9, but he's going to go chasing along. Ooh, he gets all the way into the ladder room, in fact. What's Shocks going to make of this? As his team stampedes out from ramp into the A site, they'll attempt. Nice spray from Boomich. It's a lot of damage versus Kyojin, but at least the kill here for Vitality. Electronic's on the hunt.
Oh
He's trying to find Shocks.
They're sitting
on the
oh my God, what?
They're on the same box. And Electronic just whips around 180. He could smell him. Aroma of a Frenchman. Perfecto. Not needed. Simple. He's got that off. It's a slaughter yet again. ZywOo gonna answer. It's a 1v3 attempt. And he's gonna slow it down ever so slightly. Minute on the clock with a bomb on his back. But no utility, so you know he's swinging for the heads.
He's got freedom.
Who's gonna put it on the silver platter? Who's gonna be his meal?
Speak is about to come up on an interval, and ZywOo will punish.
That's 2.
Oh, he even feels where Simple is coming from.
Knows
now
better.
It is a race.
Number 1 and number 2. But a health advantage for the Woo. Simple right there. ZywOo's able to cross. Oh, he tried to take the fight. And if you want to fight, Simple's gonna give it.
And Simple reading that ZywOo could still fight him there. ZywOo could have planted the bomb, of course, but that is a total mind game.
Oh, because he tried to back up.
Oh my God, yeah.
He couldn't move.
No space and such a good reaction.
And he knew Shox had been there not long ago.
Yeah, I'm pogging too.
Yeah.
Another incredibly strong round out of NAVI. You see that X factor though, a glimmer of it.
Solo AK on Shox. Sign me up. It's about a timing here in mid. Shox gonna need to trade things. Apex already down by 70. Electronic gonna commit to the AUG. Oh, nice snap down into Masuda. And a third one from Electronic.
Looks like he's playing on an iPad.
Just makes it look so easy. Shox, final man standing. AK rounds the bottom of connector. It's a desperate 1v5, but let's see what he can take. Let's see what he will give us. Only one. Bit executes him for Navi's 5th consecutive round win. A CT side on fire as quickly and cleanly as can be.
We need to run that back. Look how sharp that flick is. And that's what I'm talking about. Scoring over 105 ADR or so versus Vitality last series. Electronic continues to deliver. An untarnished Navi comes into another rifle round.
Again, though, we're going to play it quick, it seems. We had those pre-game interviews talking about the gloves off type mentality that Vitality needs to bring to this. Boomich, he can consider himself lucky to be alive.
Man, that info spot is huge. You saw them so many players up at Tetris.
Oh no! Electronic inside smoke. At first, it looked like he's going to miss the mark. Perfecto's got a smoke to play around, so the Molotov not that bad of a problem. Apex continues to puff his chest on the B site, and that will draw somewhat of a rotate. Electronic still flirting within mid. Nice jump down from Apex. Fine, simple. ZywOo, in the meantime, he kills Electronic. At a 3v3 with Boomich so incredibly low from that very first engagement. Fake plant and Bit doesn't bite. He bides time. And the retake is on. Bit's gonna go for the peek and Shox will shut him down. Looking like Vitality could finally win their first round. Navi have to contemplate, what do they want to do? What do they have to decide? It looks like the save.
Yes, they'll walk away from
called.
it. And Vitality will score one. No chance in that retake, the 2v3. As soon as that bomb gets planted, they have the op to save. There's some damage done by Navi, and this just goes to show you the respect. They could have gone for this and still felt good, win or lose, even if they did some damage, but ooh, as Simple said, all he's thinking about is denying them the win. He's not thinking about the circumstances, the context of their history. He's just thinking about the match at hand.
You know, he's only a couple of MVP performances away from beating the record of Device.
Oh, will he say yes?
He's getting there. Ops up. ZywOo ready to dance. But he'll have to wait. That's fine. Slight adjustment, taking Boomich off of the ticket booth and playing him on top default instead.
Oh, we got another strong setup. We're going to play within smokes in this position. Ready for a hit to come in. You can feel the round. Know that he hasn't left. I will take a shot.
A miss.
He's got some cover, though. Mercenaries by his side.
Teammates to stand by. Electronic's going to just buy time again, just waiting and waiting. And hoping Vitality go beyond him, but it's a lot of pressure and there's already a player out. Apex beyond the firebox.
Oh my God.
Look at this. Electronic now sees exactly where he's at. Oh, he buys even more. Oh, it's so good, but it's only one. All of that patience and it only amounts to one. Simple over the top of the stairs. A 3v3 with health advantage here for Vitality. And look at this, the T. Oh! It's a no-scope to the chest of Shox. ZywOo's got the answer, and he's got the clutch. Back-to-back for Vitality. And when you think that he started that round by missing his op shot up close, a teammate taking his place and gunning down this first kill so that Vitality could crack open A site.
Absolutely perfect spacing.
Who survives the entire endeavor? It's ZywOo with his clutch.
Give him a chisel, he'll find a crack. And he'll wedge that thing open, that little bit of space. Instantly, Vitality talk. An opportunity presents itself. One for momentum.
I can hear it. It's
all around the world. You can go anywhere. You'll find a SPUNJ fan.
They're out there in the bushes.
Here's the play. Shocks just with the MAC-10. It makes me feel like there's going to be something relatively quick. You get the movement speed. You can run and shoot and jump and shoot. And we're actually throwing a lurk smoke here for what to make it look like a standard default. And NAVI are not in a position to stop this.
Ooh, 15th kill made easy. Quick trade, can Bit get his hands on the M4, stretches for it. Apex takes him down out of the corner of Arch and the pistols falling all around it. It had it to be simple. Nobody else really had much to offer. Good burst from Vitality, nice redirection from Vitality.
Yeah, so there's a good
change
call.
up.
So we throw the default grenades, right? We have the lurk smoke and the B-apps, and they walk up, of course, at the right timing, so they can't be hurt on Cat. And then all they do is explode off of that. Ending B is really strong on these anti-ecos. And in that situation, they kept it super simple. And you buy the MAC-10, you get more money for the kills, and that's a perfect read on the economy. It's understood it's going to be an anti-eco. That's the important call. That could be why they called the timeout in the first place.
Whoa!
3 up here. They lose one big gun. They get that plant down as well. And now we've got a real match, and you can see why Simple was taking this so seriously, why Navi were taking this so seriously, because they have threats on the other side.
They recognized it. They don't come into these servers as slouches. But in terms of performance, it is very much the Simple show on the end of Navi. 15 kills, as I alluded to. Next closest, Electronic, his right-hand man for quite some time. Apex playing this one quick, looking for the entry. Bomb left in spawn. No rush for that. Vitality, they'll take their map control with ease.
Apex has found an extraordinary balance as a caller with such a volatile role to push up and take map control and create space for his team without it ever being awkward, and he can be reliable when it comes to fragging as well, and it looks like his team will join him. Kyojin enters the fray.
Got a little T-side from Vitality. Bit hits the dink on Apex, can't finish the kill. Falls on Catwalk. A recovery attempt in from Connector, also shut down, and now Navi kind of reeling.
Now it's simply about not messing up. You have the 5v3, and every time you get a kill, you add an extra 20 seconds to the clock. You say, okay, here's the time where Navi need to make a move, and if they're not in a position to do anything creatively or they haven't pushed out a spawn, that's when it becomes incredibly risky, and right now, Navi are looking for ideas.
Shut down from Boomich, it's just the one. Push into the B site, free for the taking.
That's it. Apex says, I'm going to find out if they're here or not. Reads the gamble, stack perfectly. And that's an awesome option for Navi to try to stack up in a position where they haven't made that palace push. They aren't deep into mid-control. They don't have anybody lurking underpass. Instead, they're without information. So instead, you can just take it into a gamble, play a site, and if you lose the round, you can save together. And it's incredibly dangerous for Vitality to come and seek them out. And of course, if they come to your site, then it feels like there's 5. 3 already in, and they could very easily hold. That's why I like the nature of the round from Vitality, to send someone out as a scout.
Of course, it's Apex who takes up those reins.
That's something we often see on Inferno, where it's really hard to get map control safely. You can throw grenades, you can listen for audibles, but you don't always get those footsteps. Sometimes it's better just to commit someone to one site, even if you group up 5v3. Again, you could run fully into the stack. Here they sacrifice one and they avoid the stack completely.
And so they'll net themselves that 4th round win. Game within 1. From NAVI on fire to NAVI on ice. But this is the dink I was mentioning. Bit, he had the challenge, he had the duel, he had an opening chance for the opposite side. NAVI not able to grab it off of the back of him. So weapons saved and weapons purchased. NAVI in with the buy. Ooh, ZywOo.
That's gonna be, somehow survives that. I don't even know.
Attention, c'est chaud. Lashad. We got NAVI with the pickup. Apex down, dead. Falls in mid. Electronic lending out the damage that he needs to. We get another one of these situations where we have the one scout, the one off play from Vitality as everybody else groups up and looks for a target. Their target, though, far more bolstered than the prior round.
NAVI sit calmly.
Utility's great for Vitality, though. Whether or not they want to use it or whether or not they just want to take that first peek, catch him by surprise. Boomich is back there. Missed shot from ZywOo. Now the grenades do come out, and so will Shoxy. That lurk towards middle, Bit catching it. Things starting to feel a bit dire here for Vitality on the cusp of this A site with 35 seconds. Great time peak from Electronic. He will fall after the one. Simple cuts it down with the op, and it's an excellent hold from NAVI.
Yeah, they make their intentions clear after Bit sources out that they're walking underpass with one towards connector. At that point in the round, that's when the odds go down into the dumps for Vitality. NAVI power up. An early opening can mean the world. We've seen that be the reason why one team has won in these last 2 rounds. Off of the mid control as well.
Confidence. Confidence in those moments because they've got the read. They've got the hold, and we know they have the individuals. Just a matter of getting NAVI fired up. Can't forget Vitality. They are coming off of the back of a best of 3.
It is a flurry of smokes inside of middle. And Simple will find a way to see through the interference. Picking one off on the A ramp. Don't know if he spotted anything else.
Time to test it. Continuous jump spots from the ticket booth. Electronic buying his time. Excellent strike. Double kill. Simple comes in from jungle. Hits his shot. Will still fall to Apex, but Boomich ready to bite back. And again, NAVI just swarming Vitality as they attempt to take any real estate anywhere on the map.
You attack from one angle to respond. And they press that CT advantage. You can leave Electronic to his own devices. He'll always come up with a frag. Been a monster so far inside a connector. No trouble whatsoever.
Despite Vitality's best efforts, it's NAVI that looked like a swarm of bees. Takedown 1, like you said, 2 show up. The tethering, the timing, the teamwork.
We're on TV. Another attack called for Vitality.
Gotta figure this out before it's far too late.
Yeah, and the lead grows, and that was a dominant round, and they don't have the money, it feels like, to go for an investment. Play it cool. It's going to be clearer to NAVI, I think, at this point, that they're going to try to farm this round. And rounds like these are interesting because you can see specifically what a team's going to do on an anti-eco. You know that NAVI are going to be able to read the money quite easily.
Fights towards mid. Bit. Oh, dude, it's just so sharp from NAVI.
Yeah.
As you'd expect, not going to be one of those rounds where Vitality shock us all. Boomich slays Shocks, Electronic locked in. It's just about finding the bomb carrier. You know, that's why NAVI are going to keep one towards B, but no need. Electronic has caught up. Both him and Simple, 17, 16 kills apiece. Those mid-teens at the start of the game, it felt like it was the Simple show, and we needed a second fire. We needed a different ingredient. We've got it.
Kiss cam. Oh, was that Rez?
Yes.
Let's go, Rez.
Buy back in from Vitality. Let's see it. Whether they can piece it together. But I do feel like Electronic kind of feels like he's off the leash. Shock's gonna put him right back on it. Flash around though, misses the mark. Simple misses the shot, but it's not gonna happen twice. Don't get ahead of yourselves. However, then ZywOo still stands. Simple's pinned in the corner and ZywOo's popping off alongside Shox. He does get caught, in fact, on the fallback. Bit in from Cat, denies two. That second headshot's disgusting. And he wants a little bit more.
Oh, he's hunting.
Feeling queasy? No, Vitality able to stabilize with two standing.
Oh my God, with the vision cone that you get off Cat, obviously, when you put a player like Bit there, and you whiff a little bit, he's going to be able to find compensation. They don't want to write him off in that 1v2 either. One bullet off the spray. Woo! Oof. Crazy shot, man. Already rounding out the half, round 14.
Yeah, thank you. One more time.
He's not scared.
Yeah, it's no jumping lucky headshot, but we take what we can get.
Be hard to top.
Vitality also here to take what they can get.
We have a similar state of affairs.
What's left? 2 rounds.
Smoke in front of connector to try to buy some time. Simple. Still cyclopsing here. And Bit being he gets tagged a little bit inside of that molly.
Shox right there, right on the cusp of this. Nicely done by Bit. Figures it out. Insta return though. 2 kills each way. And Kyojin, he took so much utility damage early on, but I love this from Apex. He circumvents the A threat. Electronic looking to scramble here and pick up some pieces. It's the weakest of the 3. And now it's turned upside down. Perfecto gonna have to come in with the clutch. This is one of the things that we have touted him for. Speaking of which, that's his number of kills at the moment. Not one of the heavy hitters in the first 14 of this grand finals.
I'll ask for a slow mid round. They have to go back, collect the bomb again. Apex make sure to hang on to some information. It's an interesting position here for Perfecto. He has a gap here to work with. ZywOo as well can use that for himself. And now the bomb will get planted. Give a good read on the situation.
He momentarily checked his back. Vision now gained, but looks the wrong direction. So I think he had an inkling as to what was going on, but
he might have forgotten about one person. Like he didn't know if the guy could have had the bomb potentially there. If he didn't know if Apex had it on his back when he showed face. I'm not sure.
Just a little bit lost there.
Thought there was some kind of lurk or flank going on.
Gets caught within his own worries. And Apex spinning a web inside that A site. Simple with his back turn taken down after Apex had managed the entry.
Man, this half is going to be as close as ever. I mean, look, it's not a great situation for Navi. Super solid here on the T side for Vitality. It's been dominant back and forth, but okay, another opening mid-round kill for Electronic.
Right back to winning ways. An attempt to secure 9-6 with 2 pistols in the mix. And a member of Vitality on ramp. A little bit of a gap. Nothing yet to present itself. But this grenade usage is going to be heard by Bit, so he is going to, of course, piece together the picture of what's left of this T side from Vitality. ZywOo hopes somebody walks into this scope, and there is a player close. Dangerously close. CZ within the range of lethality.
Feathers between 2 angles, ready for the peak, and takes Boomich out. That'll release the A-ramp players to begin scaling. Mollies come out as they take care of it. Business and Bit off a cat once again, taking these liberties at all the right times.
And Simple, he's going to be so comfortable. Even uses that half second to keep his aim sharp. ZywOo for the clutch. Walks out, misses the player's stairs, and that should have been his downfall. A re-peek. Oh, you felt it. I know you all felt it. And you're going to have to wait to feel a little more. We'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, no! No, I can't help you now.
Oh.
Wait, can we
Okay.
break?
Okay. Hey, take time.
Okay.
Do you get up again or what?
Oh, we have one decoy each, guys. Goodbye.
Oh, there's many glass.
Okay.
No, no. Wait, wait.
I'm gone.
You can bounce the decoy twice.
No, someone blocked.
Nice.
Okay, try. Oh my god. Okay, it's your turn. It's your turn. It's your turn.
Yes.
Okay. No.
Yes, your turn.
Okay, it's my turn.
No, what the?
Okay, it's your turn.
Guys, I'm coming to you. You can. You can go.
No.
I have no decoys at all.
Nobody has decoy anymore.
Okay. No.
He was on the left. No?
Yeah, this is good. And now it should be right, I think. Yeah, right.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay.
No. No.
Okay. Which one?
I would say left.
Okay, left. Okay. It's your turn.
Oh, guys, wait for me, please.
It has to be right now.
It has to be left. Oh, okay.
Your turn.
It's my turn. It has to be right. Okay.
I cannot go left. No.
Okay.
No, I can't remember this.
No.
Can you remember this? Anyone?
I only went bottom. I think it was on the left. Okay, never mind.
I go left.
Okay.
I'm in or what?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Am I in? Am I in? Look, Chris. Am I in? You know what?
You have a ladder on the left. Ladder on the left. A ladder.
No.
Whoa. Okay, nice. Oh, no!
No, okay, help me now.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay. Oh. It was right.
Yeah. Oh, everyone survived. Nice.
Попрыгаешь?
Да, хочешь?
Я жду миду.
Да,
Виси,
попрыгай.
давай. Ты хочешь, чтобы ты подвал взял? Я сейчас возьму подвал.
Тут ковры.
Останешься на Б?
Яма не вышли пока.
Ковры один.
Яма
Мидл
убил, еще
убивай.
яма.
И ковры. 50
Яма и
ям.
ковры. Яму убил еще.
Живи.
Я иду к
тебе.
Я всех тебя, Валер.
Давай.
Вы молодец, Кирилл.
Сори, я просто...
All right, folks, it's time for the second half of map 1. Let's make some noise. This game could get close. We know how much of a CT lean it can be. Within 3 of tying, and Vitality showed us some really strong rounds in that first half.
Not to mention Simple and Electronic showing us some strong performances, ending it with 19 kills apiece. Kind of par for the course in terms of our expectations, but now it's 2 Frenchmen splattered. ZywOo shocks down already. Masuda, can he recover? There's the headshot. Now he loses a lot of HP in the process, but at least he's still standing.
This allows his team to search.
Apex, he's not cautious. He'll get split upon. Kyojin kills Electronic. Apex in connector.
Oh, he
hits
knows.
Bit. Simple's down. And Vitality, this could be the pistol round they certainly need.
Okay, Kyojin. Talk to him. Now we're in business. Now they can open shop. This recovers the mood. CT can feel very oppressive here on Mirage with the amount of money that they can get. There's room for 2 ops to play. If they ever want to bring that in, of course, Shox would be the man. But for now, the anti splitting pistols always tells the best story.
It's a quick group up as well, so anticipation on the minds of Vitality. SMGs as well towards this B site. What do we do? Where do we go? So limited, Lars. Who's the first who gets too curious for his own good? Could it be Apex?
Hey, he's the one hanging out. No cover to his name. He can take a fight if he wants to, but they'd be happy to have a dry aim duel between a Deagle, especially in the hands of Bit. Quite a way to throw a grenade.
I'm just so worried. Every time I see this, they're fumbling. Apex got to look at the ground. I'm like, that's when Simple peeks top mid and just boom, boom, blows your heads up. You never know. You got to be cautious.
Yeah.
But alas, for Team Vitality, it's not their end. Not yet.
I like the CTs. I mean, I feel like CTs are playing so much in mid control on these anti-ecos. I think a lot of rounds at NB, of course, you get a fast rotation off of Cat if you maintain it. And, of course, you don't have to worry about any kind of connector split as well.
There it is. I knew it was coming, but it's just the one. Bit. He's also got something to say about it. Now he finds himself all alone. Follow-up damage to Shox. Got to try to piece together this 1v3. He is surrounded very much so. But as he comes up from connector, Kyojin's got the cover, and it's Masuda who has to be that final line. Vitality 1 round away.
It's dangerous, man.
We have the possibility of an early tie before the CT side even really gets rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. What would be the first lead of the game, I believe, for Vitality after losing the pistol in the first rounds.
Violent.
Let's go.
Buy up. This is the big test. We've got to keep our expectations tempered just because of the history between these teams. It's a fast one. Fight towards top mid. Quick trades. Bit looking for a second chance. Apex needs to wait out the fire before he even has a route to escape.
Actually done a good job of drawing attention, and it looks like everybody's aware. Server becomes peaceful after this war in mid. Smokes come up. Vision's opened up. Masuda ready to fight.
But she's got to be careful. He doesn't know if it's 1, 2, or all of them. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. If that had been his death, then you'd think everybody else from NAVI could commit to the sprint, but Apex instead going to try and lay down some lead here. Look to hold them back with damage. Misses the mark, and the bomb is elsewhere. So there is still shuffling pieces here for NAVI in the 18th round. A 4v4 and an attempt to keep themselves in this lead, break the CTs early.
Sometimes the more you make people rotate, the less they're going to be in mid, and Apex, he finds an opening, man.
Beautiful timing, beautiful position, and a great first execution. Simple can trade it. Don't you forget for a moment that Masuda was tagged low at the start of this B contact, so now he's desperate. He just needs to stick into the corner. Which way do they attack? Both. Kyojin, now found out by the T side, needs his teammate and Shox to get into the mix, but I do like this movement. He exits through market, and this could catch them off guard. One headshot and following damage v Simple. He's got a quarter health. Shox grabs the AK and works his way closer. It's Perfecto to try and give cover as Simple gets his gun back up. The CT has been spotted. Simple dead. Shox looking for his clutch. It's a nice and even one at that. Perfecto walks back slightly. Shox, this is his chance to cross. Perfecto's not going to go for the challenge. Neither player with utility, but the bomb is planted for Perfecto. Kit on the back of Shoxy. Look how much real estate's being given. Look at the ice in his veins. Jump spot, so safe. Perfecto back at it. Oh, risky business. And so is this.
Oh my
it's
God.
so damn close. He comes right off. Perfecto pulls it and secures it. Navi to double digits.
Oh my God, I couldn't even hold my nerve there. It was such a tense duel. The amount of mind games going on. Shox almost opened up that opportunity just by defusing far out to the left, leaving that window open for Perfecto. But it's Perfecto who makes the big move. Jumping, baiting Shox off the bomb. Of course, he gets off already, but he believes that Shox will come off this play. Doesn't want to stick it. Shox believes in his aim. But this is what separates Navi from Vitality once again.
A clutch. Singular. To start with the buys of Navi. And Vitality have to put a pause on their purchases. A waiting list for the hardware of the CT side. Smoke right back up. Poor Zaiwu can't see anything. He waits.
See how Navi have been so patient in these past couple of rounds, even when they get their opening, coming back to check their flanks. taking every measure to make sure they work map control appropriately.
Whoa, clean. Apex bites off more than he can chew. And now Navi just looking to get this war machine rolling into the A site, but that is a back turn. Oh, never mind. ZywOo's gonna just fall instantly. It is beautiful from Navi.
Oh, now the people can feel it. It's
Smooth.
five rounds away from closing out the first map, but yeah, this is far from over. Again, I think people's T-side win percentages are relatively low, although Navi's overall, I think it was something like 56% on T-side because they're just winning all of their maps, basically. So that helps out a lot. But most people's at this level, 50 or below.
Seeing Simple's rating across every single map is just unbelievable. Of course your T-sides go well. Got it. Lets the first one cross. And crucifies Bit. Apex. Just zinging some bullets outwards. He does have support as well. This is a nice three-piece for Vitality, but I love it. Teamwork goes both ways. Navi recover that man advantage, keep things even.
It feels so good to get Apex out first because he's the most comfortable looking for information and disrupting your default.
Willing to make those sacrifices.
You know that Hunter's gone. This alleviates some stress from the round, and you know Navi are going to play it carefully. They're always going to be doing something, but still taking it slow. See if Vitality crumble under the pressure. Kyojin very much locked into this position.
Simple doubling it back around. There was a moment there where I thought maybe Masuda would get adventurous inside this B site with the utility exchange, but he stays.
It's a dangerous spot, of course, you know, if you have to trade so many.
35.
Such a heavy lean here for Vitality.
It's gonna have to be one man alone. And the one that's always in question. Good damage on Electronic after the first kill as well. The Undertaker from the underpass, though, will find the back of Shox. Ooh, but the op also connects from ZywOo. Perfecto, he's looking for the plant. That landed. So close on the second. The bomb's in, and ZywOo needs to step up on the stage.
Maintain vision around triple.
Missing again and again.
Wide, okay, Perfecto will lock it down after getting hit through the box. Oh my God, there's so much pressure on Kyojin in that one position. With the B stack that happened, they obviously were hoping it goes that way, and then Shox, as soon as Kyojin gets all that damage off, runs through the smoke in connector, in jungle, understanding that if he doesn't make a play, the round is all but lost, but still somehow they make it look competitive, and ZywOo was this close.
He had chances.
It was close.
But dropped a couple. And for that reason, never found himself in the 1v1. Fast peek out the window. Apex damage down to 20. It's just 4 Deagles. We haven't seen a miraculous round win like this from Vitality, so our belief is understandably lower. And Navi continue to play slower. .47 frags between Simple and Electronic.
That's insane, man. That 19 each off the first half, continuing to climb together.
Shox forfeits the corner, plays behind pillar, has support as well from behind, and then dies. Easy pickups. Simple's going to attack because Kyojin's on the Deagle spam, so information being gathered, and map control as well. I mean, Navi, they are everywhere. They are everything that Vitality cannot handle. Masuda, 1 kill. AK picked up. That's the silver lining. That's the biggest bout of success. Nice second. At least taking Simple with him. But a 13th round win for Navi, inevitable, as they go on the hunt and try to deny this save. This Mirage map slowly but surely finding a slot in their back pocket.
Slipping from their grasp. It's Vitality, go searching. Oh, Masuda is going to see something. I don't know if he even wants to. Okay, take that shot. No one else nearby to try to hunt him. Perfecto will start making his way over. In this round, we're seeing Simple be a part of the lurks, but toward the site that they're going to lean into, and sometimes getting the first or second kill. So kind of this aggressive lurk in these defaults, but almost always solo. Vitality have to work harder if they're going to push NAVI to level 2, level 3. At this point, NAVI can keep some secrets. And it always blows me away at the amount that we see Blade talking, just the sheer number of papers that he brings. Just the sheer, I mean, if they're all blank, it's just still a power move.
Yeah. Psych them out.
Yeah.
No, I think we do have to recognize just the talent Blade has outside of the server. The impact.
Absolutely.
Fielding a multitude of young stars.
Oh, he was a great example of a player who, you know, as a player couldn't hang. He just couldn't as a player, but still proved that he had such a mind for the game.
Yes.
But it just goes to show you that that sometimes doesn't translate to playing, but still proves that you know how to play.
Because Counter-Strike is more than clicking heads. Fast one. Boomich to the bottom of mid. At a double boost. I like this. Vitality throwing some bodies up into the ladder, so clearly more support for Cat. But Navi, dude, like water, just finding their flow wherever Vitality allow them to seep through. Rounds have been relatively close.
Yeah, we're getting little to no response. Vitality have not been aggressive about their mid control. They're keeping eyes on it in this position, but it's still relatively passive, and they can't even escape from this spot as the hit comes in.
Catwalk shut down, needs to be the all-in. Good trade from Za. Ooh, hold on. Simple's at bat.
Okay.
Double op shot, 2v2. He drops the bomb, says, not my problem. I want their heads.
Off the corner of the scope.
Got it.
Simple will find him.
32 frags. And when the smoke fades, so do Vitality.
Woo. So hot. So fast. All four on the defense. That was the issue. As soon as Boomich was able to get the info inside of the ladder room, they turn attention from there. And from the ladder room, you don't want to be defending the B site, but you can't have two players held hostage in their own ladder room when you need a B defense.
Yes.
So they need somebody to be in the site to slow down the exec, and there's no one to throw grenades. So that B split is the perfect call for Navi.
Feels like if there was more of a presence on Cat, that double up and ladder goes off.
Simple is 33-11.
Come on, Copenhagen. Give it up for the best in the world. What a star.
And he's just done it like.
What a star.
How many more kills can he get in this map? I mean, if this gets any closer. 33 already.
We shooting for 40?
Witness greatness.
Witness greatness. So we're gonna try to stop it. The op on the other end. Bit's chance now. Pop in the head of Kyojin. But this could create some false confidence. If there's anything Vitality want, it's for Navi to walk into the op. And sure enough, it is here. But it is no more. Bit insta headshot. Boomich whips it back around towards the catwalk. Simple kills one in mid. It's a 5v1. It's a 5v done. Apex. He surrenders.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a position where Perfecto is literally 8-8. Perfecto hasn't even had to play yet.
Bomb has been planted.
That is so unreal, man. Oh, Electronic with another. Just keeping it up.
Nah, you can't catch a break.
That's crazy. That's crazy. What a performance here from one of the most storied duos in the game. And a last stand as Vitality will put together a buy. They have the op. They have two. That could be the adjustment they need to stay alive a little longer.
Let's see how much they can run this back. It's 6 consecutive for the T side of Navi. Double sniper setup, but a rifler already down. Masuda hits the ground in mid. Good grenade. At the very least, that's going to soften Bit up for the taking. Shocks, do you really want to peek this?
You could barely fit a paper through this. He's literally scoping to encourage someone forward.
Daunting task for Shoxy, but
A smoke will cool off the contact. Simple fades away from this, and he's going to play within his gang.
Power position. It's so vanilla again from Vitality.
Yep.
They make one attempt on mid. It's solo. They lose that player. Running around looking for hints, but doing it timidly. Now Vitality will start to make a move. Shocks. Grabs the baton. Goes into market. Takes a step out the door, but doesn't leave his post entirely. There's still questions.
Questions soon to have forced answers. Bit walks out. Clean one from Kyojin. That's a kickoff. But still heavy presence. Kyojin with the multi-kill already. Simple's right above him. Apex helps out. Perfecto's got the answer. Apex gonna run right in. No space, no nades, no chance for the 16th off the back of that one. Vitality's A site holds.
Okay.
Kyojin performed.
Yeah, very respectable hold. So nicely done from Kyojin. Didn't need any help there. Super sharp on the aim. Instant headshots on the 2 players he killed. Wonderful crosshair placement.
Apex, man, going all the way in.
Getting ahead of the problem. NAVI call their first timeout.
What is there to discuss?
Their fourth. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Stimrow's pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Oh, man. 133 ADR here for Simple. And off we go. The double up adjustments does work. Whoa. Okay. We're flying out mid fast.
So
Apex
quick.
punished as they run by. Set up for Simple here.
Yeah,
Made it feel like the fast cat play was coming. Then he called a pause. They're manufacturing these openings time and time again. Wasn't enough last round. Put some pressure on the oppers, but alleviating the rotates is so nice for Vitality because, again, they're not moving much in general, even when they were on the rifle setup. Completely separated, not looking to search back in mid. Navi wondering where they're going to come from.
The answer's everywhere on this A site. But ZywOo, a rotating turret, turns his attention down towards Bit and loses his head for it. Pressure on Kyojin. This time he can't perform. He can't hold them back, and so Navi flood forward instead. Masuda is here in time, but he does get damaged. So much, in fact, that you'd think he was a dead man walking. Instead, Shocks is stalking through middle. He'll hold. Boomich on the other side of smoke. It's a desperate 2v2, but a necessary one at that. And the murder hole, aptly named if Masuda tries to walk through this. Smoke for the retake on Shocks, trying to get in. And Boomich, he just looks to hold this line, but soon he turns attention. And this is going to allow for the CTs to move right in. It falls to Shocks. He's got it. Vitality with a little bit more life.
Okay.
What a round from Masuda.
Yeah, unbelievable, actually, to come in from CT like that. And it's just an emergency rotation, right? It's so obvious that someone's going to come from CT. Masuda literally has to do his best to hit his shot versus someone who's waiting for him.
All or nothing.
Full map on the line here in Grand. With every kill, you feel the pressure. Vitality achieved dignity here, double digits. And now we're being a bit more flirtatious here, Vitality. They're trying to think, how do we move this round forward? How do we take it into our own hands?
Holy hell.
Oh my goodness.
He didn't see it. Simple tries to turn back around. Boomich, a late reaction. Still at least the trade.
But obviously this is information exchange. Vitality, they know it's the B setup. Na'Vi understand that they've been read.
Did Boomich have that on Sliver? Like
yes,
where
he
lined
must have seen it, and
Yeah.
that's why Simple turned around at the last second. But Boomich couldn't stop it with a
might have
grenade
saw
in
it in
hand.
his peripheral and wasn't sure. But now that that's confirmed, that's huge. And you know, with that, they don't actually just die and leave.
But they still rock this front line. ZywOo and Shox, a kill apiece. Oh, but jumping. Electronics gonna pluck Shox from the sky. 40 seconds. It's an all-in towards the B site. Masuda, he needs to be the boulder, and he's gonna look to lock it in. Electronic, 3 kills in the 1v3, 30 seconds. It's the kill from ZywOo,
All right.
who also has +20.
This round is a whole lot better here from Vitality. This
little
is a sign
life.
of life. We're working on mid control. We're using Apex as he's meant to be used. He's finding openings. And behind it, they're not simply losing the frag and then falling into a vanilla setup, holding the perimeter of the map. Instead, they're there with Shox at the top of mid. They have ZywOo at the bottom of connector. They're using these weapons properly.
Creating their own chances. Willing it into existence with 4 more to go. It's 3 in a row already. And this one should be easy. But nothing's easy when Simple's in the server. Boomich not going to allow for Apex to get too adventurous top mid. And a grouping from Na'Vi. It's going to be a burst, a spontaneous attack.
And right now, they aren't overstacked on the wrong part of the site. We've seen that they can lean on Masuda when they need to. But no decisions have been made.
ZywOo waits, and he misses his shot. Now Apex has got to be cautious. The threat of a top mid peak is near, but so are the players down beneath him. It's stepping onto the bench that's going to cost Bit, and there comes Boomich.
Oh, they still have an attack prepped. Masuda, I don't...
Easy shutdown via Electronic. Perfecto right there. Masuda has an inkling that there is more of a presence, but Perfecto is so sharp.
Perfecto, he's got both.
That's killer. And Simple, well, he's got the bomb and 30 seconds left, not to mention this M4 picked up ZywOo right there. Oh! It's a quick scope up close. Perfecto, he's the one that made this feel possible. Can he still claw this into the win for Na'Vi? Boomich saw the barrel. ZywOo, oh, he's got another. And Perfecto, 15 seconds to work. You've got nothing to lose. Go, fly. In through murder hold, he'll die. Kyojin locks it in. Vitality 3 away from OT.
Well, that was way too close. And Perfecto, with those frags up in the B holes, that's one you cannot prepare for, okay? You should be fine to leave Masuda alone with a number of players here. Some beautiful work from him on the Deagle. And there was a chance there that the B split could have taken place. But of course, as we saw, Simple inside the window. And ZywOo was gifted a couple of chances. But what's most important is that he delivered on those chances. We saw him previously hit Perfecto through the box on triple, missed a shot when he needed to. In this situation, doesn't. That's the reason why Vitality still have a heartbeat. Now it's round 28. And we can see them getting palpably better. More aware, they've survived the ecos, and sometimes those can be the greatest tests. The kills start climbing across the board. ZywOo still 22, but leading.
Oh, what is this? Aggression. Electronic welcomes it, but as he falls away, he will die to Kyojin. Look at the life that's starting to spew out of Vitality. Apex top mid flank. 2-man Palace push this time. A lively CT side, an animated defense. And a catwalk boost to give Simple a set of eyes into B. Where's his angle? When's his chance? And is he even needed? Bit takes to the front, but Masuda, a double. Simple trades it back. Vitality have a man advantage, but they're also now just running over. And Simple's gonna prioritize plant. He's working with 35 HP and a single teammate in Perfecto, who falls back. And we've already seen him clutch around from this position. But there wasn't somebody behind him. A double up from Market on Vitality.
He waits, he looks away, and still it's perfect. Now we're even. And Navi one step closer. A couple of kills to make the difference on Mirage. A missed off shot, Perfecto peeks around it. It's ZywOo on top of the bomb, and sure enough, 1 second, the kill is his! Perfecto with another, and Navi secure map 1! "16 rounds away from being your Blast Fall Finals Grand Champions. They kick it off with a bang.
Welcome everyone to Name That Skin by CS Money. I'm your host, Maniac, and today I have the pleasure of being joined by Rain and Plopsky. It's a little bit of a Scandinavian duel. We're going to show you parts of a skin, and you have to guess it as fast as possible. If you find first cues, 5 points. If you go down that road, you get less points. So you have to sometimes take a risk. If you buzz and you're wrong, you give a chance to your opponent to find the skin. Let's play Name That Skin. Let's get the first skin going on.
I have seen it, I just don't know what it is. Yeah, I've seen it as well, but I have no idea the name of this.
You want to go to the next cue? Come on, guys, you're losing points every time. No guess?
I have no idea what it is.
All right, let's show the entire skin. Maybe you have an idea.
I don't think it's gonna help me.
Oh, we have a buzzer.
USP Born to Clutch?
No, it's not Born to Clutch. Listen, I feel generous. I don't want you to have 0 points. I'm going to give you multiple choice. Is it the Serum, the K-Man, or the Flashback?
The Flashback.
There we go. I had to help them, huh? 0.5 points.
Yes, I'm winning.
Let's roll the second skin. We have a little bit of blue going on.
Oh.
If you buzz now, you can have 5 points. If you fail, he will have a choice, but then you can buzz later, of course.
M4A1 Nightmares?
It is not. That was a good try.
M4A1 Icarus?
Ah, he does it!
Oh, really?
Yes! That is 5 points actually, because Ren had the one from before. Now we have to move on to skin number 3.
Oh. I have this one in my inventory, I just don't know what it's called.
No, then you have to know what it is. Let's give them another clue. It's beautiful greenish colors. Oh!
USP Monster Mash.
There we go, we have a winner, the Monster Mash.
How many points? That's 4 points.
4 points,
Oof.
That's pretty legit.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
You basically only use 1 clue, so 4 points for Plopsky is coming back into the game. Let's roll the 4th one, let's go.
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider, he's got it, the reaction from Plopsky. That's a comeback you're making right now. He's got 9 points.
I still wouldn't know the name, I think.
You can still technically win, right?
I'm gonna
if you first clue the next one, you will win that one. Let's show the last one. Well, that's not an easy clue.
Upfade?
That is not the upfade.
AVP Containment Breach?
That is not the case. We are gonna have to move on to the next clue. What is that? That's a big clue, by the way.
Pop?
No, I cannot accept that. You can approve one now because you tried.
AVP Paw?
There we go, AVP Paw. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Plopsky is obviously the champion. Thank you guys for watching this Name That Skin by CS Money.
Это лампа. Готов пикнуть слева? Давай, право. Раз, два, три. Робс, живи.
The reign of terror continues in the Royal Arena. It doesn't matter which map Vitality throw at them, Navi always seem to have the answers, and heartbreakingly, Matthew, signs of life after an initial defensive battering for Vitality. But it was just too little, too late for the Frenchman, and a magnificent clutch by Perfecto to end this one out.
A part of me doesn't want to make all these segments about Simple, and the other part of me thinks, you know what, the hell with this. Of course we should talk about Simple. Of course we should talk about the fact that in some way, somehow, he manages to surprise us anyway. Every single game he plays, 1.91 rating. I am at loss for words and contrast and comparison for this man.
Yeah, you know, he was just baiting his team the entire game. He wasn't doing anything to contribute to the squad. He was just being, none of that at all.
No.
None of that at all. Simple's here to play, and look, I don't think there was any question there, but the problem is with this, it doesn't give us a whole lot to talk about, does it? So as we sit back and we take in some of these moments, that's how the game started. A complete shutout. Boomich with 2, Simple with a couple of his own right there, and just just how dynamic they were. There was that slew of rounds here that actually put NAVI under the pump a little bit within that first half, but they recovered from it. They had a bit of the back and forth, and then when they were able to get onto the other side of things, it looked too easy.
It's the way he creates momentum for his team, right? I'm not going to say this was a one-man army. That would be wrong. I think Electronic had a good moment. Obviously, the perfecto clutches we're going to touch on it. Bit had a couple of nice headshots, but it's the fact that when you're starting a grand final, every single one of us would apprehend it a different way. It is still a unique moment in your career, right? A grand final to the stage. And then you have the luxury of having this man right next to you who's going to kind of roll the red carpet for you to win the map. He has such a great start. It must fuse you with confidence and trust and the fact that you know you're about to win. That's the simple effect. And he always delivers in his first 10 rounds. That's such a great asset for a team. I cannot underestimate it.
Yeah, huge numbers coming out of Simple there as well. I mean, we touched upon his ratings on some of his most recent maps before jumping into the segment, a 1.91 rating here as well, Chad. It just seems like it's so hard to counter this man when he's feeling in the zone.
Yeah, and one of the things is, the rounds I'm talking about where there was the slew of them, you could actually look at Simple, who over-peaked a couple of times there and gave away a kill. His teammate tried to come and save him. They all died in middle, and then there was a bunch of rounds that came off the back of losing a round like that. So you can definitely criticize it, but when he drops this many kills, it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. You know, he gave up one that ended up being maybe like 3 rounds by the end of it there, but at the end of the day, when you're getting this level of performance, it's hard to question it here. I just love every little detail of this. He's great at the opening kills, but everybody on NAVI was finding opening kills.
It's the search for the next kill. That is what defines Simple, and it's something that is very unique in Counter-Strike at the top level. It's the idea that any kill he gets, his first thought, the millisecond after that, is can I actually domino that into a second kill? We've had plenty of examples on the B side, for example, where he finds a couple of kills. His first instinct is to lock down market. After he gets one, lock down the smoke. He's always thinking about the next kill he can do. It's like a heat-seeking missile. That's what Simple is in Counter-Strike.
Well, Matthew, you said you didn't want to make this entire segment about Simple, so let's throw it over to Blade for a few words after that map.
Blade, another map win and another step closer to winning the full finals here. Now, you got the map win right. We see they try to get another map in here. They pick Mirage. Are you just getting like a guessing game with Vitality now on what they're going to pick?
Actually, no. They need to try something, as I said. We didn't expect Mirage, but it was the third map yesterday, so it's fine for us. Yeah, like this.
And in terms of when you're looking at a game, I know you got the win, but you are a perfectionist. So what things were starting to go wrong for you guys to not maybe close it out sooner? What did you notice?
Mistakes, pressure again as a final on Major. It was the same. We are feeling pressure, but doing mistakes. We can play like pretty simple, not trying to find some exclusive way to close around, something special. We don't need this. We just need to play our game and play fundamental CS. For example, like that round. Never mind. On city side, on CT, on A, on Mirage, we lost the bomb and so on and so on. Tough.
Tough, definitely tough. But Nuke's next, right? The streak continues. Do you think you're going to have to pull out any of these secret strats you said you were saving, some of the interesting rounds?
Yeah, we actually showed some yesterday, and we will show some new today. And now we need to stay really focused and remember the comeback on Mirage. And of course, pressure. We have a win streak on Nuke, so we need to play really good now.
Full focus, man. Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Ooh, perhaps some new treats on the card for us going into Nuke. But I do want to wrap up our Mirage discussion before jumping into that pre-match analysis. We're going to talk about some of the other players from the side of NAVI. I do want to talk about Electronic as well, this dynamic duo coming out once again.
I mean, we can go down the list and name every single player. We can start with Electronic as well. At the very beginning of that game, he was up there with Simple, making the difference. He quickly went to 20 kills when Simple had 24 next to him. This man, again, is a man of the big events, and it is such a richness to have as a player when you know the guy next to you, your teammate, when the pressure is the highest, when the consequences are the biggest and the direst, he is going to show up. He never fails. Electronic doesn't fail. When the context is here, when the pressure is up, he frags. How insane is that?
Yeah, it is wild, right? Because in the online era, he was probably one who was a bit more disenchanted within this team with the environment that they were dealing with. But on LAN, you can see he does his absolute best work. So there's no question marks there. I think here, we exactly what we highlighted, why this team is the favorite in this environment. And you saw everything and even more as to exactly that. I want to give a shout out, obviously, to ZywOo trying his best there to put up a bit of a fight. It gave a bit of time in the second half for Masuda to warm into it because it felt felt for a period there that he was missing within that map, but he did activate, and that's good. The scoreline a little bit closer. There's still 2 more maps of Counter-Strike potentially to be played here. This isn't done just yet, even though some people might feel like it is.
Chad, another trend that you brought up, particularly now we're back on land, the clutches seem to be rife, and Perfecto, definitely no exception to that rule.
Yeah, he is staying up to that namesake, right? I think he got 2 within this game right here, so it's good just to see him keeping calm in those moments. And we got one example right here, Matthew.
We have multiple examples. I mean, this is obviously a highlight reel for Perfecto, but in general, the way he approaches these clutch scenarios, he's the last resort fail-safe for NAVI. Like, if for some cosmic reason everyone dies and you end up with Perfecto in a 1v2, then you know he's going to be good for it. You know he'll go through it. You know he'll walk through that clutch. And it's such a nice jack-of-all-trades to have in the back pocket to know that this man, towards the very end, will close it. He is the closer. Perfecto has become the closer of NAVI.
I'm a little bit not concerned, but the thing is, once you play against NAVI so many times, we're going to look at Nuke now, I suppose, right? Yeah. We probably should start our conversation there. Have we found a solution? No, obviously no one for, I think it's 20 games in a row now, if I'm counting correctly. No one's found a solution just yet, but now what am I even saying? What am I even saying? There's no way.
Blade also just said that, I mean, even if we have found solutions, Blade's also just said that they're going to bring some new stuff to the table as well. So even if you've had that time to anti-strat NAVI as an opponent, they might be swinging at you with some different kind of swords.
Absolutely, and this is where we can take a second to praise Blade as well, and the work that is put in by the coaching staff, right? When you're at the top of the pyramid, everyone is looking at you and you have to keep 1 mile ahead, 5 miles ahead. That's what Blade is out of this tournament. That's what Blade is doing, right? He's making sure that the boys know how to approach all these games. The problem with NAVI right now, we are getting very close to this Astralis syndrome we had, which is the learned helplessness. You go on a server against them, and whether you want it or not, there is a voice in the back of your head that tells you that you're probably not going to win that game. And it's very insidious. It's very dangerous to think that if you're a player and you connect on a server or Counter-Strike and you doubt your own ability to win, it's going to hinder you and your performances. And I think NAVI are ascending to that level now where people doubt their own ability to beat them because it's been proven time and time again that they are the best.
Let's just put it this way. When they played just the other day, 16-6 in favor of NAVI, right? That was with Simple being the lowest rated player for NAVI. And now we've just seen Grand Final Simple be an absolute monster right here. Now in that game, Electronic did have a 1.81 rating, so he covered up any mess that they could have been, but that was just an absolute owning right there. Right, a 16-6, starting T-side and Nuke 11-4 first half. I don't know what you're going to do right now if you're Vitality. This is beyond desperate.
You have nothing to lose. That's what they have for them. Yeah. They have absolutely nothing to lose. There is no explanation, no reason, no narrative to explain a Vitality win right here, right now. So might as well just play it fully. No one expects you to win. Not a single soul expect you to win this game against NAVI to break the streak on Nuke here on LAN.
I mean, anybody you're particularly putting under the microscope coming into this one from either side of the equation?
Zai was simple. I'm gonna keep it clean.
Classic?
Yeah.
The El Clasico Counter-Strike. Anybody else for you?
Look, I put it on Apex of the day because he's part of that pair with Zaiwu towards Yard, so mopping up any of the messes out there. Masuda's starting to warm up a bit. You see Navi tending to head towards ramp a little bit more now when they're not getting all that Yard room. It doesn't. Everybody on Vitality needs to play 100% Counter-Strike right now if they want to beat Navi. That's the fact of the matter.
Well, it is all or nothing coming into this one, particularly for Vitality, as it could be last chance for Saloon for them to potentially be pushing this to a third and final decider map. Navi have that streak on Nuke going, and they want to keep it continuing. One more map separates them from this glorious trophy, and it's coming up after this.
So it seems that we have found ourselves one step closer to crowning the grand champions here for the Blast Ball Finals. NAVI, major champions, major impact, and an unfortunate fizzling out of Vitality on Mirage. They will now try to stop NAVI from getting to a 21 win streak on Nuke.
Just that alone would make this game so exciting. I mean, the thought that they could threaten them here, and they have taken it close in the past. They are one of the few teams who have gotten to double digits versus NAVI on this map. This is also Bit looking to win his first 3 lands.
Wow.
How absolutely insane is that to think about?
You know, usually you bring your own computer.
Yeah.
You play for, what, $200?
Yeah, maybe a mouse pad.
But not this guy. This guy went to the very, very, very top of the Counter-Strike world. He walked in like he owned the place the same way you do here. Map 2, NAVI, Vitality, the Fall Finals, Grand Finals.
Who knows when we get a land like this again?
Vitality will have the silver lining of a CT side, and ZywOo kicks it off. 2 headshots, but Bit does slip beyond. Hell, Electronic's gonna come join him.
We have to have a ZywOo that's better than the last time they played on Nuke. His stats have been good. Oh, he picks up a 3rd on this pistol. But the last time, he did not have the presence, even if he had the kills. And ZywOo gets denied off the 4th frag. Shox will come in for the trade. Boom it from above. Pop Shox's head like a balloon.
But he has so little to work with and so much to do. Bomb picked up. Ooh, and they're gonna face him. They're actually all attacking him from the same way. Now it's just a game of cat and mouse. He's gonna run for the hills, and they're gonna cut him off already. But that also offers him a 1v1, and as far as headshots go, that one wasn't so bad.
Yeah, he was close.
He eats it.
That's actually, you know, a world where he finds a plant somehow. He can split the CTs up depending on which direction he wants to take it. But looks like they've spread the map really well. And they're just peppering him from every single entrance, every doorway, every window.
He's already so well seasoned. Prepared for the grill. Vitality trying to stick him on it. Finally, he has to commit. 15 seconds left over. A CT side pistol round win bodes well for the Frenchman.
It does, man. It's where you need to start. Okay, there's a lot of variance on the NAVI T sides. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes they actually lose on the CTs, on their T side, and they always talk about it, the disappointment. Simple's talked about it. Blade has been very disappointed after wins where their T sides haven't gone so well. And when we swap over, we know that Vitality have the tools. Again, they have to have an absolutely ridiculous performance, but they have spent so much time in the lab talking about NAVI on this map. They have ideas for it. You know, there's just so much pressure, not even for NAVI to just simply win the series, but to maintain this Nuke streak, this coveted one. They're coming for Astralis at this point, who I think were able to get up to 31.
Something crazy. Smoke flash between Electronic and Boomich. Bomb gonna have a little group, a little posse. Masuda, man. You know, one of my favorite things about Masuda is his ability to just give us the multi-kills and gun rounds. Sometimes he's just like an anchor. Right now, it's him and Apex with a kill apiece, but Simple did crack open that ramp room, and ZywOo, well, he doesn't want to throw himself at the problem just yet. I like that. Simple, he's gonna task himself with the deagle. Offer the young gun in Bit. Wait, where'd that M4 go?
Oh,
There's a player above.
Shox did not even realize, yep. Simple dropped that bomb back, started to walk forward. Wait a second, man. This is the whole site compromised. Door swung wide open, but the rotations are slow.
Ooh, my God. Apex just looks away at what could have been the worst possible moment. Bomb gonna be planted. Nice lineup. Door closed. ZywOo attacks. That's Boomich down for the count. Only the planter left. And it's literally a kill apiece for the 3 remaining members of Vitality.
Go Vitality.
Smooth retake, but also a clean jackknife from NAVI. Cracking open ramp, getting down into B.
Hey, it's the German. The honorary.
The honorary.
The honorary.
Really cool to see so many Counter-Strike players in the crowd throughout this event. Obviously, everybody from top to bottom within this CS community has been waiting for you guys to rejoin us.
Yes.
We've been casting, they've been playing, but you haven't been cheering, and that was a tragedy. I guarantee it, everybody here so ready to soak it up. It's nice to have you guys back.
And on this T side again, for what to expect, Navi will hang over the heads of Vitality. The idea of doing their upstairs explodes, but they can't just let them all release too early, right? You can't drop those too soon, especially if there's a chance they could be unsuccessful. So outside control is still going to account for 70% of rounds, whether or not that explode comes through. And there's going to be pressure on Masuda on ramp. The last time that they played this map, that was the real trouble for Vitality. I think they only got 7 rounds on the map. Masuda was left alone too often. ZywOo was not rotating efficiently. The communication was disjointed, and Vitality got punished. And you could see on Mirage that they were struggling to keep the ideas moving forward, to find aggressions on the CT side where you absolutely must have them in this meta. And that's why I look to ZywOo.
Ooh, an uncontested cross. Should have been heard. ZywOo playing forward, and that's why. Guns down Boomich on the exit of the smoke.
Man, this is kind of an issue already. Okay, we got the kill, but they can't necessarily call it timing. Maybe it has been, but you can see on the map, Masuda is not worried about anything else. Oh, and ZywOo gets Perfecto as well. The trade comes down.
It's at least 2. What I love is that, of course, Apex instantly takes his position, so if Navi have this false sense of confidence, and they could fall prey to the Apex. Smoke flash, he's gonna get caught. Electronic already pushing into the interior of the garage. Shocks back behind stairs, little bit of cover, and a big chance. Strikes down Electronic. Now it falls to Bit and Simple, but Kyojin, the killer from behind. Vitality looking for that 3-0 start unless Simple shuts them up. But he's been found out. Still gonna try to fight his way forward, and Shocks, he draws the line in the sand.
I'm gonna say this just to be annoying.
Let me hear it.
13 rounds away.
Okay. Settle down. Settle down.
Oh.
Oh, look who it is.
It's the con man, the Berserker. Been a real hero in the arena.
What a debut event.
Insane. All right, Simple with the lone gun. Lots of utility here behind it with Navi.
I'm ready.
Some great volleys of grenades back and forth. They turn it into upstairs.
Fast one. Kyojin blinded. Again, his question on this A site. Players getting past him. Masuda, though, and Shocks able to cull the sea. Ooh.
Okay.
Of T's. They drop. They drop. They had their burst. They had their chance. I like that it was explosive.
It's 2 mini fakes right there. They throw light grenades towards ramp to make it feel like they could threaten it. They walk up to it, but then they come through with the upper explode. And what do we have? We have like a NAVI style peek from Kyojin off the tip of the silo. And what we see from Kyojin in the past is him eating flashes like he loves the taste, okay? And this time, he gets up in front of it, catches them as they're trying to have these perfect flashes that'll help them right as the doorway is open. He gets his frag, he gets blind afterwards, and just that alone alleviates so much pressure. Already improvements from Kyojin in that regard.
Coverage for the cross. 2 players down.
If you have a setup like this, of course, you know there are gonna be moments where the lower site can get taken over, but you have the door and the window to protect you. But it's not going to be clear where the rotations will be from either side. And little runaway slow here for ZywOo, but
Shoxy!
Oh, he doesn't find the kill. Shoxy. Ooh.
Falls away.
He's smooth. Yeah, he finds that one, gets out, keeps an inventory.
Turns Boomich back.
Yeah, his opponent is left. However, runs right into the arms of Apex. What is this? This is going to be a 5-0 start for Vitality, potentially.
Kyojin gonna hold off, fire spreads. He delays long enough to do some good damage. Perfecto and Simple walking wounded. Apex in the back of the bomb site, but oh, he takes Simple with him. Bit from down beneath, dropped by Masuda, 2-stand, and Vitality off to a flying start. 5-0 on the CT side.
I'm gonna say this to be annoying. 11 rounds away.
Oh, I said
11 rounds away, Scrawn. This is nice. I mean, we see some great adjustments. The fact that they had 2 layers in lower ready to punish just that default as they go downstairs without them committing to the site is already a good sign, better than Mirage.
Man, Extaz is heated.
This is a really, really good start, man. I mean, it's not even just that they're tripping over these rounds. And now we got the gums flapping. They're talking shop and they mean it. It'll have to be another eco win or attempt from NAVI with some util behind it, but very limited. They're sweating on land here in front of you.
I'm ready for another fast one. I like that round from NAVI when they burst into the A site, testing Kyojin. But Boomage instead to take the helm. And thank goodness he has a helmet. Survives to 42, Tech 9, no utility. It's Bit and Simple with the nades. Oh, he's not going to be able to get downstairs. ZywOo already waiting in that very vent.
Oh, you can see the protocols. He turns his attention to the next target. And also, with a rotation like this, you can come and clear out angles that you no longer have to worry about in the future, plus join in from a different direction. Oh, but he gets destroyed by just this Mac 10 of Electronic, who, of course, second performer off that last map. Yes. 8 Vitality alive in the first series.
Kyojin now very worried about the outdoors, but there's a bigger threat. And that's this lobby presence from NAVI. They're going to jump through the smoke. Met by Vent is Bit, and the spray's not there for Kyojin. A solo frag. Masuda waits. He's going to hear this, so he is very much on high alert. 3 Ts from NAVI about to burst into this, and he does peek wide well enough. Nicely done to dodge that front runner, deal with the player who is looking towards ramp. He's primed Simple. What is that? Headshot from the Tech 9, but no second. Masuda lays it down inside the B site. Vitality's flawless start continues.
Got to talk about his target selection, how well he does on those timings. When the action starts, that's when Masuda shows up to play his role the best. He's ready for the Maltese, but this time he's got friends nearby. You know, you can trust your neighbors now. Masuda was not getting support last time, and I didn't want to pin all of that weight on him just because he was getting attacked. I felt like he was being left behind.
Ooh, we kick it off quick.
Vitality on fire, 6 rounds, opening kill, damage on Electronic. Spotted on the cross, Apex happy to continue to fight.
Bit's gonna answer. ZywOo will not get away with more than just the one. Oh, and on the reload, Electronic peeks his head through the smoke, but over on the other end is Masuda. A one and done. Ramp falls to NAVI yet again, and they set their sights on B. This time, nobody in position.
And they've connected with the rotations.
Fast move.
Yeah.
Shocks. Oh, he can swing this wide, but Perfecto. So sharp. And Kyojin knows what he needs to do. Hang on to the AWP that was lost by ZywOo in that squeaky door.
We're seeing slight improvements, though. Kyojin improving on the upstairs, getting some damage in, getting a kill. He's died once. His spray hasn't looked absolutely crisp, but honestly, he doesn't need to have everything, right? It's all about setting up ZywOo, who will have the most freedom of rotation, who, if he's feeling good, will find those openings and knows that he can learn from the last series that they played, make those improvements. And Vitality will bleed. It's a big win. NAVI don't shy away from similar tactics. They just decide to do them better. Same outside control, squeaky pressure.
I like that.
But this time, with a little nuance, they make the adjustment that wins the duels. And the punishment from Electronic, this is him trusting himself.
So nice.
No one told him to do that. You send him outside and you give him the keys. He's a guy who we know his teammates have called one of the best supporting IGLs on the team. They've always talked about Electronic bringing ideas forward, one of the best communicators, of course, some of the best movements, incredibly sharp as a rifler. Some say the best. And ready to win this LAN. When we talk about how treacherous it is to switch over, but there is still, a chance that this gets out of hand. Vitality already on 6.
Just got to keep that door locked. Said Electronic has the keys. Well, barricade it to its very end. And he's starting to feel himself outside. Moves over, uncontested. This wall of smokes. Shox is very wary of the potential for the repeat. The Electronic peak.
This is such an insane setup. There's so many holes here. But will they be exploited is the question.
Yes.
Navi finding one here on the ramp. This is a honeypot. And Navi are going to be curious about the fact that there are still 5 CTs alive and they haven't found a single one.
Oh, but that angle from Shox from Mini. Meanwhile, Masuda downstairs, he cuts off the 2 lurkers. So that 3-man cohort that was working into the ramp room and decided to double back, well, that's what we're working with here. That's what Navi have to fall back on. There is no emergency plan. There's no evacuation route. And they're met by resistance as they get into position. They've got a few grenades to work with here as they look to fight forward. Kyojin, the patience could be perfect. Meanwhile, Squeaky Door falling to the T side. Simple headshot. Shox ready to attack from the back. A double. Simple. He's what's left. And as he drops that fire on top of Vent, he's going to go for the prioritization of the plant. Apex right here to stop him. And Vitality with another. A 7-1 lead on this CT side.
They won't sustain in the second half unless they get it together. This is Vitality looking good, and this is Kyojin playing a number of spots now. He's getting some damage in, he's getting some early information, but it's just how dynamic the setups are that makes it the most appealing. Look how perfect this peek is from Shox. Perfecto is specifically waiting for someone to swing from opposite Vent and holding his position, and Shox aware of that. Waits until he can just sliver peek to the first duel. And any one of their teammates that was in jeopardy, it doesn't matter, because they're always ready to trade down and kept the numbers advantage before that situation happened. That's the power of having numbers in the first place, being able to open up one-and-done positions.
Oh, ZywOo was so ready, but he's going to take a ton of damage. It's like Electronic putting down shots on the fly. And he soars downstairs. That's positioning for Navi, just like last round where it was ramp that they gathered.
This is the big move, though. Masuda and ZywOo, of course, working together. Calm hits the server. 5v5 as we cross the minute mark. Vitality allowing options to be sought out.
Suda waiting. Point. But there's still multiple routes for the attack. Electronic, so patient. Masuda knew what he wanted. And Shox gonna claw it back by at least the solo frag. Damage through the Squeaky Door. Oh. Apex needs the reload, and they're gonna use that chance to burst down the vents. More players being added to the tally down here, but it's still a rock-solid hold from Vitality. Bomb still planted, a post plant in the 2v4. Simple. He attacks onto Shox, gives up his side. Apex slaughters, and it falls on Bit. A quarter HP in the 1v3. There's the headshot versus ZywOo, and Apex shuts him down.
Oh my God, another round 1. And this is one where Electronic finds the gap. Getting into decon, they get downstairs safely. I like that Navi are continuously testing outside, considering it's open. We never have that wide swing ZywOo play off the side of red. They're never threatening deep control. They're never playing back mini. And for that reason, why wouldn't you start out your rounds like this if you're Navi? It makes so much sense. But from here, Vitality are totally happy giving up this information because now they're reading the next move so well. And you can see Captain Apex even understanding that the next pressure would come from Vent after that initial attack. They could see that whole round from the first frag and made sure that Masuda's death was not in vain. Electronic preyed on his impatience to peak that same position from the same position that he played.
Yep.
And everybody has tendencies. Everyone has habits, and you're going to go back to what works every once in a while. And that's what allowed Electronic to win. But the scariest part is that wasn't enough. That's the anchor on the B site who is set up to multi.
I didn't say it.
They can't answer back because they don't have a crowd.
Apex going to attack the bottom of the silo. Oh man, don't kick them while they're down. And he's got a second. Oh, a third from Apex. He knows what he wants and he takes it. An aggressive stance from Vitality. How many times on Mirage did we just watch Vitality lean back on their laurels and not go on the offensive?
Look at the X's on the map. This is the first time that they've taken the fight this heavily outside, and it's the conditioning now that's kicking in. And when you're winning, this is what momentum is, the intangible that we talk about. It's this finally moment. We've never set this play up. Navi have been working outside with one, throwing their grenades, being very careful about the approach up until this moment. And they finally do something new. And it's too much.
Way too much. Far too much ground for Bit to try and regain on his own.
We are nearly in unknown territory. I don't know if Navi have ever been threatened this hard, this early in the first half.
We've seen clawbacks.
It's been bad.
Yes.
But remember, Vitality have come close. They're one of the teams on the short list that could potentially beat Navi and end this streak.
Nothing to lose. And still a little left to gain. Wall of smoke's outer. Not going to be that aggressive stance. Looks like Navi want to fight for it. I said, come on, Apex, try again. But he's just going to relax for a moment, exchanging a shot alongside Electronic. We got to talk about this performance. Apex off the back of that round, 12-4.
Yes, and he has read everything so well. You can tell by the empty spams through smokes every single time he's looking for a movement, and we have to talk about shots as well. Oh, as soon as it goes down. That is such a huge scalp to take. And right now, you have a team that's willing to jump on almost any opportunity, but they have spread out so far.
Shock's got to be ready. Oh, Boomage! Dude, he just looked away.
Oh, he thought about it for a second. But that moment of fog is all Shox needs. Realizing he can't fall back means that now he's under threat and Electronic will be the one on the hunt.
Oh, but Shox falls victim to the same mistake. A missed movement and a missed moment. Man advantage resecured. Navi really playing down to the clock. When you're trailing by 8 rounds and you leave it to time, dangerous. So's Kyojin.
15 seconds.
He's ready. He's going to get the confirmation in Mini, but he misses his chance. That could have been everything. Now we're going to get this wraparound from Electronic, and the A site crumbles. They had one chance at holding that A site. It fell to Kyojin, and this has been a talking point.
Yes. I mean, to be honest, in that situation, just with Kyojin alone on the A site, they had a player in Heaven ready specifically for him. They take first contact, 2 ready inside of Mini, and they would have traded him and probably got this bomb down. He would have had to get both or been able to look up to Heaven and do more. But yes, of course, the storyline for Vitality and the struggles for them in some of their series comes down to Nuke and comes down to Kyojin on the upper side. And I have to say, we're seeing improvements, of course. And that's the only way you could have a scoreline like this.
So the second round picked up by Navi, starting to crank the heat.
That's a full-looking crowd.
And a timeout called off the back of it. Vitality going to discuss what they need to do. You alluded to it. We haven't seen NAVI in these kinds of positions.
Yep.
There have been comebacks. That is not what's new. I think it's just the tenacity of Vitality and the impact of this start.
100%.
They got to cool it off and calculate.
This is striking time. NAVI have shown unlimited resilience in these nuke matches. It's a streak that's been tested and tested again.
By everyone.
All the way to the end. I mean, it's always looking scary. That's one thing. It's always looking scary. But no one's ever completely tipped the scale. But the buy is not good for NAVI. We do not have simple on and off in this round. This is an enormous opportunity for ZywOo, who has the power position. How much control do they want?
How much risk do they take? Gonna challenge the vents. 2, nope, just 1. They get stuck, fumbled in the fog. Eventually gonna get there. Shock's unable to punish it entirely, but that's now 3. The majority of NAVI already downstairs. You mentioned that ZywOo's in the power position because he has this op, but if he's not in the right position, then it will be meaningless. Of course, there's still these lurks. The confirmation heard. ZywOo drawn down towards that B bomb site, and in the meantime, Shocks, he sees it. A shark that hunts and chomps down on Simple. Perfecto in the backside. In the meantime, ZywOo did not want to run the risk. He couldn't. Apex will attack.
No way.
And catch Perfecto's head.
This was done.
A 5v3 instead. Single incendiary for Electronic, a flash on Bit. Galil's within the mix, and maybe that's still enough. He throws his utility high, goes for the peek, and takes another one with him. It needs to be BUMIC. It needs to be the in-game leader. Kyojin immediately cut down and the door closed, but what about the chances? BUMIC with 2 targets on the other end. Oh, the pistol's out. He peeks, he's got it. It's massive impact from the Grand Slammer.
BUMIC the bouncer. Stops him in the doorway. Oh, that's a mess. That is an absolute mess. You can see that they could not agree on what to do. That's the position where the bomb could have been stuck and one could protect, but with the op in play, the rifler getting off, it was discombobulated, it was messy, but this is Navi's chance now. Their fangs are showing.
Yes, they are.
The pistols are out for Vitality.
And frothing.
That'll be a round we talk about. Apex with the 1 gun, low HP already. Navi's call, don't mess up. That round, 5v3. They have the lower sight. That was already a bad look. They let 3 go down the vent. Didn't call a timing. No rotation from Masuda to get in. That should have been a situation where Masuda's already in the back of the site or in his favorite spot with ZywOo inside the ramp waiting. But they didn't respond to it.
Holy hell, a Zeus from ZywOo?
Boy, what?
In a grand finals against Simple?
There's only 2 left.
Electronic peeks out from Mini. Oh, no!
Apex takes him out. Vitality with 1 gun.
They start that with the Zeus? I can't believe it.
There's no room for comedy in the middle of a grand final in this moment. Yeah, right.
Oh, no.
10 rounds for Vitality. 10.
They've got Navi feeling a certain kind of way, and it's a way that not many have made them feel for a long time on Nuke. Wow. Right back at it.
That's a rifle. Electronic has stayed alive consistently throughout these rounds. Grabbing outside control, if not secret, getting downstairs. And now they're running out blind. Bit flashes, BUMIC eats it. Shocks will pick that up every day of the week.
Happily.
Double Galil and Deagle. Bit's gonna get tagged up by that. Shox, he's got the frag. And an easy reposition, but still he wants a little more, and I like that tenacity. But Perfecto strikes him back. Both these players armored. And Vitality enamored with the thought of what they've got in the palm of their hands. Incendiary comes up from vent.
Oh, Perfecto.
Oh, that's great damage, in fact.
Oh, what the? A collateral headshot. ZywOo sends him back in. That Incendiary to push him back. It's the perfect call. They have their ordinance.
Look at that.
Oh my God.
It's a 2-for-1 from the 2 to the 1.
Yeah, that's every Navi fan.
Blasted. I love how that Incendiary just pushes them right back into it, delivers it on a silver platter. But Vitality, that's not what they want. They're fighting for gold. Another desperate buy from Navi, gonna piece together what they can. This final round from their first half. 3-round T-side, maybe 4.
Oh, okay.
Maybe just one more.
Listen, a 4-11 and 12-3, those are worlds apart. Here's an opening. Oh, now they're just snowballing.
Who needs guns? Sometimes not. Navi, Perfecto challenging through the fire, doesn't give a damn. And a redirection, perfect.
Oh, they press tab, they see it's Masuda.
Easy.
Funnily enough, Masuda was closer to upstairs in this situation, but now they'll spot him. Get this bomb planted. Looking like a 4th round from Navi, and that can make a world of difference, of course.
Massive.
You have to say, their T-sides are quite volatile. This is a fantastic half for Vitality, but a 4th for Navi.
An execution of a finish, a little bit of revenge. It's simple at the top of the scoreboard, but it's Vitality with a challenge. Second half in just a moment.
Hello everybody, welcome to episode 3 of the EPOS Audio Advantage. Today we're going to be running through a bunch of clips from the best blast moments that have to focus in on communication. Up first and foremost, we have one of Simple's best blast clips, his ninja defuse.
Четвертый уходит. Подымись. Тихо, я дал смог на малый, типа мы все.
They're saving. Oh my God.
Мы взяли раунд.
The timing there as well for Simple to slip behind the sandbags. Like I can understand why Complexity thought they had it cleared.
I think he calmed right when the defuse happened, and he didn't even hear it.
I think it's, Simple's ability to visualize exactly where everybody from Complexity was. Simple had the big picture in his mind from start to finish, and well, we know what happened.
One nice. Wait, I flashed twice, and I went default.
Yeah, do it. He's gone? He was gone?
Yeah. Demolished me.
Nice! Those clean Nexa comms.
He's got all the information.
Oh, so perfect, yeah.
Sets up the play, tells Amanek what's happening, tells Amanek what to do. He gets the audio cue of the 2 players off of the side of staircase as well. This is the job of the IGL, right?
Yeah.
Creating a play from nothing.
Nexa knew where both of them were, instructed Amanek, and Amanek did the perfect thing and just made sure to be fast about everything he did.
Nice!
Go. I will fade a lot.
I'm car.
I've off and smoke.
I'm anti-flash car.
2 smokes.
One is outside B still.
We have both guns, right?
Yeah, I've done it.
Blue has tunnels and one more smoke.
There's a lot of people chiming in, but they're all moving around forward with who they're killing.
Orchestrating and leading the troops in the front of it is Tabson making that decisive call. Even with all these layering voices, you do still need that one that is louder than the rest. The synchronized window smash.
So right there, they break the window outside the lobby, and Breeze breaks control window at the same time, so he can pull the lurk off. Now, you hear the glass breaking on top of the roof, that's normal. You hear that every single round at some point or another.
Yep.
But if you don't know somebody has gotten downstairs, then you're not gonna expect it mentally.
He just tucks into the corner and waits a second, just to make sure, like, had anybody in ramp heard that, maybe they jump down, maybe they give him the kill. He sees that nothing is happening, there's no reaction. realizes for sure we've gotten away with this, walks up and gets his frags.
That is a classic audio trick in Counter-Strike.
Thank you guys for watching. This was EPOS Audio Advantage.
So an 11-4 score, Vitality with a little bit of fight despite being a map down. Mirage made it feel like this finals could have fallen flat.
Yes. No, let's start there. Vitality looked like horse meat on that first map. Okay, it was bad. It was not good. They started so slowly. They got up to 12 rounds at the end and they looked alive. And just alive enough to carry that momentum forward into a spectacular first half. And by the quality of the rounds, not simply the quantity of 11. So does that mean that they have the T side to pull this through?
How many times have we seen a team with an opening only to be turned back by this defense? This dual-wielding defense. Berettas to the head from Boomich, 5 versus 3 for Navi. A pistol would do them great in terms of turning this around as fast as humanly possible. Shocks, not the clutch he'd hoped to find himself as this pistol kicked off. And now he has been spotted. Confirmation for Navi that they just need to sweep him away to get this CT side rolling.
Oh, I just realized, okay, we either get Vitality ending one of the most historic nuke streaks in the game's history, or Navi pulling off one of the most special comebacks on LAN in a grand final on this map that they're protecting a streak on. And you guys get to witness one of those two things. No matter what happens at this point, it's going to be a special end. And Vitality were playing it cool, chilling, having fun. Now it's becoming real. But they know how hard it's going to be.
Especially with just one P250. Apex.
They should have bought a Zeus.
I still can't believe we got a Zeus kill in the grand final.
And it resulted in a round win.
And then it was ZywOo versus Simple.
It was ZywOo versus Simple of all things.
That's what dreams are made of.
How do you hold that with a hoof?
Yeah. Wild scenes. And yet still more to come. That's the beauty of this one. It'll be a slow burner with the utility outside of the decon door. One more smoke for Boomich if he really wants to cool him off. Vitality, it's just going to be this desperate push eventually. Navi know it.
Shox is actually having a wonderful match.
Isn't that great to see?
Liquid Shox, killing it.
Obviously with a little silo control as well from Electronic. It's going to be a very comfortable A-site defense. Navi just holding and waiting. And just when it looked like Vitality were about to pop, guess what happens?
Oh, the infamous re-smoke.
Another one.
That's the thing that you have to control. It's got the vents.
So this is what you get. A chance to push into the ramp room instead. And guess who's waiting? Simple alongside Bit.
It's what you knew was going to be there. It's what you knew was going to be there and that you had to face anyways. Bit's absolutely unbelievable on ramp. That's where he top fragged actually. I think it was actually in their last series on this map. I mean he's not the most renowned ramp player. He's even been doing this for very long, but he's already somebody that you want to watch and study from. But at the same time, you can't replicate that headshot aim if you're anyone. So maybe not the best demo to watch. But
this one's
is so damn careful.
This is the test. This is the form we get to see from Vitality. I would say the T-side versus Navi yesterday challenged at times.
And even this is it's interesting because Navi win this and they're in a very strong spot. We still have the buy from last round. They haven't had to upgrade a single thing.
Pick up from Simple. His position revealed. Now the one problem is he's stuck here, so he's gonna have to fight his way out. ZywOo knows it. Just wait. Or eject.
Oh my god. That flash to support. Just that small timing allowed him to get down.
It's just a little window, but he slips right through it.
Looks like they're going to try to get back up.
He could always come back for second servings. If he doesn't...
Look at the amount of talent here.
Whoa, Electronic.
Oh.
That's ambitious.
Wait a second.
Never seemed to think the possibility of the close player Bit. Oh, it's a little bit of cover. Apex.
Both. Apex.
Like a crowbar just wedges himself into this defense, and suddenly we've got Navi in a bit of an awkward spot, but there are still very real chances for them to cut off this bomb. 30 seconds. Masuda, he needs to be sharp. Somebody's got to come bail him out.
He doesn't have an escort in this position.
Oh, and as he walks in, he connects it.
What?
Maybe he doesn't need the help. Maybe he's got it on his own.
Oh, he got out through Squeaky.
And he'll run. Kyojin lays the smoke in front of Perfecto.
He gets shoved out of his own house.
Spamming through the walls, no contact. It needs to be simple. He bursts right up. More damage done. The Undertaker from underneath with 17 HP versus Masuda on 37. There's no utility. This is a gunfight. And who's gonna take it? It's Masuda with Vitality's 12th.
The bomb carrier from inside the lobby with the dangerous rotate, but he played it so carefully and he hit the fantastic shot. It was like a 70-degree flick inside of the lobby versus somebody who's holding his position, and Simple almost pulls off. Such a wonderful 1v3. But Masuda doesn't play it scared, holds that angle just deep enough to punish, keeps himself away from the hut, and it is so damn close. James can taste it.
Half the round count though, Vitality now starting to look like a more comfortable lead, and not a very comfortable buy. Navi double MP9, Famas op and M4. And as their utility dwindles, the lead of Vitality grows.
That is the rough part about losing bonuses. It's going to be clear you could potentially buy again. You had 5 alive on the round prior, but in this situation, you don't get all the guns you want again. So they had the option of upgrading those SMGs. They opted not to do it. They have a reasonable buy, but it's not as good as Vitality's overall. One gun that can make the difference.
Pressure point alleviated. This electronic. Boomich tries to answer, but remember there's a player right above, and Apex swoops right down for a double. Simple though inside the vents. First op shot connects, and he's gonna get attacked by Apex. He's everywhere. 3 frags for the French in-game leader, and 1 player standing still for Navi. It's Bit with the M4, bodies lining up, and rounds being stacked. 13-6 for Vitality.
An inspirited performance from Apex. The moves from him. Going off this information, off of that spam, waiting for Boomich to have to shoot, and it all comes because of that first kill on Electronic. Gets called out his position, and look at how quickly he's everywhere. Like a spider monkey, Apex drops down the vent, takes out his 3rd frag, and there's no chance at all to even shoot back.
Look what's left. As we jump back in, Perfecto with a Zeus, a smoke for Boomich, and no real hope for Navi. Then again, I missed that simple deagle. He'll miss it too. Shock's duels drops him. Electronic gonna get ever closer, but they're just so ill-equipped, so little to work with, and so strong is Vitality step by step, just making quick work of this anti-eco.
An absolute map from Shock so far.
Wild scenes in Copenhagen.
No way, man.
And it's not that ZywOo show. Coming into this series, we saw the graph. We saw the graph of frags. It was only ZywOo in the green. But right now, it's Apex and Shox running it all the way back alongside their lesser experienced teammates for the last time.
The question is, will we witness history here?
14-6. A buy is needed, and Navi still strapped for cash.
5 rounds on the T side versus G2 at the major. Pulled it back to overtime. This might be one too hard. And they're gonna throw something together. This is literally against match point. They have centered their game plan around countering electronic outside in these 2 rifle rounds. And that's all they've needed to do. The mistakes followed, and so did the punishments.
Trying to layer up downstairs, trying to get ahead of some kind of a B hit. Frag to face Shox, he's on his own. Oh, and Electronic's gonna body bag him. 5v4 here for Navi.
The kill that could absolutely make the difference. Been taking the opening duels on both sides. Oh my God, that's gonna be one spotted. And an instant Molotov just specifically for this position, but it doesn't. Oh, it does go deep enough. It comes out late as well.
Spreads.
There's not gonna be a response.
Simple.
Everyone gets crushed upstairs.
Deleted in the open at a 4v2. Team Vitality on the cusp of securing map point. What in God's name are we watching?
What are we witnessing right now? Absolutely no money in this next round. And that is crystal clear for Vitality. These 2 guns will be their most prevalent threats.
All they have to offer.
And this isn't a 16-14. It's not an overtime win. It is an absolute stomp.
A blowout.
And there's still the series alive. This is a grand final. It's just not some series where they're trying to take down the nuke streak. This is one that brings us to the map 3 that Vitality could have very easily picked first.
And so they'll have 9 map points, 9 chances to rob this away from Navi, to deny them a trophy lift.
Everyone said it had to end somewhere, but it wouldn't be for no reason. And the quality of play that Vitality have brought to this game, there are no parallels to anything we've seen from them so far at this event.
Just yesterday, they looked like a lost cause on Nuke. They look like just a feeder team to that streak for Navi.
I made a video on Glaive yesterday, and I said he was playing magnitudes better than ZywOo in his last match on this map.
So clean. Instantaneous headshots on that A site. It looked like there was still a little bit of life, but they got rocked.
Vitality know the money is bad. And Navi still scraped something together. They're at the bargain bin. They found some gems. All they need is one to keep hope alive.
1 round, 5 kills. And we move this series to map 3. A seismic upset. But it's not done yet. What's Navi's move? What's their solution? Feels like Apex and Shox, the duality of French Counter-Strike's experience. A chance there for Apex, but he will get rocked by Electronic. That's a good first stoppage. And if you want to talk about Shox and Apex, well, then just contrast that to Simple and Electronic. The first 2 key pieces to Navi's earlier success, and they're the ones that play outside to start off the 5v4, but they're not able to get Vitality away from this. The secret entrance is theirs. But Navi got to be cautious not to rotate too haphazardly. A single player inside the site to try and hold this. Do they predict his position? Can Simple react fast enough to lend a helping hand to the young gun of Navi? He's gonna sprint right into the open. It's Bit with the first headshot. A little bit of a snap from Simple. Bit, he's got it. 3 at least. ZywOo, all that remains. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, he's gonna prioritize plant. They're looking down, swarming all around him. He gets himself into a little bit of cover too. ZywOo, no way! The headshot's his! One final dance from Vitality, and it's a dance of death atop the corpse of Navi's nuke win streak. It's over! We need Inferno for map 3, and that's where all the best matches end. Ladies and gentlemen, the fall finals goes on.
Hello everybody, welcome to episode 3 of the EPOS Audio Advantage. Today we're going to be running through a bunch of clips from the best blast moments that have to focus in on communication. Up first and foremost, we have one of Simple's best blast clips, his ninja defuse.
Четвертый уходит.
Дым есть.
Тихо, я дал смог. А малый, типа мы все.
They're just saving. Oh my god.
Мы взяли раунд.
The timing there as well for Simple to slip behind the sandbags, like I can understand why Complexity thought they had it cleared.
I think he calmed right when the defuse happened and he didn't even hear it.
I think it's, Simple's ability to visualize exactly where everybody from Complexity was. Simple had the big picture in his mind from start to finish, and, well, we know what happened.
One nice. Wait, I flashed twice, and I went default.
Yeah, do it. He's gone? He was gone?
Yeah.
Acknowledge
me.
Nice! Those clean Nexa comms.
He's got all the information he needs.
So perfect, yeah.
Sets up the play, tells Amanek what's happening, tells Amanek what to do. He gets the audio cue of the two players off of the side of staircase as well. This is the job of the IGL, right?
Yeah.
Creating a play from nothing.
Nexa knew where both of them were, instructed Amanek, and Amanek did the perfect thing and just made sure to be fast about everything he did.
Nice!
No. I will play a lot.
I'm car.
I've off and smoke.
I'm anti-flash car. Two smokes. One is outside B still. We have both guns, right?
Yeah, I've done it. Blue has tunnels and one more smoke.
There's a lot of people chiming in, but they're all moving around forward with who they're killing.
Orchestrating and leading the troops in the front of it is Tabson making that decisive call. Even with all these layering voices, you do still need that one that is louder than the rest. The synchronized window smash.
So right there, they break the window outside the lobby and Breeze breaks control window at the same time so he can pull the lurk off. Now, you hear the glass breaking on top of the roof, that's normal. You hear that every single round at some point or another.
Yep.
But if you don't know somebody has gotten downstairs, then you're not gonna expect it mentally.
He just tucks into the corner and waits a second, just to make sure, like, had anybody in ramp heard that, maybe they jump down, maybe they give him the kill. He sees that nothing is happening, there's no reaction, realizes for sure we've gotten away with this, walks up and gets his frags.
That is a classic audio trick in Counter-Strike.
Thank you guys for watching. This was EPOS Audio Advantage.
All the odds, it is Vitality to halt Navi's winning streak on you. And ZywOo, the style and class he does this in. This is a clutch Maniac that will go down in the history books. What a play from ZywOo.
If I had to write the script with that grand final myself, I would not have done a better job. I would not have done a better job to see the streak coming to an end in this fashion with ZywOo, the 1v3, the one tap at the end. Everything is gathered for an incredible moment of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it doesn't become 21. It'll stop at 20. That's where they're going to have to kind of rest their head here. That is only the second time since Bit has joined this roster that they have lost Nuke. Only the second time, right? There's streak there too, but with Bit, like that's the second time that kid with this team and an official has felt what it feels like to lose on Nuke. I'm so glad that they were able to play the type of Counter-Strike they did right here. It looked like everything we're talking about here on the desk in terms of just relieving that pressure valve, playing some fun Counter-Strike, the heavy rotations, how proactive they were on that CT side. It was great to watch.
They were embracing the situation. That's exactly what they had to do and what Chad is alluding to. When you see Apex fighting outside through smokes with flashes flying behind him and then he stays alive, he's laughing on his cam because like, what the hell, how did I even survive this? That's exactly what they had to do. They had to embrace the chaos. They had to put Navi in a comfortable box and it paid off. They break the streak.
And let us remind ourselves exactly the context and where this is happening. Not only is this pushing to the third and final map here at the full finals in contention of lifting the crown, but in terms of the result that we saw yesterday for Vitality versus Navi, I don't think there's any easy way to put it. They got absolutely blown out of the server on this very map of Nuke yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, right? And and they got blown out on the next map we're about to see too as well. So we'll hold our tongues for a moment here. But the fact that they've done this now actually makes this last map exciting, right? Because Mirage, you look at the score and you think, okay, yeah, Navi felt like they could have closed that one a little bit quicker. Maybe they gave away a round or two. Here, they couldn't buy a round. Here, they were having a tough time, and Simple was playing well. You had Bit playing well as well, and it was Electronic who was the one I think negated the most. He the one who couldn't get away with his usual tricks.
Right, he should have been the one providing way more than he did. I just want to circle back to the video, right? I told you, Mirage is usually the map where Vitality actually loses the series. They got away from it. The first map is done. Now they've been them on Nuke. The curse is done. As Chad is saying, now you're moving on to Inferno, which was, at the very start of this conversation, the only map they had actually beaten Navi on. So, you know, there is something is brewing, something's happening.
Something is in the waters here, definitely. I do want to talk about some of the individuals on the side of Vitality to start this one off with, because it wasn't just a ZywOo show. Again, two other members, well, to be fair, all of the members kind of stepped up when they needed to, but I want to pinpoint Shox and Apex coming into this.
Yeah, ZywOo was the closing act, right? He was the one that closed the curtain on that map right there, but it was Apex and Shox, I think, here. Now, obviously, there was a big amount of decision-making going on here that was facilitating the way that they were able to stop this T side of Navi from grabbing a bucket of rounds that they're used to getting right here. But I just think the type of Counter-Strike they were playing, they were just ready for all the fights, right? You see here, they weren't backing down, they were willing to take the duels, and part of that over-rotation that they were doing, right, in the early stages, it wasn't like they were going all the time for the biff towards Yard. They were actually giving up a lot of space and turtling in certain scenarios. They were heavy stacking towards the lower site. You saw in the replay right here with Shox in towards main, even getting a player creeping around. So they understood what Navi are looking for, and one of the keys was they even had gear shifts. They were like, all right, well, now we are going to take the fight towards Yard. So they had a lot of different looks here on the CT side, and I think that was the key for Vitality.
I absolutely agree with you. I totally agree with you, and the fact that Shox actually started his game quite well and quite quickly made a huge impact, a huge difference. The type of Counter-Strike that Chad is talking about is a type of Counter-Strike that includes a lot of individual decisions. There are micro decisions where you have to know how you want to approach the situation. Having Shox being in the move, being in the groove, is a guarantee that he's going to make the right decisions. He's a very cerebral player, makes a lot of split decisions when he's playing, and the fact that he was online and activated, that is definitely a factor for this game.
And then we're seeing some of the highlights just coming in from Apex there as well. I mean, the pure unadulterated aggression from this man at points on this map. This is what we know and love Dan for.
Yeah, well, they're not afraid to take a risk anymore, right? Because now it doesn't matter anymore. And when you're willing to do this in the context of don't worry about what's happening with the team in the grand final and you're already down a map, that's the type of Counter-Strike you have to play. So in a similar fashion to what was kind of alleviated with Liquid throughout the tournament, you're seeing, I think, the same thing here with Vitality, and that is a great sign to do it, especially after losing map 1. And now that we look further down the barrel of this series, I started to think, okay, is this really something that we could have a conversation about? Could they really do this and pick up Inferno?
I feel like we had that conversation before Nuke. We stated the obvious. We said, listen, they lost Mirage, they're moving into the streak. Surely there's no way. There's no way. There's no logic. There's no story. Why would ever Vitality be able to do it? But who would have thought they would actually win 16-6 on Nuke versus Navi?
Such a dominant victory. I do want to hold that thought before we get on to discussing Inferno, because I believe we do have a few words from Apex after that incredible map victory.
Apex, you ended Navi's streak, and you did it in style. What is going on? You got to explain this one to me. It was you, it was Shox, it was like just bringing in a full force out.
Well, the problem against Navi on Nuke is always our city side, which is really bad. And there we did 11-4, so then we again the pistol and everything is rolling up. And we just play really good, to be honest, and that feels good to win against them for the first time in 2021 on Nuke.
And do you feel like it's nice, right, that you kind of got in their heads as well? Could you sense that was coming into play?
Yeah, I mean, I was feeling the game, to be honest, both individually and as a team, so I'm really happy about that one.
And now you're one map away from winning on this last dance on LAN. Could you ever think it was possible? When you last spoke to me, you said you'd be happy with second place.
Yeah, I mean, we will give everything. I mean, we will stay in the same motivation and same, chemistry we have together, and just having fun, and let's see how it goes.
How will Inferno be any different from last time, though?
Well, I felt like we should have done better, to be honest, but I mean, let's see how it is. I mean, you see, last time we got tried on Nuke, we beat them on that one. Everything is possible, it's Counter-Strike.
Let's see it go down. Good luck, Dan.
Thanks.
You can kind kind of tell from that interview as well, just the lack of pressure that Apex is feeling coming into this. I mean, some of the answers he was giving, sure, he sounds confident, but it seems quite relaxed.
Yeah, I think that will change going to this last map now because they know that they're just 16 rounds away from lifting the trophy here. But just to recap, the 24 maps that this roster of Vitality have played here, every single individual from top to bottom, I think performed above their average on Nuke within those 24 maps, right? Let's just use ZywOo. Normally a 1.38, that's the average across the 24 maps. Well, 1.53 in this one right here. Look at Apex. He had a pretty good performance there with a 1.41. He normally has a 1.03, and the other three are normally in negative. You had Masuta, you had Shox, both in positive, and Kyojin even performing above his regular level on Nuke. He's normally one of the players hemorrhaging. So everybody, I said they had to play at 100%. Does that count as 100%?
See, but that's the thing, Chad. Isn't it what we expect if you want him to beat NAVI?
Yeah.
Like, these are the rules of the game we've set. You have to overperform if you're going to beat NAVI. They've done it on Nuke. Now we move on to Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, let's try to preface Inferno coming into this one, because it's a map that we've seen appearing a lot in the duels between these two teams. So just looking at maybe the last performance that we saw from Vitality, it did leave a lot left to be desired coming into things. Do you think they have what it takes, getting that momentum off of Nuke, ending Navi's streak on that map? Do you think they have what it takes now?
Look, I'm not going to pretend that the last time we saw them on Inferno was great. I think it would be disingenuous, but the matter of the fact is this is a completely different beast we're having right now. It's a completely different Vitality, right? Remember, this Vitality got mauled down on Nuke as well, and they just beat them. So I think we have to go in this with a different mind, with an open mind. We have to agree on the fact that these are different roster we're seeing. These are different players we're seeing today. And I'm not going to take that performance for granted. I think Vitality now just pushed everything off the table, tabula rasa, as we say in Latin, and we went on to the third map.
How many languages do you know, Map?
That could be a quiz for the arena right there.
Regardless of that here, yeah, I don't think this series is wide open. Na'Vi are still the very heavy favorites, because to expect Vitality to do that again is something else. But I think here, if we look at a few of the moments yesterday, that one that we had in the CS Money Play of the Day, where Simple's at Coffins getting the kills completely blind while they're planting the bomb, moments like that, if they don't happen again, then that's where it becomes difficult for Na'Vi, because Simple still had a very good game on Nuke, but if he's unable to do that and disrupt Vitality in the same way, then they get a couple of extra rounds, and then you start thinking, okay, it could be a completely different looking game.
And there's that point I've been hammering time and time again, the beginning of the games. What happened on Nuke? Vitality were up 6-0, they were 5-0 in the second half. It has to come into play as well. You cannot allow Na'Vi. These are professionals, these are champions and competitors. They can stomach it, losing a map. It's fine, they know how to deal with it. They did it with Heroic. You give them a good start, suddenly they forget about that Nuke and they destroy you on Inferno. So for Vitality, the rules of the game remain the same. Have a good start. Give yourselves the weapon, the confidence, the trust to move forward on that first half. Do not allow Na'Vi to break your legs early on, because that is going to be an absolute factor for that game.
Well, you mentioned Simple, Chad. I think it's a given that we're putting him under the spotlight coming into any map. Anybody else you think is going to be instrumental for either side of the server in this one?
Electronic was a little bit quiet there. This is a map where he, as an anchor player, can do a lot of work with on that CT side, and I think that there is going to be a lot of flary things thrown their way, so the calling for Boomich now is going to get a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I'd just keep it to the big man himself. I just want to see a Simple versus ZywOo show, third map on Inferno. Let's see.
And we are certainly going to see it. The perfect decider and the perfect way to end the entirety of the full season here at Blast 2021. Inferno is coming your way, and it's going to be a treat, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the action after this.
He's push nading you, mate. But I can't get a weapon.
Welcome everyone to Shoulders of Giants, presented by Omen Oasis. Last time around, we had to do this online, given all the circumstances. Now we're in the Royal Arena, and I've got with me Stewie, Plopsky, Hampus, and Robin, who are going to be joining me to play through some of the old mods to do with Half-Life. We're going to rock back to the golden years, which most of these young ones probably don't know too much about. We're going all the way back. We're starting with Day of Defeat with this one. Now, Stewie, you played this before?
Not once, but I'm ready to play. I'm a good first-person shooter, you know?
And you start breathing real heavy. Oh.
Get right to the left.
Oh! Stewie one-shot me.
There's a one-way window, man.
Dude, this gun sucks.
What did I do? What killed me? The window just killed me.
The window?
Yeah, the window just killed me. What?
Stay. Let's clash it, Robin. Yes! Yes! Woo! There we go. Well done, Robin.
Nice, easy, nice.
Oh yeah, nice and easy, that's it.
Yeah.
Hampers believe.
Super easy, super easy.
So that was Day of Defeat. Now we're going straight on to Team Fortress Classic. Let's see what the guys think of this, and let's see who gets the win.
Here we go. Oh, it's flag again. We're doing flags.
The blast admin is eating me.
Eating you?
Yeah, with a crowbar.
What game are we playing, man? Are you eating it? What?
I got one-shotted. Did you pre-fire me?
I pre-fired out of nowhere. I just heard footsteps.
Need help! Need help!
Dude, I can't shoot.
Got the flag, with the flag.
Okay, this is a lot harder. They got a flag. Popsky won it for his team by far. Were you just sneaking around stealing the flag?
Yeah, one time I did. I don't know. I didn't even find it. I was looking for it like 10 minutes.
Let's move on to some real gaming. 1.6.
Shot from everywhere. Ooh, one dead. I'm insane. Nice one, right?
Oh!
Are you sure you guys play 1.6? Because we've never touched this game.
Oh! Dude, I can't hide anywhere. I've got stream looking at my screen.
I wasn't looking. I heard you stomping.
I am the bullet.
You forgot to buy bullets.
Why do you have to buy bullets?
Flank.
Nice, Robert. One more to get.
He's nading you.
But I can't get a weapon.
Stu, is that you trying to ult?
Base doesn't even know how you just killed me. He doesn't even know how you just killed me.
Easy win, guys. Easy win.
I really see why they revamped the game.
Thank you for all of you at home for watching Shoulders of Giants presented by Omen Oasis. We'll see you on the next one.
Would have expected us to have gotten this far in this series, especially after that first showing, especially knowing that Nuke was the hurdle. Nuke was supposed to be the end. No. That was supposed to be Navi's bread and butter.
It's our job to hype it up at all times, but of course, we have our own thoughts, and coming into this final, I thought it was going to be bad. I won't lie. I thought it was going to be bad. We saw the 16-7s, but now that Nuke is done, Inferno's opened up, the world is Vitality's oyster, and all the pressure is on Navi to close this out. Bit looking for 3 lands in a row, Navi looking for an era, and part of that is surviving the pressure, because that's actually the only difference between your major finals, your LAN finals, your scrims, your matchmaking games. They're all played on the server, 5v5, but the pressure, the audience, the circumstances, that's what you have to survive to prove you're the champions. And even if Navi have owned these last months, Vitality can stand as their one threat. And it comes down to who gets 16 on this map of Inferno.
Double flash for Masuda. Zywoo, what are you doing? He's jumping around, looking at his feet. You don't think it's gonna be this easy. Perfecto and simple. Yeah, a swift reminder of what could possibly be to come. Boomich down in the new box. There's the answer. A little bit of life here for Vitality as they smash their head against the wall that was Navi's B bomb site.
The 2 youngest, the 2 newest. Looking to mid-round in the situation, taking the bomb with them, running up to the site. Kyojin would love to get a plant, but now the CTs are starting to move in, and Simple will end his day early. Navi needed that.
Yeah.
It's been some time.
A little while. Bit of a rebound since the ending of Nuke. 20 up, 20 down. Buy-in from Navi. What a rambunctious start, though, from Vitality, man. To try and take that one over towards B-site. Zywoo just prancing, dancing. I don't know what that was about, but I know it didn't go their way. So, Navi, this should be easy. P250 on Apex, no flash. A deagle for Kyojin, sure enough, but this is the absolute bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, and it's sticky down there.
Nasty.
They'll scrape it. Man, what a rocker of a last map. That is just so crazy. It just sets us up in such a different way. Now, Vitality floated this as their first pick last time. Tried to go to new territory on Mirage, of course. There's no free maps in the veto. We know that already. But this was their intended pick the first time, so we know the preparation is here. Oh.
Nice return, Bit. Oh, goes for the FAMAS.
There's one in pit, of course. There's no reason to be alarmed. Zywoo's got the M4. They probably know where he is, but they haven't found him.
Jumping Perfecto, nicely done. Gonna try that again here versus the unarmored players. Electronic activates from inside pit. Look at that.
The plant goes
down.
down.
Look at that.
They're on the wrong
Apex.
side.
Brain pulsating as he moves into that B site. They pulled the defense. They found the opening. And the CT side, I mean, they've got the tools for the job, minus the kit. But this is already a win for Vitality. They've got their bomb plant. They've got 3 kills. Surely they won't get any more. That's what every textbook of CS would tell you. And so Boomich gonna read that book alongside Electronic. And they read it loud. Navi 2-0 retakes in, but Vitality, the spice of life.
That was a major risk to come in that fashion, and they could have very easily lost, but it was also an unorthodox one. Sometimes plays like that can just pull one over your eyes and you think they're gonna make the natural rotation around. You don't want to jump through the smoke. But this is what they wanted. Navi 2-0 now. But that was expensive at the very least. And as you mentioned, just that is a win. Buy will come in for Vitality, and they know there's not going to be a buy to follow up on Navi if they lose this round.
I love when Simple gets curious down middle of Inferno. I love when we get to see that aggression spill over. But this is an important one, so not yet. His curiosity peaked. But he hasn't yet. Perfecto push back from the CT cross. He is very much alone, so the smoke will buy time possibly for the rotation, but it looks like Navi are gonna keep themselves heavy on A. Masuda flashed, and a second foray down middle from Navi, looking to gather that information.
Take the most timid peek, just clearing out the close angles, not overdoing it, swinging wide on the flashbang. Smoke comes up, reset of the situation. We know what the deal is on Inferno. Either side is at threat at all times. On the T side, especially when you give up banana control. But Navi, they like to stack. And Vitality now attack.
Smoke on Arch, and for Library, no rotations in. It's gonna be Boomich to try and join them. Oh, Masuda with the tap into the pit.
Will they read?
But he's not alone.
Set up Electronic. They run out of spots for him.
Oh, fire on his feet.
Rotator dead.
Burned as he falls to the AK of Masuda. A flawless sweep into the A site. Team Vitality on the scoreboard early.
It's nice too. It's a nice round. That is a pretty round from Vitality. They find the opening in Arch. And they pounce on Navi for, once again, receding into the site, overstacking, setting the honeypot, waiting for the B hit to come. Navi love to go off the reads, and it's enough to get them through the CT side. They are always a threat on T side on this map, of course. But in this situation, Apex, their captain, the preparation coming from Xtaz, it all amounted in the perfect read. And the double pit setup falls. Their anchor sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
Right alongside the economy. Very important opening here for Vitality. They are about to reap the rewards. And it was clean. The double smoke to make that difficult peek out from Library. He still tried to throw it through, but all too ready. It looks like Navi are gonna take the force. Come in with what they can. A Famas on Simple, Boomich the MP9. But I feel like Boomich on sandbags with an MP9 when it comes to Inferno, that's nearly a full buy. So comfortable in this position. And occasionally impactful timing. Great Apex dinked him down. It's a boiler push to open up from Navi.
Wow, that's lethal. I mean, even gives him a warning shot to get Boomich out of his favorite spot. Still a significant weapons advantage. Oh, this smoke. Oh, ZywOo. He could have spammed it, but down 4v5. He was wondering about setting up the exec. Didn't see any feet. Boomich says, spam it next time, son.
Back towards top mid they'll go. Navi, this is such a test.
4 pistols, but it feels like 5 guns.
40 seconds on the clock. Vitality, that timer starting to add an extra layer of the pressure. Simple's very close to this. They could still turn back around and hit on Arch or Lane. Options. And it's Masuda instead to cut one down. A mirrored image to the previous round, except there's even less here for Navi to work with.
They broke the dam.
20 seconds. Tough spot. 5-7 sings. Kyojin killed. Masuda next trying to clear this site, but Electronic, that 5-7 looks good. He's got shocks on the other side, and this is it. 8 seconds. It's a hold from Electronic.
What?
Sending a shiver down Vitality's spine.
That's absurd work. 2 heads floating over top of this box. First one's an instant headshot. He's just dealing with Masuda. He's trying to scale. He's thinking about where the next threat is. Electronic knows he's already dead. He says it's just a matter of time. An unreal round one back for Na'Vi off some beautiful tactics. That first double push into halls to isolate. Hi, Valda. Hey.
Hey.
That's a rare rank. Something to be proud of, honestly.
Yeah.
Dude, that was... They had the double push into halls. They find the one guy by himself. That's a good tactic. Boomic's one-way smoke on the top of B. I'm surprised Zaiwu did not spam off the corner of it. Maybe it was a little bit inconspicuous. He thought, okay, maybe it's not that. Just a little too good. Quality rounds back and forth. But only one quality round here for Vitality.
See if they can serve up a dish of revenge with a lesser buy. Oh, Apex burned out. Boomich, nice shot. Connects to the face of Masuda and falls away. That's what they needed. They go in with utility. He sprays away some shots. And Vitality now worse for wear in the 3v5. Impact.
Absolutely riddled with bullets through the smokes, man. Hope's lost.
Oh.
Navi didn't even see anybody. Director with a perfect crack spot. A single point of damage taken. Boomich will receive a message, but there is just no stress on the map here for Navi. They're already willing to gamble in the 5v5. You better believe they are willing to sit in their spots in a 5v3.
More than happy to just lean back. They got the hard work out of the way early.
That timing is actually exquisite.
And he wants more. Oh, that's crisp. Sees that Zaiwu's right here on the other side. It's a duel between the best.
Oh.
And Simple stands tall. 4-1 from Navi.
That was crushing.
That forced by recovery now sending tremors through the economy of Vitality. Their force buy not nearly as successful, so now they need to save.
That timing. That was that full timing from Simple on the double push as they re-aggressed. Look at that. And I think Apex thought he put out the smoke, threw it a bit too far, got stuck in the corner. But Simple on that push. Crushes them like paper mache under a hydraulic press.
And a DIY. Oh, whoa, whoa. Boomich. Oh, they were just trying to get close.
Boomich whips out his beater stick. Says, get off my lawn.
Slaps their hands back from Banana. And the lesson's not yet over. Navi shooting for the 5th with 5 up. CT side really about to start. Gonna get this one rolling. Oh, that's clean.
You just got a whip with
so
this AK.
crisp. Quick couple of shots.
Perfect headshot sprays. Navi propped up in their seat. Config, all eyes on you.
Nah, he's lost in those eyes.
Attention, yeah. Yeah, he's busy.
5-1. CT side kicking off. Vitality purchase back in. Look at that burst.
Look, I'm still holding out hope. We saw a sick round from Vitality. But right now, with the tempo change, the pressure change, oh, and another tactic that pulls out a win, the flash into mid.
Oh, look at the aggression. Boomich right at it. This is so good.
Oh, another
this
beautiful
is so
tactic.
good.
Every single turn.
Navi playing like they're pissed. That nuke win streak's down, but maybe the Inferno starts because Simple cuts them off the top of mid. Another double.
He's ripping this AK like a chainsaw.
And another dose of desperation for Vitality as they struggle to find a second. Apex trying to get himself closer towards this, but he doesn't even have a bomb to play with. These kills all for nothing. And that's assuming that he can do something, but he won't. A 6-1 for NAVI out the gate.
And it's stylish. It's pretty. It's a 6-1, but it's an exciting one. Look at this play again. Need to credit a flash there for sure. A car flash from Perfecto. Boomich set up for his frag, and this is Simple. Making this AK look like an op. One bullet each player. Only headshots. Hasn't had to upgrade yet. We've got a CT side with 5 AKs versus pistols from Vitality.
Thank you for the freebie. Vitality trying to fight tooth and nail for the top of Banana. I don't think they've got it yet. Feels like they just can't get their hooks into it, and understandably with rounds like these, the utility from NAVI. Dare I say it, Astralis-esque.
Yeah, that's exquisite. They're that team right now. And Vitality have just berserked up to the top of Banana every single round. And earlier on, we saw NAVI take a more pacifist approach, play within the sites, rely on some of their rotations, the aggressions in mid instead. But in these last couple, it's been Perfecto and Boomich saying, no, no more of that. No more free car control. We take the fight to you, and they have just had an absolutely pristine go of it. Every flash has landed. Every spray has landed. Every connection made. And this round is no different.
It's just a slaughter.
And now they're playing back just enough.
They just look so comfortable on They just look so comfortable on this map.
This is absolutely terrifying, just coming off of what we just witnessed. Vitality know how to play Inferno. The fact that they won this round, one round, and it was such a nice one, and then from there, they've not even gotten close to putting the bomb down, is absurd. They got ecoed to follow.
Let me paint an even bleaker picture.
Go ahead.
Not only has there not been a bomb plant in the last 5 rounds, there hasn't been a kill for Vitality in the last 4.
Oh, what?
This is a world-class defense.
Yo, that's what I'm looking at. 4 sponges right there. 4 Chads, I should say. Wow. Some games are stomps, but this is so nuts. I mean, it's beautiful how well these tactics are working out. They've still got more room, and they grow with confidence, and they grow with anger.
Yes.
Coming off of Nuke. This is about pride, too. They might already feel like they have this tournament in the bag.
Yeah, they're trying to defend that title. The title's theirs for the taking. That's how it's always felt from start to finish. A run through the upper bracket, dropping 1 map, and so be it.
So what can Vitality do? Now, of course, respecting the grenades on Banana is one thing, but NAVI have not been overstaffing it in the early round to take control of it. In situations like that, of course, you can squeeze the top mid, you can take over Hall's control, but right now, NAVI are perfectly comfortable holding on to aggressive Banana control with only 2 players. That's the scariest part. It feels like there's no counterplay. It feels like the map is tiny and suffocated. Now Vitality can still look to take other parts of the map, wait the nades out on Banana because the HEs cannot be countered, and then talk about it afterwards. But bringing it to the late round is now their main and sole priority.
Hundreds of thousands of people watching right now. Denmark, you want to make a little noise?
Everyone stayed. Everyone showed up for this final without a home team.
There's nowhere better to be on a Sunday night. NAVI shooting for the crown. 7-1 at a CT side that shows not a single sign of stopping. No diffuses needed. Not a casualty on Navi's end.
They play it cool. They avoid those early problems. They think about others. Navi stay one step ahead, of course. Just the right amount of control, a tasteful amount. Will they put down some of their utility and spread? And again, all Vitality want to do at this point is stay alive longer. Because the nades will wear off. Then they have more troubles, but at least for them, if they can get there, they can talk. But they cannot lose rounds in the undignified way that we've seen in the last 3.
There's got to be something. There's got to be more. They need a solution.
Masuda has done some fine entry work. For what it's worth.
ZywOo, he will have the challenge in his hands. They survive the onslaught of utility. 40 seconds. There's the opening pick ×2.
He reads the whole setup off that 1 kill. That's a jackknife frag. They used him as the mercenary. He had 1 player behind him to support. They take action, overtake Con, but now it's open right into the site.
Oh, ZywOo, a 3rd one. So many rounds with nothing but whimpers from Vitality's camp, and now it is ZywOo to put his soldiers on his shoulders and open it up. It's clean, but it's also a little bit timid. Navi, yes, they throw their grenades. Yes, they attack down Banana, but then they fall back and they wait too long.
We have the Zipix angle on the top of second oranges. It's really powerful, okay? This position is super strong. But what you saw from ZywOo is he was playing with these other engagements, and in the back of his mind, you could see he could read the setup. And then when he found out he was correct, swinging out, no timing on quad, no timing on emo, he found that first kill and immediately knew where the second player was. From there, it was over. So the tactic is correct. It's right. It's a good read. And Vitality, even though they've only won 2 rounds, have made them both look good.
Yeah. Very critical as well for that one to be so convincing. Crazy how we watched so many rounds in a row just entirely lopsided. 2 cracking kills on that B site.
Yes.
World of difference.
Absolutely. And that is always the danger with Banana, with how wide it is, the entrance, how much space the T's feel like they have. When you have ZywOo, a player of uncomparable qualities at the tip of the spear, ready to entry into your site, to let them get there. And that's why we saw Navi test Banana over and over again, to condition Vitality away from a play like that. So it took bravery for Vitality to make that move.
Bold, as is Apex. He's behind the pillar. Oh, those shots that he just fired off towards Arch, that was the warning. Simple for a second didn't realize that he was standing in the danger zone.
We've seen this exact move. They try to chase Simple back into the site. Apex right behind as he attempts to kill him.
Close. But we talked about bravery in that last one. Simple, no stranger to it. Gonna remain posted towards the top of middle, and Vitality, well, they've got other ideas. They have other directions.
The rotations now.
It's coming.
The smoke comes as soon as they retake mid. The bravery again from Navi this time to get the information. And now Bit set up for the flashes to support this hold.
Oh, he's blind though. Perfecto starting to burn, runs out into the open. 1 kill for him. Player inside the little pits. Kyojin, there's the push from Bit. Right through smoke he goes. Apex fires back, and the off shot from Simple. It rings in the ears of Vitality.
It's information. That's key. As soon as top mid is taken over, Vitality feign. They attempt to chase the kill on lane. It's Simple, but he gets away and survives. They wait for the Arch smoke to come up, that 15 seconds. And Simple and Bit re-aggress on Arch once again. As soon as they do, the smoke comes up at the top of Banana like clockwork. Vitality's hearts sink. They know when they see that there's potential, that information has been taken back, siphoned from them, even though they dedicated resources to taking that top mid control. But they still have to exec with the amount of time left over. And then Bit, the key player, the early rotation, the supporting flash, all in one, is able to make that move because of that information.
Unlike some of the other rounds, though, Vitality, they're not going to be whimpering into this with just some measly pistols. It's a chance. But those chances, they will falter, and they will run dry, and they will become less common. Vitality need to recognize the chance that they have created for themselves. These are the 5 players that stopped Na'Vi on Nuke, but these are not the same 5 players that it feels like we got in that last map. Na'Vi have found themselves right back to winning ways. And there's only one op currently in this round, now down at the hands of Kyojin.
The double swing comes out, and that is to cover. Our player on both sides has an opportunity to take that frag down. Of course, the instant headshot. Simple, at worst, should be trying to get at least 1 kill. But that is a very dangerous line to take. And Vitality oftentimes clear halls in the exact same fashion. That risk could be deadly.
Apex looking to create space, deep angle. Electronic ready for it, but he turns his attention ever so slightly. Bit and Electronic starting to cut them down. Kyojin, another one, alleviating the pressure that Vitality have to be feeling. Utility here for the retake in form of an incendiary and smoke. Double flashes. ZywOo's gonna go down and play his cover. Into the little pit, he sinks.
We saw a great map from Shox on Nuke, but 1 and 8 now, and the first contact.
And he's standing tall. Oh, Boomich takes the head clean off. Perfecto looking to find this fight. It's Boomich to make the difference. ZywOo 1v3. He takes down the first 2. 30 health. Perfecto's better off, and the flash goes by. Bomb on top. He knows 4 shots. It's not enough. Perfecto keeps it perfect. 9 for Na'Vi.
Oh, another 1v3. It felt like it was happening, but Perfecto just as clutch. You can always trust him when there's no one left. What an attempt. And it's expensive and early enough that might have a knock-on effect economically. But the win is all that matters to Na'Vi. They'll take it every day of the week. Time to hype each other up.
They can feel it.
Round 12 is coming. And this is not like Mirage. This is a better Vitality. It's just a great Na'Vi.
Feels like the best. ZywOo gonna open it up. Boomich taken out, but there's no escape. He can't run, he can't hide. A singed Vitality waits at the base of Banana, and there's nobody there to give them the kill back in. Na'Vi, 2 players per site. And they hold.
Times where the smoke, they think, has enough area to put out the incendiary, and then it caused Apex to die, it's caused ZywOo to die. A tragic way to go out. Just trying to get Logs control. Is that so much to ask?
Depends on who you ask. I promise you Masuda's ready for this peak. He actually has tons of impact normally when he rounds these corners inside of the arch side. Simple though, cutting him down. Take everything away. 2 kills and confirmation on the 3rd. It's Apex with only 1 frag so far this map. He falls alongside his teammate and alongside the hopes of Vitality that currently seem in shambles. Double digits for Navi's CT defense. This is an immovable object.
The absolute composure from Simple in this moment. Look how he doesn't move from Moto, okay? He thinks about it, but he hugs the wall, reading that the next duel is going to come from lane, stays tucked and understands that there could be another threat from Arch and just deals with it mentally. And in that moment, that's when you can miss your shot, when you know you don't have cover left. But he trusts his position. Vitality have earned a little bit of respect to be able to bring the round a bit more forward, and Na'Vi have fallen off this tactic-heavy opening game. But now with 3 rounds to go, Na'Vi don't have to prove anything.
Oh, it's sharp. Kyojin just trying to mind his own business, gets deleted by the bit peak. SPUNJ again, the consistency in this utility damage. I like this boost. ZywOo's gonna try to find some sort of an angle. SPUNJ, oh, he gives it! Woo! He offers it right over, but that's still a ton of damage. 19 health left on Apex, and ZywOo
gonna peek mid.
Trying to stop another body. Vitality just looking desperately for this third round win, but Navi give them no room to breathe. Perfecto peaks. ZywOo, he can't even trade it. It's a slaughter, a stoppage, and a crawl left for Shox.
They're so damn pressured. It's unreal. Simple peeking down mid, taking that duel, running directly after the next target, understanding with 100% certainty in a game of limited information where his next duel will come from. And Simple trusting those instincts is what makes him who he is.
What goes around comes around. A brutal beating in this first half.
This double pack between Simple and Bit, walking into mid, walking into the arch peaks, taking turns, slaughtering Vitality in the early round. I thought it was done. I thought they had done enough, but they find a new timing and a new angle. And Vitality need a new beat.
Apex and Shox were kings in that last map on Nuke, 20 kills apiece by the end of the match. Both of them currently sitting at 1 frag apiece. They are absent in this T side.
It is just ridiculous when you watch how these rounds have gone, how insanely confident Navi are. Their time to kill is so low. The instant headshots. Simple at the top of mid, hitting 2 one-bullet headshots with the AK. Bit doing as he does. SPUNJ and Perfecto. Beautiful flash tactics and instant executions. No trouble whatsoever. Meanwhile, Vitality can't even get out of underpass.
It's so fumbled. And yet the fight goes on. For whatever it's worth, 2 more rounds. Vitality don't even have 2 guns. They have to lean on ZywOo, as they have throughout the existence of this roster. From start to finish, he is their key piece. And he needs to be right here, right now. They're gonna test to the top of middle. Bit toying the peak, dies first. That clean and sharp and oh so necessary. A second weapon picked up, finding itself in the hands of Masuda, and Vitality will take this test into the A site. What does the defense have in store? Simple and electronic. They decide to sit back and buy a little bit of time. They allow for Vitality to walk into the trap. ZywOo, oh! Okay. It is nothing but his frags. And with that, they step on top the A site.
All right.
A 3rd round win at least.
Another clean one as well. Listen, it's 3 rounds, but they're quality. 2 left here for Navi, and they have the money to go for this. They absolutely should simply try. There are better guns that could be given away, and Shox is only on the Tech 9. So that's the one reason why they might not want to hunt or at least attempt here. But with this 1 round, CT side on the horizon, we'll leave options open. We'll see what Vitality can do in round 15, but that's another clean one. But just as you pointed out earlier, 2 kills between Apex and Shox is simply not enough. Absolute dominance.
There's no way that Vitality don't understand how desperate this situation is. But they also have to recognize the reality that this is all they've got.
Beautiful from both Simple and ZywOo in this half, showing what they can do with the guns they were not hired to wield.
A quick burst maybe. Frag on the point. Electronic ready to fight. 2 kills made easy. And that was the key piece.
Who's playing Arch?
Multi-kills from Electronic on the A site. Iconic. And the flank from B is on it. Pressure pushed atop Vitality. A 2v4 turn 4v1. It is Shoxy with 2 kills in the half. He falls. 12-3 for NAVI. 1 half separates them from the trophy here at the Fall Finals. What do Vitality have left?
Hello and welcome to this is the big one. It really is. This setup is actually kind of lit. There's 1 cable attached to the car and there is 2 fully functioning gaming setups.
Monitors, all the good stuff.
With a twist. Down and Lucky, we've managed to wrangle them into a head-to-head with a little bit of a catch. Oh, and here come the competitors now. I can see them in my wing mirror.
Oh, who's sitting in that? It's Machine and SPUNJ.
Hey boys, get off the road! It's game time. Lucky, Stown about to head into the arena. First of 5.
Let's buckle up.
Let's buckle up.
Only A? Let's do only A. Or you can buy armor.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Clear intention here from Lucky, heading over towards Long, and look at this from Stown.
It's a hard clear, Chad. That's a hard right. Does he actually? He's not going to clear it. He's not going to clear it. He's going to mess it up. Stown! No! He can't do anything. Look at these guys having a party. No! Fuck. I'm not going to lie, Stown is being a little rat.
Is he going to scope? Oh.
Lucky still hasn't worked it out, yes.
Oh my god, that was so bad.
And I think that just there, from Stown, we saw some oversteer.
Definitely some oversteer. Oh, Stown's dead. Dead.
Oh! He has 7 bullets. He's just hoping he runs into me.
Stown, that's not even pull the trigger.
He has to aim down now.
Oh, that's the hard part. Oh no. It's an absolute mess.
Oh my god, what a duel.
Down. It's gonna be a car crash.
Oh, if he could use them in any way.
Oh, no head armor! He's not gonna hear the bomb getting planted. It's a ninja plant. You've never seen anything like it. Oh no.
Oh, it's down. Oh, contact again! Lucky's the beast with the P90.
I need to try something new now.
Why is he going for the orb?
I don't even know. The P90 was what, and the Mac 10. It is still kind of mad that this entire setup is being powered by a vehicle.
This is a bad tactic I chose.
I really don't feel this is it, unless he hits like a 360 no scope.
Downy boys, surely got it.
Come on now.
Finally I got around.
I want to see some of you two come out down. He's trying to find a shot. Look at that.
Oh my god. Getting close now. Yeah, it is.
Gone in 40 seconds, not 60.
Oh, it's an absolute whiff from Lucky. Stown's got a chance.
To the fuse, but he is hitting the target. He's in the back. Oh, he's out of ammo.
How close was it?
3 seconds.
Oh,
3 seconds.
Okay, GG, man. Yeah.
Good game.
GG.
Lucky is your champion. I mean, Chad, so much hard work, dedication to his craft, and he has definitely taken the competition by storm.
Уйдите, я поживу.
Да, слушай, дали, парень. Идите. Да.
Держи. Ковры.
Я бегу. Найс! Ай, Денис!
Ковры или ковры?
7. Проход, прошел дефолт!
Малый.
Well, I'm not here to sugarcoat it. It's a blowout in the first half to Navi's favor. The best team in the entire world when it comes to Counter-Strike, and they put that on full display. Team Vitality, a hell of a challenge and a hell of a nuke on map 2. But this is a whole different game.
Literally 500 points separates them in number 2. It is drastic, but Vitality pulled off the impossible by winning nuke. And now we go into the last half of the entire event.
It's now or never.
Starts off with a 5v4.
Oh, and just as you thought Vitality have a little bit of fight, it's Navi right back at it. Kyojin in the clutch bit. He seems to know. Bomb at least down in middle. Kyojin, this is your chance, but no, Bit puts him down. And Navi right to that 13th round win. This could be a quick one.
3 away instantaneously. It couldn't have been more convincing. Everything they wanted. ZywOo and Kyojin to join the board, that's it. No recovery from Apex or Shocks, and maybe no time to do it. No economy to do it. No guns for them to try. CT side could be gracious, but they might have to pull off a force buy win to even have a chance.
Diamonds made in the rough. Let's see it. Homing missile falls on the feet of Apex. He doesn't even get a chance. His presence near non-existent. Simple hunts heads inside the B site. Electronic by his side. Bomb not far behind them. And Shocks caught out in the open. Electronic on the front run. This is Navi's 14th.
Just as easily as they made the 16th, just as easily as the CT side went, the T side might go too, and there are just no odds without that pistol this deep into it. Vitality aren't holding on to an Inferno streak. They'll have to go to a place that they've never been. 6 levels into the abyss to pull the power needed to make this comeback.
ZywOo waits. At least give us something to see. Damage versus Simple, chipping away what he can. But at this point, it's just so little. The bomb pops, the vibrations all around, and ZywOo, fighting for his life, gets shut out. Navi slicing away Vitality.
They saved nothing.
2 away. 2 rounds. That's it.
And the question is, do we save? And they force Deagles for 3, MP9s for 2, kits of utility, and Navi have no reason not to treat it like a force up. No cares in the world. They have made the map unwelcoming at every single turn.
Every peek a challenge. Every push turned to a hold. Masuda at least able to open here. They don't want to run into these MP9s. They don't want to give away any chance.
They take a lead here on the other side of the map. And Kyojin gets a whiff. But he doesn't.
A walk up from Bit. More damage done. Deagle looking good, but then stopped in its tracks. Minute on the clock. And Bit, well, he's all that's left on this side of the map. It's B that becomes in question. Just over 40 seconds. And Navi will have to decide their commitment. We can feel that Vitality are surrounding this push. They've got the edge and they've got damage. This would give them a little margin of error. A missed smoke inside Banana. A bit of an awkward situation, but they're still just going to try to flood forward. Think there is little fight on this front. ZywOo trying his damnedest. Bit down to 20. Perfecto over top. We've got Vitality with 2 kills. And Simple, 20 seconds. They've lost track of where he's at. He slips beyond them and then comes back, but falls at the hands of Shocks.
Okay.
It's something.
Their health bar's in the red, but in like CS, it doesn't affect them. They still have a chance every round to reset. Grand Finals, the only position to give anyone the benefit of the doubt. And there's something. Immediately a timeout called for Navi. Such a high and even distribution of frags. As we look at ZywOo managing to pull ahead of the pack by a significant margin, just as he's done in the history of this roster. But the only one alone, stranded. Desperate, without water to drink and no one to bring it to him. How hard can he carry?
Nothing short of world class will do it. Look at the disrespect. Simple right at bat. Electronic right behind him. Dismantling the setup. ZywOo's down. And now so Shox. A site crumbles. Smoke goes deep. Another 17th frag from Electronic. The 15th round for NAVI. And an abundance of map and match points.
They can do anything. It's a complete sandbox now for NAVI. They've already done this. Explode up mid, running it just to see if Vitality were heavier on B, and it didn't even matter to them. They traded out versus a lane setup that was supposed to expect this play. And ZywOo's the only one to come up with anything. Simple at 55 kills off just the 2 maps. I think Mirage and this map alone.
Wow. You know, the beauty of Nuke and that upset, the reason that it will be remembered is because Vitality stepped up around ZywOo. It was not just the one-man show. And as we get into Inferno,
absolutely,
where clearly Navi took this personally.
It was Shox in the first half on the CG side. It was Apex in the second half. I wouldn't have even called ZywOo the MVP. That's how much of a team effort it was.
And yet we find ourselves crumbled back to where Vitality have been and where their struggles have existed. It is ZywOo at the very top and nobody else around him. He is not enough to stop this Navi. 11 chances. And maybe only one is needed. Apex will find Simple. That is one of the 2 weapons that Vitality have to try and fight this back with. The other being ZywOo on the op.
Thoroughly busted by. As much as an opening is nice, and the op is nice, they'll still have to do everything. No interesting adjustments being made, but they're playing like they have everything to work with. This 5v4 is not guaranteed.
Not at all. Not one bit. Boomich tasked with utility, throwing it over the top, and Navi, they know what they want. Frothing at the mouth, they'll jump down into this A site. Kyojin, perfect move, especially alongside ZywOo, just the deagle. Boomich gonna try to do what he can, but Shox attacks from the back, and Perfecto, well, we know that he is their clutcher. Oh, but ZywOo stops it in its tracks. What a perfectly timed reposition from Kyojin.
So nice to see him make moves like that. Understanding exactly where Electronic will land off a Hall's pop. That preparation showing its face. A player we only talked about for his aim. At least showing some experience now. But it's round 26, it's 15-5, and it's still another buy from Navi. Even if it isn't great, does that matter?
Five v4, that's what they need. Early bits of success.
But this turns one Tech-9 into another gun that they didn't have before.
They hand it right back over.
Okay.
Masuda, that one sharp. Fire at the feet of Simple, but an even bigger flame burns inside his eyes. He's denied. Apex shuts it down.
Such a dangerous game to play, but at this point, like Apex said, nothing to lose. He's going to leave it all on the table. Round 21, and we have to see if this game is a foregone conclusion or not. Navi on championship points.
Ooh, nice attempt at the flick. There's damage there. Guns picked back up and time to play. If they can keep Vitality split and it's just the clean 2v2 on either of these bomb sites, then maybe, just maybe, Navi rob one they're not supposed to. 30 seconds.
They look willing to try anything.
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they will. Or not. A slip back, they concede. Vitality still with a little bit of life, but will they even be allowed to save? Taps down range from Shox, and he knows that his life is so incredibly valuable. Every step, every weapon, every single nade needs to be held on to Vitality.
SPUNJ has the least attractive scoreline at 18-11.
That's the worst?
That's the least attractive. Now, it's not the least amount of kills. Compared to Simple, top fragging has 11 deaths, but everybody under 10 deaths and doing so much work. Either winning or surviving. These two AKs carried forward into round 22. Soul guns of the round for NAVI.
Oh, that's perfect, but blinded by the light. He fights nonetheless. An answer in from ZywOo. Still a round that favors Vitality, but so much time. What an opening kill.
Now they have bottom B control, so it's not as scary on the A side, of course, with the smoke at the bottom of it, but NAVI have time. Perfecto now the only one without a gun. Kyojin delivers that to them at the end of the halls. Will it be the last delivery he makes?
Oh, it's perfect! Oh. Apex, easy pickup.
Okay. Whoa, now we're talking. That is unbelievable. He's actually all alone. I wasn't ready for that.
I can't believe that. The little bit of a delay as well.
That's why those hall pops are so dangerous.
Right?
That's what I was saying.
Preach.
Those mid-round halls pops, when you try them, there's always a chance you could get sprayed. There's no other angle that anyone has to worry about. So if anybody's going to eat that flash, they're going to hold down mouse one. They already have the crosshair placement. It's a risk. And Kyojin, he tries to think about how he can just eliminate both targets. He only had time for one and didn't realize it. And now some oppression from their CT side.
A little bit of life, Launders. Something. You know, the tail of the tape, the entire dialogue, it's all about no pressure.
Let's go, Apex.
Oh, but Simple's gonna reapply some.
Uh-oh.
A snap back to reality.
Oh, with Arch open as well. This is just scary because the CTs have to cover this, and that's their rotators who need to cover an entire site.
Simple also just grabbed that AK. Apex may have just offered them the tool for the job.
Masuda will be slow to this position, but they don't have... Oh, they picked up a smoke. SPUNJ will grab a smoke now.
It's about laying it down. Oh, what?
The jumping Tecton!
He's midair! Electronic kicks this one off, and ZywOo denied any vision into the bomb site. This is the round NAVI have no business winning.
It can all come down to this.
Just as Vitality push NAVI to their limits, it goes back around. And this retake so desperately needed. Shox flash in front of Bit. Peeks into it, and there it is. Copenhagen looking like Vitality's coffin. But Bit's right here, he stops it, sprays away, the defuse comes off. This may be Vitality's coffin, but it's NAVI's castle. The kings of Counter-Strike defend their crowns inside the Royal Arena.
What a way to go out off the rookie. The three lands in a row. Have you ever seen it in that fashion? An unbelievable performance after surviving Nuke. To take it to Inferno and crush them.
start of a new era! Kings of the Counter-Strike Castle, your champions of the full final, it's NAVI! Hey, simple. That must be quite the feeling. You're going to have to get quite used to this. The feeling of victory on your tongue once again. You and the boys have done it. Riding that high.
It's so great. We actually lost Nuke to play more on this arena, so thank you everyone who came today and thank you everyone who watching. I know that we deserved it, so it's nothing hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, NAVI deserved it. Let me hear ya. I'm gonna slide in here. I just want to hear one word from Blade. You've been working hard on this roster behind the scenes. I'm sure a lot of the hard work you put in, no one really gets to see other than the results. And now the results are everywhere. Stockholm, Copenhagen. You can't, I'm sure you won't be feeling very proud, as excited as the fans may be.
This is a great moment. The crowd, the stadium, this is amazing. And the tremendous job we did before for this almost NAVI era. We are building our era and it is amazing.
Yeah. Humble as ever. Give it up one more time. NAVI are your champions!
NAVI do it once again. Yet another trophy to add to their ever-expanding cabinet. Yet another crown on their heads. And what a fashion to do it in Maniac. The culmination here of the Blast Premier 4 Finals. They see themselves dismantled on Nuke, but they come bouncing right back into that Inferno, and you could never doubt them for a second they were going to be closing out that series.
The world is their oyster. The world is their oyster. NAVI can take any tournament they want for as long as they put in the effort and the commitment, and they have done it again today. There's nothing we can say about this roster. There's nothing we can challenge about it. The map pool is here. The players are here. The mindset is here. The work is here. The ethic is here. And these are your champions.
Yeah, the LANs like this, they're few and far between, but they just keep winning them, right? This is the thing, NAVI, LAN after LAN after LAN. And look, these guys are the best. Now it's the question about the rest, right? NAVI are the clear world #1 team. There is no conversation. It's who can be the contender to this team. Who is the #1 contender? Who is going to surface out of the ashes that NAVI have blazed through the scene with to take them on in the future here? Because can they be stopped right now? This level of firepower, the depth within the roster. Matthew said the map pool. Wait till they bring out Vertigo. I'm sure that's on the horizon for 2022. I want to see how far they can push the issue here.
There's just too many elements. There's too many elements that NAVI have on their own list. Their assets are infinite. Look, Chad is talking about the teams out there who can maybe challenge NAVI. I feel like as it is right now, no one can. It's gonna need a lot of improvement, another evolution, hard works for teams to actually challenge them on the long term, because as of today, there's none.
We're in the middle of teams reshuffling to beat NAVI. Why are they changing rosters? Because they can't win, because these guys keep winning. They have to find puzzle pieces to take this team down. And until another equation is found, you're right, Matthew, it's all up to these boys. As long as they put in the effort, as long as they keep their eye on the prize, as long as they want to build an era, and I would want to rival that of what Astralis have done, NAVI have a goal. And if anybody can stop that goal, I'll be impressed.
It's absolutely incredible to witness, and as Scrawny Lord has put it perfectly in the class, it isn't just the simple show anymore. We are pre-phase and coming into this. This is what has made NAVI look so dangerous throughout this period of their reigning dominance. Everybody's stepping up when they need to most, and that continues here at the full finals.
I mean, the year-long fans of NAVI have been waiting for that time, again, for years and years and years. It's been clear from day one that Simple was a genius of the game. It's been clear that Simple was a one-of-a-kind, but all we needed was a support cast. He needed a team around him. He needed teammates he could trust, teammates who could also make the difference. And now, I think he's got it. I think we have the Avengers, right? We have the Electronic and the Bit. We have the Clutches Perfecto. We have the lead from Boomich. We have the coaching from Blade right behind. And the destiny is in their own hands. They have all the cards they need. The Royal Street Flush is right there for NAVI.
They've assembled indeed. It's just incredible to witness.
Yeah, I think this here, when you do look at the team, we can always just continue to sing the praises here, right? That's what we have to do. They just won the bloody event. But the thing that I think is key here is the streak got broken, and that is the mark of a champion, to bounce back and bounce back in style. It wasn't like it was a tussle. It wasn't like it was an Inferno barn burner. It was NAVI stamping their dominance, saying, yeah, all right, we lose the map. Right, well, we're going to lose Nuke eventually at some point, but we respond, and we respond in style.
And it will be the next step for them. It will be the next step to learn how to cope with some losses, cope with a map loss here and there, maybe a stupid round, maybe a disadvantage clutch they lose. That is going to be the next step. You're not always going to play your A game, but if you can win even then, if you can bounce back from a map that frustrates you, that's the mark of a champion. That's the mark of a team that writes his own era.
And we had a little cheeky word from Simple. They're saying, you know, maybe we just gave up Nuke because we wanted to play one more map in the Royal Arena.
All right, then.
The classic Simple, right? He's still got a bit of a sass about him, but that's what you want to see, right? Now, I'm sure they would have loved to have kept that streak alive. I think the Vitality, if we're going to look on the flip side of this just quickly, it's great that they pushed it. It's great that they attempted to have this last hurrah. But then when you moved into Inferno, the two individuals who actually made Nuke possible, of Shox and Apex, unfortunately, they couldn't get anything done. They just couldn't find themselves in this matchup here in the final map of play. But Simple did. Every single map right here, Simple showed up in a massive way. And I think that he is just... Look, he's the name we've been talking about for years here. It's never going to leave the tip of our tongues. He's only, what, 24 years of age now? I'm just curious to see how far this guy can go.
It's terrifying. The sky is the limit, and his ethic, his volunteer, his commitment to the game is absolutely limitless.
We do have the legend himself joining us here. Thank you so much for your time, Simple. A huge congratulations, first of all, Matt. Can you just describe what is going through your head right now?
Nice stats.
That's you.
You're enjoying
That's
those?
you right there. What do you think about it? It's pretty good?
I wanted to get this first MVP, but you know, the first one was tough.
You shouldn't have played so good on Mirage then, mate, if you wanted that to happen.
It's only because of Mirage.
Yeah, look at this Mirage game. I was out of control.
We didn't lose this because like this team probably will do some changes. You don't want to lose to this kind of team. Even if they played last game as this roster, and they still, like, they beat us on Nuke.
Yeah, did you feel that? Did you feel the fact that they were going to make changes? They were playing extra scary, extra crazy. Did you feel that on the server?
Yeah, I think our game plan was a little bad, you know?
Okay.
Like, and some kind of panic was in this game. I don't know why. But outside, they always destroy us outside. It was so hard for Electronic to cross, and in some rounds nobody could help him, but in one round we go all together and they just killed all of us. So yeah, but overall it was a great game.
It's another win, mate. It's another trophy so quickly after the major here. You're still riding the high of that. Like, you hear from the camp, oh yeah, we're resetting, everything like that. But to come on in again and just do it again, there was no doubt you guys were the favorites here. The vibe within the team, is that just the case every single time now?
Yeah, of course. Just every time we tell each other that we are better. We're just better. We cannot lose like that. We can lose only to ourselves, and I think it's the saddest loss, you know? When you lose to yourself and you cannot come back from this bubble, you know?
And so once Nuke is done, right? Nuke was a bit of a surprise. You said a little bit of panic. How do you guys make sure that you attack Inferno with the good mentality, with the right mindset? What's the talk? How are you guys getting back into it?
I think we were a bit arguing in our room because of this game plan, and we just tell ourselves that we're going to discuss everything after. just need to focus. We know how to play Inferno against them. And yeah, just we need to play on our max level. It's the hardest one, like the words is just the words. Everyone should change something in, like, I don't know how to explain this. But if you just say you're gonna come back from 15-1, it's not enough, you know. Everyone need to believe that you're a champion inside and just believe in everyone.
You have that right now? Do you feel like everyone on your team feel like you're champions?
Yes, yes, definitely, yes.
Well, Simple, with a performance like that, we do have a very special present for you. We do have a super fan ready to present it to you. Do you want to come on in and give Simple his gift?
Oh, here we go.
There we go. I love the T-shirt as well.
How are you?
Have you got something to give to Simple?
You have something for him.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you so much.
That is your Maersk MVP title there, Simple. I'm sure that's the cherry on top of an incredible tournament for you. I mean, your own personal performance alongside everybody else on NAVI, but yourself, you were shining bright throughout this. How are you feeling right now?
Great. Just feeling great. Like, I don't remember when the last time we lost at LAN.
A long time ago.
I don't want to remember this feeling. So now feeling is really good.
How many MVPs is that now, Matthew? We were going over it.
I believe we will be at 18 if HLTV join us on that one. That would be 18 MVP for you.
I know it's 7th in the year, right?
7th of the year.
7th of the year.
The same as Device.
I think you're getting close to probably being the most MVP one in a year. That's possible. You still have a couple of tournaments to go to.
Yeah, but I need to give this to my teammates. How to make it.
Just break records. Don't worry about that. I think something I want to see, though, Simple, right? I swear I read an article and your team was joking about it. Oh, can we ever expect NAVI to pull out Vertigo? Right? Can
Yeah? The thing was, like, I told Blade and he's like, we were gonna play after Major Vertigo. And when Major comes, he's like, oh, I didn't say after which Major. You know? And when we won, I'm like, hey, Andrew, let's try. But still, yeah. I think maybe we'll finish the year, and after we start to practice with player break and all of this, it will be more time to play it.
Simple, I just want to give the floor to you. I mean, we have so many fans in attendance in the arena, so many people watching at home. Anything you want to say to them?
Just thank you everyone for support. What else to say? Like, thank you guys. You're doing an insane.
Thank you. I mean,
thank you. You're doing a great job,
praise.
and thanks, Blast, for this great tournament. There was some issue, but with production and the whole tournament and the last tournament with crowd, it's really insane. And I'm proud that we won it with the team.
Oh, Simple. I mean, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again, winning our Maersk MVP and, of course, winning the 4 finals here. Thoroughly looking forward to seeing you guys attending the World Finals and later in the year as well. But we do need to catch up with Boomage. He had a few words after that incredible victory.
NAVI have done it again and grabbed themselves another trophy. Now, Boomage, let me just allow me to do this to you, mate. Well, we flipped it some way, and you got to wear my flag for the NAVI nation out here. But honestly, mate, let's go back a little bit, right? First map, their map pick, you do well on Mirage, but the streak on Nuke, it seemed like you guys kind of lost it maybe down to your mentality?
Yeah, I think we was a little bit nervous, and my calls was not that good, and they have the really strong economy, so we just played bad, and they was really better on this map today. So, but it's a little bit sad to lose this streak, but I think it's still the strongest map for us, and we feel confident in next game. So I think it's a good final for us.
And was that part of it, right? Because it's a streak, because it's in your minds, you think, oh, we don't want to lose the streak.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe you have these like minds, then you losing like 9-1. Yeah, you can feel it, like you can lose this. But I think it's best for us to lose this map maybe for next games, because it's no pressure next games, you know.
Yeah. So the Nuke will become even stronger when it comes to this. But when we go on to Inferno, obviously you beat them in the first time you faced here, but this one, you guys absolutely demolished them. Was this as everyone fired up and taking the pain from Nuke into Inferno?
Yeah, it was about the Nuke emotions. We go to our room after the second map and we said, like, guys, we should show the best Counter-Strike right now, because we're the best team. We won the major, and so I think everyone fired up, and we was like a really family on the last map, and everyone was supporting each other, so it works, and I'm really proud of my team, and I'm really proud like we did it again.
You did do it again, and this is more championship trophies coming again on LAN. Is there any team that can beat you?
I think every team evolving like tournament by tournament, so Heroic showing the not the bad results, and they really close matches against us. So we will see next tournament. It's Blast Global Finals. So it's really cool to win this tournament, you know, because if we win it, I can say it's our era. So.
Oh, so the era can start if you win the Global Finals. I like it, Boomich. Congratulations once again, brother.
Thank you.
And that is us out from the interviews.
Thank you very much, Boomich, and of course James Bank for some awesome interviews throughout the duration of the tournament. I like what we're hearing from Boomich there as well. We're talking about starting a Na'Vi era. Boomich says it himself, you know, if he wins the World Finals, that's it for him.
Yeah, and there's two more big names at that World Finals that it'd be nice to see them beat again, right? That's G2 and Gambit right here. We had Heroic, Vitality, NIP, Liquid, and Astralis. Well, yeah, don't worry about those boys so much, but the G2 and the Gambit. Gambit is one of the teams that has pushed Na'Vi throughout the year, and G2 is the one that keeps meeting them in the Grand Finals. So those two names, if Na'Vi can get over them again, yeah, there's nobody and the constellation of the teams right now who can touch these guys.
Yeah, it's the lay of the lands for 2022 as well, and teams that could be considered rivals, right? We know a few teams have been undergoing changes or will. We have the Astralis, of course. Vitality is rumored. We know we have a little bit of a G2 activation as well. We don't know what's going on over there, but Gambit and Heroic are two teams who seemingly will stick together and will try to chase that Na'Vi horse far, far ahead. So I agree with Chad. When we see them clash with Gambit, a Gambit that is also hardened from a few losses, a bit more experience, a bit more learning rather there, maybe they have something.
A huge congratulations to Na'Vi once again, and a valiant effort from Vitality at that. We do have a few words from ZywOo after that game.
Vitality finish here at the Blast Premier Full Finals in second place. But ZywOo, I got to ask you, you defeated them on Nuke. You took the streak down. That must feel still pretty good, right?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Like, we didn't expect that. Like, we just play our games. We won like 16-6, like, something like this. Like, we didn't expect that. We just play our games. It feels good to win Nuke. We break the win streak.
Yeah. You just said you didn't expect it, mate. What's that about?
I don't know. Like, they are really good on Nuke, so we just play our game. We just, yeah, I don't know. Like, we just. The feeling like, let's go on Nuke, guys. We have to do it. So right now, so we won.
Now, when it comes to Inferno, though, obviously they started off really strong right before you guys could really pick up a round. But it seemed like you guys kind of ran out of steam. Did it feel that way, like you guys were just running out of energy?
Yeah, on Inferno, it was hard for us because like the mentality was hard because we play like best of 5 before, so it was hard for us to individually and as a team, it was hard. So yeah, they were better than us.
And obviously, we're getting to the end of the events for this lineup, you know, this last dance. Are you proud of what you've managed to achieve for this final time on land in front of a crowd?
Yeah, of course, we are really proud. The team is really proud. Like, we play really good CS, and it was our crown for the 2029, the last event. So yeah, we are really proud.
And going into 2022, what's the goal for ZywOo?
The goal? I don't know. Let's see. Like, maybe win a match or win a match, or maybe, I don't know. Like, let's see. Let's see what happens.
You're always such a happy-go-lucky guy, man, and I love it. Hey, thank you so much. Look after yourself, and we'll see you next event.
Not only a matchup between Na'Vi and Vitality, but a matchup between the two stars of this lineup, ZywOo versus Simple. Simple coming out on top of this one. Yet again, that seems to be kind of a trend in 2021.
This year is a pretty clear matchup.
Yeah.
The brilliance of ZywOo is not something we have to debate. I'm just going to say, Simple had to wait a fair few years to get his major. So I can understand ZywOo looking for it. Might have to wait a little bit. Who knows?
Is it a pretty good mood, though, with that interview after all things? I love that we're getting to hear from him more as well. It's really cool. I think this also helps with the rumors around the team, so I'm
trying
excited.
to speak that English, you know, how to work it out, got to get ready for that one.
Seems pretty fluent to me. He's having
pretty good.
Yeah, he's having jokes, he's got a smile on his face, so I think ZywOo here, of course, look, Simple gets all the praise here, but that doesn't detract from how good ZywOo is. These two live in a world of their absolute own, and ZywOo showed up here in that Inferno game. If he could have bought some help, I'm sure he would have. He was doing an awful lot right there, and I'm excited to see if the team around him in the future is able to take him to new heights and give us the rivalry we want to see.
Great to see see a little bit of magic over there.
Yeah, it would be. We're going to see some more magic in our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys know the deal by now. Head on over to the Blast Premier Twitter and make sure your votes get in. Of course, we'll be crowning the winner on our Twitter tomorrow, because unfortunately, no more broadcasts. But what are we getting?
What we're getting here is a great 4K quick snappy at that from Mizuta, who truly stepped up on that map. Respect to him for that.
Yeah, coming in, we have the big man himself, Simple here again, one in his name, one in the game, and yeah, Mirage, this was his map. This was a massive performance, and we joked on the desk, but I think some of these plays he made right here is what snatched that MVP away from poor old Bit. But Simple just showing us why he is the best in the world.
What a masterclass, and another god at Counter-Strike. It is ZywOo, and obviously that is going to be the 1v3 that sent them to that third maps here. Nice spray control at the one tap towards the very end. That was beautiful from ZywOo.
Some huge plays coming out here at the full finals, and we would expect nothing less in the glorious stadium that is the Royal Arena. We can take one final look at the bracket to see exactly how that tournament was rounded out. A few surprises here and there, but I think with the end outcome, no surprise that NAVI take this victory.
No, they came in as the favorites, and as I was talking about, I think it's now the conversation about who the #1 contender to the Kings of Counter-Strike are. That has to be the narrative going forward.
And if NAVI keep up with the good work ethic, if they keep the commitment, then all that time and everyone is spending, trying to shuffling the cards, they get ahead. They get ahead of the game. Maybe a little bit of a map pool changes. Vertigo comes in while people are shuffling rosters, so get ready for the era.
Well, gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure to be here for the first time for myself in the Royal Arena with you guys. Have you had fun? Has it been an enjoyable show?
Yeah, it's great, but just to see everybody's smiling face again. Yeah. So this has been fun, yeah.
It's great to have you on the desk again.
Yes, it was awesome.
When I started, you were on the desk there. You were like my mentor, officially speaking. I was looking up to Chad, and now he's there.
The first analysis I've ever had on the desk as well.
There we go.
Okay.
It goes full circle.
Yeah.
And we're back all here together.
We all come back together here in Copenhagen. Huge thank you for all of you guys watching at home as well. Huge shout out to production as well. What a fantastic show that was put on for the culmination of the full finals. And we are not done yet with the blast action for 2021. The World Finals are coming your way at the end of December, so we'll see you then.